Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Hope you're having a great week. Hope we're finishing it strong here on a Friday. We're with you till 10 a.m. We got a lot to get to on the show today. We appreciate you tuning in. You early risers, we appreciate you getting up with us. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Good morning. How are you?
Morning. I'm couldn't be more amped about the Astros next stretch of schedule. I'm freaking ready to go, man.
Couldn't be more amped. And if there were a blank after that, I would have said, what is Seth going to fill this in with right here? Couldn't be more amped. And I
feel like one of those doomed platoons that's going into a battle where they just know, like, nope. Everybody's going to die.
Yeah. And we just got to...
Can I do it for my... Am I doing it for my country?
Right.
No, you're doing it for Jim Crane. Let's do this. Let's go.
Let's do this for Craney. Yes.
Am I doing it to protect us from the invading enemy? No. No, we're in no physical danger. Just go out there and just get yourself...
Yep. Cincinnati Reds. And the Reds are a decent baseball team this year. So I was thinking about this yesterday, Seth, as I was pondering the future of this baseball team. This future of this baseball team, where every article you read, you get reminded that you're going to get a healthy dosage of bullpen days over the next handful of weeks. They play 13 for the second time this season. Mind you, Mother's Day is not hit yet. For the second time this season, we are embarking on 13 straight days of uninterrupted baseball, which in past seasons would have been a whole lot of fun. You know, there's a lot of times, the last several seasons, I'm like, oh, every night we get baseball, or every day during the weekend. This is great. My thinking now is, especially as tight as this division is, because this division is going to – I think this division is going to keep Jim Crane hopeful that they can get this thing turned around when they get a bunch of guys back here, because they're going to get some guys back. They're going to get – Jeremy Payne is starting to – he's going to be on a rehab assignment pretty soon. That's always the last precursor to the guys coming back. Hunter Brown will be back at some point, knock on wood, and there's other guys too on the list. And this division is not good. The Astros somehow
awful. Everybody's 500 or worse.
Yeah, there's some. The A's won yesterday, so they're 19 and 18. If the A's had lost yesterday, every team in the division would be under 500, and the Astros would somehow be 3.5 games out of first place in this division.
Yeah,
with what is the worst record in the American League.
They're not in the mood. You know, our former web guy Garrett loves to talk smack because he's an A's fan.
Yeah.
Like, all right, you're the prettiest troll at the Troll Academy right now.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's not act like you just got a contract with Revlon or something.
No,
you're ugly just like us.
No, they are. But the last several seasons, they've had somebody dump battery acid all over their face. They're a little more. They're a little easier to look at now. Ugly, no doubt, but a little easier to look. But you're right. Garrett's going to text this in like 5 minutes. So is this a stretch of schedule that could get a manager fired? That's what I was thinking yesterday. So
that's the biggest, and this, where have we? I feel like we've fallen kind of, just a little bit soft on this, in that it feels like, okay, if Espada gets fired, it's just going to be one of those deals where you just got to try to shake things up.
Yeah, and
that it's not necessarily. I've got issues with various decisions that Espada might make in any given game. And yet, the overall sum total of everything is, I don't know which manager would have handled the pitchers pitching as poorly as they have, and the incredible amount of injuries. I don't know which manager all of a sudden would have vaulted the Astros up to a winning record right now.
I totally agree with you, but this was something that we pointed out after the World Baseball Classic. Is that this might have been one of the worst things that could have happened to Joe Espada, was Omar Lopez leading Venezuela to winning the World Baseball Classic. Because there will be a PR element to firing Joe Espada. There's no doubt about that. Because the more they lose, the fewer people are going to show up at the ballpark, all those things. You're
saying just because Omar Lopez is just such a...
Well, he's a sellable solution to the fan base. He's popular. He's got recent success in an environment where he wasn't supposed to win. Venezuela was not supposed to win the World Baseball Classic.
It's a countryman to Jose Altuve.
Well, there's that too, and so I think that's that there is a sellable solution sitting right there on the bench with the Astros, I think does factor into it. And I think if they were to fire Espada, that's the easy decision to make, is to make Omar Lopez the interim manager. I'm just wondering what the runway is here for Espada, because I think you're right. If you're firing Espada, you're doing it for one reason. It's to give the team a spark. Because I don't think he's doing a bad job. I just don't think he's been dealt a great hand here sitting at the poker table that is the American League right now. At the Reds for 3 games, that's, at least you got Arrighetti going in one of these games. But that's, that you're staring losing 2 out of 3 in that series. And then next week, this is the stretch that can get you fired, is you've got 7 home games coming up against the Mariners and the Rangers. And this is your opportunity next week. I don't want to look ahead of the Reds, but that's what I'm about to do. If you're going to get back into a division where nobody's winning right now, the best thing you can do is have a great week at home against 2 of the teams in front of you. So this upcoming week after this Red series, assuming that you don't just go 0-3 in the Red series and then you're even further back in the division, if you can win at least 1 game, maybe 2 in this Red series, man, you're sitting on a really nice opportunity next week to get back into the race in the worst division in baseball. Yeah. And last I checked, winning the worst division in baseball does get you into the postseason in Major League Baseball.
You're 4.5 games back. You're dead last in the AL overall, and yet you're 4.5 games back in the AL West. Yeah, I guess is that how we're going to be looking at it? If you're Jim Crane, are you looking at it that way though, or do you have to try to step back and say, all right, we're still in terms of how do we operate on this team, and what do we do to make a decision about whether we're buyers or sellers at the trade deadline? You got to kind of step back and ignore the ugly division, don't you?
I don't know that Crane does. I don't. If there's an avenue to the postseason, I am nervous that he's not going to be looking at this as a bigger issue. I'm concerned that the buying and selling thing is probably more for like June.
Yeah.
I'm more thinking of like this coming 10 days is about Joe Espada. And if they win those games, if they win enough games next week to where they're hanging around, I think Jim Crane's going to wait for some of these guys to come off the injured list before they make any decision on buying and selling. I conversely, Seth, I think if they go 1-6 next week against the Mariners and the Rangers at home, then I think Joe Espada could be fired when we come in a week from Monday. I think this is a huge 10 days for Joe Espada. That's my point with all this.
And this is the problem is with all of the injuries. I did a little thing this morning. I'm like, okay, if I could draft 5 guys who are on the IL right now and get them back, how would this team look different right now compared to what their current record
who
is?
were the okay, I don't even have the IL in front of me.
I haven't even gone through it, other than I know like Hunter Brown was first on my list.
Yeah, Pena's probably 2, right?
Pena's there too, even though he hasn't performed all that well. But yeah, if I could take a completely healthy Pena, hypothetically, if I'm in some fantasy drafts where I'm taking a guy that's on the IL but also just hasn't had injuries at all to worry about.
The Correa injury bumps Pena up to 2. You got Nick Allen out there right now at shortstop.
Yeah. That's 100. Okay, you're 100% correct on that. Yeah. I guess in Ali, guys who could viably come back if I could draft them, because Correa's gone and gone forever.
Yeah.
For as far as this season goes.
Yeah.
But the where I run into issues a little bit is just that none of the pitchers, other than Hunter Brown, have. The starting pitchers are guys where I'm like, oh, you got to have him back.
That's right.
I guess, Josh Hader, because some of the damage that Brian Abreu specifically has done might have been allayed if you had Josh Hader in the rotation the whole time.
Yeah.
So I guess Josh Hader, Hunter Brown, Jeremy Pena.
Yep.
Yainer had been there for the problem is Yainer started to get it going. Now he's on the IL.
Yainer's
of what he's done.
Yainer's got to be in the 5 because you got to look at the guys that are behind him. Like you're having to start Cesar Salazar twice a week.
Yeah,
you'd rather have Yainer Diaz in there splitting it with Christian Vasquez.
But Yainer. So we'll bring back Yainer, but it's not like that. That's not the sum total of where we are right now.
Yeah.
Included Yainer being on the team.
Yep.
So I'm trying to go backwards in history and say, okay, what could it have been like?
Oh, I see.
What could it have been like
if you were healthy?
These guys had all been healthy the entire time?
Oh.
Hunter Brown and Josh Hader are 100% the biggest guys.
No doubt. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I was looking at it drafting like going forward. That's a really interesting way to look at it, though, because the way
we've used injuries as an excuse to a certain degree.
Yeah.
But okay, would it have been that different if Hunter Brown were healthy and here the whole time? Would it be that different if Josh Hader were healthy and here the whole time?
No, it's a good exercise. If there was some computer you could, which I'm sure exists, some computer you could simulate it through where these guys are all healthy, and then you look at that and you go, okay, so this is what the expectation should have been for Joe Espada as a manager with this team. Not 15 and 23. So
Pena would be one. If I could get Pena completely healthy instead of his dueling injuries that he's had this season, maybe I would bring Pena back. But it doesn't, like, as of right now, given his performance, it's not like that would have made a huge difference to have him healthy. But maybe with complete health, it'd be something different. And then you get in, I guess, the outfield guys. Whether I think is it Loperfido or Jake Myers, I don't know.
Be Loperfido for me.
Yeah,
he's just got a little more upside offensively, I think. And Bryce Matthews has done some good things defensively in center field too. He's made some plays out there for a guy who doesn't play a lot of center field. I know he's had his issues here and there, but he's been playing center field for 2 months. A little Cam Smith like in that. He's made some good. He's adapted to the outfield pretty quickly. So. Yeah, it's and the good news is some of those guys you named, they're going to be getting back pretty soon. But that's what I wonder. That's what I wonder with Jim Crane is two things. One, the dynamic you mentioned, where if they're just a bad team in a bad division, do they roll with it? And I think he does. I think when you've gone out there and said the window's going to stay open as long as I'm the owner, that's the default switch as opposed to tearing it down. And I just think there's going to be something where Jim Crane breaks out in hives from the idea of having to trade 4 prospects. Like having to trade like there was probably a little part of the Kyle Tucker trade that Jim Crane felt a little uneasy about because it's a sign of we're one of those teams now. We're not totally one of the we're not a horror like back when they made the trade.
It was a good trade.
It was a good trade.
It was a good trade.
But they hadn't made a trade where they trade the star out.
Yeah.
In probably since like Lance Berkman and Roy Oswalt back in the day.
I'm thinking that was probably easier for him to digest because Cam Smith is, you're looking at him like, okay, he is a potential 5-tool star. Okay, so that's easier for him to digest than getting a bunch of prospects and the like.
Doing it in July
Yeah.
During a season. That Tucker trade was in December. You're doing it in season. You're waving the white flag, and I don't think the Kyle Tucker trade wasn't waving the white flag. It was we can't pay this guy. It's different when you're doing it in July, and I wonder if he's got that in him. If they're 4 games out from a team that's 2 games below 500 at the top of the division, I would say no. I think he's going to ride it out. Now, as far as firing Espada, the question becomes, okay, is that the spark you're looking for, or does Crane look at who's coming off the IL, and that's the spark we're looking for? Getting Pena back, getting Hunter Brown back. Josh Hader looks like it's pretty imminent. He could be back. Ken Rosenthal of Fox and MLB Network, he's kind of echoing what we've been saying here, which is like, man, Joe Espada has just been dealt a rough hand.
Major League leading 14 players on the injured list. 14. And now they've lost Correa. Pena is still out. We all talked about their infield glut all spring and into the early part of the season. Guess what? They don't have an infield glut anymore because they've lost Correa for the season. And this is a team that, in my mind, would have contended with the Mariners for the AL West title if they had stayed healthy, if they had any semblance of health. But they're not there. And the rotation is an absolute mess. They're going to bring Tatsuya Amai back to the rotation next week, even though on his rehab assignment, he hasn't been very good. So it's just an unfortunate turn of events for the Astros. What can they do? All they can do is keep playing, which is what they will intend to do, of course. But at the same time, with so many players out, I believe it's 4 members of their opening day lineup, not including Pena, who was not in the opening day lineup. It's just a hard way to go about it. And the Astros right now are really compromised physically.
Compromised physically, and the reminder, I feel like I've been dancing around this at least. Imai is coming back.
Yeah, baby.
He's coming back.
We got it. Just Sean is a city. as a metropolitan area,
as
a fan base, we have to rally around Imai. And remember my idea that everybody scoffed at? Said like, "Oh, Seth, you're such a big dumb idiot." Remember that? Remember people put a poll out and said, "Is Seth a big dumb idiot for this idea?"
What idea was that?
We need to make Dyken Park more like a Japanese baseball environment. We need choreographed chants for Imai and do all of those things.
Make him feel at home.
Yeah.
One day a week at least, on his start.
Learn a little bit of Japanese,
Dude.
Just not one of those words that ends up sounding like a bad American word or something. If you let's choose a few Japanese chants and be reasonably good that he doesn't think we're insulting him or something.
Use ChatGPT to come up with the chants because ChatGPT has the highest guardrails of any of the AI when it comes to
Is that true?
Doling out the dirty stuff. I don't know. Of the ones I've used, it does. They've got pretty high.
I got to get into this Claude fella.
Yeah, I've heard about.
Because I've only messed with Gemini, which sucks, and ChatGPT. So right now, ChatGPT is way above Gemini for me, but I haven't even experimented with Claude.
I've heard people talking about Claude.
Seems like the people I see on X who are definitely smarter than me, scientist types and everything.
Yeah.
It seems like they use Claude a lot.
I know. Could it be too smart for me and you? Could it be a little?
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Like ChatGPT, while it's got the high guardrails, it does speak to me. It does.
I ain't trying to win no Nobel Prize here.
That's right.
I just need some good sports verbiage. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: what do you think happens? Okay, it'll be interesting after this weekend against the Reds. They come home for this series in Seattle, and I think it was Chandler who kind of laid out the number of days of rest math for Imai here, particular that Imai is about that stuff. So it would be Monday, I guess, where Imai would be starting for the Astros against the Mariners. And there's been nothing that he's done in his 2 starts in the minors that would indicate that he's fixed whatever was wrong with him before,
not even close.
Before the quote right arm fatigue. Not even close.
Yeah.
Yes,
we've added to the long list of things that he has, through an interpreter, described as the things that have made him uncomfortable while trying to pitch in Major League Baseball.
The pitch clock, which he's dealt with since he got here and knew about when he got here, presumably. Yeah. And the way the other one was the way they prepare.
Which a lot of other Major League pitchers in America had to adjust to.
Yes.
Not so long ago.
No, he was acting like, or his translator at least, the way he spoke about it, acted like they just sprung it on him or something like that. So
he doesn't like that he doesn't like that the Astros are asking him to attack batters' weaknesses.
Right.
When he'd rather just go out and throw a slider on the first pitch every single time. Look, that's the way the interpreter put it. Yeah. You got a Major League pitcher. Yeah. Getting up and saying, through the interpreter, who knows if he got it right.
Yep.
I'd just like to be able to throw a pitch I'm comfortable with, like a slider on the first pitch.
Okay,
they'll never catch on to that.
So given all these excuses he's been making, given the way folks like you and I on the radio have processed these excuses, to where it's certainly come through a prism of where we're at a minimum upset with Imai right now, right? I think his popularity level is very low right now. If he goes out and pitches an inning and 2/3, walks 6 guys, hits a guy, leaves having given up 3 runs, which is totally in play. Yeah. Other than one start this year, every start, including the minors, has looked something like that. Does he get booed off the mound? When he's walking back to the dugout, having taken the ball from him in the second inning, do those 23,000 people out there on Monday boo him?
I feel like at Dyken Park, I mean, compared to other ballparks, the booing your own guys, it's
very low.
It feels very low to me.
Is,
it's not like I've done a deep dive Claude analysis on this.
No. But Imai is he's pushing it right now.
I think through a combination of just the general congeniality of Dyken Park crowds, and then also, something that's been driven into us is, man, I don't want to be canceled because of appearing xenophobic. Everybody's gonna be like, hold off a second, everybody.
Yep.
I don't have the camera to catch me.
Yep.
And I'm all of a sudden lose my job.
You know what I'm going with, Seth?
Yeah.
Smattering. There's going to be a smattering of booze. Yeah, smattering of booze, which is not deafening, but I think there will be some boo birds in that crowd. I mean, look, it's thousands of people.
Of booze, and yet I also would like to have a return of just some Ric Flair woos. Okay,
just because
the guy who was really good at it back in the day when what's his face was out there,
Josh Reddick.
Yeah, when Josh Reddick was getting the woo a lot. Remember there was one guy on the broadcast who was really
at the stadium. Yeah. Like
he was the equivalent of that whistling guy at the Saints.
He was
good. It was that just give a big woo and wink while you're doing it, and an old Payne and Pendergast will understand what you're doing.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we're good. On a Friday, rolling along. All right, question about the Texans. I actually stole this from Clint at a meeting we had the other day. I don't think he even knew he gave me a topic. Are the Texans the least bustable team in the NFL this season? The least bustable team. I'll explain what that is coming up next. But is your patio furniture and your barbecue grill and things that you've got that are made of metal, are they
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, the topic of the direction of the Astros is one that gets the texts coming out of the woodwork like when you kick an ant pile, I think. That's what that's going to be. It's going to be like that over the next month. We'll read some of them in a little bit here on the Base Power text line. A lot of people emotional about the Houston Astros. It's been a while since we've had a bad baseball team that looks like it could be bad for the entire season.
Closest I've ever come to kicking an ant pile was when Brandy and I were driving up to Austin one weekend. It was our first off season in Houston. And I had to go to the bathroom, pulled off to the side of the road, and I was taking a whiz, and all of a sudden realized I was standing in an ant pile.
That happened to me, too, one time. Yeah,
that was my introduction to Texas red ants.
Yeah.
It's a different level, man. It's I don't know what it was. I don't know what the species difference is or anything compared to, say, Florida. Yeah. But it was rough. It was a horrible trip to Austin.
Oh,
because
dude.
of that.
Well, and the bites and everything. Yeah, mine was I was actually with Granado and Raheel driving to New Orleans to cover the Texans in training camp one year.
Yeah.
In 2010, and it was nighttime. So we were driving a truck that had all the equipment in the back that we were going to use to broadcast from there. And I said, I got to go, man. So Granado pulls over on the side of I-10, and it's nighttime, and it's kind of raining, too. And so I go stand on the side of the road, and I do my business. I get back in the truck, and I'm just sitting there in the truck, and I'm like, that's weird. Ow, that's something. Wait, ow. And he turn. I say, John, turn the light on, and the light in the truck, inside the truck, and he turns it on. And my calf is just covered in ants. And I'm like,
that's the worst. They're such sneaky bastards.
They are.
That they figure out, they must have a way of communicating or something like, okay, like they coordinate their attack. Because they sneak in and you just think you got a little itch or something. And it goes from 0 to 10 in about 2 seconds.
And the bites aren't just normal bites. Like bite.
No, it's something.
They bite you and your leg looks like a teenager's face. Like it's like pus and zits and everything on your leg. It's nasty.
Never go outside, kids.
Yeah, don't. Just stay inside. The free Odyssey
Play
app.
video games.
Yeah. And have the free Odyssey app in the background. Payne and Pendergast, man. Yeah, all you kids out there. It's good advice. Are the Texans the least bustable team in the NFL? This is where I got this topic the other day, Seth. So I mentioned this meeting Clint and I were part of the other day, and Parker, our boss. Our sales staff was having a sales meeting kind of strategizing about the upcoming football season, so they had us in there to talk some Texans with the salespeople, right?
Yeah.
The reasons to get excited about the season. And Clint said something that I thought was interesting. He said the thing, Chief and Chiefesses, that about the Texans, Chiefs and Chiefettes, about the Texans is that one of the things is they're probably the least bustable team in the NFL. In other words, they're the team, because of how they're built, that is least likely to be expected to win a lot of games.
Yeah.
That then goes on to have a 2-14 season. We've seen that happen with the This before.
And then, in true salesman fashion, he sold them a bunch of tickets to the Titanic. He was,
yeah.
This ship ain't never gonna sink.
This is the least bustable cruise ship of all time. But I started thinking about that, and I said, okay, what are the elements that he was talking about? The floor being so high for this team. This is a team. And I think it's true. Like,
very unlikely that they go 2-15.
If you had to pick a team that's going to be playing relevant games in December and your life depended on it, just playing relevant games, not winning a Super Bowl, just playing games that matter in December, I think the Texans, I was thinking about it just sitting up there with Clinton. I'm like, man, I think he might be right, because I think the two things that you need to be a team that is non-bustable or less bustable is a great defense and a lack of dependency on a quarterback. And I know that the Texans don't have a great run game, as far as we know, and CJ has not been great. But the drop off from CJ to, like, you had a quarterback, you had a backup last year that went 3-0 out there.
Well, this is the thing, and this is where I think people, sometimes you let the postseason performance by CJ affect your overall assessment of him too much.
Yeah.
And then because we're having an ongoing discussion about whether or not he should get a new contract, people kind of lump everything all together. And because you might feel like, okay, he hasn't earned a top 5 salary quarterback type of contract. He hasn't played like a top 5 quarterback. people have a tendency to act like he played like trash all season long last year, when as objectively as possible, because I've checked myself on this a couple times, he was a middling NFL quarterback by a lot of standards, just by the major QBR, passer rating, EPA per dropback, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
He was in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Better than a few guys like Joe Burrow and whatnot and everything. But nothing impressive, but not one of the worst quarterbacks in the league. And if he gave that exact same performance again this year, and you've got a defense that returns just all of your important guys, it's hard to imagine, barring a ridiculous Astros-level scourge of injuries, it's hard to imagine them being a bad football team.
Right.
So we've got that at least.
Yeah. Well, but I think that's relevant just in terms of, the season bottoming out. Like, this is a team. The defense will not allow this team, I think, to win fewer than, say, 7 games. Like, if everything went the worst on offense, you had injuries on the offensive line, the running game doesn't progress. But most of all, CJ, you throw him out there for 17 games and it looks like it did. Look, if he looks like he did in the Patriots game, he's going to get benched at some point if that's what it looks like. But it's just not great. I think the defense is still going to be good enough for them to muck their way to a bunch of 20-17 wins during the season at some point. So there's that. And Davis Mills being the backup, I think, matters. He's, as backup standards go, he's definitely one of the better backups in the NFL. I think we saw that last year. He's not a great quarterback, but he did enough to win 3 games for you last year. And he had probably the most important game of the year was a Davis Mills start when he engineered that comeback against Jacksonville. That saved the season for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, no, that was and the Davis Mills performance too is interesting because people will ask me at times, again, in how people reframe and remember things. There are a lot of people out there that are convinced that Davis Mills played better than C.J. Stroud when he came in last year, and I don't necessarily understand where they're getting that from. He had a couple of awesome fourth quarters, but by and large, it was a whole lot of really, really frustrating play in the first 3 quarters of the game. You could see that he still has those same issues with being consistently accurate. He was getting rid of the ball incredibly fast, and I credit him and Nick Caley for coming up with game plans that worked. Yeah. But by and large, they won 3 games, they did because Davis Mills had some incredible drives in the fourth quarter there. Don't get me wrong. But it was a complete team affair more so than it was, oh, wow, look, Davis Mills is better than C.J. Stroud out there. Yeah.
I'm trying to think who are the other teams that are in the mix on this. If you're going to say that a team is the least something or the most something, then by definition you're saying that they're number 1 on the list. I think Seattle, obviously. I mean, Seattle's built very similar to the Texans in that they're kind of defense and just don't screw it up, Sam dependent. I think the Broncos also, the defense is way better than they get credit for, I think. And as long as Bo Nix is healthy, like Sean Payton's going to figure out a way. Sean Payton won 8 games with Russell Wilson, bad Russell Wilson. So I think Denver's on the list. I put Philly on my list just because they seem to have the bleep hit the fan every season, and they still win 11 games every year. There's sort of a cockroach element to Nick Sirianni that I feel like I need to put Philly on that list in terms of bustable.
The funny thing is, I think the Patriots had an incredible offensive performance last year. They go to the Super Bowl, and I don't put them on that list.
I don't. Schedule was too easy last year.
The schedule was too easy, and then also you lose Stephon Diggs, which I guess because of his legal situation at the time, people didn't necessarily. There wasn't as much hand-wringing over that as I thought there would be, except that I think it's just a foregone conclusion in a lot of people's minds that A.J. Brown's going to be there.
Yeah.
But when you look at an offense that relied so heavily on the deep ball. I don't know in the modern NFL when teams and good defenses have an entire offseason to look at what worked for you, that's something repeatable. I think it ends up being that. Remember when teams just started playing nothing but cover 2 versus Pat Mahomes, and he had to learn how to be more of a boring NFL quarterback?
Yeah.
And if the Patriots do that but especially without A.J. Brown and without Stephon Diggs, they might have a huge fall back to earth.
Yep, we'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Are the Texans the least bustable team in the NFL this year. Weigh in 713-572-4610. That's the base power text line. All right, coming up next, there's a name that's now out there on the free agent market in the NFL that I'm wondering, should the Texans kick tires? This guy may actually fill a need on the Texans. James Harden pooped the bed last night as well. We've got some headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic coming up next, but I get to talk about my good friend Dr. Ben Salento right now. The Inspire sleep apnea implant.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Sorry, Seth and I are workshopping a segment for next week. It's going to be really good, we promise. Let's get to headlines. The Astros, not much to talk about there. They were off last night. They play Cincinnati this weekend. In Cincinnati, it'll be Mike Burrows tonight, Spencer Arrighetti tomorrow, and then Cody Bolton in what I'm assuming is maybe like a quasi-bullpen game. I don't know. Cody Bolton.
I feel like it's a disservice to calling things bullpen games anymore when it's just it's a committee affair with the Astros.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's almost like every game that's not an Arrighetti game is a bullpen game.
You know what it is?
It turns into one.
This is what it is. It's I'm out of bullets, I'm just going to throw the pistol at you game. It's a kind of like,
It's a pistol whip game. That's what we're going to call it from now on. Pistol whip
but a
game.
limp-armed pistol whipping.
Oh, yeah, no. They're not going to win.
Like, you slept on your arm wrong. You wake up, it's asleep, and you're trying to beat the intruder with your empty pistol. Well, you can't actually feel your arm.
And they're doing that thing.
Like, run, honey.
And then your opponent is standing there like rolling their eyes going, ow, ow, ow. It's mocking you. So that's this weekend. Cincinnati, 3-game set in Cincinnati. NBA playoffs last night.
I tweaked my rotator cuff, miming a limp-armed throwing motion.
That's what you get for making fun of the Astros.
So hard for me to throw limp-armed that I tweaked something. There's nothing but pristine mechanics.
I am, as you know, Seth, I've been in somewhat of a vengeful mode this week. I have no idea why, but you've pointed it out several times, and you're right.
Am I right? I was just kind of teasing you.
Well, I'm about to give you a little fodder, a little log to throw in the fire. James Harden.
Yeah.
James Harden against Detroit last night.
It's incredible.
Dude, and I'm going to tell you, okay, let me tell you, the Cavaliers lose by 10 to Detroit in Detroit, so they're down 2-0 in this series.
Yeah.
They go back to Cleveland now, so we'll see what happens there. James Harden has been abysmal in these first 2 games of this series, and he's not been great even in that Toronto series that they took 7 games for them to win. He's not been great. 3 for 13 from the field last night, 0 for from three-point land, 4 turnovers, and it feels like all 4 of them wound up on social media because they were so bad.
They were classic James Harden playoff turnovers.
Like an old man trying to dribble the basketball.
Nick, and it's just, every year. You see this. Nick Wright had this stat.
Yeah.
It was James Harden's 182nd career playoff game.
Yep.
It's the 36th time he's had 3 or fewer made field goals.
Yeah.
So in 20% of his career playoff games, he's had 3 or fewer. It was the 46th time that he's had as many or more turnovers than field goals made. More than 25% of his career playoff games have been like that. He's had more turnovers than field goals.
Just to contextualize, that means that this stuff, which is inexcusable for a superstar, that is inexcusable poor performance for somebody that makes the money James Harden makes, and at this stage in his career has the playoff experience that he has. That means it happens at least once a series, if not more.
It honestly, and that's the biggest thing. It's weird that, we started to get in the go-around of people saying, oh, boy, it doesn't look so stupid if you brought James Harden back at this point, does it? Yes, it does, because it's just he is so dependable in being undependable in the playoffs. So if you're any team that wants to take your team to that next level, regular season performance is great, but if you're trying to take your team to the next level, Harden's not the guy to do it.
No.
And it's not going to get any better as he gets older.
Yep. This always gives us a chance, too, to play this little bit of audio. This is Brian Damaris, who at the time was on the Mavericks broadcast back in 2023 when this bit of audio came out.
This was November of 2023.
Yeah.
This wasn't the playoffs, but who they play? Who was he?
I'm trying to remember. Was he Clippers at the time?
I believe so.
He's played for so many teams lately. He may have gotten his way out. I'm looking it up right now too, Seth. So this is, regardless of who he played for, it was in November of 2023. So here in November of 2023, James Harden had just gotten to the Clippers. Okay. Yeah. So he had been traded to the Clippers in the offseason from Philly. He had bitched his way out of Philly. And Brian Damaris of the Mavs broadcast team had this to say about James Harden.
Ask the producer to pipe this into the Clippers locker room so I can talk to you, James. I hope you're taking notes. I'm telling you in advance, you're welcome for the wisdom I'm about to spew. Because, listen, I get on my knees every night and pray for someone to believe in me like Daryl Morey believed in you. You wanted a certain coach, they brought in Mike D'Antoni. You wanted to play a certain style, they played it. You wanted Dwight Howard, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. You wanted Chris Paul, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. They brought in your old friend Russell Westbrook. You want to go to Vegas on off days? They looked away. You wanted the team to stay over so you could go out at night? They changed the schedule, and it didn't work. And you know what? You said, I'm going to break up with my whoopee. Not good enough. I see the bright lights in New York. I want to go there. My old pal Kevin Durant. It's going to work. The big three. And all after 1 year, you want it out. You realize,
okay,
oh my gosh.
There's still another whole minute of this guy railing on James Harden.
Yeah.
So we're good. Yeah, Ben, we're good. We got the point. And he could have gone. He could add chapters to it now in Cleveland. He goes to Cleveland and kind of teases them with a good regular season. As you know, Seth, I listen in on Cleveland radio fairly frequently because I like the guys that are on before us out there. And I like them so much. And they were talking themselves into James Harden during the regular season when he was good and about how it's going to be different this time. He's got Donovan Mitchell next to him. Meanwhile, ignoring the fact that Donovan Mitchell is also one of the biggest playoff chokers of the last 10 years with the Jazz and with the Cleveland Cavaliers. So, yeah, it's happening again.
How have they been handling it this week with these couple of performances he's had?
Well, it's funny because Ken Carman, who would be the one that would flip out about it, is on vacation this week. So,
oh no,
I'm really looking forward to Monday.
Worry about that guy.
I know.
He really gets
amped up, man.
I'm sure a lot of people accuse him of fake rage or something. No. This guy's the real deal.
It's real.
And I worry about him because he's a bigger guy.
Yeah,
and you can see his blood pressure.
His face gets red.
I could read his blood pressure with just by staring at his neck.
140 over 110.
Yeah, we don't need a cuff.
Yeah.
Well, it's way higher than 140 over 110.
It's definitely higher. You're right.
I feel like he's up at 200 over something.
No doubt. Okay, hey, I want to get one more in here because this is actually the one I teased. Kenny Moore got his release from the Indianapolis Colts yesterday. He's wanted out of Indianapolis. He requested a trade. I'm guessing they couldn't find a trade partner suitable, so they just gave him his out-and-out release yesterday. Cornerback is one of the positions the Texans need some bodies right now.
Yeah, but he's a slot corner, and he's still an above-average corner, I'd say.
Yeah.
Not what he used to be. I think he'll probably get a good contract somewhere and an opportunity to be a starter.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the aisle the Texans should be shopping in. And because this always happens with defensive backs. I mean, we did this with safety. When the Texans drafted Kalen Bullock, there were a lot of big name safeties out there, and people were upset that they hadn't gone after him.
Yep.
And Kalen Bullock ended up being the answer to that question. I think likewise, they've bolstered the secondary with Reed Blankenship. They still do need depth, but I think that they want to see what they have in Jalen Smith.
Yeah.
Kamari Ramsey's a 5th-round pick, right?
Yes.
Yep. So I don't know how many. And he's not an outside guy, most likely either. But I don't think that they'll be shopping in the Kenny Moore aisle.
I don't think so either. I just wanted to workshop it a little bit. Yeah. I'm with you on that.
I wouldn't think they were idiots if they signed him, but I think I'd rather see what they can do with somebody that either one of the young guys developing, or somebody out there via trade or roster cuts or something that can play on the outside.
I would if they gave him like $12 million or something like that. That if they brought him in on some cheapo contract, then it's another body. Why not? Guy's done a lot of things. Colts fans would probably be upset about it. We always like upsetting them. That's fun. Speaking of which, you mentioned Jalen Smith's name. Kamari Lasser was on Texans All Access this week. He's always good. He actually talked about Jalen Smith. I got kind of excited when he talked about that. And we've got some other stuff from Kamari Lasser as well. We'll hit in the 7 o'clock hour. Also, if C.J. Stroud is trying to get paid, the schedule makers, or really the schedule formula, is doing, and the schedule comes out next week, but the schedule formula, the list of opponents, I think is doing him a huge favor if he's trying to get paid. I'll explain that. We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour coming up next.
Hey, whatever you're getting paid right now, you want to be sure that you're going to get paid in return.
HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, real quick, I promised I'd read a couple of the texts from the Base Power text line. Then we'll hear from Kamari Lasser of your Houston Texans. These are. I said that there were a lot of Astro texts coming out of the woodwork. Seth and I led into the show talking about the Astros and where they're at after this off day, and is this a stretch of schedule that could get a manager fired, especially with all the divisional home games coming up next week. Opportunity to get back in it, but also if it goes the other way, it could be bad for Joe Espada. Text message is, frugal as Jim Crane is, I don't anticipate any firing of the GM or the manager and a replacement with the knowledge that there's probably not going to be a baseball season next year. He's not going to pay a GM or a manager to do nothing for a year. Here's the thing about that. Dana Brown and Joe Espada are both in the last year of their deals.
Yeah.
So they would be paying nobody to do anything next year.
You make the change, and like that's sunk cost or whatever.
Yeah.
So, this isn't – baseball, for those of you who don't know it, like baseball is way different than football. You don't hear that much talk or consternation about lame duck contracts. A lot of GMs, it's very, very common for a GM to end a season without a contract.
Yeah.
And it not be that big a deal.
Ask James Click. He ended his season without a contract.
But a lot of guys, there's a lot of good GMs where the ownership is happy with them, but they let the contract run out and then they come up with a new contract. So it's not the same as it is in football.
Yep.
It's rarely a talking point the way it is in the NFL.
Okay, this person I think is trolling us a little bit.
Okay.
Good morning, guys. I've been listening to y'all for the last 10 minutes, and I can't believe you haven't said anything about Rousini and Vrabel. Don't you all report on this stuff? That goes back to a listener who said that seriously yesterday to us at like 7 o'clock after we talked about it at 6:30.
Video did emerge yesterday.
The video did emerge. We'll get to that later on in this segment. We've got it in the rundown, listeners. Don't worry. We know the appetite for it. So this was Kamari Lasser. He was on Texans All Access this week. He's always a good interview, man. We just got done talking about the cornerback position with the Texans because the Colts released Kenny Moore. Seth and I arrived at the conclusion that the Texans should not be shopping in the Kenny Moore aisle. And part of that would be Jalen Smith, who they drafted last year out of USC, who was injured for most of the season.
And it was considered a reach at the time. So for whatever that's worth, the Texans thought a lot. The Texans thought highly enough of him to draft him a couple rounds ahead of where the consensus would have had him.
Yep.
So for some of you, you'll say, great, the guy definitely sucks and they reach. Some of you might say, the Texans liked him for a reason.
Yeah.
So, there's a good chance that with a healthy Jalen Smith, they want to see what they have in him before they go shopping elsewhere.
Right, and he only played 4 games, so we don't really know which direction is the right one right now with Jalen Smith. But Kamari Lasser shed some light on it. Mark Vandermeer asked him about Jalen Smith in year 2.
Big things. Rock knows I expect big things from him. Like, he has all the talent in the world. He's got every intangible you could think of. I just hate that he got injured and missed so much time last year because he was on the perfect track to just be really good. Mm-hmm. But once he gets back on that field, y'all are going to see something special. Rock is good. He's really special.
Okay, Rock. J-Rock is his nickname. That's why they call him Rock.
Yeah.
So Kamari Lasser is he's optimistic about Jalen Smith.
And it's interesting because I think Jalen Smith vaguely could be compared to Kamari Lasser in that, people had questions about just how fast Kamari Lasser was, et cetera, et cetera. But whatever, even leaving that aside, Kamari Lasser just does some things so well technically and from a feel standpoint, and with an understanding of the timing of an offense and everything, he does a really good job above and beyond the measurables. And I think that's probably what the Texans saw in Jalen Smith as well, because some of the measurables were more of the knock on Jalen Smith. So it's interesting to me to hear Kamari Lasser talk about him and maybe see some things in his game perhaps that other people didn't.
Well, we'll talk. You know what? I've got a question I want to ask you about Kamari in a little bit. Really more about the rookies this year that we'll get to, but let's get a couple more Kamaris in here. What's the offseason look like for Kamari Lasser heading into year 3?
Offseason is really, like, you take time. You do offseason really in increments, I've learned. So, like, you have a time period, like whenever you first get into offseason, you rest. Then you gradually get back into it. You start working out. And then you work on things that you aren't good at. And then you master the things that you are good at, and then by the time you get back into the building, it's almost like riding a bike. You're like getting back to hearing the calls, getting back to like doing regular football things and a routine. So it's like at this point in the offseason, I'm getting back into like my I would say like my camp routine, like the routine that I'm going to be in like for camp. And you just take it slow because the days are still like they're still short. Like it's only 4 hours in a day, so you just take it as it comes and you enjoy the rest of the day.
That is an organized dude right there.
Yeah.
that is somebody. I mean, think about that. He's like,
he was off by 18 hours on the hours in a day, but I think I know what he meant.
I think he meant. What did I think he meant? Like in the building, right?
No, obviously, yeah. No, in a workday. In terms of, you're right. Just talking about as soon as you use the word incremental, I was like, oh, okay, yeah. This guy's got a plan.
Yeah.
I talked to him in West Virginia last year, and it was a classic Seth Payne interview where I forgot to hit record. But one of the things that he had talked about, I love asking each of these guys what their pro-grow tape is. And
what is your favorite non-recorded Seth Payne interview?
Just take my word for it.
Yeah, it was really good.
Favorite. Okay, so first I'll tell you Kamari, and then I'll tell you about my favorite non-recorded segment. Was
I can't believe there's an answer. Continue, Kamari. Yeah.
Was he said he wanted to work on his off-ball stuff, and that was the thing that going into the season last year, that ended up being something the Texans would do a lot of, and he was really, really good at. So, like all these guys on defense, usually, the way that D'Amico coaches them, and when you hear guys talk about doing things in increments, and that's a big part of that is the way that D'Amico approaches guys' development in the offseason. He makes it very in bite-sized chunks. He makes it very attainable in guys' minds. So when you ask guys on the defense, what are you working on? They usually have an itemized list.
Yeah.
It's not, they don't go into an offseason and think, I got to just get better and start working on 29 different things all at once. They've got a list of things that they're specifically trying to get better at. And we've watched Will Anderson do it. Every year he'll talk in the offseason about what's on his pro-grow tape this year. And he usually ends up improving in that aspect. That part of it I like. My favorite interview that I ever did where I had forgotten to hit record was when Mark Vandermeer, the first year I was getting into radio, showed way too much faith in me to do a lot of stuff on my own.
Okay.
And I would, every week for Texans All Access, I was on with him. I wasn't doing full-time Sports Radio 610 at the time. I would interview a doctor from about just various injuries or whatever.
Oh.
And it was usually a different doctor each time.
Okay.
So I ended up doing that. I think we started midway through the year, so I probably did 12 or 13 of them.
Yeah.
And I would say in at least 4 occasions I forgot to hit record.
Stop it. No, 4 times?
Yeah, 4 times. And then the one time guy had to take time out between surgeries to do it. I did the interview. It was like 5-6 minutes. And he had to hurry back to surgery.
Oh, my God.
And I realized I hadn't hit record. So I had to wait like another 3 hours until he was done with this surgery for him to come back and do the interview.
Was that doctor cool about it?
Oh, yeah, he was super cool about it.
Okay.
I think you could hear the trembling voice I had, that I was just completely out of my – I didn't even know how to work the damn computer that I was using to record from. I was up in the studio.
Yeah.
I was up right there in the studio that's behind us there. Those are my favorites.
The doctor.
I like that I would
interviews.
do it with doctors who definitely were better at stuff like, finishing classes in college
Than
and everything.
Yeah,
probably could do this job. Could have done that interview 29 times better than me.
I got to tell you, I would have liked to have heard that Kamari interview. I overheard some of it. I was standing near you, but I would like to have heard it in crystal clear
I think it was a
digital audio.
It was a Kalen where my tripod fell over too. I think I was doing it with Kalen.
That was Kalen. I remember that.
My tripod fell over.
Yeah.
And I scrambled and put it back up, but it had stopped recording when it fell over.
Yep.
But it's a really cool clip of Kalen Bullock as you can see his face as the camera's going down.
Yeah.
And you see the sky. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. The sky that's right. I forgot about that. It was aimed up at the sky. Oh my God. That's like out of a sitcom. What are Kamari Lassiter's individual goals this season?
I feel like I want to be a good leader on our team, for one. I feel like we have really good leaders on our team, and I've seen the leadership, whether it's from guys like Petrie, who don't talk a lot, even Sting, who doesn't talk a lot, whether it's guys like Will and Aziz, who are more vocal, even CJ, just guys who I want to be like a good leader on our team. I feel like, year 1 and year 2, those are like your younger years. Once you get into year 3, you got to go ahead and make that transition. Yep. So I feel like that's something that I really want to work on. And then on the field, I feel like I just want the ball. I want the ball. I want more ball production.
Okay. That's where it's
all production.
That's where it's nice having a guy like Stingley on the other side. Like they're not going to avoid Kamari Lasser. You got to throw at one of them every play.
That was one of the more underrated things about Kamari Lasser's rookie year, and it was that I felt like he did not get enough credit nationally, partly because people when it comes to cornerbacks, unless you're a first-round guy, they really don't think. They think, well, all the guys that are really, really good, just the measurables, et cetera, et cetera.
Or you need you need like 7 interceptions to get on the map.
But so he's playing really well. Well, at the same time, playing opposite of Derek Stingley, who was already an established made man.
Yep.
And they're going to test the rookie, and he got tested a bunch. And I felt like people really slept on him. Last year, it felt like the national recognition went way up, partly because the Texans' defense were very much a topic of conversation. And anytime people watch the Texans play, Kamari jumps off the screen at you.
Yep.
And if he makes a big play, you really notice it because he's slapping his head like a
He's
maniac.
just so different than a lot of cornerbacks.
Well, yeah, you know what?
He's so physical. This
where it really helped, too, in terms of people knowing about him nationally. So many former cornerbacks would do little videos about this is how you come up and play the run as a cornerback. Adam Archuleta loves Kamari Lasser, and a few other guys have kind of singled him out and done little film breakdowns of, wow, yeah, if you're a cornerback, this is how you set the edge.
Yep.
If you're a cornerback, this is how you come up and tackle. And people love a guy that plays really an old school version of football.
Yep.
While still being usually the guys that come up and play the run that effectively don't cover as well as Kamari Lasser does.
And he covers,
they're cover 2 type corners.
Yep. Yeah, guys do not get behind Kamari Lasser, that's for sure. I've not listened to this one yet, but I'm curious. Am I setting my expectations too high on this answer? I don't know. But he was asked, what do the DBs talk about amongst each other on the Texans?
Let's see. We were just, I'm not going to lie, before I came in here, the reason it took me so long, we were just having a full-blown debate about whose college team would have beat whose team. Like, we were just in there having wow. Like, they think, so me and CB sophomore year, they lost to Utah. And I'm like, bro, I went to Georgia. We would never have lost to Utah.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, because they were going to, in the playoffs, they played Utah, and then we played, who do we play? It doesn't matter who we play. But we were going to meet them up in the next round. And we're like, okay, we're finna play USC.
Yeah.
They lost to Utah, so we didn't play them. And then it's like this whole big deal that everyone's college team that think they could beat us. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so.
Well, you've done it.
Poor Reed Blankenship. Just sitting there on the side. It's like Middle Tennessee State.
And these are his new teammates also. This is probably like the first group conversation he's even been a part of.
Reed's like, well, what if you guys played us like in an opening, kind of. What if you guys had taken us lightly?
Yeah, that's
and you end up being that classic game that gets taken down by Middle Tennessee State, Paid us $500,000 to take an L.
They're all like looking at him, okay, bro. That's an interesting one, though. I guess the most heated debate would be Kamari's Georgia championship team versus Stingley's LSU. Boy, I don't know, man. That LSU team that Stingley was on is one of the greatest college football teams of all time. With Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase were their wide receivers on that team.
Yeah, that's a great. That's a great one for Kamari to argue against, just because obviously he's talking about how the defense have done.
Be a fun simulation. I'd like to see. Let's simulate.
I feel
Kamari's
like
Georgia versus that.
I mean, between the Baylor teams that Jalen Petrie played on, Middle Tennessee State, and then USC.
Yeah.
I feel like it was mostly just Kamari and Derek Stingley arguing.
And
with
I would
each other.
pick Kamari in a debate over Stingley because Stingley doesn't talk.
Yeah, that's true.
And at last I checked, to win a debate, you need to talk.
Well, that's where the other guy's coming in, and who's sticking up for whom would have mattered the most. Okay, and if you feels like Jalen Petrie just feels like he'd have a great debate persona.
I feel like he's a big enough football nerd where he's probably done all the research on the teams and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yes, if I'm Stingley, kind of like Game of Thrones, where Tyrion had to pick somebody to fight for him against the mountain to stay alive.
Yeah.
He had to pick a champion. If I were Derek Stingley Jr., because I don't like to talk, but I wanted somebody to argue the merits of my LSU team against Kamari Lasser, it's got to be a defensive back. I think it would be Petrie probably. It'd probably be Petrie that I would use. Petrie, and then maybe Bullock, because I feel like Bullock probably has a healthy brother-on-brother rivalry with Kamari Lasser, and Bullock would throw a lot of emotion into it just to beat his best friend Kamari Lasser in a debate.
Yeah.
But it'd probably be Petrie.
Where'd Marcus Ingram go? Buffalo?
He would not. He'd be sitting next to Reed Blankenship. They'd just be sitting on the bench watching everybody argue.
It's the State University of New York at Buffalo, too.
Is that what it is?
That's one thing that's annoying about University of Buffalo. It's not University of Buffalo. It's University at Buffalo.
Oh, really?
UB. Yeah.
Okay. I did not know that. I learned something new today. One more from Kamari Lasser, and this will be the burn-in period, I guess, is that there's a bunch of guys every year that change their jersey numbers. This messes with me at every training camp. I thought that 25 was Kareem Jackson for like the first 2 years after Kareem Jackson was gone. Like there's just certain numbers you get used to.
Yeah.
Kamari's going from 4 to 3 this year.
Yeah.
So
Which is a better number.
What's that?
It's a better number.
3?
Yeah,
3 is a sleeker number.
Back, even though as I'm still trying to adjust to this brave new world of single-digit position numbers and everything.
Yeah,
3 is definitely a better defensive player number. Than,
I would say so
4.
too. I would say so too. Here was Kamari Lasser on why he's doing that.
You take 3, then Woody takes 4.
Mm-hmm.
Your decision to go to number 3.
Easy. I knew I was going to 3 from the moment I got here. It's just a matter. It's a matter of when. So I knew Tank wanted 1, and he knew I wanted 3. So we had already talked about that a long time ago, and then we finally just did it. And then Woody wanted number 4, so it was easy. But obviously, like my name and my number are similar.
Yeah.
So it was hard for other people to call me K3 when I was wearing 4.
That's right.
But my name and my number have nothing to do with each other. But it's just much easier now.
Even though you've already established yourself as 4 in the league, Pro Bowler, people know you now as 4, but
Yes,
that's
sir.
okay.
It's all good. I feel like I define a number. You know?
Okay.
So my play is number 4 is gonna be a good memory, but 3 is gonna be even better.
I mean, he was 3 at Georgia.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was 3 the entire time at Georgia, but all the pictures you look at, he's wearing a 3.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like an old man here too. I feel like the number changes are way more frequent these days, and it's hard for us olds to keep up. I don't like it. I just feel like, hey, you got you're 4 for a couple of years, and yes, 3 is a better number than 4, but don't let people kind of let it burn into their consciousness of, oh yeah, that's Kamari Lasser.
Jalen Knoll changed numbers. Kate Stover is now number 8.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff.
I don't
man.
even try anymore. I see people get all worked up about this and they tweet about it and everything. I figure I'll figure it out when the season comes around.
Hey, here's a question I wanted to ask you about Kamari Lasser. Is rookie minicamp starts? I don't know if they practiced yesterday or not. It's open to the media today, so this is the first one we've been able to see.
They're on the field doing like their whatever their teaching work is.
They were okay, yeah. So this is the first one we get to look at today.
Well, I mean, with some veteran players, too, and everything. Just on-field work.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you sure? I thought it was just rookies. Either way. So either way, there will be rookies out there. I think this is rookie minicamp today. I'm pretty sure. So
today is rookie minicamp.
Today's rookie minicamp, yeah. So a couple of years ago, Kamari Lasser felt like an anointed rookie. Like he, from rookie minicamp on, was treated as a starter, special. And once they mixed the veterans in, he was still the first-string cornerback when OTAs and things like that started.
Yeah.
Do you see the potential for any of the rookies this time around to make that sort of impression on the team?
I don't think so. And just real quick, just to clear it up, like they were doing, I mean, because the Texans Twitter account posted this stuff of this. They do it on-field work with the veterans, but it's like all teach-type stuff and everything. Like CJ's handing the ball off to Kamari and everything. So that rookie minicamp's a different thing. It's just rookies that are out there.
Right.
As far as the guys this year that could possibly make a showing like the way Kamari Lasser did in OTAs last year. Yeah, like Kamari Lasser was out there and he was working in with the ones very, very early on. I don't think there's necessarily somebody that even has the opportunity to jump out like that.
How come?
Because the guys who are the early draft picks are all guys where the pads matter. You know, Keelan Rutledge and Caden McDonald and Fabechi Wiwu, they're linemen. And if they're taking reps with the ones or the twos, there's only so much you can show when you're not wearing pads.
I would even throw Marlon Klein in there because he's probably got to make an impression blocking.
I was gonna kind of work the way down on physicality. Marlon Klein would be next amongst the guys that are high draft picks. He might show something as a receiver, but you're still even as a receiver, you got to get off the line of scrimmage. You got to do all these things. The physicality still matters too much for tight end for him to, I think, to make a great leap or bound in OTAs. So I think that the later draft picks like Kamari Ramsey or Lewis Bond or somebody, maybe they show up at some point, but they're also not in positions where there isn't an entrenched starter.
Yeah.
Kamari, it was him versus a bunch of journeyman-type veterans competing to be a starting cornerback. There's not really that position in the skill positions.
It's a better roster now.
Yeah, it's just a better roster than it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah. I'm excited to see it still, just seeing the new guys in their uniforms and whatnot. That's today at 10:45. And I think there's going to be media afterwards. Some of the rookies are going to be meeting with the media, so we should have some good audio for Monday and for this afternoon on the station. I was thinking about this, Seth. Schedule releases next week, so they're still doing this thing where the NFL, where it's either going to be Wednesday or Thursday. I don't know what is so hard about nailing down a date for this thing every year. It's just the announcement of the schedule. We'll start to get, I would imagine, little trickles of the schedule coming out Monday, Tuesday next week. That always happens.
There's leaks usually, or they announce when the opening game is going to be and all that.
They're planned leaks.
That's true.
We'll get the international games before the regular schedule comes out.
Yeah.
We'll get one-offs, and it always feels like the Texans are never one of those games that gets dripped out there. Except the year the Christmas games got announced. That did get announced early, Tuesday, the day before the whole schedule got announced. So I say all that to say we'll start to get nuggets of the schedule early next week. We'll get the full schedule either Wednesday or Thursday. So I started thinking about it. I was kind of listing who the opponents were yesterday on the back of a sheet of paper, and it's a fun schedule. It's when the schedule is this challenging from an opposing quarterback perspective. It's a fun schedule when you have a good defense. Yeah. It's a scary schedule when you don't have a good defense, but it's intriguing because a lot of heavyweight matchups that way.
I never used to care about the schedule release until 2020 when, for one, we had nothing else going on because it was COVID.
Yeah.
But two, for a Texans team that had made a lot of bold moves in the offseason, it was a test immediately. Their first onslaught was the kind of schedule that gets a coach fired.
Yes.
And
what happened?
It did.
Remind me what happened.
Bill O'Brien got fired.
He went 0-4.
4 games. Yeah.
That's one of the few times I can remember where you look at a schedule and you say this is going to happen, and then it actually happens that way.
Right. You're like, okay, they're going to find out real quick.
They're going to
be put to the test whether all these bold moves in the offseason were worth it.
Yeah. And
spoiler alert, they were not.
They were not worth it. And
you've not read the story of the 2020 season.
It was Kansas City in the season opener. That was Thursday Night Football season opener because Kansas City had won the Super Bowl the year before. And then Baltimore at home, and then Pittsburgh on the road, and then Minnesota was sort of Minnesota was Bill O'Brien's last stand. And they lost all 4 of those games. And I think it's the way that they lost, particularly the first 2. They just looked like they didn't really belong on the field with Kansas City and Baltimore. And those are teams you're proclaiming you can be superior than due to all these big moves that you made in the offseason.
Yeah, it was, and then also, by the way, because it's 2020, those tough opponents at home. Yeah. Now you got no home field advantage.
None.
Sorry, no. There were 12 of us in the entire building.
They didn't.
It was so weird.
Well, that was for the first home game, and then they didn't let you and I back in the building all year to do pregame and postgame.
We were just there for the Vikings, right?
We got to go to the Vikings or Ravens, whichever the first.
Oh no, it was the Ravens.
Yeah. So it's, here's where I'm going with this. Before we hit the point that I'm about to make, let's just reset. This was D'Amico Ryans on C.J. Stroud's contract situation.
The contract things, I always tell guys, they take care of themselves. So it is never a need to panic or do anything different. You just keep improving as a player. You keep working on your craft. You keep doing all those things, behind the scenes that improves your game. The contracts and those things will take care of themselves.
Okay, so just do your job, do it well. You're going to get your contract extension. C.J. Stroud, this is the opportunity he has, Seth. If we're just looking at it through a contractual lens, the top 10 highest contracts in the league, according to average annual value, all belong to quarterbacks. Okay. They all belong to quarterbacks. Will Anderson Jr. is 11th on the average annual value list right now. By the way, the NFL measures these things. C.J. Stroud is going to be playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 of the top 10 are on the Texans' schedule in terms of the highest paid quarterbacks in football. Dak Prescott is number one. They get Dallas at home, $60 million. And then you got 5 guys who are in the $55 million a year club. They're all on the Texans. Well, I take that back. I've got Trevor Lawrence in here twice because he plays them twice. So they've got 8 of the top 10 quarterbacks. You got Trevor Lawrence twice. So 9 games with 8 of these quarterbacks. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love all make $55 million. The Texans play all of those teams. $52.5 million, 8th on the list. Justin Herbert, the Texans play at the Chargers again this year. $52 million. Lamar Jackson, 9th on the list. The Texans host the Baltimore Ravens. 10th on the list, Jalen Hurts, $51 million a year. The Texans play at Philadelphia this year. That's 9 games against the top 8 paid quarterbacks in the league. C.J. Stroud is going to have plenty of opportunities here. And by the way, they're going to play Deshaun Watson probably, who's $46 million. 2 games against Daniel Jones, who's $44 million. He's got a game against Jaden Daniels, who's going to be in that same pool of quarterbacks trying to get more than Dak Prescott next year.
Yeah.
There will be plenty of evidence for David Mulligetta to point to if C.J. Stroud has a good year, where it's not just I had as good a statistical year as some of these guys. I beat these guys. I beat obviously the Texans defense.
If you outperform them, in those games, which you've got a good chance of doing because, you got the Texans defense.
That's right.
On your side.
That's right.
Yeah, that's you and I were talking about this off air yesterday. When it comes to C.J. Stroud's contract, a whole bunch of different factors and dynamics that go into it, but the overall sum total of it, when you look at quarterback contracts and the top of the market, it's been kind of stagnant. And I think there's just an assumption that, the next round of quarterback contracts are going to blow it out of the water. I wonder necessarily maybe how much that is true, and if maybe we haven't actually reached, for now at least, a little bit of an upper limit. Even though the cap has gone up, I think guys like aging Tom Brady winning a Super Bowl, Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl, various other cast-offs making it to championship games has maybe lowered teams' appetite or fervor for thinking we've got to pay this guy as much as money possible because we got to have him forever. So it makes me a little less nervous necessarily about, is right now the right time to sign him because the market's only going up?
Yeah.
Dak Prescott's been there at the high water mark for a couple of years
2
now.
years. He signed it. We looked up the date yesterday. It was September 8th, 2024. So right at the beginning of 2 seasons ago is when Dak reset the market by like $5 million. Like he jumped the market by a pretty big sum. And that Josh Allen contract, Seth, it's $55 million that's got him tied for second. Yeah. He just signed that. He just signed an extension that was $55 million a year. So the MVP from 2 years ago, and the guy who was in the mix for the MVP this year, some would argue the best quarterback in football, Josh Allen, did an extension with the Bills where he still came $5 million away from Dak Prescott from resetting the market. Now, here's the thing, though. Let's remember what GM we're talking about here and what team we're talking about here, the Houston Texans. If you're one of these other teams that is on the verge or the cusp of having to pay a quarterback, you should be rooting against the Texans this season because we know that if CJ gets the Texans, maybe even to an AFC title game, but especially to a Super Bowl, Nick Caserio, not afraid to reset a market.
He's not afraid to reset a market, but a lot of times he does it with a shorter contract than what other standard contracts are. Will Anderson's contract is a 3-year extension where a lot of people would have expected a 4-year extension for a guy like Will.
Yep.
And I think that there's other teams out there that might prefer to operate that way too. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I think that there's a real good chance that CJ either resets the market or it's a top of the market, but it's a huge percentage guaranteed and it's a shorter deal.
Yeah.
And the Texans are comfortable taking off risk like in bite-sized chunks like that I would be comfortable with that if they came to an extension deal. If they extended C.J. Stroud this offseason, but it was just a shorter-term deal than the typical quarterback extension, and that, okay, great, it's a bunch of guaranteed money, which who cares? Usually it ends up all getting paid anyway. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah.
So I'm not as nervous about that part of it.
Would you suggest yesterday, like 3 years, 150 or something like that?
3 years, 150, like virtually all of it guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay. See, so you are
because you can move on from that.
You can move on from
like if something doesn't work out or whatever, it's a manageable amount of it doesn't crush your organization for the next decade the way Deshaun Watson's has with the Browns.
You're married to him for at least a couple of years, though.
Right.
For at least a couple of years,
Right. Which is still, again, when you're balancing the risk, okay, what are the chances that you're going to – the problem with this Texans team, if you were to move off of C.J. Stroud, is you're not going to have a high draft pick, most likely.
Yeah.
You can't look forward and say sometime in the next couple of years you're going to have a high draft
Your
pick.
defense prevents you from tanking.
Yeah, you're right. The defense – so you're going to rip the Band-Aid off at some point, and – look, CJ has been like this last year. He was an average NFL quarterback. Would it have been worth paying the top of the market? No, but the downside risk is still, it's unlikely that it's not like all of a sudden CJ is going to turn into a complete pumpkin and you're not going to be a competitive football team. So you've got to deal, you work it out, you see if it works for a couple of years. And then if you decide to move on, then you do it, but it's still not a death blow to your entire salary cap.
Yeah. I would be very curious what the reaction of the fan base would be if they did something like that. I'm with you on that. I'd be very curious what people would say if we got a Schefter bomb about a 3-year extension for C.J. Stroud of nearly fully guaranteed, pretty good money. That's maybe we'll
I don't
find
think.
out.
And look, and according to DJ Bianni's article, they haven't even talked to him yet, and it might just be that. Maybe the Texans have an appetite for something like that, a shorter-term deal with a lot of guaranteed money, and maybe Mulligetta and CJ just flat out don't. So maybe there were minimal discussions, and they were so far apart that they're like, let's just kick it out. This is pure speculation.
Yeah,
pure speculation by me.
I think it's best for everybody that CJ bets on himself this year.
Yeah,
I think that's the best.
That's where we
solution.
started. Is that I think there's a good chance that we've kind of reached a short-term ceiling on how much the quarterback contracts are going to be.
Yeah.
So the risk of him playing really well this year it's not like all of a sudden you're going to be paying him $20 million more per year than you would have if you.
We're not going to $70 million a year as opposed to 60. Yeah. Hey, let's stay in the division for a second. One of the big reports this offseason from multiple outlets had been that Travis Hunter was going to have his workload dialed back. Of course, revolutionizing the game, part-time corner, part-time receiver, two-way player. That was James Gladstone, the magnificent Gladstone, the GM of the Jags, who had said that when they were introducing Travis Hunter the day after they picked him. There were a lot of people saying he's only going to be cornerback this year with maybe a little bit of wide receiver mixed in. James Gladstone on the Jags in-house radio refuted that earlier this week.
Are we done with the two-way with him or not?
Absolutely not. No, he is set to play both sides of the ball. The piece that I think we can expect to see is actually an uptick in corner usage, right? Last year it was a higher volume, higher percentage of wide receiver usage than it was corner. I think we can expect to see that corner percentile and count go up as we move forward. That's not to say anything impacts his availability and usage on offense. It just means that cornerback usage will increase.
Gladstone, Liam Cohen, Tony Baselli. These guys Cohen and Baselli have echoed what Gladstone just said right there.
Did he really refute anything though?
Because he said the report had been set that he was going to be a full-time corner with a little bit of receiver.
Yeah.
Gladstone is saying, if anything, because he played mostly receiver last year.
Yeah.
He just said that if anything, there's going to be an uptick in the amount of corner he's going to play.
But not affect the offense, which means he's just going to play more overall snaps and play more corner.
Yeah, so he is refuting that.
I don't know. There was a lot of vagueness there. I feel like you could have described what he's saying there as until at the end where he said it's not going to affect his usage as a receiver.
I mean, unless the uptick in corner is just a tiny little uptick and he's just being literal. Like, he might get 5 more corner snaps a game.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I read into that saying that obviously this is all open to them changing their mind on all this. Some of this feels like they're kind of pissed that there are reports out there about this.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to make the media look bad. I have no idea. But I definitely did hear something there that they're refuting, in part, what the media has been saying about it.
You always wonder with this, too, like how much of it is, how much do they have to be careful about what Travis Hunter wants to do, and, he wants to be a two-way player.
He'd play every snap if he could.
They might be starting to feel like, okay, he had 2 major injuries last year, or at least enough that he missed a bunch of the training camp,
Yep.
and then he ends the season on IR.
Yep.
He's a tiny dude. And at some point, this just isn't going to be sustainable if we have him trying to play both sides of the football. And they'd love to make him more of a full-time cornerback, but they probably made a promise to him, like, they said it to the world.
Yeah.
They introduced him as the guy who's going to reinvent the way we view the game of football.
That's right.
And what's even possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I don't know. He was
I just don't think he'll be able to do it. Whether Gladstone and Cohen and Baselli can say whatever they want to, I don't think his body's going to hold up. And you and I both said that last year, and we were right. His body didn't hold up.
Last year, he was 2/3 receiver, 1/3 cornerback,
right,
in terms of total usage. So if they switched that over to 2/3 cornerback and 1/3 receiver, I feel like you've still got a guy that's a young player who might be injury prone, who is dividing his time on both sides of the ball, and probably not the best version of what he could be on either side, if he had just focused on one side.
Yep. Okay, the latest on the Vrabel-Rousini situation, more audio coming out. This might be one of the more messed up ones that we've heard Diana Rossini say. We'll lay the scene out for you, and also video dropping yesterday of them as well. This story will never end. You've been warned. That's coming up next. But first, Mother's Day is Sunday. And if you're looking for a great last-minute gift, because it's Friday now. Look, it's Friday, so we are...
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Mike Vrabel, Bijani saga will never end. The internet will not allow it to end. And now, Seth, the fact that the TMZ is now in, because TMZ did not want this story at first. TMZ initially was offered the pictures from Sedona.
Yeah.
And said no. They said, no, we don't want to police the bedroom. We don't want the pictures.
That's what they explained. They said, we don't want to police the bedroom. I'm guessing it had to have been just they didn't want to pay as much as
maybe, or they didn't think
Page 6 was willing to pay.
They maybe underestimated the legs that this story would have. It's because it's had legs, no doubt about it.
Rare misstep by TMZ, but still.
They're in now, TMZ. Yeah. The New York Post bought the original pictures, but TMZ is all the way in now. And TMZ had the story a couple of days ago that Vrabel-Rousini, former NFL reporter for The Athletic, and Mike Vrabel, back then the Tennessee Titans head coach, current New England Patriots head coach, they had the story that in 2021, the two of them rented a boat for the day, a private boat, on a lake in Tennessee somewhere, and literally had the receipts, like literally had pictures of the liability waivers that they had signed.
TMZ doesn't want to police the bedroom, but they will be the Coast Guard.
They'll police the lake.
They'll be the Coast Guard of Tennessee Lakes.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. So they had that. They had pictures. They had a picture of Vrabel taking a kind of a picture with the staff that he told the staff not to put on the internet.
Yeah.
And for a while they didn't. Until they gave it to TMZ.
Right. Until somebody gave it to TMZ.
Yeah. So they had that on the story. And then yesterday they post a video, TMZ does, of Vrabel and Rousini like walking out onto the dock to get ready to hop on their boat. And she's definitely very pregnant in that picture. You can see it.
This is so it's okay. We already knew that it happened, but whenever you've got visuals of something, it gives it that much more punch.
Yes.
I wonder when it comes to how do the Patriots proceed. They were never going to fire Vrabel based on him having an extramarital affair. There'd be a lot of football coaches out of jobs right now if they got fired for having an extramarital affair. But when it becomes such a public ordeal, and that it just keeps constantly coming back, and there seems to be somebody. Did you see? I sent this to you yesterday.
It's
somebody
right. I got it
out
right
like,
here.
"Hey, everybody, there's a 7% chance you've got evidence of Rousini
It's in the rundown.
and Vrabel."
Roger Sherman tweeted, at this point, you need to review all the photos and videos in your camera roll because there's a 7% chance that you captured footage of Vrabel and Rousini in public by accident.
Yeah. There's probably a lot out there.
Yeah.
There's, Mike Vrabel, because this happens in Tennessee when he was the coach of the Titans. Yeah. People in Tennessee, or if they're around somewhere and they see Mike Vrabel, the head football coach, let me take a little video there. I'll show it to my kids.
Well, and for those
you showed your kids that filth and trash, you disgusting Tennesseans.
And there's nothing in the video that dropped on TMZ. No. But there's not even anything on the video on TMZ that shows intimacy between the two.
No, that's what I'm saying. Right, yeah. Like, I'm joking about it being trash.
Yeah.
At the time, you wouldn't have thought anything of it other than okay. Clearly, he wouldn't be out there with some mistress that's 7 months pregnant or something.
Right.
He's with this lady. Is that the newswoman? I don't know.
Yeah.
And
it's from a distance. It's like like across the lake,
No,
almost.
but I think in any NFL city at any given time, there's a boatload of people who have videos and pictures on their phone of celebrities the players and coaches they've seen out in public.
It's never going to end. It's never going to end, and that's the question the Patriots have to ask themselves. Quite honestly, it's the question Mike Vrabel needs to ask himself too.
That's sort of the thing. And again, I don't think the Patriots, even if it were some ongoing thing where every time some video comes out, there's going to be a little hubbub about it. I don't think the Patriots are going to fire Mike Vrabel over that. It really comes down to, okay, how is this going to affect Mike Vrabel? And I'm not sitting here like some great humanitarian saying, oh, no, his mental health. But, man, it's certainly – the reports are that it's affected his demeanor so far. Like, how does this weigh on him over time? And at some point, does a guy just have to say, man, I'm out. This is too much.
And the receipts are coming in two different buckets. The receipts are coming in the buckets like what we saw with stories of the two or pictures, evidence of the two of them together, going all the way back to 2020. and the other bucket is just audio or video of appearances that the two of them have made, oftentimes with each other, on interviews, debate shows, things like that. This is one of the wildest ones that I've seen, Seth, and I'm shocked that it took this one this long to pop up, other than it's a Barstool product, and my guess is of all the people that want Vrabel to keep his job in New England, Barstool is probably at the top. It's a Boston outlet.
Or at least they used to be based in Boston.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dave Portnoy
They're
is
all
a
Boston
huge
guys.
fan.
Yeah. So, Portnoy is the big one. He's the founder. This was a game, I guess, they play on there called Barstool Feud. And it's a Zoom call, so I want people to picture a Zoom call with about 7 people on it. One of them is Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
One of them is Mike Vrabel. He's on there playing Barstool Feud. And the question that gets asked, well, take a listen. You can hear the question that gets asked of Diana Rossini here with Vrabel and her on this Zoom game on Barstool.
Okay, Diana, what is something you might close your eyes to do?
When you have sex with your husband or wife.
Again, this is from Family Feud Kids, but yes.
She answered it. Yep. She answered it. It's done. That's the
it's
one.
Done.
No,
you have to take the answer.
No.
Okay, so they're playing, as you can tell they were playing a kids version of the Family Feud game on there. And that was
breaks multiple. And but again, so many of these clips that come out, if I had seen that at the time, I wouldn't have thought anything about the close your eyes with your wife or husband. You're like, okay, yeah. People close their eyes when they have relations, whatever.
Well, she's just trying to be funny, you know?
Yeah, but even then, I didn't. In my mind, I don't know if I would have gone like I'm imagining somebody else or something.
Yeah.
It just, I thought that, but now listening to it, yeah. And she's on there with Vrabel, and this is my chance to do a little tug of the ear, like that's a sign to Vrabel that, yeah, that's some messed up stuff, man. That is rough.
Okay.
I didn't realize that Vrabel was on that. When I saw it yesterday for the first time, I listened to it and I couldn't look up that close to my phone.
Yeah.
There's like 8 people on the screen.
Yeah.
So I didn't, the first time I listened to it, I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. The fact that Vrabel's there and that's her answer, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So you have a more, I would say, visceral reaction to that than the fact that Vrabel was with her when she was 7 months pregnant on the boat. Like
no, it's all messed up.
No.
Yeah.
But I thought that the being with her while she was 7 months pregnant was particularly twisted.
Yeah.
As opposed to being with her when she's not pregnant, let's say, with either his child or her husband's child.
I guess for me, it's the going back and watching those old clips. I always look at it a lens through, at the time, would I have thought anything of this?
Okay.
And usually when you watch those old clips of Rossini where she says stuff like this, you think at the time you're like, oh, she's a fun person. She's just joking around or whatever. So it's I don't know. I don't think any one of them's worse than the other. It's all under the big lump of one huge transgression.
Yeah, none of them are good. I just want to be clear.
You know what
it
is? It's the public part of it. That's what it is. That she's doing it there. Yeah, that's why that's
the ridiculing of her husband.
It's a ridiculing of her husband.
Yeah.
That's why it's almost more extreme. Yeah,
that makes sense.
You're good to point that out.
Yeah.
For me, her being with Vrabel when she was pregnant wasn't any worse or better than any of the other stuff they did, just because that's what people do when they're having an affair.
Yeah.
This was this is humiliating your husband. Yeah, publicly.
Yeah.
And just kind of telling an inside joke with in a very public way. That's why that feels cruel above and beyond just the normal affair.
That makes total sense.
It's the public shaming of it.
That makes total sense. All right, we'll check out the text page during the break.
It's cruel. Sure. That's what it is. I mean, it's always cruel, but that seems like deliberately and obnoxiously cruel.
That's bullying almost.
There's almost okay, if somebody's having an affair and there's a certain level of shame they feel about it, and oh no, I can't believe I'm doing this, but I can't help it, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's just going out and just rubbing somebody's nose.
Yeah, she's running up the score.
Yeah,
she's going Steve Spurrier on her husband. No, that makes perfect sense. All right, Texan blind spots. We've been looking at the Texans through our lens here during free agency, during the draft. We just got done earlier in the show saying they had the lowest bust factor of possibly any team in the NFL. Are we whistling past the graveyard on certain things? Seth and I actually came up with a list of things that we need to make sure we're keeping an eye on these things so we've got the right view on the Houston Texans. We will do that. We'll go through that exercise with all of you coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If somebody has wronged you, hopefully not as bad as the people we
sports station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone's asking on the Base Power text line, have you all seen the Vrabel alleged burner account? I did see it. I saw the video of someone scrolling through the screen grab of it and whatnot. I didn't pay too much attention to it just because I don't think Mike Vrabel's got a burner account, but who knows? Mike Vrabel thinks he needs to take to Twitter to defend himself. The thing about a burner account on something like this is you're defending yourself against, like, 15% of society at the most. And
I think, and the trouble is that it's just too easy to create fake burner accounts.
Yeah.
And then the annoying part of it is people say, well, yeah, but that's exactly what Mike Vrabel would say. Yes, this is how people pull off
disguises.
fraud.
God,
Yeah, like,
you disguised. You look just like the guy. You look just like him. Like, yeah, that's how a disguise works.
The guy that robbed the bank looked exactly like Richard Nixon. Like, yes. He's wearing a mask
of Richard Nixon
that made him look like Richard Nixon. But he did exactly. He said, I am not a crook and everything.
Yeah.
Like, he even had all the famous quotes.
Stuff like this, I just go, does Vrabel... Let's use Kevin Durant as the other example of burner account guy. Does Kevin Durant strike you as someone who would use a burner account? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, active on social, hypersensitive, yes.
He's chronically online.
Yeah. Does Mike Vrabel strike you as somebody who has a burner account on Twitter?
He strikes me as a guy, I would imagine, I think a lot of GMs and coaches have burner accounts just to be able to partake and see what people are saying and everything.
But not that type of. I'm talking like burner account when they be active.
Well, that's what I'm trying to like. Mike Vrabel's got a little bit of a bow up to him too.
Yeah.
So when he's on there, he might have a burner account just like, okay, I got to see if somebody references something, I got to see what they're saying. But you get to that point where you just got to weigh in. That's what, Sean. I'm somebody whose job depends on being online a certain amount of time.
Sure.
And it took me a long time to get to the point where, more times than not, 90% of the things when I'm about to reply to somebody, I tell myself, nope, not worth it.
Yeah.
Not worth it.
Yeah.
So when you're on a burner account, I'm guessing you're not policing yourself.
No, you're a little more unhinged. Yeah.
I now know that if I get agitated at all, I got to do the old, write the tweet.
Yep.
Put it in an envelope under your pillow, and then if you feel
Sleep
the same
on
way
it.
tomorw, then reply.
Yep. Sleep
but if it was a
on
burner account, it would be a different deal. I'd be tapping all over that.
Bebopping and scotting all over the place.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, before we get to the blind spots for the Texans, and because you and I had a text exchange yesterday, and I thought you made some great points on it, so I wanted to bring it onto the show. Real quick, Aaron Schatz of ESPN.com had an article, the biggest roster holes for all 32 NFL teams following the draft. Aaron Schatz used to be Football Outsiders guy, I'm pretty sure. Where they did DVOA.
He invented DVOA.
Yeah, and so he's an ESPN guy now. I thought you would like this, Seth. The thing that you have been shouting from the rooftops about, that I don't think you have had a blind spot about this at all, is the thing he lists as the hole on the roster, edge rusher depth for the Houston Texans. So you are in lockstep with Aaron Schatz of ESPN. He says
he mentioned some. You could go ahead and read.
Yeah, he mentions Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, how awesome they are. The depth chart behind Anderson and Hunter is now weak with Derek Barnett and Danico Autry gone. Dominic Robinson had just 1.5 sacks in 12 games with the Bears last year. Dylan Horton has only a half a sack over 3 seasons in Houston. Wow, I would not have guessed that he does not have a full sack in his 3 seasons as a Texan.
You know what? It kind of tracks in that, boy, he is a big, strong guy. Now, and obviously, cancer took up a certain chunk of that.
For sure,
And coming back from cancer. But when he is in there, he shows up at times. And you're like, I got to always remind myself, 92, that's Dylan Horton, right? Okay, yep, that's Dylan Horton. It's not Anthony Weaver. But he doesn't necessarily have that burst or that top-end speed or explosiveness where I think he projects to being a steady, elite pass rusher. But he can be a good guy who gives you some pass rush, can stop the run, do all those things. So I like Dylan Horton, and I think there's a place for him on the team.
I do, too. I'm just shocked that he hasn't run into a sack in 3 years.
Yeah,
that he hasn't been the guy standing there with the quarterbacks spinning around and trying to get out of the pocket, that kind of thing.
Well, I think they use him too. They're not going to use him in as many pure pass rush situations.
Yeah.
Because they've got the other guys on the team for that.
Yeah.
So but say all that to say that I don't think he replaces Danico Autry or Derek Barnett as a pass rushing presence. And I know it's like there's a tendency, because I see it from people that I respect, say like, okay, what are we talking about here? We're talking about the backup defensive end. Yeah, it's on a defensive line where they rotate their defensive linemen. And there's times where you're rotating Will Anderson out, you're rotating Daniil Hunter out, and you want to still have a certain amount of menacing pass rush out there.
Respectable, at least.
Yeah. From at least one extra guy. So I like the potential of guys like Dylan Horton and Solomon Byrd. Dominique Robinson is intriguing, but there's nobody that I feel really good about right now that's going to replace the presence of Danico Autry and Derek Barnett.
Derek Barnett had 5 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons playing part-time. He's been a productive guy for the Texans.
Logan Hall he can play defensive end. I think he's more of a defensive tackle in this system, but if you're talking about using him on first and second down at defensive end, I think, there's a place for him there. But we're talking about this defensive line that's supposed to be ferocious and just careening off the edges. They need one more guy.
Yeah.
And maybe they're going to wait and see how some of these other guys develop, and there's a trade somewhere along down the line. Maybe I don't think Joey Bosa would be the guy or somebody like that, but those guys are still out there.
The 3 names that Schatz mentions in the article: Hassan Reddick, Joey Bosa, Leonard Floyd. I think I think whoever it is whoever it's going to be has to be willing to play at a Derek Barnett wage. 1 year, few $1 million. And probably those names are going to have to be motivated by the fact that they're going to be playing on an incredible defense with a chance to maybe win a Super Bowl.
Well, and to be fair to Derek Barnett is still out there, unless I missed a transaction in the last
he's still out there.
Days. Yeah, Derek Barnett's still out there. Danico Autry's out there, but he's 35, turning 36. He's at least 35. Yeah. And both of those guys might be looking for a situation where they could start. That they like being on the Texans, cool place to be and everything, but I want to have one more crack at being a starter somewhere. So those guys are probably still viable options, but the Texans might not be offering them much, and they might be just wanting to wait and see what else is out there, especially after there's injuries in training camp.
There's injuries in training camp. There's no rush for any of these guys to get back for OTAs or anything like that. They're older guys. So you and I were texting back and forth the blind spots possibly for us in this thing. So as you, the listeners, are listening right now, ask yourselves, are these blind spots for you as well? For the Houston Texans right now, we've not really, because they've made so many changes and they've done a lot of things on the offensive line. Have we gotten appropriately concerned that they haven't really addressed the center position with an actual either upgrade at center or maybe even somebody who's played center before?
This is where, because when I'm trying to figure out what my blind spots are, I'm like, okay, I haven't made a stink about this. And there's things that they have done to address the center position, but not directly.
Yeah.
I mean, everything is a little bit of a workaround or a flyer, taking a flyer on, you know what, Kalen Rutledge might end up being able to play center really well. Or maybe Wee-Woo can play center. Maybe Jake Andrews develops. Hey, maybe Eli Cox, he's still around. All of these things are possibilities. They've got at least 5 guys on their roster right now who have played center either in college, in the NFL, or at the Senior Bowl in the case of Keelan Rutledge. But they never really directly addressed it.
Right.
I'm cool just with having as many potential options and the fact that there's a competition there. But if we get into week 3 and Keelan Rutledge sucks at center, or Jake Andrews just isn't, he's starting and he's not the guy, then it'll have been a blind spot. I don't suspect that it's a blind spot right now.
What about depth at running back after, if David Montgomery gets hurt, we're right back to where we were last year, misusing Woody Marks probably.
I think this has been a blind spot for me. You bring it up quite a bit.
Yeah.
I fall into that trap of almost pretending like, running backs don't get injured that often. It'd be like me as an Astros fan being like, seriously, what, you expect them to have this many injuries?
It can't be as bad as last year.
This will resolve itself just fine.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with the depth at running back right now because I feel like if you have two running backs, you only have one running back. There's only going to be you are an injury to David Montgomery away from being back where you were last year.
Yeah.
Or even if Woody Marks gets injured, you're relying on David Montgomery to take the lion's share, or all of the carries.
Well, the last rookie running back that we got super excited about heading into year 2 was Dameon Pierce, and it went downhill for Dameon Pierce after his rookie year. Now, it was a completely different system because his second year was D'Amico and Bobby Slowick's first year. This will actually be the same system for Woody Marks. But you just never know with guys who have a great rookie year if it's going to translate into year 2.
And you kind of, what I would annoyingly bring up at times is that Damian had kind of fallen off a cliff in terms of his production before he got injured his rookie year, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really might have just been a fever dream of that stretch of games where, man, teams weren't really worried about Dameon Pierce. He's going off.
Or the Texans in general.
Yeah, once anybody tried to anchor down against Dameon, okay, this is maybe more the actual version of Dameon Pierce.
Good point. Have we worried enough about Nick Caley's improvement as an offensive coordinator in year 2?
I think there's a little bit of a feel right now where I don't think people aren't overly enthusiastic about Nick Caley right now. I think people were overly enthusiastic about Bobby Slowick. My biggest concern going into the second year of Bobby Slowick was that they still hadn't really established themselves as a well-rounded offense, and that there were some real deficiencies in the run game that were really going to jump up and bite them if they didn't get that going because of the system that he runs.
Yeah.
I think with Nick Caley, people are way more hesitant to crown him the guy for obvious reasons. That I'm not nervous about it, but I think he might very well be an adequate offensive coordinator in the NFL.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough.
No.
So I think that, I've had a little bit of a blind spot and just kind of maybe talking about C.J. Stroud more than Nick Caley, where Nick Caley also has a lot to prove. The thing that keeps me optimistic about Nick Caley is some of the more fundamental aspects of offensive football they did get better at last year.
I think some of that also has to do with the dynamic you're talking about where maybe we haven't touched on Caley as much this offseason. Is the last time we saw CJ, he was having a performance where I don't think people were putting that on Caley. Yeah. CJ was just, see those two games. Caley can't control the fact that CJ can't hold on to a snap in the Pittsburgh game.
Right.
That's not on the offensive coordinator.
No, and then some of the decisions that CJ was making in bad weather. And this is where I am with Caley. A lot of the excuses, or at least explanations, that you can make for CJ, partly, in that Patriots game, I would say partly, is that you can say the same about Caley. You could argue, man, maybe Caley should have dialed up some easier throws for CJ.
Sure.
Problem is, maybe because of the weather, CJ wasn't hitting the easy throws that he did dial up. And you get stuck in situations where it's 2nd and 10, it's 3rd and long. You can't run the football at all. It's hard to criticize the play calling specifically in those instances. So I like for right now, the fact that the offensive line did stabilize, and I think by the middle of the season last year, they were playing like an average offensive line, and they still didn't necessarily have the right offensive linemen out there.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm optimistic that it'll get better this year.
Number 4, Stingley and Lassiter being fully available in 2024 and 2025 feels like an outlier to me just based on Derek Stingley Jr.'s injury history.
Yeah.
And, he was banged up last year but played through it to his credit. And then Kamari Lasser, just the style of football that he plays is one that it feels like there's going to be a concussion protocol game for Kamari at some point because he's so physical or just the body's going to break down. That they've played practically full seasons for 2 years feels like an outlier, and I don't know that the depth behind them is something we should be comfortable with right now.
Yeah, that's where and I feel like we've talked a good amount about the depth in the secondary, that you just still don't have anybody other than guys like you hope Jalen Smith works out, that if one of those guys goes down, what prevents you from being in the situation you were in with the Chargers last year?
Yeah.
Where Kamari goes out and, oh my gosh, it's an absolute disaster. Kamari doesn't play in the Colts game. 6
snaps Kamari missed in that Chargers game, and it felt like he missed 56 snaps.
Yeah.
He was out for 6 snaps, and they just went right after Tremont Smith.
You add on to that, too, that they were playing, Tremont Smith was playing next to, which recent signee at safety.
Kevon Wallace.
Yeah, it was Kevon Wallace for that couple of games.
It was cut like 2 days later.
Yeah. So without knowing how much that might have affected Tremont Smith or whatever.
Good point.
There were things that they had to do defensively last year to make up for the fact that they didn't have a guy they felt good about at the other safety position that hopefully does, if everybody's healthy, that with Reed Blankenship in there, you can make life a little bit easier on the cornerbacks when somebody goes out.
I want to make sure we hit this one before we get done with the segment here. When we talk about the offensive line throughout this offseason, we talked almost entirely about the interior because that's where all the moves are getting made. And then obviously right tackle, Braden Smith is, I would think, the front runner for right tackle, but maybe Trent Brown. We've talked very little about Ariante Ursary, very little. And I almost feel like we're treating him like he is some rock-solid fixture at left tackle, when the fact of the matter is he's a second-year guy who's had one okay season under his belt.
Yeah.
Are we treating Ariante Ursary like he's too much of a made guy right now?
I think, that would be a blind spot that I'm guilty of because I'm very optimistic about him.
Same here.
But just like whether you're a rookie left tackle or if you're the young core for the Rockets, it's not always just a slam dunk given that a guy's going to keep progressing at the same trajectory.
Yeah.
I'm very, very optimistic about Ariante Ursary.
Me
But,
too.
I probably shouldn't treat him like – when I talk about the Texans' offensive line and say, okay, look, good, I can feel good about every single position, Ariante Ursary still does need to improve in his second year for you to really look at him like, oh, yeah, okay, that's a guy that you can be happy about. It's going to be there year in and year out.
Right,
I thought he had a very promising rookie performance.
Yeah, no, definitely Arrow pointed up next to him, but I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm like, God, we hardly talk about him at all.
Real quick, I have to bring this up because somebody brought this up. Somebody said that I was being too complimentary to the Texans about Ariante Ursary, and he said the Texans could have had Josh Simmons last year. And I have to just point this out to people who don't realize it. The Josh Simmons, the guy that the Texans could have drafted in the first round, he left on a game day. He disappeared. He went MIA, and the coaches hours before the game didn't realize that Josh Simmons wasn't in the building.
Yeah.
I know you might say, well, Seth, who can predict something like that? The scouting reports going into the draft that year were that he's got some issues.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I will never fault the Texans as multiple. Like Josh Simmons was a classic, should have gone in the top 15. A lot of teams said, whoa.
Yeah.
No, we do not want this headache in our building.
So the Chiefs took a chance on him, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here on a Friday. Hey, let's circle over to the Rockets for a minute. Odds on Kevin Durant being a Rocket next year, they are out. I was shocked that this is what the odds makers are saying about Kevin Durant being a Rocket next year. And if he's not a Rocket, where is he off to? We've got the odds on that as well. We'll do that coming up next. But if you're looking for a place to go get a great burger this weekend, or maybe for lunch today,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Friday. Hope you're having a great week. Hope you got a nice weekend lined up. Payne and Pendergast with you here on Sports Radio 610. Kevin Durant, I was very surprised to see this. And I think there's Rocket fans out there that might be excited to see this if they believe that somehow the odds-making community has a beat on what could happen with Kevin Durant, because I think there's a lot of Rocket fans out there that have soured on Kevin Durant. I think he's going to be a Rocket next year, but I was very surprised, Seth, to see the odds from betonline.ag that the odds on Durant being a Rocket next season, the underdog is yes, plus 250. Yes, that he's a Rocket. That means, just to translate for those that are the unindoctrinated into the dark arts of gambling, that means you bet $100 to win 250, 2.5 to 1. That yes, no is a heavy underdog. So is a heavy favorite, I should say. No is a heavy favorite, minus 400. So to win money on no, will Kevin Durant be a Rocket next season? You got to risk $400 just to win 100. The odds makers think that, I mean, this is heading into lock territory that he's going to get moved this offseason.
Yeah. Unless, they're just trying to get a bunch of suckers in there who feel like, okay, well, he always moves and he always changes. So, yeah, that
would be part of the handicap, if we're being honest. Yeah. Yep.
I just don't feel it right now. But, I mean, that's
going
by your feelings into what's that?
It's good value, plus 250.
Yeah. No, I just don't get that read on it. Yeah. And maybe part of it is, I think people that would be frustrated and want to move on or think the Texans or the Rockets should be more aggressive and making some more drastic changes, they might look at it and say, nope, the Rockets they're happy to run it back, and that's where even if you want them to trade Kevin Durant or you want something drastic or whatever, it feels like they're in run-it-back mode. You've pointed this out multiple times that it felt like they were in run-it-back mode last year, that it started to really feel like, because Rafael Stone did a good job of framing it that way, which he should do. You should always frame it like you're not necessarily looking to spend a boatload of capital to desperately go out and get somebody.
Correct.
When you're the buyer, when you're in that buyer's position. But I think the drama has been overstated. But as the team's tried to act like it's no big deal at all, where I think there's more to it. I think the burner account is just almost impossible. It didn't affect people's feelings in some way, shape, or form.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that it's something that leads to blowing the whole thing up.
Right.
So, yes, I think people on both sides, I think people they've over-evaluated body language, this, that, the other. The team's tried to act like, no, everything's been happy, happy, joy, joy the entire time. But it doesn't feel like it is just that genuine level of drama, or that Durant is so disgusted with the Rockets or anything with the team that he's ready to move on. I think Durant probably feels like, Fred VanVleet returning does make a big difference.
Yeah, Steven Adams returning too. Getting these vets back where they're not guys sitting on the bench. They're guys who are out there between the lines exerting some leadership. VanVleet especially. That's the right guy to bring up. You're right. This is my biggest concern with Durant, quite honestly, is I feel like you've got to bake in some of the drama and what the Rockets, I guess some of his teammates called moodiness in the article with, I think that was the ESPN article with Ramona Shelburne and Tim McMahon that they did. They talked about how some of his younger teammates, that the moodiness, that was their word, in quotes they used, of Durant. So that means they got it from somebody. If they're putting it in quotes, somebody used the word moodiness in there in the building. That got to his teammates. Like, that's always going to be there. You got to understand some things that are baked into the Durant experience. I don't think you should ever have to know that you're going to deal with burner accounts trashing your teammates, but the general sulkiness sometimes of Durant, the fact that he's not going to be an alpha type leader for you, even though he's the best player on your team, like that's the dream, is that when your best player is also the guy that sets the example and is the outward leader of the team. I don't think that's Durant, and I think that's why they miss VanVleet. So those things don't concern me, that he's not that guy or that he's this or that behind the scenes, because we knew that coming in. My biggest concern is that He just had a season where he played 78 games. He was totally healthy. It's a little bit like my concern with the Texans defense that they got a little lucky last year with how few games were missed by their really important guys. And in the regular season, Durant only missed 4 games, and I think a couple of those they were healthy scratches at the end of the year just to keep his legs. That and then let's face the facts, he's going to be 38 years old. At some point, his game is going to degrade too. And so that's my biggest concern is we know that there's going to be some minor issues with him that are just a pain in the ass to sort of manage through. Is the level of play on the court worth whatever the extra is that comes with Kevin Durant?
If I think of various moody players in NBA history, and let's say Chris Paul, different type of moodiness, and he's definitely more of a vocal leader type and everything.
Yeah.
But would, reportedly great against teammates at times. And I think the difference is, Chris Paul grading against Blake Griffin is different than Kevin Durant grading against any of the younger guys on the team. I think that there's just any of those guys, I'm just inclined to be like, all right, we'll deal with it. You got a grumpy older player on the team. That's life. It's just not necessarily something that should affect or disrupt the chemistry that much. As long as Durant's getting along with Fred VanVleet and whichever other veterans that they bring in, and those guys can work well together, then I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Like I don't read too much into moodiness as a reason to break up a team.
No, the Chris Paul example is a really interesting one though, because what we've learned is the type of moodiness, either Durant's or Chris Paul. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Very different. Now, with Paul's moodiness, you have a lot more clarity as to where you stand. I feel like Durant's a lot more passive-aggressive with his, probably, where he just kind of is quiet, whereas Paul is a little more...
burner account is the ultimate in passive-aggressiveness.
It's the ultimate, right? Moodiness. So Paul is going to be more direct with you, and I think, in general, I think people like that more, that you got some clarity. I don't know that NBA players like it more. It wore on James Harden. Hell, Chris Paul's last stop with the Clippers, now granted, he's acting that way and he's playing 5 minutes a night, but there's that story about how he tried to have a Halloween party his last year with the Clippers and nobody showed up to it, and then eventually
he got Bo Callahan?
They didn't show up to his Halloween party, and then he got cut in the middle of the night in Atlanta. Remember that? GM.
No, I remember that. No, I didn't remember the birthday party part.
Yeah, it was a Halloween party. He was having a Halloween party at his house, and barely anybody showed up for it on the Clippers. So,
Was Bo Callahan the guy in draft day?
Bo Callahan was his birthday party. Yeah, that was his birthday party. Nobody showed up to it. It turns out he was a bit of a D-bag. That's dropped a 6 in the draft. Kevin Durant, favorites to land him would be the Detroit Pistons at 3-1. We don't really need him right now. They're up 2-0 on the Cavs. Miami Heat 4-1. Miami's going to be in the mix for every star player ever because I think it's one, they're always looking for guys. They've got assets they can trade, and guys love going to Miami. They love playing there. The Washington Wizards. Durant is from that area of the country. I can't imagine him wanting to go play his waning years for the Washington. That's an awful, awful franchise. And Golden State, he rejected a trade to Golden State. This odds board is a little janky. The Spurs are the
he
one
already rejected this. Maybe with Draymond gone, that changes the equation there.
Yeah, maybe. I heard somebody floating a Spurs trade, like Durant for De'Aaron Fox, who's from here, would address, he's a point guard, so you'd have a real point guard. Sorry, Fred VanVleet. Maybe you might need to get mixed into the deal somehow. So we'll see. The other thing that's funny on this, not funny on this odds board, but Jamal Murray is... the Rockets are number 2 on the board to land him from Denver, which would certainly address your shooting issues on this team if you got Jamal Murray from Denver.
But if I were Pat Riley, there's one thing about something you said that both players love to go play in Miami. There's got to be a party that's I don't know if I really want to pack this team full of guys who really, really want to come play in Miami, specifically because they want to live in Miami.
Yeah,
that's
and he might not.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean, though. I'm just as an aside.
Yeah,
there's sometimes that'd be almost like you got a team in Vegas, oh great, yeah. The guy with all the guys with gambling addictions are going to totally want to come play in Las Vegas.
I know. Yeah, you got to
be oh yeah, come to Miami where the cocaine flows like water. Yeah.
Oh man,
I'm gonna have to go through a deep interview into exactly why they want to come to play in Miami.
That's
so
true.
much.
That's true. Here was Chandler Parsons. He was doing his podcast with Michelle Beadle, And Alperen Şengün just got voted most overrated player in the NBA by his peers. Chandler Parsons stuck up for Alperen Şengün.
Do we agree with any of this? Chandler, you're making a face. Talk to me.
I mean, I just think this vote is like a personal, like Tyrese Halliburton last year. The guy's not overrated. He just took the Indiana Pacers to the NBA Finals. Like, this is just a kind of a personality contest, I think. Şengün, he might not love him as like a person, but like he's not overrated. This guy's got game. He's the closest thing we have to a Jokic, like skill-wise and kind of the way he plays. Overrated is probably the last word I would call him. Now you could be, overpaid and some like you could be like overrated. Like, come on, give me a break. This guy is a stud. He's an all-star. Like, yeah, he kind of floats and disappears sometimes, but I don't think it's not who my vote would be. Overrated. This guy's 7 foot. This guy can do everything.
Yeah, what is your vote?
I'm just saying, this guy's 7 foot. He can do. He's not overrated. No, I wouldn't have him number one. I wouldn't even have him on the list.
I love how he brings up his height. He's 7 foot.
He's 7 foot.
Yeah,
where are you going to find a guy like that in the NBA?
In the NBA, he's 7 foot, and when he jumps, he's 7'2" when he jumps.
You're only allowed to bring up 7 foot if you're a guy that nails threes, or
or a point guard,
or doesn't struggle with lengthy defenders.
Right.
He's 7 foot. Right. Which is why people are kind of aghast that he struggles so much with bigger defenders.
With
he
other
doesn't
7
play
footers.
like he's 7 foot at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's knocking down threes, he's 7 foot. If he's playing the way Kevin Durant plays,
yeah.
he's 6'10".
Right. Yeah, like I don't know that Alperen Şengün is the most I think Trae Young is the most overrated player in the NBA. He finished third or tied for second. I've long thought Trae Young is the most overrated player in the NBA. Nobody scored more empty points than Trae Young. He belongs on the Washington Wizards. I just think I think Şengün has hit his ceiling, and I think the league has kind of figured out what Şengün is.
Well, that's where conversations about overrated or underrated are always dicey because, what's the definition of overrated? And what are we, a lot of times guys actually are talked about a lot, but it's not that they're overrated. It's that people are, because they're overhyped perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe overhyped would be a better way, because going into last season, there were a lot of people hyping up Şengün as what he could become.
Yeah.
And because he didn't get there, it felt like he was overhyped last year. I think even as Chandler Parsons was air quotes defending Şengün there.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say something? What did he say about his personality? He almost said, Ben, can you play it again?
We're up against it. We don't want to play the whole thing again. Yeah.
I think that, so anyway, Şengün just constantly whining about everything all the time. I think there are some people that just don't like Şengün.
I think that's the main reason he got voted most.
And that was part of it.
Yes.
Like, they were going to put him in. They didn't think too hard about whether he's overrated or underrated. He's like, that guy annoys me. He's overrated.
I guarantee you LeBron voted for Şengün. Based on the interplay that they had when LeBron was at the free throw line in that series, where he told Şengün, you're not allowed to say a foul is soft. Anybody else can. You can't. He pointed at him. All right. Was the most important win for the Texans last season actually a win against a 6-win team? There's sure a lot of guys bringing it up when they talk about last season. Kamari Lasser on that particular game coming up next. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp, the leading online therapy platform.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Take a Mania coming up at the top of the hour. We've not teased that yet.
I'm not ready.
Take a Mania. Skip Bayless is going to be the champion. Is going to have to defend his championship against Skip Bayless.
I got to get warmed up. You got to put the icy hot on during the break.
Get your mind right, man.
Yeah.
Get your mind right.
I was late coming back from the last break because I was answering the question of the day. Lopez had texted us the question of the day, and I was thinking way too long and hard about it. Sorry about that, Sean.
That's okay. That's okay. That's why we've got the base power text line to fill that little bit of time that you can answer your text to Lopez. It's all
it's
good.
The first time I've been late coming back from a break in a long, long time.
Yeah.
And I feel weird that I don't feel bad about it. So
you shouldn't.
That's what I don't feel bad, except that I feel bad that I don't feel bad about it.
It's all right, man. It's all good. It's all good. Kamari Lasser was on Texans All Access. I love listening to Kamari Lasser. He played that Kansas City game. Boy, he played pretty much the balance of the season down the stretch. Kansas City was week 14.
Yeah.
And he was playing, what was it, a foot injury he was playing with, Seth, I think? I think it was a foot. He was playing with some sort of injury, either foot or a knee. And he was on the injury report all week leading up to that Kansas City game, which was, I know it was a win over what ended up being a 6-11 Kansas City team. That was such a breakthrough for this Texans team, I thought, winning that game in Kansas City. Here was Kamari Lasser on playing that game with the injury that he was suffering from.
What I will say is that was probably the hardest week ever, because I was not supposed to play, to be honest. I wasn't, on paper, you weren't supposed to play through that injury, but it was a point in the season where every game, if we lost one more game, there was no more season. Playoffs, hopes were out of the way. I'm like, if I don't play, I feel like I would be letting everyone down, all the work. So I'm like, if I can go out there and play, I'd rather go out there and play and give my all. And if it's not what it's supposed to be, then we can go from there. But, you know me, I'm going out there. I see whoever's in front of me, I'm going to win the rep. So I just feel like I work with Jeremy, I work with Roland and the training staff. I was in there early. They had me in there early. They had me in there late after practice. We got taped up, did a lot of praying at home. Moms did a lot of treatment at home. And, I mean, there was no way I was missing the game. There's no way. I was walking, and I was able to run. So I'm like, okay, cool. It was up to a pain tolerance. And once it gets to that point, whether I know that, once I knew that I wasn't going to get hurt any worse, I'm fine. I could play. So it was just go out there, play. And everyone knew, I was injured, but it doesn't matter. Once you get on that field, it's do or die.
Well, he had a good game. We'll hear from him again here in a second about his performance in that game. The biggest thing that he said there, Seth, to me, that I kind of forget about because they ended the season on a 9-game winning streak, is that every game was a playoff game for them at that point.
Right, yeah. They dug themselves into such a deep hole.
11-6 was the cutoff. 10-7, you were out in the AFC.
Yeah, they were in that that they had to win every single game.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing about that right there is it's funny because people talk about leadership and different types of leadership, and D'Amico is very much understands this, that people lead in different ways. By far, one of the best forms of leadership in the NFL, and it might be the most important form of leadership, is whether your veteran players are willing to play injured. And whether they're willing to, especially amongst defensive backs. Because defensive backs, it's a whole different level of what you're putting on the line if you go out there and play when you're not 100%. You get embarrassed. You get embarrassed on national television when you lose reps just because you're not at 100%. So having a locker room full of guys where the veteran players are willing to go out and play through a lot of pain and injury, it sets a bar and it sets an example that pays dividends so many times during the course of a football season, where there's teams out there where a lot of guys are in business for themselves. A lot of guys will be conspicuously absent from a game with a relatively minor injury when they're facing an all-pro wide receiver or something. That's a part of the culture that you can see why the Texans are so impressed by guys like Kamari Lasser, who decided to play in a meaningless bowl game when he could have sat out if he wanted to preserve his draft status. They really love seeing that out of guys because there's a certain level of selflessness that's, I'm not going to say it's hard to find with kids these days. It's hard to find in general through different eras. And that right there is a huge part of one of the reasons why the Texans defense is good. There's a lot of players that, when we talk about the Texans' health last year on defense, there are a lot of players like Derek Stingley that would have missed games with that oblique injury twice.
Yes.
And there are a lot of guys like Kamari Lasser that would have missed that Kansas City game or something. So having guys that are the best players on your team play through injuries like that, it pays a lot of dividends.
I'm glad you said that, because I got to check myself, because I said this earlier on this show, and I've said it many times throughout the offseason, is that one of the things that I'm concerned about with the Texans defense heading into this season is just the sheer injury luck that they had last year, that the top 6 or 7 guys on their defense missed a combined total of like 5 games, and 3 of them were a concussion protocol with Jalen Petrie. So they were mandated to keep him out in that game. I probably need to check myself a little bit by saying that, because there may be players on that defense in that core group that I'm talking about. If they were listening and they heard me say that, they're like, dude, we were banged up. We were hurt.
Everybody's playing through some level of injury. Yeah. It's just that, to what degree are they willing to suffer? And that's why I love that clip by Kamari, because he said it's that point where he finds out, it's just about pain tolerance.
Yeah.
And then that part of you kicks in where you're like, what do you think, I'm a punk?
Yeah.
You're like, no. Wait a second. If all it means is that I have to endure a massive amount of pain for 3 hours, hell yeah, I'll go out there. If it's something that, because that's what they'll tell you, is they'll talk about how, like, all right, well, look, it's going to be risky if we go out there because this could end up being way worse. Then you got to make a smart decision, both for yourself but for the team. It's better for the team. You don't want to risk missing 4 more games because you go out and try to play this game. But yeah, you love hearing guys where their reaction to, it's about pain tolerance. All right, well, yeah, I'm going.
Let's go.
Okay, yeah, no big deal.
Let's go. One more from Kamari. He played well in that game. I think he had an interception in that game.
He had the huge pass breakup in the end zone, and he had an interception.
Yep. 2 big plays in that game.
That was the pass breakup in the end at the back of the end zone, remember?
Yeah.
Where it looked like he was beat and he got up. And Tommy Togiai, I think, had just a shove of Mahomes as he was letting the ball go.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a perfect pass. And Kamari, like he does such a good job of, got his arm up there, timed the ball when the ball was going to arrive, and made the play.
2 huge plays in that game where he was playing banged up. Here's Kamari on his performance that night.
Well, it's one thing to play, but it's another thing to play at that level against that team in that building in that moment.
Yeah, I definitely think that was it was like a playoff game out there.
Yeah.
Like in the middle of the season, there was a playoff game, and you could feel the energy. And like whenever that energy is out there on the field, and our defense was playing lights out the whole game, and then it was a back and forth. We're going against Patrick Mahomes. We're in Kansas City, the worst place to play in, and it's just like, there's no better time to shine, So whenever the plays came to me, I just try to make them.
Let me add a few things to that. You were in Kansas City, a place that had been a house of horrors for you guys.
Yeah.
Predating this era of Texans football, going all the way back to the playoff game where they were up 24-0. That place had been a nightmare joint for the Houston Texans. It was at night. It was on national TV. It was against Patrick Mahomes. And I think people need to be reminded, the Chiefs were in that same survival mode the Texans were in that game. The Chiefs, I think, that was week 14, and I think the Texans were 7-5 going into that game because they were, they had a bye week, so they were 7-5 because they won all the rest of their games after going 3-5. And the Chiefs were, I think, were 6-6. So that was a playoff game for both of those teams for all intents and purposes. Is that they were both fighting for survival in early December at that point. And the Texans just came up huge. Their defense came up absolutely huge in that game. And Kamari had one of 3 picks that night against Patrick Mahomes.
It was week 14,
Yep.
I was trying to see if I could see Kansas City's record. It didn't pull up here. I think the biggest thing about that game, I'm going to do something very unpopular here. I felt like a lot of people, I was cool with it because the Texans benefited from it. I did think that people read a little too much into that game, especially when they started talking about like how miserable the Chiefs roster was at that point and everything, without acknowledging that the Chiefs' offensive line was incredibly banged up. They were playing their 3rd or 4th string left tackle at that point versus the team that you do not want to be down on your offensive line at that point. So it was I think it was confirmation that, okay, like whatever Pat Mahomes' ability to overcome adversity and everything is, there's a tipping point, and there's only so much you can do when you're going against a defense like that. Okay, like it was like feeding a lamb to the lions at times out there.
Well, and I think the positive from the Texans side is that regardless of who was out there for the Chiefs, the moment never got too big for them in that game.
Yeah.
The moment had gotten too big for them many, many times in Kansas City before.
The moment in the second and third quarter, it was too big for the offense. It was a disaster. Remember, they could not pick up a blitz. They couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And then they in credit to CJ and the offense, they figured out what they had to do in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
It was dicey, man. The way the Chiefs were just destroying the offense there in the second and third quarter. It was scary, man. It was like every single blitz was successful.
You remember who scored the go-ahead touchdown in that game, if I'm not mistaken?
That was Agumbawale.
It was Dare Agumbawale. He's only carry of the game.
Yep.
His only carry of the game. Touchdown.
You know, one of the best things CJ did in that game was nice little pre-snap adjustment, moved Woody Marks over to the left side of the formation, and then threw him that touchdown pass.
That's right.
It was that was the moment where I was like, okay, this isn't going well for the Texans offense by and large in this game, but that was a little bit more of that's savvy veteran quarterback
cerebral,
operating
man.
This offense.
Yeah, cerebral. All right, take a Mania time. A segment not normally associated with the word cerebral. The worst takes of the week try to take down Skip Bayless, who I don't know what Skip Bayless's glitch is with Will Anderson, but it's going to get seriously exposed in this next segment. The champ Skip Bayless takes on all the challengers and Take a Mania coming up next.
The Rockets season came to a disappointing end with a 98. station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. Take a Mania time. It is our Friday segment that we do where we take some of the worst takes of the week and see if they can take down our reigning, defending champion, Skip Bayless, who, as we speak, is returning to First Take, ironically, this very moment. Bottom of the screen. Welcome back to First Take, Skip Bayless.
How long is he back for? Is this like an extended stay?
I think it's just one day. I think it's
no residency.
I think I don't think it's a residency, but I would guess that Skip is probably viewing this as a bit of a tryout. Maybe he's doing his own thing now.
Yeah.
But I would imagine he would love the platform and the cool human monies that come with being on First Take. It's millions of dollars.
As much as the people, a lot of those guys that get rolled out of various cable shows, either in sports or politics or anything, they make good money.
Mm-hmm.
They can, doing their own thing, they can make really good money. Maybe sometimes even more money than they were making on television. And yet, they tend to be people that really crave the spotlight. Yeah, so he might just still feel like no matter what money he's making doing his own internet thing, man, he misses being on in the doctor's office or, at the airport when people are just sitting there.
Oh, you see him on TV.
Face. Yeah.
There's definitely a level of ego. Well, we're going to hear a level of ego with one of these cuts that old Skipper is on in Take a Mania here for sure. At least evidence of it. Boy, he looks so much older now. Oh, my God.
Very fit, but just older, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the face.
So he's on First Take, he's wearing a suit and everything.
He's got a suit on, yeah.
When he does his internet stuff, he's like really fit for an older guy.
Definitely.
But it looks, he's always wearing a T-shirt and everything, and he's got, I like him in a suit. Yeah.
Okay, so enough of viewing Skip on TV. Let's get to trashing his takes. He is the defending champ on Take a Mania right now. He, for the first time in the history of this segment, won the belt last week, taking it from the Oregon QB coach who said that if a guy can't tell me right away if he likes chocolate or vanilla ice cream better, then I don't recruit. He's not my guy.
Yeah.
So here was Skip Bayless. Just not excited about Will Anderson when he goes to turn on the television and watch Texan games for very odd reasons.
Fly off the screen because they play with hair on fire. They play frenetic, frantic, electric sort of edge rush football where you're just saying, God, Trey Hendrickson does that to me. Will Anderson is an anchor. He's solid against the run and the pass where he's doing everything, and he is commanding a double. So Daniil Hunter is eating $40 million worth a year. He's eating from the other side. But Will Anderson has not been box office for me. I don't turn on the TV thinking, I get to watch Will Anderson rush the passer today. Whereas with Max Crosby, I promise you, that's all I got. When I'm watching the Raiders, I can't wait to watch Max Crosby fly off the edge and bend.
Okay.
Yeah, so because Will Anderson apparently doesn't play with frenetic hair on fire
energy. I watch
energy.
Will, and I'm like, this guy is so docile right now.
I'm tired of Will.
Can someone light a fire under
playing
this guy?
like there's nothing, like he doesn't have a full can of hairspray on his head.
Someone light his hair on fire, please. Yeah.
All right, so we've talked about that clip enough. Bad take.
Yep, bad take. So I wanted the first one out of the chute to be Skip versus Skip.
Skip v. Skip.
Skip v. Skip. The two Spider-Mans pointing at each other. Undertaker versus Undertaker from back in the day for you WWE fans. Here was Skip with yet another Will Anderson-related take. Incredulous that the Texans would pay Will Anderson Jr. before giving an extension to C.J. Stroud.
I'm going to take it another level up. I can't believe they paid Will Anderson before they paid CJ. If I were CJ, I would be offended by that because you're the franchise quarterback and you have shown it. And not only did you show it in a great rookie year, talk about pocket feet. It wasn't Jaden Daniels quite, but it was in the ballpark. And he was the offensive rookie of the year and made the Pro Bowl as a rookie, and that's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's all you need to know.
That's all you need to know.
That's all you need to know.
2 years ago, he was
and honestly, even if I wanted to stick up for CJ and his performance last year and everything else like that, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And as far as this is where I was most offended is that by an extreme level of diva level projection that CJ should be what's the word he used? Offended?
Offended, I guess.
Offended or whatever. Just that he should be furious that Will Anderson, his close friend, who is one of the best 2 edge rushers in the league at this point, inarguably a top 5 guy in the league, that he got paid before CJ did. I'm having a hard time with this one.
Well, can I add one other point to this as to what makes it bad? And I think this is something that you had said the first time we played this Skip Bayless, which is he's ignoring the positions as well and how good each guy was at what they did last year. Will Anderson Jr.'s contract negotiation probably wasn't all that difficult, if we're being honest. Like, he deserves to be the top of the market guy, non-quarterback. See, if CJ were to get an extension this year, it's far more nuanced as to what exactly that should look like. And quarterbacks in general, even when it is very evident that they should get paid, there's a lot more moving parts to a quarterback contract.
Look, when it goes to a level of pettiness, vitriol, all of these things, irrationality, I feel like both of these tips are tied.
Yeah.
I think the thing, though, about the first take, the reigning champion, is just how objectively wrong he is about the style of Will Anderson. He gave a take in which it sounds like he's never actually watched Will Anderson play football.
So
it sounded like he was going off of Will Anderson's. No, that wasn't his scouting report coming out either. If anything, it was a knock against him that he was like people that were down on Will would say, well, he just runs around a lot and makes a lot of plays.
Play more under control.
A frenetic level of hair on fire energy. So, no, this does not supplant the current champion.
Okay, current champ. Skip kicks out from the pinning attempt of Skip.
Yeah.
I love when we've only done that with a couple people. I think Stephen A. Smith's gone against himself once or twies.
Yeah.
Mad Dog, I think, has done that.
to have.
Who?
Perk has to have.
Oh, Perk. Yeah, Perk has gone against Perk. Good call, Ben. Ben, the ombudsman of Take-A-Mania. Thank you.
With apologies to the listener earlier this week that didn't like that we picked on Perk when he said things like that Shedeur Sanders was the most influential black man since Barack Obama.
Yes. Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next one. So Skip Bayless remains the champ with his first Will Anderson take. This was Joe Espada getting asked by Chandler Rome earlier this week after Ryan Weiss got shelled in a game against the Dodgers, I think it was, Chandler Rome says, hey, does Ryan Weiss need a change of scenery, implying down to the minor leagues?
Joe, are you guys reaching a point with Weiss where maybe change of scenery or just...
Where is he going to go? Scenery where?
He has minor league options.
Oh, come on. No, don't. I know, but don't try to play GM. Let us. We gotta help him through it. Maybe it's here, maybe it's in minor leagues, but let's not just start pointing one bad outing, because we could go down the list of guys that we working through this, and we have confidence and faith that he could do this. But let's not get down that path of change of scenery.
Dude, that thing is
like that.
That thing is 7
That's not your call.
Sorry, that thing. Yeah, I'm talking over some of the worst parts of it. That's not your call. He knows that.
Yeah, he knows it's not his call.
That's like 7 bad takes wrapped in one take.
This one, we were waiting to see what would happen because Espada was acting like it was the worst question in the world that somebody, after a fifth horrible performance in a row, whether you might send him down to the minors, Espada acts like that's the most egregiously bad question and that Chandler is somehow trying to play GM. And 12 hours later, they sent Ryan Weiss down to the minors. I'm more confused about this than anything else. But just because of the perfect symmetry of the way this all laid out, in which, if anything, Espada acting like Chandler asking the question was him trying to play GM. Well, then you just went ahead and gave a vote of confidence to Chandler as your GM, because that's what the GM would do.
Chandler Rome should be the GM of this baseball team.
I hate to do this to Espada. I hate it. I feel bad about it.
But
it's the new champion.
It's the new champ. Espada. Joe Espada. Boy, if you had told me at the beginning of the year that Joe Espada would hold the Take-A-Mania title, Joe Espada never says anything that's
controversial or anything or whatever. The one moment he chose to get testy with Chandler Rome, he was wrong in like 7 different ways.
It's crazy. If that thing was 7 bad takes wrapped in a bad take, it was bad.
Hopefully, there's still got another couple opportunities for somebody else to take.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. This one was from yesterday. This one may just hit me close to home because Dabo Swinney, the coach of Clemson, takes a shot at my alma mater. But this is Dabo Swinney doing what he does best these days, which is complaining about the transfer portal, the NIL money, basically the environment and how the college game has shifted against what he would say against Clemson.
We always got to, have a chip on our shoulder. It just is what it is. We don't have the alumni base that some places have. We don't have some of the things that some of the schools that we've played and had to compete with over the years have. It's just the way it is. But I've always we're 3-1 against Ohio State. We're 4-2 against Notre Dame. Notre Dame has their own TV station. They make their own rules. They print their own money. They got like a money machine in the backyard or something.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. I don't even care about that. I don't even care about the Notre Dame part. Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah.
But you could have left that out and just pointed out that Dabo Swinney had the ninth highest NIL collective money last year.
Right.
More than Indiana.
Right.
I don't understand. And maybe I'm sorry. Is your conference as tough as some of the other conferences?
Yeah.
The teams play in.
Yep.
I don't understand how we can get up there and act like they're the victim in all of this somehow. And if we bring Notre Dame into it, all right, yeah, but Notre Dame can't recruit from the same pool that Clemson recruits from.
No.
Because of the academic stuff.
That's right.
I got no appetite for Dabo Swinney crying victim.
Okay, but is that worse than Joe Espada's 7 little miniature bad takes wrapped in like pigs in a blanket?
Well, there's 2 things that go into this. One thing, really, I feel bad for Joe Espada.
Okay.
I don't feel bad for Dabo Swinney.
Okay.
I got no, man. College football coaches playing victim is one of the most annoying things on earth.
Yep.
And especially when you're doing it while still raking in a boatload of money from other in your NIL collective and acting like you guys are the poor kids on the block or something.
So what do you got?
Dabo Swinney.
New champ, Dabo Swinney. Not to pile on, but his other bad take in there is the whole Notre Dame has its own TV network thing. Like, that was a take back in, like, the mid-'90s when not all the games were on every channel everywhere on everybody's phones. Like, they make less money from TV than Clemson does with their NBC contract. So that's just not to pile on, but I'm going to pile on with Dabo. All right, so the last one here is Draymond Green kind of dissing Charles Barkley. I thought maybe, Seth, a good thing to do would be to play what maybe pushed Draymond to this place. Charles Barkley, this is Charles Barkley. This is not the take that's up for Take-A-Mania. This is Charles Barkley, I think, kind of pushing Draymond's buttons, saying, hey, the run with Golden State is over.
Well, it's over for the Warriors.
There you go.
I mean, no disrespect.
Too much disrespect. There you go.
No
disrespect. Disrespect.
It ends for every old team. You have your run. You get old. Y'all let Clay go. You and Steph on the backside of y'all careers. It just passed you by. Y'all had one of the greatest runs ever. If you think you're not in the playoffs, you're not going to make. You think you're going to get healthier for next year? You're just going to get older. That's no disrespect. You guys had one of the greatest runs of all time. If you want to compete, you're going to have to leave there. Okay. If Steph wants to compete, he's going to have to leave there. You're going to have to make that decision.
What if they bring the right pieces in?
They can't bring the right pieces because they don't have no cap space.
Okay. So Charles spitting some truth here at Draymond Green. Yeah. Things I feel like Draymond has kind of acknowledged that it's kind of over for this group of Warriors.
Yeah, I feel like we played a clip a week or two ago where he basically said that.
Said it might be over. He was talking about Steve Kerr possibly leaving, which ended up happening. So with that as the prelude, here is Draymond Green's attempt to, I guess, kind of diss track Charles here, and take a jab at him like Draymond feels like he got jabbed at.
Always ends. Sports, listen, sports are for young people. You hope to have a great long career, but sports, nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
Okay, that's kind of funny because Draymond was like 6 at the time or something like that.
I saw it.
I watched it. So the other thing about that too, Seth, and we played this yesterday, so we hashed this out a little bit, is he's just wrong. Charles's era, Nick Wright had a great video on this yesterday, like 11 minutes on this yesterday, that was really, really well thought out and good. It's what Nick does. And he pointed out, like, Charles's Rocket years, which were his worst, were better than Draymond's best years statistically.
Yeah.
It's ring culture.
Right, yeah. Draymond couldn't ever look like any version of Charles Barkley
ever.
At some point.
Ever.
Which I don't think he was trying to...
He was calling him old and janky.
I know. I feel like I want to give Draymond a break, which is not something that I naturally ever want to do.
Yeah.
It's that when you get on that show especially, and I think maybe you're trying to match the kind of banter that they typically have on that show, that was his meager attempt at it.
Yeah.
He just, man... You got to come in throwing heat and actually know what you're talking about if you're going to try to play that game.
And Charles is among the most self-deprecating athletes on television ever. Charles likes being the butt of the joke sometimes.
Yeah.
But the joke needs to be good.
Right. Yeah.
And
so I'm almost out of mercy. I feel like everybody's been crushing Draymond for this, and there's always something to crush Draymond about. This, though, I feel like it's going to be kind of painful where I think a lot of people are probably telling Draymond that, he's got a huge future as one of these commentators or whatever. And I don't know if that's his role. Like, he's not one of the most electrifyingly witty guys.
No.
That a lot of the things that he gets notoriety for is just either insulting somebody or saying something bombastic, or a lot of times just something wrong. And there's a lot of money to be made in saying things that are wrong,
sure,
as long as you do it entertainingly enough.
Perk, yes.
Yeah. So, no, I can't.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, I agree with that one. Yeah.
This is a victim of him trying too hard.
Yeah. I mean, and bad takes. It's like when people just get like, I don't know. Yeah, he was wrong about Barkley's end of his career, but you're right. It doesn't supersede
Didn't
Dabo.
pop. It just didn't pop.
It didn't pop. Yeah,
it was just more awkward and uncomfortable than in popping.
Now we'll play this in the next segment just to put a bow on this Draymond on Inside the NBA thing because it got a lot of run this week. I feel like they kind of hazed him at the end of this whole appearance. I've got some audio. Ernie Johnson, of all people, I feel may have hazed Draymond a little bit. Like, if you're going to be part of the crew and make fun, you got to go through the hazing process. We'll have that audio. Also, Bob Nightingale, USA Today, MLB reporter, very plugged in. He was on with the guys on Area 45 last night and gave his takes on, is it more likely the Astros bolster this team or break up this team? Who's in more jeopardy, Dana Brown or Joe Espada? We'll have all of that for you coming up next.
Mother's Day. It's just a couple days. It's coming up. It's one of those holidays you want to get right.
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We'll get to Bob Nightingale in just a second, but we just got done playing Draymond Green again for Take a Mania, his take where he took a shot at older Charles Barkley, the final version of Barkley in a Houston Rockets uniform, which still wasn't all that bad. Did not win Take a Mania. Dabo Swinney is the new champ for his crybaby act over NIL and the transfer portal. But this, I just want to play this one last bit of audio because Draymond got a lot of attention for what people felt like was disrespecting Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
I think I just feel like he just told a joke that just didn't land very well. I don't think Charles minds being the butt of the joke at all.
That's what it was. You know what? You're exactly right. It was a bad joke because it was so inaccurate.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. It's not like everyone was like, "Oh no, he picked on Charles."
Right. Yeah. And that's not what we're doing. I just want to be clear. I'm a big Charles Barkley fan. That's not what we're doing. But I do think there was a little element of Draymond where the guys on the set were probably like, "Hey, man, Shaq's allowed to do that to Charles."
Yeah.
But maybe it's a little early for you to be pulling the whole, like, hey, we just didn't want to look like you act
You're
kind
not
of thing.
in this same club, you know?
So,
even Kenny, when he jabs at those guys, it's with a certain level of deference, you know?
Yes.
It's like it's an understanding of like where they are in the hierarchy of all-time players.
Hall of Fame. Kenny Smith.
Right. Yeah. So, Draymond's got a little bit of that, he doesn't necessarily always acknowledge that he was in a perfect circumstance for his style of player to become as notable as he was.
He operates like he's got a shield that's made of 4 championship rings.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's how he operates. So this was Ernie dropping some very humbling statistics on Draymond Green on the broadcast.
Okay, and now as we go to break, I can tell you, Underdog has put the period on this discussion with this, that Draymond, you've had 43 of those games with more turnovers than made field goals. That is tied for the most since what year? 2003.
Yeah, but he's not a scorer.
Since 2003.
But that's not
Hold it.
Now, that's unfair. That's unfair to you.
Will you let me get through the end of this? Hey.
Okay.
Tied with Kendrick Perkins for the most.
Come on. You ain't even have to go that far.
What can I say?
To the board on that.
Now, just to be clear.
We're going to take a break, so Draymond.
Yeah, we're good. Just to be clear, Draymond took it with a smile. I don't know. He might have been seething inside, but he took it with a smile, that bit of information.
Well, and then the other thing, too, is I guess how many would be do you think how many more playoff games do you think Draymond Green has played in compared to Kendrick Perkins?
Perkins was on some good teams.
He was on a lot of playoffs. It probably isn't all that far off.
Yeah. He was on those
because Charles was saying it wasn't fair, so I didn't know if that was the.
Yeah, he was on those. I mean, Draymond. If I had to guess, if I just had the gun to my head, I'd say Draymond played in more because he played on 4 championship teams, which means you played the most, near the most amount of games you could. But Perkins was on those Celtics teams and some good OKC teams.
Yeah. Draymond has 169 career playoff games. Kendrick Perkins 143.
Okay, so they're in the neighborhood, same neighborhood. So that was good. Ernie, of all people, coming in off the top rope. I bet there's part of Ernie that's very protective of that inside the NBA brand, and by proxy, very protective of Charles and Shaq and Kenny as the guy who steers the ship on that whole thing. I bet he felt that. He probably was angrier than Charles was about that jab.
Well, he's also smart enough to get it in right before they went to break. So no opportunity to respond or anything.
That's what I try to do to you all the time. Yeah, just to see if I can get it in. Like, all right, coming up next.
Yeah.
Astros, let's circle back to them for a minute. They've got a series against the Cincinnati Reds coming up this weekend. This, as much as people don't want to hear this topic, it's going to be out there if they keep losing baseball games. What do they do at the trade deadline? And could Yordan Alvarez be part of that? I think it would be stupid to trade Yordan on the contract that he's on, but here's Nightingale and the possibility of trading Yordan if the downturn continues into next season.
Yeah, they don't want to let him walk. Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize he could walk away after 27. I thought his contract was longer than that.
Yeah, it is. I think it's 2 more years after. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean he's a stud. I mean he's the most feared hitter in all of baseball. When the Padres traded Soto, when the Nationals traded Soto, I mean he would get more than Soto got. This guy's a better player, more complete player, everything else. So I mean you could totally resurrect your farm system and all that. That being said, Jim Creighton, has never been one to say, "Hey, I'm going to rebuild." He's always said, "I'm not rebuilding." So I can't see him trading Alvarez. I really can't.
I forget which trade it was with Soto. Either one of the trades with Soto there were 7 prospects that were traded for Juan Soto in one of the deals where he changed teams. And boy, that would be especially if it's a team that has a good farm system and you're picking up. It's one thing to get 7 prospects like from the Astros farm system. I don't know if they have 7 great prospects right now.
Yeah.
Yordan Alvarez, if they were to move him, and I don't think they're going to move him, and I don't think the division. We'll go through the next question, which is, are they more likely to bolster the team or break up the team? Something Seth and I talked about earlier in the show. I just don't know that there's any number of prospects in anybody's farm system that is equal compensation for Yordan Alvarez.
When Soto went to the Yankees, it was a 7-player trade.
Okay.
But the Padres received 5 players because it was Soto and Grisham to the Yankees.
That's what I'm thinking of then.
Yeah, they received 4 pitchers and a catcher.
Okay.
The Padres received 5 players. Yeah, 4 pitchers and a catcher.
Okay, that's what it was. 7 total players in the trade is what I had on my brain. Something we kind of workshopped a little bit earlier on the show. Look, this team is playing baseball that if you just looked at their record, you said, is this team more likely to buy or sell at the trade deadline? You would say, just looking at their record and not looking at the standings, sell. They're 15-23. They have the worst record in the American League. And then you look at the standings, you take your hand off the rest of the page, and the Oakland, or the whatever they are, the Athletics, are leading the division with a 19-18 record right now. The Astros are only 4.5 games back, with 7 games coming up next week at home that are all division games against teams that are ahead of them right now. So the division might keep the Astros in a place where Jim Crane would be less inclined to start selling off pieces. What's Nightingale's opinion on this? More likely to bolster or break up the team?
As long as they have a chance, throw Christian Walker in there too. I mean, he's a high prize guy for sure. We'll see. I mean, if they set the deadline, okay, we're going to trade guys. I still think they'd bounce back and say, you know what, we're going to try to win this thing in 2027. So I can't see going too full scale, which would, involve more guys. But, they're just too good of a team, too talented team, but they're very injured right now.
I guess they're very injured, but I guess when he brings up the prospect of, no, we need to keep it together and go win in 2027, I'm actually glad he said that because, all right, the injuries have been a major deal, obviously. To think that, okay, if you run it back and then make some changes, then in 2027, it's all signs point to glory. You're going to need to do something drastic with the pitching staff. I mean, whatever you were hoping for this year, the 6 guys that you brought in have yielded about a 6 ERA, whether they're injured or not at any given time, that it's hard for me to say, oh, yeah, you can't possibly break this up because look at what's going to happen in 2027 when everybody who's injured comes back.
And I think this is something we've learned that they absolutely cannot do is look at these Tommy John guys as reinforcements coming back because none of them have worked out. None of them. The only one that's worked out was Justin Verlander 5 years ago. He came back and won a Cy Young. Jose Urquidy, gone. Luis Garcia, arm hurt again. Christian Javier, disaster. Lance McCullers, he had Tommy John, then had 2 more surgeries after that, I think, that weren't even Tommy John. So the guys I'm talking about are Renel Blanco, Hayden Wisniewski, both had Tommy John last year. If I hear them going into the season talking about whoever the GM is or anybody on this team, bringing up their names as part of the initial rotation, they can pound sand as far as I'm concerned.
This is the problem with, they revamped the medical staff, this, that, the other thing. Remember back in the day it was supposed to be, Tommy Johns are no big deal. What we didn't necessarily have back when people started feeling like Tommy John surgeries were no big deal, high school kids are getting them preemptively, is that the Astros, in being so good at figuring out which pitch selection works best for which pitcher, how much of it have they actually weighed into? All right, but a guy throwing a bunch of sweepers when he naturally just didn't like it or doesn't like it or whatever, there might be a certain aspect of just guys listening to the old element of guys listening to their body and kind of liking to throw the pitches they like. It's awesome if you can get a short-term improvement and burst out of a guy because you mess with his pitch selection. But is that also something that's affecting exactly their ability to stay healthy and to do all of those things? I mean, sometimes the things we do naturally, you try to change somebody's gait, when they're running. I don't know. They're like there's only so much you can do to get outside of what's comfortable to that person. Likewise with pitchers, there's something going on that you take this injury that's supposed to not be that big of a deal, and guys can't even come back from it.
Yeah.
Setback after setback after setback.
Yep.
It's just too long now. There's got to be something systemically wrong with the way they're operating, and it can't just be, well, we need new athletic trainers or we need a different orthopedist.
Yep.
There's something more to it than that.
Who is in more jeopardy right now, Dana Brown or Joe Espada? Here's Bob Nightingale.
Well, it's going to be Espada because he's the manager. The manager always goes before the GM. So I would think if they make a move, it'd be Espada going first, and then Brown. You probably wait for Brown to go through the trade deadline, and then the draft and everything else, and then decide whether you want to make a move. But remember James Click wasn't dumped until after the World Series. So in this case, if they want to make a move, it probably would not be until October. Where if you're going to move a manager, it was trying to be before that.
It's so funny how he just brushes by, James Click was removed after the World Series. I'm like, yeah, a World Series that his team just won 3 days before that.
Yeah. The thing I worry about maybe in the Astros in their decision making and who do they when Jim Crane's interviewing people with the GM, I feel like there's an element of I want to have my cake and eat it too. I want to be able to. Are you the guy that's going to be able to maintain this team year in, year out as a championship caliber contender while also restocking the pipeline?
Yep.
And growing some grass on this farm system of ours. And I don't that's a tough needle to thread.
Yep.
It's a really tough needle to thread.
We were really spoiled with Jeff Luhnow as the GM of this team.
But Luhnow never had to go through that part of maintaining the greatness.
Yeah.
It's two different dynamics.
Yeah.
It's kind of like being a leader in a time of war and a leader in a time of peace.
Yeah.
It's a different skill sets.
No, it is.
So he was able to build up and build an incredible farm system.
Yeah.
And he did a lot of awesome things. I'm not taking any credit away from him at all.
Yep.
But it's a completely different challenge to maintain that once you get there.
For sure.
And it's not harder or easier or anything, but it's just different.
He was just so good at operating both at things at the minor league level, things internationally, things at the major league level. There wasn't a level that it was his specialty. He operated really well at all.
I honestly think there's a part of their ability to scout Latin American prospects, especially guys that were considered over the hill by other teams where they had an extreme advantage.
It
when
kept
Luhnow
them afloat.
There's something about the fact that Luhnow grew up in Mexico City where I feel like he bridges. There's something where he maybe more so than your typical GM in baseball had some feel for how things operate differently in some cultures versus in America, and he was able to see things that other people weren't able to see.
All right, we've got one more Kamari Lasser coming up in the final segment. You pulled this one, Seth. So. Did you pull this one, the Kamari Lasser?
So you're blaming me for the fact that, yeah, I did.
You did? Okay, cool. Yeah, Kamari Lasser. This is on playing other sports, right, with Kamari?
Yeah, just a fun one.
Yeah,
about the time he played baseball.
Oh, good. Yeah, I haven't heard this yet, so I'm looking forward to hearing that. Also, Figgy sent me audio from the toss between In the Loop and The Drive yesterday. I want to play this audio. I'm definitely going to take it up with The Drive, but they power ranked people at Sports 610 in a certain category that people are actually getting paid to do this nowadays. We will have that for you coming up next. Now, the thing they're getting paid to do, if you threw some Blue Chew into that,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, someone's got a suggestion on the base power text line. We'll play Kamari Lasser here in a second. Jim Crane should pull an epic move right now. He should call Dana Brown into his office, tell Dana how bad things are going, and tell him he needs to fire Joe Espada. Then Dana goes and fires Joe Espada, and when Dana comes back to report to Jim Crane that he's fired, Jim Crane fires Dana Brown on the spot. That would be a power move. I got caught up in something like that.
Go human caterpillar on their butts.
Yeah. The only time in my life that I've ever been fired was when I was VP of sales for the last telecom company I worked for, because we got bought. It wasn't a performance issue. We got bought by another company, so they didn't need me anymore. So I got called into the CEO's office. He fired me, and then my first order of business was to go fire all the directors that reported to me at the time.
Wait, so they fired you, but then how did they have leverage over you? Probably because of your severance package? That was part of your deal? Was you had to go fire everybody else?
Severance package, and I also was not...
You wanted to kill your dog yourself.
No.
You wanted to go put a bullet in Old Yeller's head, because if somebody's going to do it, it's going to be you.
They were doing me a favor. I loved firing people back in the day, yeah.
I can still come back and do it pro bono if you like.
Sean, you're fired, but with one last bonus here, you get to fire 7 other people.
Yeah.
So I had to do that. And actually, in a weird way, not to go too deep into this rabbit hole, but had that not happened, I might not be in radio, because I had to fire the guy who was my director in Houston at the time. I was in Chicago at the headquarters, and my Houston guy, shout out Joe Garza, asked me, hey, can you know some people at 610, can you send my resume to them, because I think I'd like to get out of telecom and get into radio sales. And it was sending Joe's resume to, at the time, Chance McClain, who was the producer of the morning show, led to me having I jokingly said, hey, on the email where I sent Joe's resume, said, hey, I'm fired too. Carve out a couple hours for me on the weekend. And that led to the conversation I had with Chance McClain, which led to ultimately getting me my job with another station here in town.
What's Joe Garza doing these days?
We follow each other on Facebook. He's still in sales, I think. I'm not totally sure.
Is he the owner of True Blue Tattoo and Piercing?
He's not. No, he's
Red River
definitely
Street
not.
in Austin. Okay,
he's definitely not.
Yeah, this guy looks like he might be a little young.
Yeah.
He's got a guy with the same name as him up in Austin. If he ever wants to go get a free tattoo or piercing,
go to Joe Garza.
Like, I'm Joe Garza. I'm the boss.
Go to Joe Garza. Yeah. So Joe's good people. All right, so let's get to Kamari Lasser. Okay, I haven't listened to this yet, Seth. I'm going to let you set this up.
Oh, okay. So Kamari Lasser did a really good interview on Texans All Access. I love him, man. He gave some really thoughtful responses and said some things about playing through injuries that I absolutely loved. You saw me. You saw how excited I got when he said that once he learned that it was just a pain management issue, there was no way in hell he wasn't going to play the game. So, but they did. The fun part at the end was he was talking about his charity softball game he's got coming up. That's going to be played out in Sugar Land at the Space City Cowboys Stadium there. But they asked him if he had ever played baseball.
I played baseball 1 year in my entire life. So I ducked it, and this is probably my biggest, I wish that I would have played baseball growing up because I played 1 year, my senior year. My friends in high school, they convinced me. They're like, come on, play baseball. I had already signed to Georgia, so I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And I ended up playing. And I'm like, dang, the first couple of weeks, I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm really trash at this. But then I got the hang of it. And it was hitting. I couldn't hit. I couldn't hit to save my life. And then I hit one. And then I was like, dang, I really like baseball. But it was just too late. I was already, too engulfed in football.
Thank God.
I'm just impressed. Honestly, that's the one sport that I don't think I would ever – you would never catch me ever going out and thinking my senior year of high school, yeah, I'll give baseball a swing.
That's the one you could really embarrass yourself in.
Yeah, and it sounds like to have that level of confidence and not care. Although it's kind of liberating when you go out and he's already got a big name for himself as a football player.
Sure.
People probably were like, they're all pulling for him. Like, come on, man.
You're going to make fun of Kamari Lasser?
Yeah.
What the hell?
But going from whatever you faced in Little League as a pitcher to going up, and I'm guessing he went to a pretty good high school.
Sure.
The kind of pitchers you're seeing there, you got some probably future minor leaguers and everything. Honestly, the gonads to think that you're ever going to get a hit.
Yep.
Good for him.
Yeah. So
I wish I'd played tennis.
Oh,
that's
would
the one
be
sport I wish I'd played.
I wish I could watch someone your size play tennis.
I did. I went out like my freshman or sophomore year because I had a friend that was on the tennis team, and it was I was crushing it when I'd serve.
Oh, yeah.
Serving's but
hard,
unless I would have won every single set I played as long as I could hold serve the entire time because I don't know how the hell you ever return a serve.
It's crazy.
I don't get it. I remember my friend was really good and he was just having fun with me.
Yeah.
I'm like, I couldn't even get my feet in the right place. I know obviously you see enough of it if you start to anticipate and everything.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so amazed by tennis players. Whenever I watch on television, I don't under tennis and ping pong. I don't understand how a serve is ever returned in
Underrated,
either of those
man.
sports.
Underrated. Hey, Figgy on the mixtape yesterday, Seth, had this story on In the Loop on the mixtape. They do it at 1:20 every day on the show. If you tune in, it's you listeners out there. It's a very, very good listen. Figgy puts it together. It's kind of sports adjacent or maybe even just non-sports stories. He had a story about a woman who left her stressful teaching job, and she's earning six figures as a professional cuddler. You ever heard of anything like this?
I've heard of things like this. Every now and then you see it. Like they'll have like these clubs or whatever where people just hug each other.
Yeah.
So very platonic, not sexual at all, and you just need some human touch.
Yeah. 13 years in teaching, the job became too overwhelming. Her name is Ella Love. Excellent adult film name, by the way, if she does want to ever, change industries again, and keep her government name. She took a $300 online course in professional cuddling, and she turned it into a full-time business. And she can make up to $100,000 a year working about 3 hours a day, charges $150 an hour, non-sexual cuddle sessions.
Right, yeah,
so
I would
it's
imagine.
platonic cuddling.
Yeah.
But a lot of her clients are middle-aged men or men looking for emotional connection or just someone to talk to.
You hear these stories. I've read these stories. When I'm searching for hookers on the internet, but honestly, a lot of high-priced escorts will say that their most rich and successful clients a lot of times are just that's what they want,
right?
Or just somebody to sit and talk to for an hour or two or something.
That's what Richard Gere wanted in Pretty Woman back in the day.
Is that what he did? I never watched that movie.
He just wanted Julia Roberts to hang out in his hotel room.
Yeah,
it turned into
a companion.
Yeah, that's all he wanted.
And then they ended up actually falling in love.
It'd be a pretty boring rom-com if they just sat and talked in the hotel room the whole time.
Yeah.
But that's what he wanted originally.
And the dicey thing with a woman like that is that at some point you're going to get a few guys that try to push the boundaries.
Yeah.
So you got to have I don't know how you.
They bring security with them or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. So, anyways, this turned into a thing on the toss.
Probably a lot of like some mafia guy when you try to hire him to be your security for because you're a cuddler. He's probably going to get a lot of guff from the guys when they find out that it's not an actual hooker.
Oh yeah,
it's like it's almost like your guy's messing with you when you don't, you strike out with a girl.
You're friend zoned, yeah. So this turned into a topic of conversation between In the Loop and The Drive during their toss yesterday. And I'm going to get this out of the way right now. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. We'll bring the guys in a second. They're out at the Insperity Invitational. But before we do that, this is what it sounded like, Seth. The topic became ranking the 6'10" personalities in terms of how good a cuddler they would be.
I don't think Bijani. I think that Seth is going to be a bad cuddler. I'm going to be honest.
He's going to be like you. He'll be distracted.
I mean, I just questioned his old lady if she likes to snuggle with a caveman. I mean, that's a big old boy. Now he got that beard growed out.
Well, I mean, the size would help. Like the size, he can wrap you in and get you good and tight.
Yeah, I mean, hell, if she ain't careful, it'll suffocate her. He'll have to fall asleep on her head, and she's in trouble.
He's gentle. I feel like Sean might end up on the cuddle podium as well. I think it's some order of Tyler. Sean.
I don't think
Sean is the most likely to hire a cuddler.
That's a good point. That's well said.
For his old lady, if she wants to cuddle.
Yes.
I don't think Sean even likes to be touched.
I feel like Sean's annoyance factor.
Is
high.
Yeah. No, he would hire a cuddler. He would not cuddle.
On the annoyance. Yeah.
So are we headed to a podium of some order of T. Mill, Ron the Show Hughley, and Patrick Creighton? Is that what we're doing here? That's our top cuddlers here at Sports Radio 16.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I mean, I don't think Sean even appreciates being touched. If he's not motorboat, if he's not at least motorboating, I don't think he wants to be. I don't think he wants to be.
There's a little bit of Warren from what was the Ben Stiller movie?
Something About Mary?
Yeah, I think I could see a little bit of Warren in
me. I got a
don't touch his ears.
Franks and beans. No. They annoying is probably a little strong, what Sho said there, but I'm not a cuddler. I cuddle from time to time, but I'm not a cuddler. And I would say this, Amy, whenever we go on a vacation, we have a queen-size bed because we live in a high-rise. Our bedroom's not super big, so we have a queen-size bed. Anytime we're on vacation and we have a king-size bed, she's in a different zip code, man.
Oh, yeah.
She likes that space.
No, I think this is a thing. One, Clint makes a good point about my size. I did once
smother Brandy?
I did once kill a kitten when I was a child by sleeping on top of it. Okay. So there's that. Don't worry, I've been to therapy about it. But I think that with these guys, I think honestly, if they polled the Sports Radio 610 female listeners, I would be the highest on the totem pole. I am in that annoying category of male appearance and physique where a lot of women just call me, he just looks so huggable. They just love hugging me because I just look like a big warm teddy bear or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like with zero, trust me, zero kind of like sexual intonation to it or anything.
See,
they look at me as a very huggable guy.
I'm all about the end game, and rarely like cuddling, holding hands is a big waste of time to me.
Yeah.
I'm a big massage guy. Now I'll administer a massage because there's a high ceiling for what that could end up resulting in. I'm about efficiency.
Which again, that's like you're getting high on the creep factor there.
Right.
To where the snuggling is a whole different deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, I like intercourse. That's
women would totally look at me and be like, "That's the guy I'm going to string along for a long time, and we'll just snuggle, and I'll use him for snuggling."
And Brandy's been doing it ever since. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
Payne and curse. Payne and blessing.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. John Lopez, if you're there. One of your better lines, I would say, that you slapped on me with Sean would hire somebody to cuddle. Because it's not entirely false, I would say.
It's not entirely false. Right. I know you, my man.
Yep. I hire people to do everything. I outsource it all, That was fun. I enjoyed it. So is that what we arrived at the end of that clip we played right there? Was that the podium?
That's what it seems like. That's what it seems. Honestly, it was a podium by default. It seems like the consensus is none of us are particularly high cuddlers. A very low cuddling threshold.
You guys are so off on this with me. I'm honestly disgusted at how bad you were at that.
You're
exercise. A cuddler? Well, no. You were just. The question was how huggable or cuddler. What was the question? Are they cuddlers or
best cuddlers? I think
best cuddlers.
Best cuddlers. Yeah.
I cuddle, and I get a lot of what Seth was talking about, like that you just want to hug you, that kind of thing. But I don't do it very often.
Yeah.
But
I guess I was looking at it from the wrong perspective. I thought it was the women seem like we would be cuddleable.
Most huggable.
I feel like Figgy's probably at the highest on the totem pole there.
We would have thought so too. He was like, nope, not good at this at all.
Yeah.
So he's like, get off of me.
So whether you actually enjoy cuddling, it sucks. Okay, you're 100% correct.
That's where I'm at. It's inefficient.
You know what? No, it's because Clint brought in like I would be bad at cuddling because of my my body size or whatever, which is but enjoying it. No, it's the worst.
Yeah. Holding hands too is bogus, man. Holding hands while walking. I don't mind holding hands like if you're sitting at a theater or something like that, you're watching a movie, and Amy like slips her hand over to hold my hand. I'll do that. But holding hands walking
There's a time limit.
There's a time limit, but it's like I kind of sometimes I like to veer off a little bit when I walk. I don't want to be like attached. I like to kind of walk with my own gait and my own direction and things like that. So
my wife tries to hold my hand when we're walking, just to irritate me. She knows I'm like, what are you doing?
Holding their women's hands to keep them from running away. That's like, what do you guys do to keep them from running away? I'm open to suggestions.
All right, boys. So you guys are out at the Insperity Invitational.
We are indeed.
Okay. Are you somewhere where people are going to be able to come by and see you out there? We'll get to the question of the day, but I'm just
best seats in the house.
Setting the scene.
It feels like home. We've done this for years when the Houston Open was here.
Yeah.
We are on the terrace at the clubhouse.
Oh, wow.
Right behind the practice range.
Okay.
It could not be better. Right next to the 18th green, right next to the number 1 tee. Just absolutely perfect.
Yeah, nice. Are they feeding you too while you're there?
We will eat.
Okay, good.
We will definitely eat.
Good.
Yes.
So what is the question of the day, boys?
Death, taxes, and blank, because it feels like we got one of those. And I know, Sean, you reveled in this probably, watching the city of Cleveland realize that, this is what James Harden do. This is what he do.
Made sure my alarm went off this morning to turn on 92.3 The Fan up in Cleveland, because they've been talking themselves into Harden ever since they traded for him. Mm-hmm. And as someone, and there's probably people in Philly, in Brooklyn, and in LA, and OKC, everywhere James has played, that probably see all this Cleveland pre-playoff treatment of Harden and are like, man, I wish I could just tell you that light at the end of the tunnel, that is a gigantic Amtrak train that's about to run you over come the second round of the playoffs. So death, taxes, and fill in the blank. Is that right?
As in James Harden in the playoffs.
Yeah, recently, up until recently, rather, death, taxes, and Texans in a Saturday afternoon playoff game.
Yeah,
right?
that's a good one. Yeah. That's a good one. Mine would be death, taxes, and Astros discomfort. On anything.
That's a good one.
In an arm? Is that what we're talking about?
Arm, shoulder, pena, knee, an oblique. We got Yiner got no. It's been how many days since an oblique injury? Yiner got that. Correa out for the year. So death, taxes, Astros discomfort.
I workshopped this with Sean, and he made me make it a little catchier than what I initially said. But I get annoyed on TikTok when I see young men and women basically act like for the first time in history, men and women approach relationships differently. They're like, it used to be different. Like back in the day, every man and every woman had the exact same problem. But these days, women want this and men want this. And Sean made me make it a little bit more concise. Well, you
had it as death, taxes, and young adults on TikTok acting like it's a new thing that men and women have different priorities in a relationship.
Well, I was telling you,
I get it.
So I'd say death, taxes, and bitches be tripping. That's
there you go.
Yeah, listen, it's not any different. It's different because of the times and everything, but they're always young men and women are never going to be exactly on the same page when it comes to what they value in a relationship.
You're 100% right. Wasn't that book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, or whatever? Wasn't that built like written in like in the 60s?
Oh, it's an old book. I know that. Yeah.
Mine. Well, I have a whole litany of them. We're going to get into them at 10:40, but the one that I know you guys might have a thought on is death, taxes, and Houston fans making excuses for arriving late.
For arriving late. Okay.
For arriving late.
Okay.
It's like, the traffic. Yeah, we're not used to traffic in Houston. There's a lot of things to do in Houston as opposed to to, I don't know, New York?
To the point where, like, I don't even know what to tell people. We had, on our sister station over Dana Cortez show, they asked us yesterday, the day before, rather, hey, so why is it? We went to the Rockets game, just people, and I was like, I couldn't, we've talked about this for
decades.
I don't have an answer for you. We've gone through all the possibilities. I don't know what to give you.
Houston's no, it's not. It's not at all.
People just got to stop making excuses for it and just own it.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's what we do, okay? Just leave it alone. You ain't never been to Houston. You don't understand Houston.
Hey, can I shout out the people on the text page that are reminding me, oh, God, you people, that Julia Roberts was a prostitute in Pretty Woman, not a cuddler? I know. But Richard Gere hired her just to sit and chat with him the whole time. And cuddle with him and things like that. I know she was a prostitute by trade. I can recite her 900 number, chapter and verse, okay?
Did anybody hit you with a "you do know"?
No.
That's
this close, though. This close, yeah.
Death, taxes, and media illiteracy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a shot across the bow.
Yeah,
man.
That's how we're starting.
Right. Someone says, if I hear the word cuddle one more freaking time.
That one was your fault, mind you, Texter. You texted that one in.
That's it, man. And then last one, and then I'll pass the baton. We'll pass the baton to you guys. How the hell are any of you married?
That's the beauty. I'm not.
I don't know that the women have like this exceeding desire to be cuddled all that much.
Or find the right one.
Right. Yeah. Well, they can. I mean, I just said, we get to a resort or somewhere and we have a king-size bed. Man, Amy she's over. She's in another area code.
Yeah, no, there comes a point in a relationship where quality sleep wins out.
Absolutely.
And, I don't think, how is anyone who's married? I would guess that 90% of people that stay married for a long time have come to a pretty damn good understanding about, if one person doesn't like being cuddled all night long, that you're not cuddling all night long.
I'm gonna make a big assumption. I'm gonna make a big assumption here that the people saying, "How the hell are you married?" that you've only been married for a very short time.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna attach a warning label to the next several years. You're not ready. You are not ready for the next several years, young man or woman.
There you
Might be a woman. Yeah. You ain't ready. You ain't ready. All right, boys. Have a great show.
Thanks, man.
And enjoy the golf tournament out there. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and I just cannot wait to talk about J.J. McCarthy with you next week.
Monday. Can't wait to get petty. I know. I can't believe we forgot to play that. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, there at the Insperity. Figgy Fig back here in studio, making sure the trains all run on time and chiming in with what I'm sure will be an awesome mixtape coming up at 1:20 today, right, Figgy?
Yeah.
All right, good. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Death, taxes, and a Friday on In the Loop.
How about
Sports
that?
Radio 610. How you doing out there? Reginald Atatula alongside the OG John Lopez, broadcasting live from the Insperity Invitation at the Woodlands Country Club out here in the Woodlands. Excited to be here for round one of this invitation. How you living, my man?
I am living great. This place feels like home, man. It's just a beautiful place.
You that rich, huh?
No. I'm just saying we've been here so many times over the years.
You just be out at the country club all the time.
Just hanging out at the country club, man. That's what we do. But no, it's just gorgeous. It's lush. It's big time names, and we got
in a weird way. I'm kind of glad it's overcast.
Really?
Yeah.
How come?
I mean, the weather's still decent, and it looks like the rain's going to hold off, so we're going to get the golf.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's the best of both worlds in that regard.
Yeah, it's nice and cool. It's perfect. But no, big names too. Ben Crenshaw was walking across the parking lot. I saw his car. Tom Kite. All the biggest names that you could think of were here. So we're in a good spot. We're in a real good spot.
Yeah, I was even looking at the odds here recently, and funny enough, the British Open winner Stuart Sink, like he is odds-on favorite last time I checked to get something done here today. I think let me make sure that I'm looking at my odds again correctly. Yeah, John Daly's got some pretty good odds as well, plus 2,400.
Yeah, I wouldn't take him.
You wouldn't? You're like, I'm not going there. I couldn't interest you in Ernie Els at plus 3,200.
Ernie Els ain't bad.
Okay, all right. There's
the
some
Big Easy.
Yeah. So there's definitely going to be some good golf out here in the greater Houston area, specifically in the Woodlands at the 23rd edition of this Insperity Invitational. But of course, it's still a Friday. We still going to have fun with you, and we want you to get involved as always, whether we're in the studio or out of the studio, on the Base Power text line. That number is 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Caramel Jewelers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is available for you. Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston, and I want to make sure that I'm I'm not forgetting anything. Fig, how you living, big dog?
I'm good over here, man.
All right, cool. I want to make sure that we're all good. I know a lot of people excited for the mixtape. We'll get there. But in the meantime, got to salute the third-year cornerback now?
Kamari Lasser, man.
Kamari is – it feels good to come into an offseason knowing that dude is starting to get the respect that he deserves around the league. Right, last year it felt like, oh, okay, y'all are figuring out what we saw immediately, which is this dude is different.
He is very, very different. So sometimes, can I make a side note commentary here?
I mean, that's
quick?
Kind of what we do on this show.
We're going to talk heavy Kamari Lasser and football and Texans and Astros and all that, but we were just talking about Ernie Els. He's warming up right in front of us in the blue shirt right there. He just hooked one over the side fence. So I don't know about it.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
He just duck hooked
insider information. I mean, it's the practice range, man. Let him settle in.
I said, who hit that ball over the fence? Almost hit where those carts are coming.
You don't know what he was trying to do.
He almost hit a cart.
Do you know maybe he was practicing that? Maybe he's getting ready to get around one of these trees here.
Working on his grip. I was like, wow, that's a bad shot. That looked like one of mine.
He's like, I recognize that one. I've seen that one plenty.
And I was like, who is that? That's a big deal. Oh, that's Ernie Els. Oh, well. Yeah, but no, man. You know, sometimes I do some.
That is entertainment purpose only information, mind you. Don't go doing nothing with that.
That's what they call inside information right there. I might be able to get in trouble on that one.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to walk away from it, big dog.
So sometimes, very, very much occasionally, I just sit at home and do some deep thinking about the Texans.
Deep thinking
about the Texans. And I was going through this audio, Kamari Lasser, it might have been this morning.
Really good sit down with Texas All Access.
Yeah.
Always a shout out to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris for getting some good conversations with the fellas.
And I'm like, well, that's cool. And then I heard him say a couple of things, and I'm like, you know, Kamari Lasser is a Pro Bowler already.
Correct.
He's really good. Mm-hmm. We rave about his game and how it's developed. And I'm like, what if he takes like an even bigger leap? Like, what if he becomes, like, you know, the Spider-Man meme with Derek Stingley? And it made me think about something that you've said in the past. That's a wrap.
Yeah, man. Just go ahead and wrap this thing up if we're talking about it at that level. I mean, is it fair to argue that we're kind of already there?
I don't think we're there.
You don't think so?
I think you and I and a lot of people are very, very high on him.
Okay, that's a fair point.
You know, and we talk about, boy, he's really good, but he still gets most of the attention if quarterback has to choose one side or the other. You know, he still has to, you know, again, outstanding, but he's still sort of nationally thought of as like, well, if you're going to pick your poison, I would pick that, you know, that side. What if he's just as good?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, though, because you were talking about how, you know, obviously quarterbacks will choose to try and attack him rather than Derek Stingley. Mm-hmm. I think that last year was that week 14, Kansas City. In fact, they talked to him about that, and we might tee that up. He had a fantastic performance, and that's him coming in with an injury, right? And he discussed some of that in the Texas Online, but he was fantastic. I went back and looked at some of my notes on it. I went and looked at a few plays from it yesterday, just going, okay, let me go and remember what it was, because I do remember he came in, he was just giving it a go, dealing with that injury going in, and they attacked him early and to no real effect. And I do wonder if, again, this past season, teams did get to the place where they're like, oh, okay, we're dealing with the dude on the other side who's just as good.
Well, but that's kind of to my point. In that game, you know, he played a hell of a game, but he was attacked.
And but he was attacked because he was injured, and I think even with him being injured, he answered the call to the point where go, well, damn, even if he's at like 75%, we can't go at him?
No, sure, but I think, I don't remember exactly, but I know it was it was like 3 targets that Derek Stingley had in that game. Like nothing. Like, they're you know, basically, they're like, we're not even looking over there whether he's injured or not. And I'm like, okay, so what if he is that guy that you don't even want to look? That's a wrap, you know, as far as you know, the cornerback position and really largely, you know, the secondary, because you can do so many other things. And so you know, actually let's listen to this first. Cut 6. It's just the way his demeanor, the way he's talking about, you know, some of the things they're looking to do here.
I think he was talking about his individual goals, especially heading into this year 3.
I feel like I want to be a good leader on our team, for one. I feel like we have really good leaders on our team, and I've seen the leadership, whether it's from guys like Petrie, who don't talk a lot, even Sting, who doesn't talk a lot, with guys like Will and Aziz, who are more vocal, even CJ, like, you know, just guys who I want to be like a good leader on our team. I feel like, you know, year 1 and year 2, those are like your younger years. Once you get into year 3, you got to go ahead and make that transition. Yep. So I feel like that's something that I really want to work on. And then on the field, I feel like I just want the ball. I want the ball. I want more ball production.
Year 1, year 2, that's when you're still young. Year 3, he was really mostly talking about leadership there, but
isn't that sick?
That's crazy. It's crazy.
Because I mean, look, by the nature of the word, everybody can't be a leader, except the Texans are working damn hard on making everybody a leader.
Everybody's a leader. Who wants to be a leader?
Like he just named a handful of dudes, and he goes Will and Aziz, and yep, those dudes are leaders. But then he also talks about Sting and Petrie, and yeah, those dudes are leaders in various different ways. And he's like, yeah, I want to be another one of those.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's absurd to say that, especially when you understand the way that D'Amico Ryan sees his team, the ways in which you need to fit into the ethos of what he wants. And Kamari Lasser is absolutely that. It honestly, it's incredible, because I do wonder, what does that do for his game? I think he already embodies that, but if he is not just doing that kind of innately, not just doing that through being coached, but then also having an intrinsic motivation and motor of this, like where does that take his ability on the field? And I think, honestly, just the idea of where does that take him, when it comes to the team dynamic, does that make it more viable to deal with one of the impending quote-unquote dooms that this team is going to have to deal with, which is you can't pay everybody, and at some point you're going to have to make hard decisions. Well, how hard is the decision if everybody's a leader and you go, we don't have to worry about, are we losing something in leadership in addition to playing capacity?
No, that's fair, and that's a good problem to have. But it did remind me also, okay, so that's one that just jumped off. Okay, he's going into year 3. It could be an enormous season for him. Is there anybody else? Anybody else that if they take a big leap, like a big leap, even from, and they're already great. Now, to me, the obvious one is Will Anderson Jr., who's already just a monster, second in Defensive Player of the Year. So what if he becomes J.J. Watt? 20-something sacks, touchdowns, disruptive in every way, a complete game plan around him. What does that do? I think he's the obvious one. And then I think another obvious one is on the offensive side. I mean, C.J. Stroud, if he just takes any steps forward, any at all, we can use what I said earlier. That's a wrap.
Yeah, I think that those are good ones because, well, I mean, the defense runs on that pressure. I think the offensive one is the very interesting one, because if you're talking about a team that is clearly built to be defense forward and then maintain ball possession with a good run game. If your quarterback is going, all right, when you give me the ball, I'm going to be fantastic with it, what else is there, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I love the Kamari Lasser is like, hey, man, the thing that I want to get better about just ball production, which one I think speaks to a level of confidence in all the other things, which I can't really knock him on that. Like, this isn't delusional. Him looking at his game and going, yeah, he's got it pretty down pat a lot of these other places.
Yeah.
The last thing to do is just take the football away more consistently, which I think as a defense as a whole, you look at it and you go, damn, if they take the football away more, what the hell are we talking about
then
here?
It's over. Right. That's a wrap.
Right, we're talking about Thanos with the full Infinity Gauntlet. What other doomsday scenarios are we talking about? But yeah, if we're looking at individuals, I honestly tried to go with some of the players that weren't as obvious, because you're right. Will, CJ, we're talking about something almost annihilation,
otherworldly.
I do wonder is it the right approach to go to where are the spots that you have some level of weakness and go, boom, if that turns into a strength, this is crazy. And on defense, I was wondering, is it like the secondary, or is it like Henry To'oTo'o? So let's say, and Henry To'oTo'o was very good.
He took a big leap last year.
He took a big leap. He was I love the way he triggers, the way that he identifies, hey, nope, that's run. I need to get into this gap. He does that in a fantastic fashion.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is the development? Is it now if, hey, you can't attack the middle of the field, also passing the football, a lot like what the Z's did in coverage? If you got two of those dudes in coverage and you go, where do you throw the football? Like I do wonder if that does something, but it feels like you might get the most bang for your buck on offense.
Yes, the bang for the buck is on offense, specifically quarterback. But hell,
and so is the answer maybe like Jaden Higgins?
It might be Jaden Higgins. That's a really, really good one.
Taking pressure off of Nico Collins, making defenses have to contend with two sides of the football. Also, the big thing that I'm thinking about: who is your red zone target? Is a question that we've been asking. Now you add David Montgomery.
2 years.
Right? Yes, 100%. You add David Montgomery, you go, all right, boom, we can punch it in if we get in there. But I think that the versatility of we got a dude who can run it in and the possibility of having a dude that you can chuck it up to and use that big physical size above the rim, so to say, I think that would be something that very much feels like a cancel Christmas event.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
Is there another player that comes to mind for you?
Offensively, I was actually thinking David Montgomery. Because we know what Joe Mixon did when he was that next level running back. Won a game by himself. Basically the opener in 2024, wasn't it? When he just went for, when he went for,
against Indianapolis.
Yeah,
man.
You get a David Montgomery going to that level. C.J. Stroud doesn't even have to be much better.
Yeah, because Woody Marks was pretty good last year, but I think that there'd be a clear difference in what we see from David Montgomery and if it gets going at the highest level. What we think. Excited to see what the Texans do. Rookies on the field today. In fact, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans in the 12 o'clock hour as well. So keep it locked here with us on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, if you haven't reached your Astros breaking point, why is that? And I'm genuinely asking. Let us know on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, as we continue to roll on in the loop.
Just when you think it can't get worse for the Astros, after a freak batting practice injury, Carlos Correa is out for the year with a torn tendon in his ankle.
Tough, really tough. Not what I was expecting, but.
Later, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
Oh, yeah. Happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Antula, broadcasting live from the Insperity Invitational out here at the Woodlands Country Club. We're just right behind the practice range, judging golfers that could play exponentially better than us on any given day at any given time. That's the beauty of watching golf, ain't it?
There's a U.S. Open winner right there.
Yeah, pretending like we could do anything close to what these guys could do.
Retief Goosen.
I think he's got some pretty good odds today.
He does. Huge names here, man.
Yeah, can't wait to see these guys start teeing off. Somebody did, I don't know if this was a threat or not, on the text line, said, hey, the rain's coming your way, and I really hope that it's not. Because it seems like early on in the day, walking around the grounds, talking to some folks, they're like, I think it's going to hold off.
Yeah.
I think we're going to make it.
Supposed to be this afternoon.
I think the collective hope of the Woodlands right now will keep the rain away.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Hopefully that's the case. But that no rain, shine, nothing will stop what we got going here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Someone did, as we were talking about the possibility of like what could change and make it a Kansas Christmas type event with the Texans. Someone brought up like the idea of Marlon Klein as red zone target, and I kind of love that idea, assuming that you could make it happen, of course, which I think that would make the transition for him a lot easier. If he could find that niche of even if it's not fully locking in the remaining 80 yards of the field, but if we get into the red zone and you go, hey, that size, and he could just be that kind of target,
6'6",
I think that would be incredibly useful.
That would be that would be very, very useful. That's another one of those little things that we've been sort of clamoring for the last couple of years.
And the reason why I say this, not just the idea that, I guess if you bring him in the red zone, it isn't one of those things like when you bring in the running back that can only catch and you go, all right, we know exactly what's happening. You bring him in the red zone and, okay, well, that changes.
What are you going to do?
That adds something for a defense to worry about.
Yeah.
Of course, remains to be seen, but maybe we get a little feeling of that in practice today. I know that B. Scott's going to be out there. We might trouble him to give us a report.
Yeah, and we're going to hear from D'Amico right off.
100%. We will hear those. The Astros get going with the weekend series today, and can I be probably too honest with you in this moment?
Go ahead.
I've forgotten who they're playing.
Oh, the Reds.
That's right. They're in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And you know why I've forgotten who they're playing?
Good squad.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I've forgotten because it's draining.
It's more about the Astros.
It's draining. Yeah. Right. It's not. Again, it's not about the Reds. It's just.
What are we going to see?
For the first time in a good long time,
Yeah.
like there isn't as much of, I'm curious to see what's happening, or even just downright excited to see what the weekend series offers.
Yeah.
There's dread that exists for me. I'd be lying if I told you any differently. And so I'm very curious, not just for you, John Lopez, but especially for our listeners, 713-572-4610. When it comes to these Astros, have you reached your breaking point? And if not, what's keeping you? What's keeping you in this moment?
Where's the hope kind of thing?
Yeah.
Where's the hope kind of thing? Look, because we talked about this yesterday, it's almost as if they've come back from this type of deficit in the past, this type of start, but this just feels different, looks different. The pitching, obviously, we know the whole litany of things that are going wrong. But I was actually I was thinking about this question because I actually heard Hayden ask Chandler Rome, who I love, but he was even saying, hey, man, and he said this when they were 3 games back, but now they're 4.5. They're still only 3 games back. Well, now they're only 4.5 games back. And so, mathematically, we're going there already. Mathematically, this squad, get on a little run, find some pitching. It's not over. But even at that, Reggie, it feels like, have you kind of moved the goals? because it's like, hey, we could still win the division or we could make a run or whatever. I'm like, it's not what we're in the business here for. It's not what the owner said, we're in the business here for.
Yeah, but I think that goes back to the ever true truism, if you'll allow me to say that, of baseball, but particularly playoff sports, which is just getting the big dance.
Just get there.
Just getting the tournament.
It hits funny. And then that's why I want to ask the question. Because I'm already like, I don't know, man. I think we're all broken. You just talked about, the wear and tear of this whole, even watching a series against the Reds in early May, just kind of drains you. So I'm there. I feel as if you're, if not there, pretty dang close. So if you haven't reached that breaking point yet, why?
I mean, my first guess would probably be, again, you've got some good players that are still going to make their way back. Right, Hunter Brown is a given that that's where we start equivocating, right? After name number one when it comes to at least pitching side, but this feels like there's some guys that can make their way back still and find some level of consistency. Like Hayden Wesneski, we saw when you got him and acquired him from Chicago in that Kyle Tucker trade, he looked good. Unfortunately, injured relatively quickly into that, but he looked good, and you go, okay, that's a guy that I've seen look pretty good. Hunter Brown is a guy that is pretty good. Christian Javier has found some level of good at various different points if he makes his way back. But again, we start ending up in that place, and I'm already tired of doing that because we've done that a lot in the recent history of, all right, well, we're just waiting on this guy to come back, and the reinforcements come, and they're not nearly as strong as you once thought. I think maybe another reason why you hold out is the offense has been downright good.
The offense has been downright good. No question about it.
This is less of that is significantly less of a question mark, right? The idea that you can go out and win games if you can just find any semblance of pen help, of any semblance of starter consistency. I mean, you're dealing with downright awful starting. I mean, again, it's a team ERA over 6.
Yeah.
That's ungodly.
It's ungodly.
And your offense has still managed to be competitive in some of these instances, and you go, if we can find a way to be even just below average.
I'm actually, and we've been saying this, throughout the early portions of this season, hey, as long as you have the offense, if you can just get any pitching, and I've been right there with everyone else, like, yes, as you just said, the offense is still going to be, something to reckon with. But that's not where, if I had to, say I haven't reached the breaking point yet, that is actually depressing to me because they are where they are with the offense playing so well.
Yeah.
And now you have to ask yourself, is it still going to play so well without Carlos Correa? He's done for the year. Is it still going to play so well, with when they reach a slump, because they will. It's inevitable. So I'm not even sure if that's, one of those things I can hang my hat on.
Well, the question I would ask is, like, what of your offense feels so out of sorts that it would, I guess, regress to the mean, so to say. Because the dude who is lighting it up is a dude who lights it up in Yordan Alvarez.
And Christian Walker.
Christian Walker historically has been this dude. Last year feels more the anomaly than some level of otherwise. So at least with the offense, I can feel comfortable in that being there. The problem for me is not that I don't think that holds, is that it doesn't feel like enough for me. And maybe the ultimate, keeping it in is what keeping yourself in line is what Chandler Rome said, is that everybody else stinks too.
That would be my only one.
Everybody else stinks too, man.
What he said is like, okay, if I hadn't reached, if I'm not at the point where I reached a breaking point, it would be that. The Mariners are still, who knows? They should be a lot better than they are.
The team at the top is one that we weren't anticipating. Like, it's the A's at the top of the AL West, and I don't know that we were looking at them.
Good.
Yeah. So. Yeah, even the teams that you had some level of expectation for, not just in the AL West, but the entirety of the American League.
That's my only hope. Like, they are, they have never lived up to the expectations if they were good, if they have a good roster like the Mariners, and you don't expect them to stay where they are if they're the A's or even really the Rangers, although the Rangers are better. But still.
Yeah, maybe in theory you could get yourself to squint and see the possibility of staying relatively close and buying at the deadline.
Yeah, well.
But I feel like you could buy at the bullpen. Like, you can't fix this starting pitching.
Well, then that speaks to
how
much belief do you have in Jim Crane? What he has said, as long as I'm the owner.
It's waning.
Yeah.
It is waning. But all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, because this is not a Rockets segment. However, a Rockets-related player did did something that we know that he always do. James Harden did not show up in Game 2 of that Cavaliers series, and it's almost like I told you so, Cleveland. Death taxes and James Harden not showing up, and so that got us thinking. Question of the day: what else could you fill in the blank on? Death, taxes, and blank, sports or otherwise. 713-572-4610. That's the Base Power text line. Text in, and we'll talk about it next.
All right, and let's talk about AbilityTrees.com, and man, look at these trees. I bet you he's been out here. They're fantastic. Look, if you have any questions, any issues, if you're wondering about
sportsradio.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adentula.
Yeah, that's right. I love the little ball going into the cup sound that happens there. But indeed, we are at the Insperity Invitational. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Let's get to the question of the day here. Inspired by one James Harden, former Houston Rocket. Now, after a few stops, he has ended up in Cleveland with the Cavaliers, and they've gotten into the playoffs. They've gone into the second round, and he has done the James Harden thing. Had a rough game. In fact, a couple of rough games when they've needed him, which let me know if that sounds familiar to you, 713-572-4610. And that inspires our question of the day because it feels very much like death, taxes, and James Harden not showing up when you really need him. It's kind of incredible, especially because I vividly remember myself, John, being one of those dudes that
you were a truther
when James did it in the playoffs. I was like, but you got to understand, though, he plays all 82 games. He's an Iron Man. Like it just doesn't got no legs no more. And I don't know after this amount of sample size that you could keep defending him. But, of course, death taxes in blank, much like death taxes in James Harden, what is something that you can always depend on, sports or otherwise? 713-572-4610.
All right, so Astros being accused of cheating even all these years later. And you know what made me think about this? This
went up again on social media just yesterday.
We didn't even talk about it. We needed to at least mention. So you're talking about the Shohei Ohtani stare?
Yeah.
Because there is now a theory, I guess, that Ohtani threw a sweeper way out of the zone. We all know the swing. It's been talked about nationally.
Which is funny because it feels like you get that at least once a month from Jose Altuve. Just some swing that is ungodly for somebody of his size or any stature in baseball.
And at least once a month you get someone, with some conspiracy theory about, the Astros, they cheated, and now they're saying they are still cheating, that somehow Altuve got word that it was going to be a fastball, and Ohtani actually crossed up his catcher because he knew Altuve was expecting a fastball, threw that sweeper 2 feet out of the zone, and that's why Altuve, his swing was so bad. I'm like, come on, man, that's a big reach right there. How?
I can understand how you would view that as logical if you do not watch Jose Altuve. I've seen that man swing at nonsense.
Yes.
Sometimes I wonder if you just pantomime like you were throwing a baseball and then didn't throw it, if he would still swing sometimes.
Yeah.
He loves swinging at nonsense. It's one of the things that we've talked about a little bit because early on this year, it felt like he might have actually done the thing where you get you teach your old dog new tricks, and he actually had some level of play discipline. You saw the pitch. You saw the swing.
That's the update,
right? That is indeed the update.
The update.
It's dumb. Also, have we not gotten past it? I think we can reasonably say.
No, we have not. I know where you're going. We have not gotten past it.
We can reasonably say, right, as much as the Astros did do the thing that they were accused of in 2017, one, the idea of sign stealing, especially outside of the bounds that are typically viewed as fair game, happens a lot more prevalently in MLB, and we've seen this documented a number of times in various different places. But also, hey man, they done came back, won another World Series. It was a good baseball team.
Doesn't matter. Death, taxes, and the Astros being accused of cheating.
Right. I don't know if you want to go as far as the Astros were the scapegoat for cheating in baseball. That might be a little far from me.
Because they did it.
Right?
Yeah.
However, you'd be the scapegoat, or you could be, the one that takes the fall for everybody if you weren't the only one doing this. However, it is clear, hey, man, this is a lot more prevalent, and you're not going to just hit the Astros over the head without acknowledging that.
I'm curious what you and Figgy think of. I've got a couple more real quick here. Death, taxes, and Houston fans making excuses for showing up late. Rockets, Texans in particular. Astros have been a little better about that of late, but they're not great. They're usually out on the concourse. But
it's the only one that doesn't have this, the Cougs. Coug hoops, that thing is jumping. I know it's only like 7,000 seats, but it'd be full up.
It drives me nuts that there's a lot of traffic in Houston. Okay, what about New York? What about L.A.? Well, there's so many different things to do in Houston. Okay, what about pretty much every other major league city? It just, I don't understand why. It's just the way Houston is. And then the other one is death, taxes, and Texans offensive line issues. Every year.
Buddy, I'm crossing my fingers, toes. I don't know if there's any other body parts I can cross that this is the year that the Texans offensive line
death taxes and saying this is the year that the Texans offensive line.
Yeah, that's a fair point. No, that's a fair point. But it does. I think it's fair to acknowledge, though, this does, what we've seen to this point in this offseason does represent a stark difference from the way that they've handled it.
Seems like it.
Point. Right there. Not only are they attacking it, they're attacking it from multiple sides. Right. It is veteran offensive linemen. It is young drafted offensive linemen. Yes, there's versatility, but there's size in there. The only thing that you could point to is, hey, they didn't make sure that they had full depth on the tackles.
Yeah.
I think that's the point that I would point to. But
what
it feels
you?
like this is it. Death taxes, and on the base power text line, someone said Lance McCullers Jr. taking the joy out of pitching.
Construction on, I think they said I-45. There's no 35 here.
Not here.
Yeah. Death taxes and
there is always construction on I-35, especially if you're like
that too.
up there traveling through Waco or something.
Yeah. Figgy?
Yeah. So I got a couple of them. I'm going to just rattle them off.
Okay.
Death taxes, Houston traffic. We got death taxes, Freiburg meltdown.
Oh,
good
fantastic.
One. Yeah.
We got death taxes, Texans losing in the divisional round.
This is the year. This is the year, Fig.
Yep. Death taxes, Reggie using big words.
You know what?
Death taxes and Reggie pulling some stat that I 90% believe he made up. What was the one yesterday? Hold on, let me see if I can remember it. It was catchable air yards.
That's something.
What was it? Catchable air yard?
Air rate something.
Oh, yeah, catchable air yard
rates,
rate.
Yeah, air rate
catchable
spree.
air yard rate.
Look at you. You got it.
It took me half an hour.
You learned something.
I don't think that's a real stat.
It is a real stat. Check FTN Fantasy. Shout out to my guy Aaron Schatz. No, yeah, absolutely. But you learn things. I'm proud of you. Death taxes and June bugs. Yeah, and I would love if we cut that out.
Oh, man, I drove last week to Aransas Pass.
Oh, I know your truck was disgusting.
My gosh, it took me, I was scrubbing them with like a dish scrubber, those hard dish scrubbers. They were still not coming off. It took
Wait,
forever.
you were using the dish scrubber on your car?
Because it has that little, it has that texture.
Yeah.
Because I went
that don't mess with the paint?
I went through the car wash. I went through, I scrubbed it with the little squeegee thing.
At the gas station?
At the gas station, nothing. So I had to just actually scrub it. It's the worst. Are they done yet? It's usually only about 2 weeks of those bugs.
During this time, I stay my ass inside to try and avoid them. I really and truly run headfirst away from that. Somebody said death taxes and people not knowing how to drive in Houston in the rain. Death taxes and all, maybe not straight up flooding, but the intermittent flooding where you end up turning down the street and now you got to drive through a mini lake of sorts just to get past where you're going. That is deeply annoying to me.
Well, another part of that one is death taxes and weather people thinking that the apocalypse, making us believe that the apocalypse is on its way, and it's basically cloudy. It's one of those things. That one drives me nuts.
Fig, should I do it to him?
What's that?
Should I do it to him?
Yeah.
Death taxes and John Lopez reneging on a bet.
Oh, get out of here! Get out of here!
I still don't see no tacos, John.
I'll get you some. I'll get you a whole lunch right here today.
at your cost, huh?
I have never reneged on a bet.
You're starting. You're starting to.
It wasn't a bet.
You're picking up on it here from the 361. Death taxes and Joel Embiid getting injured.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Are there more Houston sports ones that we're missing here? Because obviously we hit some of the big ones where you talk about Houston fans being a little late showing up.
Death, taxes, and the way Astros treat injuries or handle injuries or look because of injuries.
Yeah, that one is the one that's been most frustrating here this year because after a long time, we know that the Astros have been stubborn about this injury thing, right? They still are unwilling to make their medical staff available for questions to the general public or media, I guess is probably a better way of talking about that. And then finally, they were like, all right, we're going to do an audit. We're going to look at it. And it wasn't just, hey, we're going to look at it. We looked at it. It was fine. Leave us alone. They changed some things.
They did change some things.
And where are we at?
Oh, man, this is a good one. This is very timely. You got to be relevant, You got to be relevant in terms of what's happening right now. Death taxes and Mike Vrabel and Bijani having big news every day. Big news reporting. There was another one this morning, wasn't there?
I missed
some video. Figgy, did you see it? Some video of her talking about her husband again popped up.
Oh yeah,
this morning. I was like,
I think Vrabel was on the call with him.
That's right. Vrabel was on the call. Dude, they are already knocked out. this is like when in those UFC fights when the guy's already out and they keep punching them. You know, I'm like, dude, they're out.
I'm
it's
about
done.
this close to muting all of their names.
Yes.
Yeah, I still wonder what the what's the inspiration for this continuing to go.
It sells. It gets clicks.
Yeah, but
I hate to use that term, but I mean, legit. It gets a lot. TMZ, I bet you their numbers are just off the charts.
I bet. They're sourcing this from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I do wonder, is it the same person? Or are they just getting a influx of a whole bunch of people going like, hey, I got something about this?
They're trying to one-up each other. Yeah.
Man, somebody trying to make Vrabel quit. That's what it sounds like.
That might. It does sound like that.
Maybe that's so. Death taxes and Mother's Day gifts and Father's Day getting nothing.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that is this weekend, isn't it?
That is indeed this weekend.
Yeah.
I hope that you're prepared.
I'm not.
You still?
No, I have a plan. It's all the wheels. They are turning. The wheels are turning. Just need to make.
But you haven't exercised any of this.
Have not.
So you're gonna leave the Woodlands Country Club today and go and get it done, or you're waiting till tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the vibe feels.
John Lopez about to be the dude at Walgreens.
Kroger, those tents they pop up on the Kroger parking lot.
They did that for you.
Give me one of those. Give me one of those. Don't you want to look at them closer? Nah, it's flowers, man.
Death taxes and Lopez not taking Reg and Fig to the cook-off.
Flowers.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And then death taxes and Reg, you talking too much. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I do be talking a lot, but I appreciate you still rocking with us and listening here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to go around the NFL where, hey guys, the Aaron Rodgers saga seemingly almost wrapped up. Has reared an ugly new branch to it, and we'll tell you what that is when we go around the NFL next.
The Rockets season came to a disappointing end with a 98-7. Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're broadcasting live from the Insperity Invitational here at the Woodlands Country Club. PGA Tours champions out there getting it in one of the fantastic, great golf courses here in the Greater
Sun's
Houston
breaking
area.
through a little bit.
You said what?
Sun's breaking through a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Mm-hmm. But it's still largely overcast out here.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not a bad day at all to be outside taking in some golf. Have you been peeping any more practices, or were you just?
I was watching Retief Goosen a second ago. That guy has one of the most incredible U.S. Open wins in history.
Yeah, one of our listeners said that they were there, seeing it happen, and it was kind of incredible.
Next to a guy that was there too.
Damn, Matt was there? That's
Matt
crazy.
was there.
Matt the engineer was there. That's awesome.
Oklahoma City.
No, of course. Clearly you've covered a lot of stuff in your day and age. Have you ever covered somebody quite like Aaron Rodgers, though?
Oh, boy, that's a mouthful.
Is it?
That's because he's just an incredible player, man. Just absolutely incredible. But then again, he's Aaron Rodgers.
He is. He is Aaron Rodgers.
As the great Iceman George Gervin once said, you got to take the bitter with the better.
Good quote. I like that one. Well, there is some bitter that's coming in here because the prevailing wisdom that we kind of brought up yesterday, or at least the reporting, would dictate such that Aaron Rodgers, who obviously has most recently been the quarterback with the Pittsburgh Steelers, was set to meet with the Steelers today. At one point I saw later yesterday, but then today was something that came up.
He arrived yesterday, was set to meet with him today.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah.
And then basically the expectation was that he would agree fully to play again this year as the starting quarterback.
Done deal, baby.
For the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know that there have been some rumors that maybe the Cardinals are trying to recruit him away, so on and so forth, and maybe there's a little bit more to be believed because Andrew Filipponi, who covers the Steelers, he has a radio station, or he has a radio show rather, at 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, reported about an hour ago that Steelers general manager Omar Khan told Chris Mack on Westwood One that he doesn't know where Aaron Rodgers is.
It's the general manager. So what's the latest with Aaron Rodgers?
Can't find him.
I don't know where he is.
He was supposed to pull up. Ain't seen him. Hit his phone. Didn't answer. Couldn't even confirm whether he's in town this weekend for a visit.
He didn't even know. Did you not get him the ticket? Or maybe you did get him the ticket and you're not sure he used it.
I mean, I feel like it shouldn't be.
The plane, whatever it was.
I mean, look, he's a grown-ass man. I should not have to keep tabs on you like I got an air tag on you or something. I feel like when we agree you're supposed to be up here, you're supposed to be up here.
Well, but this is the of many. This is the latest of the most Aaron Rodgers things you could possibly think of. Reporting, clearly good reporting because it was NFL writers, it was in Pittsburgh, it was, sourced. Hey, he's going to come in Thursday night, be there Friday, he's going to sign. And then today, the general manager says, don't know where he is.
Now, what are the chances in your mind that this is like playing coy and that we're doing something?
It's almost zero because they know who they're dealing with. They don't want to put that out there. That you can be coy with some, but to say this, and it's not even important. Like he said it, he said this. The general manager said it. It accomplishes nothing, and in fact works in reverse. It works to your detriment.
I know that they got to feel like they got in bed with the devil now, didn't they?
Yep.
Right? This was an opportunity to get a quarterback who's very good and hopefully make a last ditch attempt at doing something. Almost feels kind of Astros like, hey, let's see if we can pry this window open a little bit more before we have to do something of a serious change in the way that we operate. Now they have a different quarterback, or a different head coach rather. It's like, all right, maybe we could just do another year of this Aaron Rodgers to get us over. And they thought, hey, last year Aaron Rodgers gave us all this. I was dealing with something. There was somebody who was going through a really hard time in my life, and I wanted to be there for them. What's the reason now, Aaron?
Yeah.
Like, why are we in this place where everybody's chasing you down on something that the draft is already gone.
Where draft is gone. And even though he's a loon, and we know that in terms of just how he likes to be coy and play these games. Don't you think there comes a point, and obviously not, but don't you think there should come a point when Aaron Rodgers goes, yeah, I like having fun with these people. I like keeping NFL teams guessing. But, I'm old. I think I'll just go ahead and sign, or I'll go ahead and actually do what I say I'm going to do.
I would have imagined that we already hit that point.
Yeah.
Apparently not. Mm-hmm. And you know what? As I think about it now, I don't even know how mad I am at it, because apparently I live by the mantra of you do what you want when you popping, and apparently Aaron Rodgers still popping. That's what at least in Pittsburgh, they're willing to let him string them along, and so they will be strung along because that's what Aaron Rodgers do. We continue around the NFL here, going to the Indianapolis Colts, who just yesterday released cornerback Kenny Moore and a safety Nasir Adderley. Kenny Moore, obviously the big name on that. He's been a very good slot cornerback in this league, and he's one of their longest tenured players. He's a respected leader, all of those things. He's 30 years of age, and he requested a trade, and they seemingly, after exploring trade possibilities, did not find anybody willing to pull the trigger on it, and so they released him. You know what the question is? In any city around the world, when somebody comes free, everybody's like,
Yeah, no. No, I think...
I don't think you heard me. I said,
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
No. Where do you put him?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
That's the question. Because obviously, I think cornerback depth is still something that you go, how do you feel about it, right? How good do you feel about Jalen Smith? How good do you feel about Tremont Smith? But that's not really what he is. You'd be shoehorning him in, and this is a team that when they are playing, especially obviously bases in all reality, they're three linebackers, but their base defense, the one that they go to the most is nickel. Yeah. With Jalen Petrie, the opportunity to come up, play almost like a linebacker, but still be that big nickel circumstance. Like I don't know. I wonder though, what role would he be willing to accept?
Right.
Even if you had interest here.
I think he's going to probably get. He's going to play, and probably get an opportunity to fill a role like you're talking about, an actual role that would give him a chance to play and start somewhere else. Now, actually, zero interest from me.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. In fact, I'm trying to figure out where would be some landing spots that would work for him. Maybe
Indianapolis.
Oh man, but yes, yeah, man. I as you mentioned, I don't see a place for him here, but I'm very intrigued to see where a dude who has still played fairly well recently, ends up.
And just 30.
Yeah, just 30 feels funny when we're talking about
cornerback.
Especially one of those positions where you absolutely have to be very mobile. The athleticism and it still needs to show up. But we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. As we continue around the NFL here, Juwan Jennings has found himself a home. The wide receiver who previously played for the San Francisco 49ers has agreed to a one-year deal worth up to $13 million to play with the Minnesota Vikings. So that he will join the cavalcade of JJs. Juwan Jennings, Justin Jefferson, and I believe now backup quarterback J.J. McCarthy will all work together. The notable part of this is Juwan Jennings, I'm pretty sure he turned down much more money to remain in San Francisco. At least that's the reporting that I had seen going around yesterday. But he will go to Minnesota. Do you like this landing spot for him and for the Vikings?
I think the Vikings might be onto a little something here. Now you get that little quarterback issue you have to work on. But
what quarterback? They got Kyler Murray. They got J.J. McCarthy. Between that, they'll figure it out.
So Kyler Murray's got to be excited. Kyler Murray has to be excited about this because it seems like he would be, obviously the front runner to play there and to get another weapon like this. I think they might be onto a little. So I'm not saying they're going to be a contender, but I think they're pointing in the right direction. Wouldn't you?
I would imagine so. I mean, I like the player. I wonder what it looks like with him. He dealt with a hamstring injury last year, and you wonder how important or how impactful that was. But it did seem like, again, that there was a pretty good offer in the negotiation. Now, of course, when I say a pretty good offer, you know how these things work. It leaks out. Well, who stands to benefit from that being leaked out? The idea that there was an offer on the table that he passed up, I imagine, is the team side, right? They're probably sweetening the way that it sounds to make it seem like he walked away from a great opportunity to return. However, it does make me wonder, like, what does he still have? But when he is at his best, I love what he does, and I think that he pairs in nicely with what they do. I mean, he replaces Jalen Naylor, who have been solid, but I think I would prefer Juwan Jennings in that circumstance, and that feels like a different iteration of maybe not exactly what the Texans have done, but hey, you get in a quarterback, especially if you don't have all that, you don't know exactly what you're getting out of him.
Yeah.
And you build up around him. You give him great targets, and there's some really good targets there.
Yeah, and I think the happiest person, outside of, or maybe not even outside of Kyler Murray, is Justin Jefferson. I mean, I think that.
You think so?
Yeah, that's where you get some options now that are legitimate and maybe helps him a little bit. For sure. Just as a receiver, just in terms of attention, he's still going to get the most, obviously. But I think it's going to help him. He's got to be excited about it.
Yeah. All right. We continue around the NFL here, where I know one of your favorite times of year, and I really early on it felt like I was doing a bit. I think you really mean this. Schedule release.
Yeah.
I've
always loved the schedule release.
Look.
It's not a bit.
I know. I've come to learn that over time. I've appreciated that. It just doesn't fully make sense to me.
Why not?
I don't know.
See, I think you're the problem.
Okay, go ahead and tell me. Tell me, John Lopez, how am I the problem? No, go ahead.
You're like, I can't believe that you get so excited about the schedule release. Who doesn't, other than Reggie?
713-572-4610. Am I the weirdo? Just let me know. I'm willing to fall at the feet and the judgment of the people. Am I the weirdo here?
Figgy, don't you get excited for the schedule release?
I do.
Exactly.
I think I get excited because I want to know how many primetime games they got.
It's the primetime games.
Are they playing the Cowboys on Monday Night Football to open up the season? That type of stuff. Yeah, I'm excited to see when they play the Cowboys.
Even more so. It's the primetime games. It's the Cowboys. It's how the schedule. I really look at how the schedule lays out. How many back-to-backs? When's the longest road trip? What's the easy part? What's the hard part?
What's the bye week?
What's the bye week? We're going to be talking about all this the day of or the day after the schedule is released. I'm curious. 713-572-4610. Of course, Twitch and YouTube. Is Reggie the real problem here?
I mean, it's possible. I've been told that a number of times in various different avenues. So
it
would just be another one. It'd be another place where I'm the issue.
I'm serious. And there's even other layers to it. Like, what does the division look like? What is their schedule? When do you have your division games? You're going to stack them up front. Are they going to be at the end? Then there's the fan perspective. Hey, I really want to go see Philadelphia. I think the Texans will have Philadelphia on the road. When are they playing? I got to get my tickets. I got to be able to, to schedule these and that. As you mentioned, Figgy, not just what are the primetime games, could you be going overseas, which is an overriding factor for the Texans this year?
For sure.
We've mentioned it multiple times. The NFL likes for every team in the NFL to go overseas at least once every 8 years. This is year 7 since the last time that they went overseas. Yeah, the more we talk through this, Reggie is the problem here.
From the 832, love the schedule release. It's the appetizer before the steak. From another 832, Reggie, you're the weird one. All right, that's fine. That's fine. So if that's the case, then I've got some good news for all of you entirely normal schedule lovers. The NFL announced in an email blast schedule release that, quote, it's almost here.
Almost here.
Only 2 of the 272 games that are coming up in this upcoming season are set. And that is the 49ers-Rams game on Thursday, September 6th, or September 10th, rather. That one is going to be happening in Australia. That one is reportedly to be streamed by Netflix. And then there's the Ravens-Cowboys game, which is Sunday, September 27th. Those are the ones that we know for certain. And I do wonder if the potential delay in the schedule release that has been talked about, if it isn't for that little caveat I mentioned about being streamed on Netflix, I wonder if they're not just trying to finalize some of the big games to big bidders like that Australia game being streamed on Netflix.
Somebody here talked about that, I believe, on Tuesday. I was mentioning that or Monday, whenever we talked about them kicking the schedule release to next week, probably. I wondered out loud if maybe the streaming services, were at issue here. And actually, Pro Football Talk just today was talking about YouTube was expected to have 5 games, and now they might not have any games, and that clearly speaks right. They were expecting 1 or 2, but apparently it's exactly what we were talking about, Reggie. The streaming services, the battle for that, the bid for the big games, etc. So yeah, I think that's the issue. I think the schedule is probably pretty much set. It's just getting getting them homes, TV homes, or streaming homes.
I'm getting beat over the head with being
getting
the problem. This is about as bad of a losing streak for me on the text line as conversely how bad you lost on the text line when it came to determining whether or not we had a bet on them tacos.
Yeah, but they didn't know what they were talking about.
Okay, in that instance they didn't, but this time they did.
They're all over it.
I don't understand where you are with the following the masses, but okay, we'll see. It seems like we might be about a week away from the schedule release. It seems like at longest 2 weeks away from the release of the NFL schedule for the 2026 season. So John Lopez very excited about that. A lot of our listeners very excited about that. And I will join you. I think I will try and siphon your excitement to bring you excitement once that time comes. As we continue around the NFL here, how did you take this from Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen, who said the plan has not changed for Travis Hunter and his two-way role? This comes after an offseason early on where it seemed very clear that he was going to maybe specialize specifically on cornerback and then possibly have a play or two in a package on the offensive side, which felt like a clear departure from what they tried to do early on. But now the head coach is coming out, maybe in counteraction to the conversations that have happened after that initial news, saying, no, the plan hasn't changed.
What do they say about best laid plans? They don't always end up working out. I actually believe him. There's no reason not to. He said, not only did he say that they haven't changed, he said they're going to give him the same number of opportunities, which that's a lot.
But that's a lot. I thought that was the issue, right? The idea is like, hey, all these opportunities, we're going to see if he can handle this and if this will work out.
Absolutely.
And very quickly he ended up hurt. Yeah. Now, that doesn't mean that you should not try continually or you should not try again the first sign of trouble. But I think that this is the real concern. Are you going to be able to get value? Well, I guess the other side of it is, do you get your value out if you just play on one side of the football? But do you run him into the ground just trying to make this work and ultimately not get anything, whether it's a good cornerback or a good wide receiver? Do you get neither, trying to get both at the same time?
Yeah, look, it's obviously the risky proposition. We saw the risk last year, end up with an injury. I think there another factor here could just be simple head coach and general manager hard-headedness. They know why he went number one. And if he's just a one side of the ball player, he better be all pro. He better be an all pro player. So I think they're going to test it out. This plan could change. What he's saying now could change, sure, halfway into training camp.
Fair enough. And finally, before we move on around the NFL here, Brian Dable, a little mini around the AFC South if you haven't noticed. Brian Dable, the new offensive coordinator of the Titans, says that quarterback Cameron Ward is picking up the offense very quickly.
I'm a fan of, I think you are too, of Cam Ward. I think he was really in a bad spot last year. They've adjusted, the complementary pieces around him. I think Dable, this is what he does best. Say what you will about anything else, but he can help a quarterback. Yeah, I think this is something definitely to watch because I expect him to be better than he was last year for sure.
Cam Ward, almost a 60% completion rate last season, 15 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 3,100 yards passing. What would you expect now? And of course, we're doing a lot of projection on, hey, Brian Dable's coming in, and Brian Dable, who again is incentivized in this time of year to tell you that he's picking it up quickly, says that. But how much are you then looking at if those things are true? If Brian Dable, and not if Brian Dable, we know who Brian Dable is, but if he's correct that Cam Ward is picking up this offense, what do you expect to see out of Cam Ward in year 2?
I think, it's hard to say, put numbers on it, but I think he's going to be improved. I liked what I saw in him. I thought there were a lot of plays that were there that, and I'm looking really mainly at the 2 Texans games that were there that were not necessarily his fault, so to speak.
Oh, there was a lot. I was looking at the completion percentage, to be specific, 59.8%, and I go, how much of that was, and I guess there's ways that I can check this if I get to the advanced stats, how much of that was just his wide receivers they seemed like they were football phobic at times, like they refused to catch the football in some instances where they did not help him out. Clearly he wasn't that bad in getting the ball to where it needed to be. Yeah. I wonder what does it look like if that is fixed, right? You get some of his targets, you've gotten some better targets for him, but then also with a better offense that maybe is more productive for him.
More quarterback-friendly offense. Again, that's what Dable can do. So, it's not like, fear the Titans. I just think he's going to be better.
It'll be interesting. And look, if there's nothing else, the Titans way too often make those games interesting with the Texans.
Yeah, they do.
So we'll see what that looks like, and we'll see when they play. As again, schedule release seems like it's coming So I know. Thank you, Bart Scott. Appreciate that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. It is kind of nice out here.
It's great.
We've seen maybe a couple of groups come over here in 18. We really do have a great view.
We have a great
of the whole at 18. Yeah. It's a good time. If you happen to be out here, come over and say what's up. We'd greatly appreciate that as well. All right, coming up next. Tim McMahon of ESPN, along with Michael C. Wright, they do a podcast about Texas basketball, and they mention that the Rockets are not wavering from their patient approach. Is this the right one? What has the league told us about this approach? And does Rafael Stone have the right appetite for risk? Let's talk about that next.
Yordan Alvarez is your Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice man, John Lopez, Reggie Atatula at the Insperity Invitational. It's a pretty cool, calm day on the course now, ain't it?
It's the wind's dying down. It's gorgeous. It's great. Highly recommend. Highly recommend.
Definitely overcast, so you won't need to use the little sunscreen station that they have over there. That's a nice touch, mind you. Like, that's how you know the signs of a great golf tournament. Obviously, everything looks good. The grounds are pretty. But they're like, hey, man.
Yeah.
I know you brought your hat, but the back of your neck is exposed.
We need to take care of you.
If you don't come over here and get some of this sunscreen right quick, I appreciate that. Not necessary today, but if you're coming out at any point this weekend to see the PGA Champions Tour guys out here, make sure you stop by one of those. I hate to sound like your mama, but, you know, skin cancer is a problem. Anyways, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And the Rockets, obviously, their season is over. But the question of where they go with their team is one that's been up in the air. I think Sean was rattling off some odds when it comes to Kevin Durant and his possibility of returning to the Rockets. And I don't know if it would be shocking to you or whatever, because, again, I don't know where everybody stands, but surprisingly really good odds on the possibility of him not returning to the Rockets this upcoming season, which I don't agree with. However, just the idea that Vegas is setting their odds there, you know that they don't do this to try and lose money.
Right.
It's kind of surprising and interesting. There's the conversations that have been about, is Giannis a possibility? Would you trade Alper Şengün? All these things have been out there. Well, Tim McMahon and Michael C. Wright, they're both basketball reporters for ESPN. They do a podcast called Howdy Partners, and they focus on Texas basketball. Obviously, the Spurs, the Mavericks, and, of course, your Houston Rockets. And in a segment where they were talking about the Rockets, Tim McMahon made it clear that he believes the Rockets are not wavering from their patient approach. And I was wondering, do you feel like that's the right answer? Because I do think that there is something that the league and the way that they are going about team building of late tells us about this. But how do you feel about that? 713-572-4610.
I actually don't. I feel like something needs to change. You know, it's so easy to forget, you know, what the goal really was, what you expected from the dynamic. You know, forget just individuals, but from the dynamic of Kevin Durant coming in and how it affected everyone from, you know, Alper Şengün to Amen and even, you know, Reed Sheppard, hell, you know, Jabari, all of them. You know, Jabari, remember he was going to be the Jabari whisperer. And
KD, rather,
yeah,
the Jabari whisperer?
Yeah. And it just didn't never really take hold. So when you're, you know, going into a season as no matter, you know, what Raphael Stone, you know, said about, we never said it was championship or bust. He also said that it was never part of their mindset, and we did that during buy or sell yesterday. That I find that hard to believe, that you bring in Kevin Durant and never really even have that mindset of winning a championship. You did. You know, if you didn't, you should have. And so I feel like it's wrong to just run it back. You have to change something, especially with Kevin Durant going into his age 38 year.
I feel you on that, right? Yeah. But I wonder if that's not us being a little bit more reactionary. And the reason why I think about that is let's look at what has been successful, right? Because ultimately, all these sports leagues, what's the cliche? It's copycat league, and there's a reason why. What you have found to be successful, you want to try and emulate to some degree. Who are the better teams in the NBA? Let's just kind of play this.
You can look. I know where you're going with this. San Antonio draft and young players. Oklahoma City draft and young players. You can go Detroit. Draft and young players. No, I know exactly where you're going with this. Finish your thought because I do have a thought on that whole concept.
And it's not to say that there's an absolute because I don't think that any one particular approach fits perfectly into another team. But it does feel like, especially with the NBA and how specific their CBA gets, how nitty gritty it becomes, how salary caps and aprons and goodness gracious, we can get into all sorts of different portions of the minutia of team building. But what seems to be prevailing right now in this modern era, after we've moved out of the superstar era, is having a young team that you allow to grow and develop and congeal. And I do wonder if that isn't what they're following and if that's not the right way to do it. The uncomfortable thing that I sit with is you're asking yourself questions about the young guys that they have chosen to do this with and what is the actual reality of what they can grow into. But it does feel like if you're looking at what's worked right now, it has been teams that have, made their selections on these young guys and have allowed them to grow and develop and find their path together as a young core as opposed to breaking it apart and doing other things.
Yes, but here's where I have an issue with that.
Please.
You didn't bring in Kevin Durant to be a bridge player. You brought him in to be one of, if not the final pieces. So, yes, you do want to develop. You do want to bring along and use that formula of young players. You had draft picks, all that stuff. But the fact that you did bring in Kevin Durant, that's a sign, man. That's a sign. Look what the Spurs have done. They brought in De'Aaron Fox. They didn't bring him in to be a bridge player.
But he also isn't, like De'Aaron Fox, he's meaningful. So don't get me wrong when I say that. He's incredibly meaningful and impactful. He's not at the foundation of what they're doing.
No, but he's at the core of the dynamic, which is how I started this. De'Aaron Fox, and you all often use this, the organizer. He is the organizer. He is the trigger. He gets this team, including from Wembanyama all the way to Harper, the young player or whatever. He's the guy that they viewed as, look, and they probably didn't have the same expectations this year as the Rockets did going into the season.
They had a jump up season. If I had to characterize them or try and compare them, this year would be their last year. They just are significantly better prepared for the playoffs, and they have the most alien of the generational talent.
And that's probably why
Victor Wembanyama.
But couple that with what the Rockets have done with Kevin Durant. They didn't bring him in just to bridge and maybe help these young guys along. Well, he did. We talked about Jabari and all that stuff, but to be able to take it to another level. So, yes, if you're saying this is the formula that works, even in those formulas, you bring in a guy that takes you to another level, and that's not happening. That's why I think there does need to be a change. One more thing that I think is significant.
Please.
We didn't think they were going to change last year. They said and indicated they weren't going to change last year, and what did they do? They brought in Kevin Durant. So I'm not exactly sure I'm buying all this, that we're going to run it back stuff.
Now, regardless of how you feel, because I just, you look at what's happening, you're watching these teams playing, you go, damn, that's a young team that took their time. Now, I guess if you wanted to counterpoint the teams that are actually in the playoffs, I think you point to the Minnesota Timberwolves, where they made a very clear decision to go out and acquire a Rudy Gobert, who is foundational to what they do, and they gave up some big things to do that. So maybe are the Rockets maybe more akin to what the Timberwolves were than some of these other teams? That's an argument that can be made. A secondary question that I've been sitting with, and I don't know quite what to do with, so please let me know how you feel about it on the Base Power text line. Do you think Rafael Stone has the right appetite for risk? Because I think that clearly he is coming up after a general manager who was all risk, right? Like all gas, no brakes when it comes to risk. He was constantly throwing himself at the feet of any star player that made themselves available, right? Dwight Howard, Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook. It was just give me a star player and we'll deal with that. And of course, maybe that was a little bit more close to what that era was. But I do wonder when it comes to Rafael Stone, and he hasn't had a long tenure, but in his tenure, it seems like all the decisions have been more of, all right, let's play a little safer. Let's continue to bide our time here. And not to say that he doesn't, but do you think that he has within him the right appetite for risk when that time does arise?
I do. I think we saw it last year. Obviously speaking again of Kevin Durant, I just feel like if you're going to compare him to Daryl Morey, Morey was more of an outlier. I mean, he was a marquee guy.
Sure.
He's like, hell, he wanted to get Carmelo Anthony in here, and you just go down the list, Westbrook and all that. If it was a marquee player, I think he was something of an outlier on that and willing to do it, which I admired. It just didn't ever work out. Because he
got close.
He got close. He did, Chris
Stupid
Paul,
hamstring.
all that stuff. Yeah. So I thought it kind of worked for him, but it was still something of even the biggest teams, the biggest market teams, outside of they have to make trades that like Luka and all that stuff, but they don't consistently go and get the biggest names. I do think, and this is part of the reason why I'm not altogether buying what they said at the press conference. I do think he's not risk averse by any stretch.
No, okay. Because again, those things pair together. I think if you're going to be patient, you also have to know the right time to strike.
Yeah.
And you wonder, is this what we're talking about, or is that a little bit further down? So we'll see how it continues to go together. But there is a clear conversation or a clear line of thought when it comes to the Rockets. They're not going to rush their timeline on this, and ultimately we'll have to see how that works, which is it's tough because you look at the rest of the West, and again, talking about the teams that did build it with patience, they've also gotten ahead of you, and they're continuing to grow. And so that's the thing is you almost feel the weight of trying to catch up in addition to growing your team at the same time. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a Houston Rockets legend of sorts announces retirement. We'll talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast.
You wasted a year with Kevin Durant. That's why people were so frustrated with saying maybe this just isn't our year.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 as we broadcast live from the Insperity Invitational here at the Woodlands Country Club. Make sure you get out there, man. If you have an opportunity to get out here and enjoy some of the fantastic golf, it is gorgeous right now, even with the overcast nature of today. I don't think no rain's coming through. I was just checking the radar. Now, of course, I'm not no radar pro like you are over there, but from what I'm seeing, look like it's going to hold off. So if you're getting out here today, come enjoy it. Enjoy it this weekend. It is a lovely course, man.
Oh yeah, that's the big draw here. That's why so many big names love playing here. By the way, who is it? There's a certain number of players here that have played here every year that it's been here, but it's just one of those that they absolutely love. Bernhard Langer, that's who I was thinking. Bernhard Langer's played here every year. Houston Open, Insperity, and he's actually on the leaderboard. So he just loves the course.
All right, very good. Looks like 5 under is leading what's happening through 9. Oh man, having a great round to this point. A few folks are lighting it up early on, so we'll keep you up to date with what's happening out there. But some other things, there have been 3 days since the last quality start for the Astros.
Oh, we're counting. That's right.
I don't know how fair that is, seeing as yesterday was an off day.
Really, just one game, one day of games.
It feels more spiritually correct to say 3 days.
Yeah,
though.
I like that.
We'll see if Mike Burrows has a chance at knocking that back down to 0. He will be on the bump for the Astros. Interestingly enough, he has actually pitched pretty well versus this Cincinnati Reds lineup that they'll be facing off against at the Great American Ballpark at 5:10 first pitch. I think it's a all right, I was about to give you an expected weighted batting average, but look.
No, that one we can live with that one.
X-Woba? You can live with X-Woba.
Oh, no, not X-Woba. That's the one we made fun of, right, Figgy? X-Woba?
He's had a 38.5% strikeout percentage versus this lineup. That'll be very useful if he can do that today.
Yeah.
Nick Lodolo is going for them. Has not made a start yet this year. So we'll see see what he looks like. Maybe the Astros can get on him, but also do they have a book on him at all, right? What does the scouting gives them? What does that give them rather coming into it? Do they look more lost than, or are they beating up on a dude who has not yet thrown for the Reds? So we'll see what that looks like. 5:10 again p.m. for the Astros in Cincinnati. So that's happening tonight. Some other things that are popping. Happy trails.
Happy trails.
And happy retirement to one Pops Jr.
How about that?
Anthony Tucker Jr., PJ Tucker as he's known, the kicks master himself, 20 years of professional basketball, 14 in the NBA, and at one point he was very clearly the shortest center in the NBA when he was playing at 6'5",
but effective,
playing center for the Rockets. And yeah, effective, menacing. He's built like a fire hydrant, just strong and stocky.
That guy had a career, man.
Without one that he had no business having.
6'5", you just said it.
But not even just 6'5", like 6'5", not a lot of skills that you particularly look at and you go, oh, that translates to being a high-level NBA player. Just a gritty dude, real strong, really good defender, and he made it work by being just a great NBA player.
Great NBA. Durant at Texas, right?
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
Dang, that's amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
No, absolutely.
Happy trails indeed for that.
100%. Like, where does he fall on like maybe the fan favorites of the last, let's say, quarter century?
He's definitely in top 5, isn't he?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
Because the whole sort of profile that he had, local guy, played at Texas, undersized, tough, scrappy. Had some good seasons with him. Oh, yeah, he's definitely top 5.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'll very much miss him, but it's like we were just sitting here when engineer Matt goes, man, I can't believe he's retiring. He's played 20 years.
What do you mean you can't believe
he's played 20 years of NBA basketball, man. Honestly, it wasn't until.
Already?
Right. It wasn't until maybe the last couple of years where it looked like, okay, this is definitely going. He looked viable in this league for a very long time, which, again, speaks to the idea of, brother, it's.
Coach or commentator?
Ooh, I
think coach.
I think it's much more coach than commentator.
Yeah, I think coach.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure if he does it right. And one of the most quirky things is just having all of the shoes that he would wear out there. Like never, I don't believe he signed any level of shoe deal because he enjoyed wearing all sorts of collectible shoes on the court. Look really cool doing it. So shout out to PJ. I'm pretty sure he had like a separate house for his shoes.
He has to have. He has to.
And I don't say that as a joke. I'm pretty sure
here.
he actually had a separate house that he kept his shoes at.
Yeah, and lives in Houston.
That's what I want to emulate, assuming that I could ever have the amount of disposable income to do something like that. I want to have that kind of freedom and willingness to be able to engage in my hobbies, to where like I have a separate.
Oh no, this isn't my house. I mean, it's my house, but it's not my house.
Yeah, I don't live here.
It's
what
not
are
my
you,
house.
This is where my Jordans live. Come on now.
Right, yeah.
We continue around the with what's popping. Some basketball going on yesterday, some really good games. One of them deeply frustrating, though, as the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let me ask this as a question. How do you feel about this team right now? Because if you're watching just the basketball of it, this team seems undeniably great. And maybe that makes it more frustrating that the conversation that continually happens around them, and honestly, more and more fairly, is you got to officiate them more fairly than what's happening right here in the NBA.
Well, they should be one of the most fun teams to watch, and they can be, but it's also every time you watch Oklahoma City, it's either flopping or why aren't you calling that? And that's just, it's not fun basketball to watch over the course of, the entire game. And they should be a lot more fun than they are to watch, because they have some ballers, man. They got a roster. But it's just, and they were talking about it yesterday after the game. Obviously, they beat the Lakers. Some very, very
was it 18 points?
Generous calls, the non-calls, I should say.
There were some non-calls. Yeah. There were some real generous calls. The thing that ultimately gets, because I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander about the disparity said that, hey, when you're attacking and you're physical, you're going to get those. That's part of the issue, is you are allowed to be physical as a Thunder team in a way that your opponents seemingly just are not. And I think the NBA needs to get on this, because I think that they're doing this team a disservice. They're doing their fans a disservice, right? But they're doing the Thunder a disservice in that their greatness is being questioned at every turn because they're getting an advantageous whistle in the way that this thing goes.
That's where I was. This should be a fun team.
Yeah.
It's not as fun as it should be.
No, it's not. Well, talking about what should and should not happen, the Pistons get a victory over the Cavs to take a 2-0 lead in their series. And obviously the angle from us is, see, that's who James Harden is. Tried to told you.
I love that term.
Tried to told you. It's so fun. Honestly, go ahead and save that for the next time that you did, in fact, try to told somebody.
I'm going to drop that.
Oh, it feels good.
Yeah,
it feels so good. Didn't I try to told you?
Yeah, I'm going to use that. That's on the mark. But here's the other thing. James Harden, he was the question of the day. Death taxes and James Harden collapsing in the playoffs or being absent in the playoffs. But it's not just this one game. Like his first two games of this series, I think he has, and I'm trying to find it as I'm talking. I can't find it, but I want to say it's 10 field goals made and 11 turnovers. It's something like that. That you just can't have that. And boy, have we ever said that before? In this city, you can't have that from James Harden in the postseason. Happens everywhere.
There's an aggressive amount of playoff games that he has played where he just does not score enough field goals.
Yeah. I mean, it's just...
That's what the game's about.
Put the ball in the bucket.
That's what the game's about.
Yeah.
And not only is that what the game's about, that is what you bring to the game. That is your niche here. We ain't coming to you for defense. We ain't coming to you for much else. You are here to put the ball in the bucket or get the ball to other people so that they can put the ball in the bucket. You cannot, especially in the moments where we need you the most, no matter what the team is, and as you can tell, I'm getting a little bit back to Rockets times.
Yeah.
You cannot, neglect that or not show up in that way. And, of course, that's what's happening in Cleveland. It could maybe possibly go in another way, though, because speaking again of Tim McMahon, one of the things that he said, and, of course, this is more analysis than it is reporting, he said that he could see if Donovan Mitchell becomes available, obviously James Harden's running mate in that backcourt, that could be a player that maybe the Rockets are interested in.
Now we're talking.
So maybe James Harden doing a little bit of clandestine work for the Rockets, where you tear down the Cavs, they're willing to move on from Donovan Mitchell.
Make them real frustrated.
You end up with the dude in Donovan Mitchell who definitely can pass the ball and score and shoot.
How many players has James Harden, quote-unquote, and maybe sometimes not quote-unquote, run off?
Well, I don't even know if this would be specific to that, but to answer that, well, Russell Westbrook was clearly like that. Their work ethics didn't seem to Chris Paul clearly
go back
as well.
To Dwight Howard.
Yeah.
You can go back to Dwight Howard.
Yep. I mean, those three specifically, without even having to do too much digging, absolutely happened here. Talk less of, I guess you could say maybe he ran off Kawhi Leonard. Or not Kawhi Leonard, going back to Brooklyn.
Brooklyn?
Kyrie Irving, maybe you could say that. Yeah. Look, there's definitely some ones that you could point to.
Mm-hmm.
There absolutely are. Some other things that are popping. Shout out to the NFL Referees Association, who met yesterday to vote on ratifying the new CBA with the NFL, and they did. 7-year deal. So we'll set our watches for 2033.
Yeah.
Right, and see if we have another replacement ref scandal.
Yeah,
coming
but this
up.
is great, man. Just being reported, Ian Rappaport reporting that they ratified the CBA with the NFL. No work stoppage. No scab referees. Apparently, they're going to some of the things in the deal. They're going to improve performance, accountability, and try to make those things right, and with other ways of making the referees accountable. Obviously, there's a money factor involved. More access to the officials in the offseason, because that was one of the things that was really weird. Like, they don't even have contact with them for 2 months or something like that.
Well, they're part-time employees, man.
Yeah. And developing a bench. So, in other words, a developmental program of officials. So that's all good.
Because that was a weird thing. Is, I mean, you get guys in, and there's just not really much place that you could go. Once they're there, you kind of just need to find the ones who are the best to play to referee and officiate more of the games. But that means that you still have some of these games that are having lesser quality officials. It does feel like the NFL is getting more of a leeway or more of a power in this relationship to kind of make the referees hopefully as good as possible as this goes along. So salute to that, and hopefully ultimately it serves those of us, the fans who are watching the game. One more thing here with what's popping. Brennan Sorsby, the Texas Tech quarterback who, had to go into some level of rehabilitation for his gambling addiction, who now, final year of his eligibility, at least is what it seemed. He has retained the services of what I believe Michael McCann, who is one of the better sports legal minds. Michael McCann referred to Jeffrey Kessler as the Michael Jordan of sports litigators.
That's a good name to have.
That is a great, if you are the Michael Jordan of anything, I feel like you should be living large. But yes, that is Jeffrey Kessler, who is a lawyer, in a sign that Sorsby might be taking this to the legal case, to the courtroom in America's favorite pastime, which indeed is litigation.
But this goes back to the Cincinnati days, right? This is the NIL money that Cincinnati wants back?
Yes, I think there's that, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think all of this possibly comes into factor because, the possibility of having to maybe fight for his eligibility back with what feels like an ensuing gambling, I guess situation that will come down on him. And whether or not I think that he plays again in the college ranks, I think matters.
Is he going to play in the pro ranks?
I think that's one of the conversations, right? I think that there's a conversation about how does this look on the pro level, and does he need to be able to play again in college ranks to make his case?
I don't think he's playing. In fact, I would bet a lot.
You'd bet against
no pun intended. I know that's ironic.
Fair enough.
that he would not play in the college ranks again. I think the question becomes, is he toxic enough that even the NFL, which has all these websites and gambling sites that partnerships. Is he even too toxic for the NFL to take a chance on?
That feels like a pretty high bar to have to clear, but we'll see. But anyways, it seems like he's not going down without a fight on some of this. So best of luck, Brennan Sorsby, I guess.
Yeah.
Logan Van Wy, mind you, joining the Astros in Cincinnati. Jason Alexander was optioned to AAA. So the Astros adding another arm out of the pen. Van Wy has been real up and down by my accounting, looking at his game log in Sugar Land. There's been some instances where just no runs allowed, and he does that for 3-4 games. And then there's some instances where you get 3 runs allowed in a couple of stretches of outings. So we'll see.
That's just where you are.
That's the Astros pitching, whether it's bullpen or starting, in a nutshell. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like for the Astros. There's just a lot of we'll see in Houston sports right now.
Yeah, there is.
We are just waiting and looking. But there you go. That's what's popping in the loop on Sports Radio. Oh, I forgot one last thing.
What's that?
We got numbers. We got numbers for rookies as they're out there on the practice field.
That's actually one of my confessions too.
You do?
But go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, we got some of the numbers that have popped up when it comes to the rookies, and we're seeing one of the things that was really cool. The things that we're seeing is not too unexpected, but Nick Caley doing one-on-one time with Marlon Klein, tight end wise, which is encouraging. That's one of the things we've talked about. Is the
possibility. That's what he does.
But Marlon Klein wear the number 88. Some of the other numbers that we have, or I guess I'll let you choose your own adventure. Which numbers are you interested in?
Kamari Ramsey.
Kamari Ramsey's wearing 27. obviously vacated by Woody Marks as he moves to his college number 4.
And, of course, Keelan Rutledge.
Keelan Rutledge wearing 66.
It's a big, strong number.
That's
a big guard number.
I'll take you one better. I feel like 66 might even look really good in the center. I feel like that's a really good center number.
I think, yeah, for sure. That's I can tell you right now, that dude's a baller.
No, of course, we're big red 66 is what comes in.
Big old red 66.
Yeah, I like that. And mind you, obviously out there's some video that's happening. Over in the backside of the field where the linemen are. They were tossing the ball around early. He caught the ball and tucked it like he was immediately going for ball security, which was funny to see.
You're darn right he is.
So, yeah, that was fun.
Wrinkle in the offense.
100%. All right, yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, they're gonna pull the center somehow and get him the football. That makes sense. All right, coming up next, D'Amico Ryan's set to talk from NRG Stadium, or actually Reliance Stadium, apologies, about day 1 of rookie minicamp. So let's hear from the head coach coming up next.
Just when you think it can't get worse for the Astros, after a freak batting practice injury, Carlos Correa is out for the year with a torn tendon in his ankle.
Tough, really tough. Not what I was expecting, but now it's time to deal with it, face it head on, and focus on the rehab.
Get well soon, Los.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought.
with ZipRecruiter.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Day one of Texans rookie minicamp in the books, it seems, as the fellas got out there in their new numbers, doing a little bit of activity. And, of course, to wrap it up, let us know how it all went. How about the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans? Let's hear from him now.
That we have here. Like, they're behind. Unfortunately, it's great. You get drafted. You got a lot of parties, a lot of hoopla, but you're behind. Our vets have already begun working out, and you have to catch up. You got to play catch up, and there's going to be a lot of catching up to do. So I want them to feel that sense of urgency, and I want them to just also understand and learn the guys that they're working with. So, ask them to sit with someone different each day. Communicate with someone different, learn something about, their teammates. The quicker we can earn that connection and get that connection and buy in, I think it helps them along this process of a long rookie season.
Situation. What are some things that you, Frank Ross, saw in Jack that I think you're going to bring him in?
Yeah, for Jack, man, we saw a guy who's been very consistent. He has a very strong leg, does a good job of booting the ball. Had a really good first day today. Just you can hear the ball coming off of his foot. That's the thing that stood out about him today. So having that healthy competition is only going to make that position better, right? When it comes to the punter position, we got Kai's done it in the league, and now adding Jack is going to be really healthy competition come through training camp.
Their enthusiasm, what you saw in their eyes before they hit the field. You talked about Keelan wanting to put on pads today.
Yeah, for our rookies, you talk about the excitement. Yesterday's walking through the halls, the first guy I saw was Fabechi, and just seeing him, big smile on his face, gave me a big hug, strong guy, stronger than I thought. It almost knocked me down, but it was, you feel that excitement. He's excited to be here. We're excited to have the guys here. The cool part about these rookie meetings, everybody in my meetings, everybody's sitting on the front row to start the meetings. Everybody sitting on the front row, notebook out, eyes up, attentive. And I always remember that picture, and I tell the guys, man, remember where you're sitting, remember how locked in you are. That's how you should always be throughout your entire career. That helps you to become a really good pro. So I'm just excited to see these guys not only show up with that kind of enthusiasm, but understand that here in Houston, that's what our culture is built around, enthusiasm. So let's continue to have that enthusiasm through those hot days of training camp that are coming as well.
On that, with rookies, I think obviously the biggest learning adjustment for them is more on the mental side. So when it comes to, you're talking about learning and things of that nature, what do you think is the biggest difference for them learning and being able to apply it and the people that try to learn it but fail to at times or struggle to apply it? What do you think is sometimes the biggest difference / hold up in the application on the field?
Yeah, the biggest difference when it comes to learning, it starts with us as coaches. As a coach, I have to figure out how do my guys learn best, and that comes from spending time with the guys, trying different techniques in your meeting rooms. Most importantly, I think you learn by actually doing it. And that's for all of us. You get better by actually doing it. So for us, you not only spend time in a meeting room, but we want to make sure our meetings are not too long, too extensive. We want our guys to be able to get up, move around, and actually walk through the fundamentals, the techniques, the things that we're asking them to do. We want them to actually walk through it, and that's how guys learn best. So as much as we can put them through those situations at a slow pace and then gradually speed it up, that's when you can see the retention rate really pick up.
Cade McDonald with one of the top defenses in college football. How much do you feel like you watch him and say, hey, this can really translate to our run stopping and what we want to do to clog up the middle?
Yeah, what I liked about Caden from his tape at Ohio State was the physicality. It shows up, right? When he's across the line from an offensive lineman, no matter who it was, he was knocking those guys back in the backfield. That translates to Houston Texans defense. We want to knock guys back. He does that, and he's still a very young player. who has so much room to grow, so much room to ascend. But it starts right here today. You see him in his individual drills. He has the power. We can win with that type of power.
What's it like for you when, I'm assuming you obviously liked him throughout the process, y'all make the first round selection, and then y'all go into day 2 and y'all end up getting him. What is that like? Is it, do you attack the next day like, we got to get this guy? Do you kind of regather and say, this is our guy? What is that like when, obviously you didn't select him with the first, but you ended up getting him the next day?
Yeah, each day as we go throughout the draft process, Nick and myself, we get together and we set our game plan for the day. And it helped by having a pick high in the second round to where we can position ourselves in a spot to where we see a player that we value, that we had really high on our board, and he's still sitting there on day 2. So let's find a way to get the guy on our team. We like Caden. We visited with him on a 30 visit. We really liked the tape. We liked the visit. So, man, if we added this guy to our team, we knew he would be an impact player for us. So we found a way to do that, and that starts with Nick and his preparation and knowing, the needs of other teams, knowing how the board is probably going to fall, and him making the moves that we need to make to go get guys that we really want.
How do you feel like he could potentially contribute to this team?
Yeah, what I liked about Marlon is you see a big guy. Marlon's, of course, everyone knows his story, right? Kid's from Germany, right? Came here at 15, and he's been through a lot, and he's overcome a lot, right? And to see this kid grow into the football player that he's become at the University of Michigan, strong at the edge of the line of scrimmage, does a good job of blocking, sustaining blocks, running his feet, and it didn't show up a ton, but when you see it, I feel like he can be a dynamic player in the passing game. Big, tall target, good hands to catch the ball. So we just want to continue to work with him to develop him. He's still a young player, and our coaches done a great job already. All right, Kaylee and James done a great job working with him today in his individual drills.
What's your message to the guys as they leave from this weekend in terms of until they come back for the next thing?
Yeah. As our guys leave for the weekend, the first and most important thing is make sure you contact your mother. Make sure we understand his Mother's Day is coming up on Sunday, so make sure they show some love to their mom. That's the most important thing. But then the football aspect of things, we want to make sure they're taking care of their bodies, they're recovering the right way. They have to get back in with our veterans come Monday, and they're expected to fall right in line and get into the drills with those guys. So it's going to be a very quick process for them, a short weekend, but we're going to make sure we take care of them the proper way. And as coaches, we have to be conscious of how we're loading these guys from, they haven't probably done as much football. So we got to make sure we're conscious of their loading and make sure we get them prepared when it comes to our OTAs.
You got a guy wearing number 59, plays the same position that you did. You got a guy wearing 59 like you did, plays the same position. What did you like about Aiden Fisher when he came from Indiana?
Yeah, what I liked about Aiden Fisher, Indiana, you put on the tape and you instantly see a guy who is, a great communicator. You see him pointing, you see him talking, directing traffic. It's something that you don't see a lot, in college football. But you see a guy, he knows the safety rotation. You can see a guy who's very sharp. He understands the entire defense and how the puzzle fits together. So a really smart football player, All-American, made a ton of plays there in Indiana to lead them to a national championship. So I'm excited to add another tough, smart, dependable football player to our team.
Thanks,
all right. Good? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Hear that? Tough, smart, dependable football player on the team. That was Aiden Fisher that the head coach, D'Amico Ryan, was talking about after day one of rookie mini camp, is wrapped up there at, is it Reliant Park is what we're going back to calling it? I need to make the adjustment so I get this right. I think technically right now it is Houston Stadium for FIFA purposes, but you get the point.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, you want to start with that last part about Aiden Fisher? No? All right.
I'll get to Aiden Fisher here in just a bit.
Fair enough. What caught you?
There is a confession involved there.
Obviously, it's a fairly quick, round up and wrap up of the day one. What caught your attention there from D'Amico Ryan?
You know what it really was for me, and you can start start with just like the way he's handling these guys, getting them into the program, so to speak, what he's telling them about, sitting on the front row. Remember this, that you did this, and how you felt and how excited you are, because that's what's going to make you a good pro. It was mostly just leadership stuff. Like D'Amico was preaching more about the kind, and we know it, but the kind of player we want you to be, the kind of way you practice, down to don't forget to call your mom, for Mother's Day.
Number one, mind you. Yeah, the first thing that I'm sending y'all out the door with. Hey, y'all know it's Mother's Day, right?
Hey, we're gonna have, and I'm sure D'Amico is thinking this too. We're gonna have days, months, weeks, months to get you guys ready. I'm trying to just get you established in how we do football here.
Which that makes sense though, right? Yeah. If you're gonna start, let's establish the culture under which we work, right? It doesn't make sense to start with the work if you don't understand.
Hey, this angle,
the
this
environment,
hand placement, and all, and they were doing that, but
certainly,
I was just taken by how from day one, literally day two, I guess now, saying, all right, this is what I want to teach you guys about first: leadership, culture. I mean, it's just on brand. It's what they are. And it's starting already.
Yeah, he said it. Culture is built around enthusiasm. Yeah, you see it. So I do appreciate that being established. Really cool, really quickly. But also, you can't spend all of that. He came out of the gate talking about how they have to catch up. I think that speaks to kind of, one, clearly the nature of where the NFL is now, the limited amount of days, obviously how very regulated the amount of work that they put on these dudes' bodies outside of the football season is. However, I think that also speaks to the urgency that just generally this organization has. Is it's a rookie class, and even with this rookie class versus other rookie classes, I don't know how much load bearing this class is going to be, but even still, we trust all of y'all to matter, and that means y'all have to jump in come the end of the weekend, right? Turning into next week. Y'all are behind. And so we're not babying y'all. We need to be able to get y'all to jump in and immediately jump into the entirety of the program because it matters. All of these guys matter in what we're doing here.
Yeah, no, that's what really struck me. There's going to be a lot more, as you just heard him talking about. They're going to jump right in with those veterans on Monday, and beyond that. There were some tangible things. Like I said, the overarching thing for me was like, okay, he's coming in teaching culture and process and how we do things. But there were some other things. Marlon Klein seems to be one that they definitely, and that's why they took him in the second round. They definitely seem to have some high hopes for.
They do. I know that it can be a little. Does this annoy you the way that I think it annoys some folks? Then whenever Marlon Klein is brought up, the very first thing that's talked about is the story?
Yeah, just a little bit, because I think I mentioned this at one point a couple of weeks ago. The guy came here, to his credit. Now, he was by himself. This is the part of the story that is absolutely he deserves a lot of credit, and it says a lot about him. With no one else, learning English here.
Had no bearing of English getting here either.
Yeah, at 15 years old. So that is incredible. Let's not downplay that at all.
Yeah, you dropped me off in Germany at 15 years old. I'm useless.
Yes, exactly.
Nothing gets done.
So that is absolutely incredible. The part that I think is maybe a slightly overstated is the football aspect of it. He came at 15, and despite the incredible story of having to learn everything, just culturally and language and everything else, he was in one of the premier football academies, you could get to at high school. Then he went to Michigan, and we know about Michigan football. And
what do they do there?
Yeah, they play football. That's what they do in law school. Football and law school.
That's true. Those are the two things
that's what they do well. So it's not as if like, hey, which side is up on this football? He has been. He's not far behind from a football aspect.
But it does feel telling though that even still he made the concerted effort to go. Feel like he can be dynamic, but still a young player.
Yeah.
Right? Like it feels like that they're tempering expectation. Because when they talk about, and of course maybe this isn't the most fair because this is probably the most plug-and-play ready dude of your draft class. K. McDonald, there was no point in the response to a question about K. McDonald where he goes, it's still young. He's still early. Like, none of that. It's just, hey, physical. He does things at the point of attack and he pushes people back. We can win with that. Like that, the conversation with Caden McDonald, and not that this is novel, but it was very clearly right now, effective right now. And the conversation with Marlon Klein was very much, hey, we like some of the things here. We think he can be dynamic.
But he was optimistic about it.
But he's still young.
But just in general, and Figgy, I know you know this, how refreshing is it to have a head coach on the second day that rookies were on the field saying, I expect things, not rookies don't know anything. A texter was talking about that. I think you're almost setting them up, not to fail, but the expectations are lower when you do what Bill O'Brien did. D'Amico's saying,
don't know anything.
Exactly. And D'Amico's the exact opposite. D'Amico's like, hey, we're expecting things from you. Starting today with how you're handling this meeting and these drills and all that other stuff. That's the other part that I think culturally it's just night and day.
No, 100%. And again, culturally, it's probably is it fair to say culture is the thing that they do best? It sounds insane to say that, especially when you have a defense that really knocks people on their ass. But culture might be the thing that they do best.
I don't think that's a stretch because it ties directly to how they play on the field. The swarm is part of the culture. So when you start building that, then when you get on the field with terrific players like the Texans have, especially on defense, it becomes the culture is more tangible. You see the play on the field because of that.
And you see why it is, because, again, I mean, he gets as detailed as talking about, the important thing for him is making sure that he learns how these individuals guys learn, right? Like DeMeco Ryans as teacher maybe doesn't get enough credit. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm just doing the thing where we try and discredit something without giving it enough due. But, yeah, man, he is such a good teacher in that he understands that teaching isn't just about me knowing what's happened. It's about finding the way to get to these guys. He's like, hey, it comes with spending time with these guys. It also comes with not just putting them on in a room and using a whiteboard, but getting them into the effect of it. But talking to that culture point, he made it a point to say, hey, we're telling dudes to sit with somebody different every day. Like it starts from the very, very first day that you're here, not just sitting with your position group, not just seeing the guys that you vibe with and send it, but no, go to somebody that you don't know, get to know them, bounce around, because the interconnectedness of the full locker room is, I think, what gets you through tough times and what helps you kind of congeal as a squad.
And how about last thing? How about Keelan Rutledge? What do you mean we can't wear pads today? Let's go kick some ass.
He really wants to knock somebody on their ass.
Kick some ass.
He really wants to knock somebody on their ass. 713 forgot Kaylee's background as a tight end coach. How could you? We say it all the damn time. But I feel you. This might be his pet project, and it's possible. I do wonder. I don't know if that would be something I'm happy about, though, because I feel like, hey, you've got bigger fish to fry on the larger scale.
Yes, he does. That's why you need the tight ends coach to really handle the vast majority of that.
But, I mean, they're getting hands-on, right? The new tight end coach, James Ferentz, was getting one-on-one time with Marlon Klein as well. So we'll see what that ultimately looks like. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Insperity Invitational here at the Woodlands Country Club. Hey, you know that for the 13th year, they're actually doing a 9-hole scramble called Folds of Honor. Greats of golf. I mean, they're having folks like Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino out here to do that, and that's tomorrow. So if you're coming out tomorrow, wear red, white, and blue to support that effort, which is a really cool thing outside of the tournament itself that's happening. But, out here at the Woodlands Country Club for the Insperity Invitational. Always a pleasure to be able to do things like that, and we appreciate them having us out here. But coming up next, we also appreciate the opportunity to do a little lunchtime confessions, and we will do that on Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop.
Which of the newest additions will actually have the biggest immediate
Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, man, out here at the Insperity Invitational. It's pretty cool. Having a good day. You said something in the break that I think is interesting. We're going to make it. Hell yeah, we're going to make it. Look where we are.
Man, it's a good time, man.
It's a good time.
It's a real chill. I feel like folks on the course are real chill.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all right? As someone who has not attended a ton of golf events, is that a difference between PGA Tour versus Tour Champions?
Yes.
Like, is that
Yeah.
it's just more chill, a little bit less? Not say less energy, but it's a little bit more calm.
You're just stargazing at these. You don't even really care. I mean, you ultimately do, but you don't really care who's on the leaderboard. It's like, hey, there's Ben Crenshaw. Hey, there's Tom Kite. Hey, you're just kind of stargazing.
Fair enough.
Anywho, let's get to the confessions. You know, something trivial sometimes changes your opinion, and that trivial little thing, and maybe it's not trivial, and maybe you'll disagree with that, but that trivial little thing really has nothing to do with why you should have an opinion on that. Like just something just hits you, and you're like, I like that. And it has nothing to do with actually that event or that person or that whatever. And that happened to me this morning when the Texans released their jersey numbers for rookies. Did you see, actually you might have just heard, but if you weren't, there's a number 59 among the rookies. There's a number 59 that's a linebacker that is wearing that jersey this year. His name is Aiden Fisher, a 7th round draft pick. That changed everything of how I'm looking at Aiden Fisher. It really did.
What's the significance?
Because you don't get number 59 unless, number one, you talk to D'Amico Ryans about it. D'Amico wearing famously number 59. Infamously, Kenyon Green also did too. But famously, D'Amico Ryans wore number 59. Number one, you don't get that jersey given to you unless you talk to him. Number two, yeah, are you kidding? A rookie coming in the NFL? Yeah, give me 59. And make it snappy. You think they're doing that?
I like that you got Aiden Fisher in here, walking in here like he a badass,
just
talking crazy to folks.
You think he just snatched the jersey off the rack? Yeah, this is mine.
Hey, you give me 59. It's like, hey man, this is the lunchroom. I don't control nothing over there. I think you're in the wrong room.
But I'm doing that for effect. But you don't do that as a rookie. And number two, you don't get 59 unless the coach approves. Unless the coach says, yeah, give him 59. I'm telling you, man, I'm like, I'm going to be looking at this guy a little differently now.
Yeah, I will say that, of course, I knew that Aiden Fisher was the linebacker that was kind of calling the shots for the defense of the national champion Indiana Hoosiers.
Yeah.
So I knew that, but the way that D'Amico Ryans leaned into how smart he is and setting up and calling plays, it did make me kind of think a little bit harder in the possibility of Aiden Fisher falling in line with being in the tutelage of one Azeez Al-Shaair. Now, of course, I would have felt a lot stronger about that if they drafted a linebacker of that same kind of build higher. But
it makes me look at him differently now.
I am intrigued.
Yeah.
I am intrigued to look at it. I'm not gonna change my outlook on it too much. I still think that he's a dude who, if he makes the roster, I'm looking at him as a special teams guy. But I will be a little bit more open-minded, especially because of those two things. So fair enough. Touche.
These are my confessions.
Are you familiar with Darren Peterson?
Yeah, Darren Peterson, of course.
One of the
KU, baby.
Yeah, KU guard. Was he a guard or was he more of a wing?
Wing, yeah.
But he is going to be one of the most desired players in the NBA draft. And I imagine it might change a little bit more because of the insight that we got earlier today, I think. When it comes down to it, the questions that remained there for him were, is he going to be healthy? I mean, some people took it even further as to, how much does he love playing basketball and will he play? Because he dealt with cramps that were so severe that they took him out of a number of games this past year for KU. Apparently, they had a breakthrough on this. And what he learned, apparently due to some blood work, is that so that and some tests have led to doctors concluding that his high usage of creatine led to some mysterious and sometimes debilitating cramps. And I'm going to be honest, I have a hard time believing this. I've got a real hard time believing that you was just using creatine crazy, and that got you to a point. There was a point in time in him, and he detailed this, where he is on the training table, cramping so hard, and they're trying to get him an IV, where he is begging them to call 911.
Yeah.
He said he thought he was going to die.
Mm-hmm.
You mean to tell me that was because you used multiple scoops of creatine?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that just seems so hard for me to fathom.
Me too. Yeah, me too. Back in the late 90s into the early 2000s, creatine was very prevalent in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
When they were trying to skirt around the old steroid thing, they were using a lot of creatine, and it wasn't banned. And so I've done my fair share of very amateur digging into. That is a thing, the cramping and all that. So, but I'm looking at this and I'm with you. I'm like, maybe that's just kind of a convenient way to, to explain things off as you're going into the draft.
Right. I was like, the conspiratorial part of me is not just that, hey, this can't happen. Is this a way to try and assuage the fears of any NBA teams that might be like, I don't know, guys. Like, hey, guys, actually, I figured it out.
It's creatine.
I was just taking too much creatine.
Yeah.
I ain't know. Like, in high school, I didn't even use it. I got to college, and I was like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it big. You know what I mean? So, no, but it feels like such a hard thing to believe. I'm not saying that he's wrong. He probably, again, doctors did this work on it. It feels so hard.
Who's doctors? Is a very important question.
Also, why did it take so long for them to get here?
Yeah.
If this feels like...
Right, you would have thought the doctors during the season would say, hey, wait a minute, let's look at things here.
Especially when he matters a lot. And somebody said that's normal when you don't hydrate enough taking creatine. I feel like they were trying to hydrate him when cramps kept popping up for him all season long.
Yeah. No, I think they would have taken care of it a lot sooner.
But hey.
These are my confessions.
All right, I got to give a shout out to the Drive with Clint show and T Mill. Happy 1500 show today.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, 1500 shows today. And what an accomplishment. And I think they got some good stuff going on for today's show. But I got to confess, man, I wish I could have kept a number of our episodes like that. But I refuse to go back and try to find out how many episodes of this show we did.
How many have we done, Figgy? Count them up.
He said he refuses
to.
Count them up.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to go back in time and be like, okay, Reggie started on this day, then go on. But all the days we miss, I miss, you miss, Reggie miss, and like what count as a show overall? Is it two? Do two of us got to be here? Do it count? If I'm
what is
not
it? What
here?
makes a show?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm like, man, I look, call me lazy or what, but I can't go back and try to count every single episode we did with this show.
So what are we pushing? 700, 600, 700?
Us?
Yeah.
I can't. We haven't hit 2 years, so there's no way for us to get 700.
We're just about at 2 years.
A year and a half.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more.
I'm looking at this as the third football season. We coming up on the third football season.
Right. Yeah. We're in that neighborhood. Figure you need to count them up, man.
Nah, we could just use this count on football terms. This is season 3.
Season 3 will be like those TV shows that they take about a 3-month break and then they come right back. So we need to do that.
Yeah,
that's
maybe
about an 8-month break.
Yeah,
I was about to say, you talking like Survivor? Is that what you're talking about there? On their like the 40th season or whatever.
Yeah.
How many episodes of In Loop do you think you've done, John? If you just had to, because again, and you could use the Drive as some level of help here because they're hitting 1,500. So if you try
I started October 3rd of 2009.
Okay. I think that's a lot of shows.
How many shows have I done? Can you get on that too?
So was that on In the Loop? Because I know you did a morning show with Mark.
It was Vandermeer and Lopez.
Yeah.
We didn't start In the Loop until 2011 or 12, somewhere late 11, I believe.
So you're talking about what, 14 years of In the Loop?
Yeah.
All right, that's a lot of shows.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do the Sean Pendergast thing. I'm gonna go to AI.
Pay somebody to find it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm real mad at that, man. I'm upset that you're using it. I also really hate that this is the way you're going about it. I don't think that's going to work either. I think it's going to give you a stupid number, and you're going to be sad that
it's going to take in all the holidays and all that.
I bet it will.
I said roughly 4,400 shows. Roughly.
You're not tired yet?
Yeah. there's got to be a day when I'm like, I'm done. I got nothing to say.
You gonna Vontae Mack it? You gonna Vontae Mack it?
No, I'm talking about like Reggie's gonna say, and then set up the segment real good, and I'm just gonna look at Reggie and go, I got nothing.
It's gonna be at noon where you be like, man, I ain't got it no more, man.
Exactly.
Maybe it might be next segment. You know what? It's worth listening every day, because there's gonna be a day when I'm gonna look at you guys, Figgy and Reggie, and I'm like,
the game ain't at me no more.
Nah, I ain't got it. I've said all the words.
I'm laughing because I hear that as a threat. Like, that very much sounds like a threat. It's just like, one of these days I'm just gonna quit on you. It's gonna happen that way.
Actually, it says 4,315 shows.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do not.
I'm gonna go with that.
Sure. If you say
you gonna pull a Dante Hall?
Dante Hall.
Damn, it's a handful of dudes who just up and decided, you know what, we're done here.
I'm not even talking about quitting.
I'm just saying I'm
going to run out. I'm going to run out of words. I'll still be doing the show. It's just be, nothing will happen.
If you ain't run out yet, I don't think it's going to happen, man. You got a lot of words.
Never running out of no words, man.
All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, you heard D'Amico Ryans. This weekend is Mother's Day, and so we kind of wanted to commemorate it and give you a good reason to make sure that you call your moms, because let's think about it. What's the maddest that your mom ever got at you, right?
Oh, gotta love this one.
Yeah. Go ahead and text in. The Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Let's realize the reasons that we need to be appreciative next.
The Rockets season came to a disappointing end with a 98-78 home loss to the Lakers. Will another first The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adentula.
Yeah, we've been enjoying ourselves here at the Insperity Invitational here at the Woodlands Country Club. In fact, we had a listener just come over, say hello, and identify John Lopez's laugh from the first tee.
He said he could hear me from the first tee, which is what?
I mean, we are pretty close to it, though.
80 yards, 60, 80 yards away?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
We are pretty close to it, so I'll give you some of that. But
My
yeah,
laugh is a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, we might need to calm down. We might be a little too rowdy for being out here right now.
We're good. We're good.
You sure?
Yeah, we're good.
I mean, we still got an hour of show. We can't afford to get thrown out. Doing the show from the parking lot, I don't know how much of an option.
That would be problematic.
That is. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right in that. Also problematic, make mom mad.
Dude, this is so good. I can't wait to get some of these texts and comments from our listeners because Mother's Day, of course, Sunday. Do it right. And a lot of times, some obviously you have to get your wife if she's the mother of your children or just a mother, something. But we're talking about mama, like your mama. Like, what's the maddest you ever got, that saint of a woman of yours. Most, especially guys, always think their mom is a saint. My mom actually was. So,
yeah, everybody else is lying except for you, huh?
Yeah. But what's the maddest you ever got your mama?
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Because like D'Amico Ryan said, objective number one is make sure that you give moms a call. Honestly, probably need to do a little bit more for moms. But just to remind you of why that's important and why you need to make sure you get the really nice flowers.
Yeah.
What was the time that you made her the most mad?
So Figgy, is Reggie going to hit us with, well, one time I was at the library too late and my mom got mad, or I was shooting jumpers, until 7:30 and I told her I'd be home at 7, or is he going to hit us with a real story?
Nah, Reggie ain't never hitting us with no real story.
Has Reggie ever made his mama mad? Like legit mad.
If he did,
let's make a little side wager.
Reggie wouldn't say it. He wouldn't say it. He wouldn't put it out there if she did.
All right, so hold on. Let's leave Reggie as the grand finale here, and then we'll get into some text. Because I'm with you. I think it's going to be. I was in a study group. We got into the project. I told Mom I was going to be home at 9. I got home at 10:30, and she got really mad. I think that's the leader in my head. But what's yours, Figgy? The maddest you ever got your mom?
The maddest I ever got my mom, I told her I was supposed to pick her up from work.
Ooh,
but I was out doing something else. And I'm like, I'll get to my mama in a minute because she used to work at the group home. So it wasn't like you was in some type of facility where it was uncomfortable. But honestly, if you want to go, when you're ready to go home, you're ready to go home. And so I'm like, she can wait.
Especially after a long day at work.
Yeah. So I didn't get there till like 2 hours later.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and she was like, what was you doing? And I was making up all type of lies and stuff like that.
So my mom, this might be hard for some people, but I was actually a very good boy. I was pretty good. I was, the youngest, so I kind of saw the.
What was that story about you transporting cocaine again?
No, it wasn't cocaine.
I just wanted to make sure
that's when I was in college and I was unaware. I was unaware that this was happening.
That's right. I didn't know it was in there, officer.
Boy, I would have gone for so long. I would have gone up the river for so, because it's a true story and nobody would have believed it. But that was in college and whatever. We're not talking about that anymore. Thank you for bringing it up. Anyway. So my mom, I was a good kid. I really was. But my mom, absolute saint. When I say she never cussed, I mean never. Not once had I heard her say, not even, nothing worse than gosh darn it, or the equivalent in Spanish of gosh darn it. And went to church 2-3 times a week. Just that kind of mom. So one day I was at the house. And I had a girl over, which was, admissible, but, that was okay. So just hanging out, whatever. Not even anything nefarious, just kind of hanging out, spending time with a girl. But I was dating another girl.
Oh.
But I wasn't.
He was out here being fast.
No,
okay.
No.
All right.
No.
I see you, John.
It wasn't anything. It was just like, hey, you know, hang out.
Y'all was studying, huh? I know that. I know that play.
Just hanging out. And my mom, whose dad was kind of a
philanderer,
very much a philanderer.
That's a good word, by the way.
Very much a gambler in Mexico. She was born she was born here, but raised in Mexico, and he was a big-time dominoes player, and to the point that he would lose the truck, in a dominoes.
Yeah.
So she was very much the exact opposite, and so when she walked in, she like nodded her head and said hello to the girl, and then when the girl left, my mom said, bleep, 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 bleep. You're not going to be my father. You're not going to do. If you're going to,
you hit some trauma.
Yeah,
you hit some trauma in there.
I was like, holy crap.
She was talking to you, but she was also talking to Daddy at the same time.
She was. I was like, what did I do? Why are you cursing? I'm going to be scarred for life. It was. I still can't believe that those words came out of her mouth. And never before and never since did I hear her curse.
And so you were the one who did it.
I was the one that
did it. I'm proud of you.
All right. Before we get to the text board, Figgy, you ready?
Yeah.
For this really wild, bad seed of a story when Reggie made his mom mad?
All right. It was when I was in college. Mm-hmm. And, I think you know a little bit about my path, but I ended up going out of state to Kansas State. It's why I'm unequally yoked with them. But then I came back in state, and I thought I was studying architecture. And after a while, it started stalling out to the point where I actually ended up on academic probation.
That is not allowable as a Nigerian.
No, it is not. Not after I already went out of state, spent a whole bunch of money.
Kick you out of her house.
Well, there you go. Like that's the story there. Like she got so mad that she was like, "I'm cutting you off. You're not getting another dime from me. Don't come over here." And thankfully, like that was her being angry in that moment because she's like unreasonably caring and everything. And so after a while, we were able to work this out. But like, I don't think I've ever seen my mom. In fact, funny enough, my little brother has gotten to this point at one point as well. Like, yo, I'm done with you. Like, and it sounds like I'm joking. She was ready to write me off and be like,
over.
Whatever you want to do over there, you can do over there, but I'm done with you.
She's gonna send your ass to Nigeria.
No, she was like, if you want to go to Nigeria, if you want to go to hell, you can go. Do what you want. I'm done with you. Like that's where we were because I had spent so much damn money and then I ended up with bad grades on top of it. So yes, I believe that is the most mad that I can recall. My mom, where she was just like, I am done with you.
So it did have something to do with studying.
It did have something to do with studying, but it was more the lack of studying.
The lack of studying.
Than anything else. But yes, I don't think
I got that talking to in second grade.
Yeah, most of us. What do you mean you can't spell?
I don't think I'm winning this by any means though, because from the 8 through 2, they said 8-year-old me and my cousin swiped $200 in food stamps from my mom's purse.
Oh boy!
And went junk food shopping.
Oh!
Got caught at his house by his mom with all the snacks.
Uh-huh.
And you said it was food stamps, so this was clearly like this was necessary to get by.
Yes, this was the basics,
right there, man.
This is the basics.
Also, 8 years old, right? Depending on how old you are, we could be coming from a time where $200 means something. Like, that might be a month's worth of supplies, and you were like, let's get a whole bunch of Cheetos.
Got to get some Big Red.
Because not only in that moment was she mad at you, she was also like, "What am I going to do?
Yeah,
where are we gonna get the chicken?
No,
next week?
That's legit angry. Like we're trying to live over here.
How are we going to live? We go from 8 years old to a text line who said, or a texter rather, who said, just turned 18, thought my parents were out of the house, so I decided to spark up.
Oh boy!
In my room, turns out Dad had left, Mom was still home. Got cussed out with every word you could imagine.
That'll do it. Oh my goodness, my again. Well, part of the reason I was always pretty good is my oldest brother was just.
Oh, you had good by comparison.
He was what is it, Helian or Hellion? He was a Hellion, I think is how you pronounce it.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, and just it was nonstop to the point where he would get in fist fights with my other brother, like actual not brother fights, but like actual throwing hands and. Oh man!
Y'all weren't wrestling.
He would be missing for days, like just gone. I'm like, holy crap!
And yet you were the one who caused the cussing to come out of her, huh?
Exactly.
You were the one who did it.
Yeah.
Somebody said were in college, got arrested for weed and being with their friend using a stolen credit card. Oh yeah, she was right though.
Yeah, that's true.
Got so mad, literally had to go get mental health treatment.
Whoa.
Oh wow. Yeah, make sure you call mom twice if you have the availability to.
Yeah.
Right, if you have the opportunity to, make sure you call her twice and appreciate her. And somebody said jumped in the neighbor's pool one summer. Thought they weren't home. He said it was cool. After my mom got home, we hear the doorbell. Go straight to the room to wait for her. She ripped their keisters.
I wonder if it was belt or switch or what.
Man, I don't know if Nigerians have special things that we have. Well, we'll have.
We had the chancla.
Okay, so there's obviously the whoopings that can happen, but then also there's like special, like you have to hold a pose.
Oh,
that's unstable. Yeah. Whether it was like holding up a dictionary and not letting your hand drop.
You had to do that?
Yeah. Oh man, like there's plenty of nonsense that I got into.
Figgy, you ever get whipped?
Yeah. Ashley, she made me go in the backyard to get a branch off a tree.
Yeah,
switch. I didn't get the right type of branch, so she got my older sister to go get a good branch.
Oh, she got a good one.
That's always
100%. Yes.
Always nasty business to get that. Regardless, I hope that you also are thinking about the times that you might have made mom as mad as she could possibly be, and turn that into an appreciation for her putting up with you. Because no, absolutely, if you have the opportunity to do so, because I know not everybody has that opportunity, just period, right? That's one of the things is while they're still available, do that for. Somebody said mom found out on Friday before Christmas that I had smoked. Oh wow, yeah,
that's a bad day.
That's ruining everything.
Yeah, that's a bad
Santa
day.
ain't coming to your house.
No.
You know who else saw? Santa.
Yeah, that's right.
Santa took that stuff right back.
Yeah, Santa didn't bring Cole either. He brought this Cole Haan belt for some reason. I don't know why that's the case.
Yeah.
Somebody said she's good now. That was 20 years ago, and that's I'm glad that that's the case. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, happy Mother's Day to everybody out there, and make sure that you give moms a very happy Mother's Day for us here in the loop. All right, coming up next, I want to return to Kamari Lasser. Kamari Lasser was on Texans All Access, and he had some really good insight, both about some of his teammates and about him and his work ethic. I want to dig into that, and we will next.
Yordan Alvarez is your AL Player of the Month. The Stro star led the league in hits, homers, batting average, and RBIs. Doesn't get much more dominant than that. Congrats, Yordan.
Houston's Sports.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adentula.
Yeah, happy Friday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 as we broadcast live from the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. If, of course, Big Voice Man said that, I said it myself anyways, because that's how things go sometimes. Number of you guys all over the Base Power text line letting us know the various different times that y'all made moms real mad. And, buddy, y'all was acting up. Y'all was acting up. Somebody said the moms got mad at me because I joined the Marines at 17 by forging her signature on the contract.
Well, she should have. Come on.
Said recruiter was cool with it, too? Yeah, nah, that recruiter would be getting...
Come on.
Hey, they be getting an earful.
That's not one of those where you go, hey, what are you mad at?
Yeah, it's like, what you mean? You're not the one going to the Marines. I am. It'll be all right. Yeah. A number of other things. I might sprinkle some more in as we keep going. Somebody mentioned, though, being woken up out of sleep.
Yeah.
With that whooping. Had one of those before. One of those just, hey, make sure you wash the dishes before you go to sleep. Did not wash the dishes.
Yeah.
Here comes 2 a.m. and all you feel is just whap, whap, whap. I told you. All right, here we go. Let's go wash some dishes
I
now.
guess I'm washing dishes.
Let us go wash some dishes. Question, do you think the Kamari Lasser ever put his moms through hell?
Yes.
You think so?
Everybody does.
He seems like
Maybe
such
not
a good
through
young boy,
hell, but believe it or not, D'Amico Ryans has probably made his mom mad at some point.
No. No. D'Amico?
No. Even D'Amico.
I don't believe it.
We got to ask him now. we got to bet.
Yeah, we got to make sure for some tacos?
No.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just checking. No, but
I've been paid.
What? That's the last thing
I'm
that's
prepaid.
happened. Disagree. Strong disagree.
Mm-hmm.
But Kamari Lasser, whether or not he put moms through hell, like this dude is on it now. Mm-hmm. Clearly incredible on the field. And he seems to very much be, he seems to be the type of model citizen that you want on this Texas team. I take you to Kamari Lasser joining the Texans All Access. I believe you would have heard this yesterday, if memory serves. Yes. And talked with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. Always good when they have a conversation. I want to start here because Kamari was asked what the offseason is like for him now.
Off-season is really, like, you take time, you do off-season really in increments, I've learned. So, like, you have a time period, like, whenever you first get into off-season, you rest, then you gradually get back into it, you start working out, and then you work on things that you aren't good at, and then you master the things that you are good at, and then by the time you get back into the building, it's almost like riding a bike. You're like, getting back to hearing the calls, getting back to, like, doing regular football things and a routine. So it's like, at this point in off-season, I'm getting back into, like, my I would say like my camp routine, like the routine that I'm going to be in like for camp. And you just take it slow because the days are still like, they're still short. Like it's only 4 hours in a day. So you just take it as it comes and you enjoy the rest of the day.
This is not like the most revealing of the answers that he gave, but it was just, for me, the thing that came across was just how assured he sounds.
Pro.
Yes.
Pro.
All pro, in fact.
Well, Pro Bowl.
No, I'm saying, but like these are the things that I feel like open up to him with this assuredness that he has in the way that he goes about. Like he's got the game figured out.
Yeah.
Is the way that he operates.
That's the best way to put it. It's like, just the planning, the way he's going, meticulous about what he does in different stages. To me, all I heard was that's a pro right there.
No, 100%. Yeah. So, I mean, you take that to another level, right? Can you give me cut 3 here? Because you have that portion of it. But I think that's part of what D'Amico loves. I think it's also the toughness. Mm-hmm. And what I loved was getting more insight into just how tough Kamari Lasser is. It's not like we didn't know, but hearing it specifically, and I think it's epitomized by him playing on that Sunday night game, Week 14 versus Kansas City, where he's dealing with so much pain. This was him detailing what it took for him to be able to play with the injury that he had going into Week 14.
What I will say is that was probably the hardest week ever, like, because I was not supposed to play, to be honest. Like, I wasn't, like, on paper, you weren't supposed to play through that injury, but it was a point in the season where every game, like, if we lost one more game, there was no more season. Like, playoffs, hopes were out of the way. I'm like, if I don't play, I feel like I would be letting everyone down, like, all the work. So I'm like, if I can go out there and play, I'd rather go out there and play and give my all. And if it's not what it's supposed to be, then we can go from there. But you know me, like I'm going out there. I see whoever's in front of me, I'm going to win the rep. So I just feel like I work with Jeremy, I work with Roland and the training staff. I was in there early. They had me in there early. They had me in there late after practice. We got taped up. Did a lot of praying at home. Moms did a lot of treatment at home. And I mean, there was no way I was missing the game. Like, there's no way. Like, I was walking and I was able to run. So I'm like, okay, cool. It was up to a pain tolerance. And once it gets to that point, whether I know that, like, once I knew that I wasn't going to get hurt any worse, I'm fine. Like, I could play. So it was just go out there, play. And everyone knew, like, I was injured, but it doesn't matter. Once you get on that field, it's do or die.
Man, that was and by the way, as you pointed out earlier, just an incredible performance. It wasn't like getting through it. It was a great game. You know, and that even says more.
Yeah, I think that yes, 100%, right? The toughness that it's exhibited there for him to get to a place where obviously night and day, so to say, treatment. He said he was praying about it. Like, this was, it was going to be impossible to keep him off the field. It's one of those things that's said often, but how real is it really? You could see it come through here.
Yeah.
The thing when I heard this, I immediately went, okay, let me go back and look just how good it shows up in my notes. Because, you know, obviously I try and take detailed notes for these purposes. I'm going back and I'm seeing they did attack him early. And that's what you'd expect. The dude who barely made a game-time decision, he's going to give it a go. All right, let's see how much of a go you can give it. They were not able to test him. Now, maybe you say the Kansas City Chiefs don't have a receiving core that is such that they have somebody that could really attack a player. But even still, it's abundantly clear as you go back and you look at it, he was playing at an incredible level. And I wonder if that doesn't, like, expectation set for the rest of the league where they go, damn, he was hurt. Short notice, could, like, just trying to get out there, and you still can't take advantage of him. Is he now unattackable, and what does that do for this defense?
And I think it does so much for him. You know, like, I am really good at this. And, you know, it's not an aha moment because obviously he's been playing. This is going into his third year. But, like, I am able to do things that even at this level a lot of people do not do. You know, it's almost in a weird way a confidence builder for him. Like, he's not just out there. He was making plays basically still injured.
I'm talking second drive, and it's not even just, hey, he's making some plays. It's the type of plays, right? You know him as physical aggressive. Second drive, there's a screen, and he's coming up, showing body, forcing that guy back in the same way that you expect, setting the edge, right?
Yeah.
We've seen cornerbacks who are completely healthy, unwilling to go in and set the edge. Of course, that's not Kamari. Kamari is a tough nose. He wants to get in there.
Yeah.
He might as well be a linebacker in a cornerback's body. That didn't stop, right? It's almost scary to the other side of things where I'm afraid for him.
Like, it could get bad.
Yes, because he's still playing with that level of aggressiveness when it's got to be. He's talking about, you know, trying to deal with the pain, and I understand that there's shots and there's stuff that those guys are privy to, but you still know that pain is there.
And the injury could still get worse.
And I think well, he said once he knew that the injury
was I'm saying,
but
in a given situation.
For sure.
Yeah.
We're all human. We've been in those circumstances where you know in the back of your head, this is hurting, and even if you're pushing through, there's something in you that says, yeah, don't go that hard. That governor is off. Yeah. That governor is off for that dude. You know, and so
it does not apply in this case.
And so it almost makes me more afraid that, like, he's going to push through, but that it's awesome to know that dude is always going to be there and give you that same level of performance, and I think that speaks to why he is capable of being the dude that he is.
And also, just like we were talking about earlier, you know, what if, you know, he just even gets better and becomes, you know, a star. Well, he's a star, but you know, superstar caliber, recognized everywhere. He has it in him. I mean, he did it on one leg, basically.
No, 100%. And I talked about that as the physicality, but he also still showed in coverage in that game as well. So I'm so fascinated by what Kamari Lasser is capable of doing. But I think really one of the big questions, and I know that this came up for the fellas of Payne and Pendergast, and I kind of want to pivot here in a second, but they were talking about the potential blind spots that this team might still have. And one of the things they talked about was defensive back depth. How are you feeling about the defensive backs? And I'll pivot to an audio clip right here. But how are you feeling about the depth after these guys? Because that's the thing. When you know Kamari Lasser is damn near as good, or effectively for opposing offenses as good as Derek Stingley, it's almost like, all right, once one of these guys is off the field, there's a clear delineation of where we attack.
Yes. I think it's more cornerback depth than defense. They've addressed defensive back depth. If you're looking at nickel, if you're looking at safety, I think specifically this is, and it's fair. No, I agree with them if they're talking about cornerback depth, because you look at the depth chart right now and you're not exactly sure who would be the number 2 cornerback on either side of the field, because the defensive safeties and nickel, they're actually I feel pretty good about it.
Nickel, I still reserve a little judgment because of how specialized the position is, but I think it's fair to make that mention.
Well, they've addressed it.
Yeah, they have. And, I mean, they've got guys there, Draymond Smith, and the guy who I want to talk about is Jalen Smith, a.k.a. J-Rock. He was asked Kamari Lasser, because that's a dude who's, in his position group room. What are your expectations for Jalen Smith this upcoming season? And
big things. Rock knows I expect big things from him. Like, he has all the talent in the world. He's got every intangible you could think of. I just hate that he got injured and missed so much time last year, because he was on the perfect track to just be really good. But once he gets back on that field, y'all are going to see something special. Rock is good. He's really special.
Boy, that just warms the heart, doesn't it?
That's high praise.
That just warms the heart.
They're not in the business of lying about dudes, are they?
No. It's just why would he? Why would he one way or the other? I know, I get it. They're in the same, or they're both young players.
Right, and they're super supportive. Like we talked about that on the other side, right? Or at the top of the hour, where D'Amico Ryans is talking about, hey, make sure you sit with somebody else. They have a love that goes around the entirety of the locker room. They want to support each other.
Yeah.
That feels like that goes beyond that.
That's what it is. It just felt like, because he was like, no, really. No, really. It's a shame he got hurt. And you guys are going to see some things. But that's very promising sounding. I mean, we've heard good things before, so we'll have to see.
No, but I think that I'm buying into this more.
Yes, me too.
Because I already kind of liked Jalen Smith last training camp, and it's kind of funny now in retrospect what I'm going to say. But early on, you see C.J. Gardner-Johnson taking him under his wing and kind of like trying to hip him to game. It was very clear in the demeanor of the way that the dudes in the secondary played that they were like, hey, we know you got some, so let me pour. Not that they're not pouring into others, but it was very clear when they pulled him over. It's like, hey, we're pouring into you because we're going to need this sooner rather than later.
Because they knew what he had.
Right, and that's ultimately my point is.
Like, the whole thing about don't worry about when they're yelling at you. Worry about when they stop yelling at you.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so I take that and I pair that with Kamari Lasser. Like, no, you don't understand. We have high expectations for him because we know it's there. I'm leaning on that, and maybe it's because that's all I really have to lean on the way that they built it, but it would make sense.
Yeah.
It's considering that, we've talked about cornerback depth. It feels like a thing that they need to address. They haven't added guys in that place, which would seem to intimate that they believe that Jalen Smith
They
is
do,
that.
but I still, even if they do believe, and even if Jalen Smith is something more than, really, I shouldn't say than we expect, because we didn't know what, because of the injury. But even then, even with a good Jalen Smith, let me put it that way, they still look a little thin at cornerback if you had to force it.
Yeah, I also, and I still need to go back and check my priors. I'm coming up soon on my rewatch of last year. I like doing that.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm going to note to look at is when they had cornerbacks, like backup cornerbacks have to come in. Was it just bad because it was a drop off from the previous dude, or was it bad on its nakedly on his face?
Yeah.
Because Draymond Smith, for some reason, in my brain, it does not track as, man, he was so bad.
Yeah.
But that's the way that a lot of us end up talking about him, and I want to kind of square that and make sure that that's the case. Because if he is passable and Jalen Smith shows to be the kind of live up to the expectations that Kamari Lasser is talking about here, I actually feel a lot better about what you're talking about depth-wise. But we'll see what that looks like. If you allow me to pivot here, I want to go back to the fellas at Payne and Pendergast. They did a really interesting exercise, and it was based off of Aaron Schatz of Football Outsider, or actually previously Football Outsiders, now FTN Fantasy, and he also writes for ESPN. He did a piece on ESPN talking about kind of the remaining gaps for teams in, I guess, depth. Biggest roster holes is the way that he put it, and depth on the defensive line is actually what he said for the Houston Texans, right? Particularly the edge, which I think we agree with, right? Because there's not this guaranteed that was previous there with like Danico Autry and Derek Barnett. You have some guys that are, possible answers, and does Dylan Horton take another step forward in capability there? Does Dominique Robinson, what does he flash? Those instances, I think that those are fair, but
yeah, I guess that's fair. I just keep assuming they're going to add
Derek Barnett back, and that maybe Dylan Horton takes a step forward, and now here you go. Maybe Logan Hall doing a little bit of stepping outside in some instances. Yeah, but they started from there, then talking about the potential the potential blind spots that maybe the Texans have for this offseason. I'm very intrigued. I'd be intrigued, if you don't mind, kind of seeing, do you agree that this is a blind spot, or do you feel like they've adequately looked at this? Have we gotten appropriately concerned that they haven't addressed the center position with like an actual upgrade or somebody who's actually played the center position?
No, I don't agree with that. I think they've addressed it directly. I mean, you got a first-round player. You got a first-round player that's going to be a center.
That notably hasn't snapped in a real football games.
Yeah, no, but still, I mean, there is something there. You know, everybody knows when you draft a first-round interior lineman, he's going to play. And so I think they are very confident that he's got the answers there.
Funny enough, that's not even the reason why I feel this. I do think that he has, obviously, the leg up if he can do the snapping. I know that there's people that were looking at the draft and saying, hey, even if you get the Keelan Rutledge, get somebody who is nominally a center. I feel like that's what the Evan Brown signing is for.
Maybe.
Someone who, well, first and foremost, even if they didn't have Evan Brown, and it's crazy that sometimes you find yourself in places where you're like, how did I get here? If Jake Andrews is starting, I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world early on, because like he handled the capacity of what this offense was pretty damn well. It's the physical limitations which he can't do anything about. The idea that you absolutely need to add in like a rookie to come in and do this, especially one of these rookies that would maybe not be similarly sized, but would not be the big physical upgrade that you're talking about with Keelan Rutledge, and a guy who has not played in the NFL. That doesn't really seem like it answers that question either. Like that doesn't let's say it's Sam Hecht, who again clearly I like, Kansas State Wildcat, right? I'm going to lean towards that. It says nothing about his capabilities, but does that really change how you feel about the outlook of the center position if it's Sam Hecht there along in this room?
Yeah, look, you're right on the second part. If there is not, if Jake Andrews is starting week 1, I'm not going to change my outlook, overnight on what I think Keelan Rutledge might be. But I also, at the same time, would see that as something of a problem in that moment, because Keelan Rutledge needs to start week 1. If he's what you project and saw and drafted, he's your starting center week 1. If he's not, I'm not going to say what a bust. But what I am going to say is it didn't quite click when it needed to.
Yeah, my thought is it's either Jake Andrews or Evan Brown, who has played the center position and maybe has a little more physicality. You know he can do it at the NFL level. And then at that point, that's the guy who you're looking at as your alternate that knows how to play the position at the NFL level. And then the alternate outside of those is the one that I think we're almost optimistic about, is the dude who has the physical capabilities, who is young, and who you're projecting forward if he can grasp the role. I think that it's pretty adequately answered as best as you could have in this offseason. I don't think that adding an additional cornerback in like the center in the 4th round, whether it's Jake Slaughter or Sam Hecht, I don't think that really changes effectively what you've done to this point.
I feel very strongly they need to have him. But you're right, the options are definitely there. Hell, Jarrett Patterson for that matter. If you get in a pinch,
sure.
You're talking about experience.
Beautiful gowns. Right, Fig? Beautiful gowns.
Beautiful. No, what I'm saying is if you're just looking for experience and you don't feel he has that experience yet snapping the ball, you have options.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Got me a steely stare on that one.
Lovely player, lovely guy. Look at the clock, and it's about that time where we typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, man, I got a story about a woman who said she ended her relationship after discovering her boyfriend's ChatGPT history.
Yeah. Oh, not just the idea that he had ChatGPT. Okay, got you. Let's go into what is undoubtedly going to be a crazy story next.
Payne and Pendergast.
He wasted a year with Kevin Durant. That's why people were so frustrated.
aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So I ran across a story about a woman who said she ended her relationship after she discovered her boyfriend's ChatGPT history by mistake on his laptop. And the crazy part about this is he wasn't even cheating.
Mm-hmm.
So
not even with the AI?
Nah, you wasn't cheating with
That's
the AI.
where I thought you were going.
Or unless you, I mean, some people might call this being dishonest.
Okay.
But this is what happened. So a lady by the name of Lindsay said she found a chat within the chat GPT in the little folder on the left called Relationship Issues and Uncertainty, where her boyfriend been asking ChatGPT whether he should stay with her.
Oh boy.
He complained about the things like her lifestyle, her cats, her past struggles, and even questioned whether he was attracted to her. And
yikes.
And one comment especially crushed her, which said, "I'm just not proud of her."
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so she went on to say the raw honesty changed how she felt about the relationship. And although they did stay together for a few more months after the issue, she confronted him about it. The damage was done, and they did eventually break up. Now, she did want to make clear he wasn't a villain or anything, but I guess the experience showed her how painful it could be to see somebody's thoughts unfiltered.
This is an interesting one to me, because obviously painful. Nobody likes painful, especially in their relationships. But wouldn't you be kind of glad? Like, at least you found out that you're not it for him, and, you know, there's no charade?
I mean,
it hurts.
That feels like in 5 years, that's how you look back at it. Finding out that people are thinking about that way. Just,
right. No, it hurts.
Right. It'd be better if he had done this with a therapist. They had come to the realization that this not going to work, and then he had broken things off. Like, at that point, this is why the notion of, I got to get this closure and I got to know all this. No, there's a lot of things that are not here for you to be known.
Yeah.
They're not going to make you feel no better.
Figgy, outside of the immediate reaction, which, oh my gosh, you know, that kind of thing, I'd be kind of glad.
Yeah, I think it kind of worked out okay. Where I think it messed up the relationship, and maybe that was a blessing in disguise. But to me, I think it got to her because she found out by I guess looking at it, and just imagine this is like going through somebody's journal, where you just find out their raw emotion, their raw thoughts. And I think that's the part that got her. It's one thing to go through their notes and maybe see some of their real thoughts, but all the questions about the relationship and you wondering if you even like her, that might hit a little hard.
Yeah, also, like, hey, man, at some point, if you're like, I don't know if I'm proud of her, big dog, why are you here?
Well, are we not going to talk about her going through his stuff?
Well, I don't know what the nature of this is, right? Some people use the same laptop.
She did say it was an accident.
Yeah, she was clicking in some folders.
Oh, God.
She started clicking in some folders.
Hey, she did say it was an accident. And honestly, you don't expect to see nothing rolling through ChatGPT, though.
Yes.
Like, it's one thing if it was a text message or something like that, or emails.
I got to tell you, I might be on an island on this, but I think it was number one, outside of the pain, of course. Probably a good thing. And number two, why are you going through his stuff?
See?
She accidentally went to his search history. Can you possibly accidentally go to someone's search history?
Yeah, I think you can. I don't know how it works.
Accidentally.
So the way ChatGPT work on the
I know.
computer,
Yeah, it has that little bar.
Yeah, but let us know, because some of us don't be using it.
Yeah. So the way it works is when you're on it, you got some of your history shows up on the left side.
Yeah. Okay, so is it possible she just popped in here to use a little quick chat GPT of her own?
I think it is possible.
Okay.
I think it's possible because I don't think anybody really be. I guess now. I guess in today's age, you might get snooping through it, but I don't think nobody looking through ChatGPT to snoop, like to try to catch you red-handed or anything.
Right.
But when you on ChatGPT, you can see all the history on the side. So
color me skeptical.
Although nowadays, look, if you were the person who was being nosy out here trying to learn something about somebody, are these AI searches not the best place to learn about them now? Like, you learn so much about
it. In this day and age, probably yes. It's probably not uncommon.
Right. People are like this dude using the Chat GPT as if it's their therapist, or it's people where you go, okay, I'm learning the types of things that you feel like you need to ask a computer.
Yeah.
Right. I think that says a little something about you in those ways. Like, what are the types of things that you're unwilling to like figure out yourself? Like, I think there's a lot of things that you could possibly get to and learn about somebody just going through their Chat GPT. Not that was the intent for her here, but yeah.
Yeah, so this is my last question on this one, and then we can move on. Do you feel like it was fair game for him to ask these type of questions to Chat GPT, or maybe he should have probably I don't want to say therapist like it was really that big of a deal, but do you feel like it's fair game for him to do all of this in Chat GPT?
Yes, because I think he was basically using it like Google. It sounded like he was just searching, hey, what is this? What is that?
Those are dumb things to Google. I'm going to be honest.
No, I know, but I'm
being
saying,
entirely honest.
And you're probably right. Well, what I'm saying is maybe he couldn't afford a therapist, couldn't afford someone to talk to, or didn't want to go to her. But so he was asking questions. Yeah, I think it's fair.
I was wondering because I always like to localize it a little bit. I think my wife would be a little upset that I'm using Chat GPT. She will probably understand if I was talking to a real person, like a friend or something like that, and maybe a family member, a sister or something.
Yeah.
But I think she might be a little irritated that I'm just going to Chat GPT.
Yeah, my thing about it is I don't even know if I can really dictate fair or foul. I would imagine, though, that you would get a lot better circumstances, and it probably feels a little less weird, for lack of a better way of saying it. You ain't got no friends. You ain't got no homies, right? Like, this isn't even just because I think optimal is, hey, talk to a licensed therapist that maybe has some level of acumen in helping you work through this. But this is typically the place where we used to have friends for, right? To confide in confidants.
Yeah.
My buddy turned to Chat GPT and you don't have to get me started on all of like the potential negatives of this, but where are your friends at?
Yeah.
And I say that like sincerely. Where are the people that you trust to be able to confide in and give you sage advice?
Maybe you don't want to. Maybe you don't want to. A lot of times you don't want to share that stuff with your friends.
Yeah.
Well, clearly you want to because you're searching. It feels like you
not
should
with your friends.
No, but here's the thing is, then are they good enough friends? Because I feel like everybody, and I'm not saying every single one of your friends or acquaintances or whatever needs to be this person, but I feel like if you're doing life right, you should have someone that you feel comfortable enough being your authentic self with enough to be like, hey, I'm going through something. Can you hear me out?
No, I agree. All I'm saying is I'm on the other side of this than you guys. I just am. I think he's using it more like a Google based on the questions you asked.
My man said, I'm not proud of her. How you Google that? Tell me how you Google that one.
Well, I didn't say every one. But also, she's going through his stuff.
And these are equal crimes.
And you can grade them however you want. You can grade them however you want. But also, there's so many things here. And then the other thing is like, yes, it hurts. You cry, you mourn, whatever. But I'd be glad if I was with someone that felt that way and I found out.
Yeah. I think, like Reggie said, maybe
rather than 6, 7, 8 years.
I think in 5
Ooh,
more
boy.
years.
Yeah.
But it hurt.
Imagine if you found out that Jan was like, I'm just not sure that I'm proud of him right now.
It's too late for that. Too late for that.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Going from that to my statement. Remember I think it was a couple months ago when I on this show I said people should not cheat in public.
You did say that.
Yeah, don't be all out in public cheating and then get mad when people catch you cheating. Like Vrabel. But I guess you got to be careful cheating in private too. So apparently a lady found out her husband was cheating while she was currently out of town. Can you guess how?
Found out he was cheating while she was out of town, but he was cheating back home. She was out of town.
Yep, she found out he had a woman in the house.
I'm guessing it's like a Ring doorbell or something?
Yeah, that's where I was thinking.
Not exactly. So let's go to this piece of audio. This is somebody on TikTok explaining how this Reddit user found out her husband was cheating on her.
This Reddit user just found out that her husband was cheating on her because of a random weigh-in on her smart scale. Let me explain. I actually have one of these, and it's a great tool for weight loss. You step on it, and after a couple of seconds, it will record your weight and a couple other body measurements and send it to your phone. And as you can imagine, it keeps track of every single time someone steps on the scale to track their progress. And this woman received an alarming notification when she received an update, and it was not a weight she is used to. She stated in her Reddit post that she is not 120 pounds, but we can see there are 2 back-to-back weigh-ins at 12:56 in the morning for that exact weight. Just looking at the data is so funny because we can see this is obviously the husband, 189, 180, 192, and then it drops dramatically to 120. This is clearly someone else stepping on the scale. The only other thing I could think of it being is what if he stepped on the scale with like 1 foot at a time? This gentleman is definitely cheating, bro. Sorry to break the bad news, but you probably already knew that.
Man, what a way to get caught.
He's not a real liar because what old boy said was immediately what came to mind. I was like, nah, baby, you got to understand.
Yeah,
I had one leg off and I was trying to see if I could get it to 120.
I was coming out of the shower and I kind of stepped on the scale by accident.
I was just playing with the scale to see if I could make it do 120, and I did. You see, aren't you proud of me?
Just imagine being that dude. Now you got to talk to the side piece. Why the bleep would you step on the scale, lady? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Now my life is ruined.
And that woman goes, I ain't 120. Okay, now I need to know. Are you less or are you?
All right. John.
I'm not 120. I'm 185.
This reminds me, wasn't it? Oh, who was it? Was it Shakira that found out her man was cheating because she knew that he did not like the particular like jam or jelly that she had in there, and somebody was eating it all up, and it wasn't her, and she was like, "Who eating up all my stuff? Because I know it ain't you."
It's not you. Did you hear the one? Excuse me. Did you hear the one, Figgy? And I would have to look this up, but you know how they have those dog bowls that
automatic feeders
that fire off the treats?
Oh yeah.
I heard of a guy getting caught cheating because the dog asked for a treat and there was a woman behind, and you could see it on the video.
Oh man.
The dog broke the news. All I wanted was a treat. I didn't know there was a side piece behind me.
You thought it was man's best friend. Apparently it's woman's best friend.
Yeah.
Like, she's like, who the hell is that behind there in that little dress?
Who's behind Fido?
All we've learned is all this technology, all this smart technology, it might not help you as much as you think it would.
Man, just imagine the dude just sitting there like, wait a minute, how did you find, wait a minute, what?
On the scale?
You just got to charge it to the game, man.
You do. That is one.
I just got the notification 12 o'clock in the morning. Somebody that was 120 pounds.
Dog, she's got statistics on your cheating, bro.
His mouth must have hit the ground. Like, wait, what?
And it's not even like, well, yeah, I just had a friend over who happened to use the scale, use the restroom. 12:36, you don't got much excuse.
Yeah.
It was that little guy. You know, that little guy that's a friend of mine.
You don't got much. Yeesh.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Salute to Nancy Cartwright, who was the voice of Bart Simpson on The Simpsons. And some other characters she played on the show, which includes Maggie Simpson, Ralph Wiggum, Todd Flanders, and Nelson Muntz. And this kind of broke some news to me is I didn't know she was the voice of Chucky from Rugrats. So I
think I did know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So salute to this legend right here. So she was on her podcast called Simpsons Declassified, telling the story on the weirdest place she had to do the Bart Simpson voice.
I was on a flight to London. The flight attendant recognized me. She was like, sorry to interrupt you, Miss Cartwright, but just wondering, are you the voice of Bart Simpson? I'm like, she goes, okay, both of our pilots are huge fans. Would there be any way if we could get you to come up into the cockpit and announce that we're landing in Heathrow? I'm like, yeah, I'd be glad to do that. So we go up and I'm shaking their hand. They gave me the microphone and I said something like, ladies and gentlemen, this is Bart Simpson speaking. I'm the co-pilot here and I just wanted to let you know we will be landing in Japan in about 15 minutes, so buckle your seatbelts.
Oh, fantastic. That is awesome. There's not much more to say than that. But how did she? I guess she didn't have to buckle her seatbelt. She was in the cockpit.
I feel like they let her do that. And they were like, all
jump
right.
seat?
Yeah,
She was in the jump seat?
Or they might have just been like, all right, thanks. Now go back to your seat.
Yeah.
We are still landing, and the FAA rules still apply here.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. Another fantastic edition of the Figgies Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 120 every weekday. And if you find something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, hit them up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, appreciate you rocking with us to this point. We get ready to hand things off to the fellas as they kick off their 1500th edition of the drive. But before we do that, we got to draft the weekend, and we will do that next.
Just when you think it can't get worse for the Astros, after a The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adentula.
Been a fun day out here at the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. Within the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's been beautiful. The sun's peeking through just a little bit. I know that in the city itself there was a little bit of rain that went by, but thankfully it missed these parts of the world. And so they've been able to play some golf all the way through. Some real nice temperate weather up here, and we were able to see some of our listeners out here that are hanging out in the Champions Club as well.
Several out here shouting at us. That's good.
So it's been really good. It's been a great day. And the day only gets better as we'll turn things over here shortly to the fellas of The Drive as they get kicked off on their 1,500th episode of The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Excited for that. A few things to hit here. First and foremost, did you see what Big Mac, K-Mac, Caden McDonald, the new defensive tackle for your Houston Texans, did you see what he said?
Okay, so he wants to win a Super Bowl?
Correct.
Be All-Pro?
Yes.
And something else.
Rookie of the Year.
Oh, yeah, Rookie of the Year. How could I forget that? If you're going to be All-Pro, you might as well be Rookie of the Year.
Right. You can't do one without the other.
Aim high, young fella.
He wants to do all those year one.
This year.
That's right.
This year.
Hey, buddy. I would love for you to do that. We don't got to start there. This is literally day one.
Wasn't he one of the ones that we said was going to be one of the best media darlings?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah, he's giving it to you right out the gate.
Well, there you go,
He's giving it to you right out the gate.
I knew it. I knew he was going to be one of the darlings.
Who talks to him?
Veterans? Aziz.
You think Aziz is
yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, young fella.
I love the excitement. Yeah. However, honestly, you know who might be great to talk to him?
Mm-hmm.
Coleridge.
Yes.
CJ's like, hey, man.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
I was out here talking about being top 5.
Yeah.
Might temper that. Keep the same intensity. Keep the same. Just, you don't have to tell them.
Yeah.
Them people are going to hold that against you.
Yes or no, though, do you like it?
Sure.
I kind of like it. Because part of me, the reason I said kind of, part of me is like, he should know you don't come into the NFL, talking about Super Bowls and All-Pro. But on the other hand, if you come into the NFL talking about Super Bowls and All-Pro, you're a pretty damn confident player.
And you want to know why I'm kind of good with this? Mm-hmm. He's really good at football.
He's really good at football.
He's really good at football.
Yeah.
Like this does not smack of, ooh boy, he does not read the room. Like that's not what this feels like.
No, not at all.
This feels like all right, that's audacious.
Yeah.
Maybe I wouldn't have said that, but also I would not be playing in the NFL. You know what I mean? So
I don't.
Right. So yeah, go ahead and go on with your bad self. That's the way that it feels. Like imagine the same exact words, except it's Wade Wood-ass.
That would be a big problem.
You see what I'm saying? Like it feels like it hits just a little bit different. With all due respect to Wade
Wood,
Wood,
make special teams.
I feel bad about Wade Wood-ass. I'm gonna have to apologize.
Is he gonna be your punchline?
But that's the thing, is he's becoming that, and that's not really the intent. I just really like saying his name.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He might be good.
His name is fun to say, and so I end up bringing him up, and it's not his fault, right?
Yeah.
It's not like I'm trying to make him a punching bag, except I inadvertently am. So I want to just start here by apologizing. Hey, Wade, I don't mean no harm by this, brother. I really and truly don't. We just out here talking. I did make mention, though, that the NFL schedule release, we do have a firm date for it. Did I say this on air?
No.
It is next week, May 14th. So Thursday, we will be able to go through and dictate, talk about what the matchups will be.
Did you mark your calendar?
No, I figured you would mark yours, and then you let me know.
I will.
I feel like that'll work. And then one more thing here, which is interesting because we had a lot of consternation about the possibility that Ime Udoka, or the idea that he said that, hey, he doesn't expect any change to the coaching staff.
Yeah.
This might be a blessing in disguise, assuming that this is the way it goes. The Blazers apparently interviewed Rockets assistant Ben Sullivan for their head coaching job. He's one of the obviously lead assistants for Ime on his staff. Mm-hmm. And so I do wonder, right, a dude of that magnitude goes off. Is it possible that Ime Udoka could hire from without and add to the staff and maybe get to what we're hoping for in that way? Or is it more likely that with the mentality that Ime has seemingly had, that he just kind of moves guys up and that this continues in the same vein as it always has?
I think it's a perfect opportunity, man.
I would hope.
Right?
But also, there is something to be said for when you hire from outside, what that does for the people on your staff or who's inside that maybe would have looked at that as an opportunity to grow up.
Sure, but that's why you're the head coach or the general manager. And that's why you're making the big bucks. And they know. The coaches know that it was something of a struggle offensively. So, I don't know. First of all, he's got to get the job.
Yeah, and that's a fair point.
Yeah.
The reason why I was willing to jump that far ahead is, have you heard about the new Blazers owner?
They're cheap.
That buddy is cheap. Tiago Splitter, who was an assistant, who was a high-level assistant under Chauncey Billups, remember? Who Chauncey Billups got hemmed up. And then Tiago Splitter takes over as the interim head coach or the acting head coach. They were talking about giving Tiago Splitter the job. He's done a good job, right? Yeah. They were talking about offering him like $1 million annually, which is very much on the incredible low end of head coaching in the NBA right now. And Tiago Splitter's like, okay, I get it, right, to some degree, but hey, man, this is a slap in the face. So I do wonder if they are going to try and bargain shop this, and with no disrespect meant to Ben Sullivan, right? I think that the possibility of being able to pay a little cheaper to somebody who's currently an assistant and this would be their first job would be different than somebody else out here. So I do think that this is maybe more plausible than one might think.
It might be. On the other hand, I also feel that agents don't want to reset the market that way.
In the negative way.
And so he might want to be. By the way, everybody else says, "Is this owner cheap? Is that owner cheap?" He might be cheap. No, he's cheap.
Very well established very quickly. Not sending their own like digital like photographer or videographer
social
on
media
session media on road trips, especially in the playoffs.
So he's cheap, and he's going to try to lowball or get somebody on the cheap. I have a hunch that because all these coaches have similar agents, they're going to say no. It starts at least 3.5, something like that.
What David Culley saying? Only 32 of these.
Yeah,
there's even fewer in the NBA. It's only 30 of these.
Yeah,
man.
but they're not gonna reset a market for $1 million. All
right, if you say so. But we'll see if that comes to be. You want to draft the weekend?
Let's draft the weekend.
All right, I drafted first last time, so I believe John Lopez. It is now your opportunity.
I think it's Figgy, isn't it?
Is it Fig? Okay, Fig.
Yeah.
Who the hell keeping up with these, by the way?
I don't know. I just said I think it's.
I just pretend like I figured it out. Don't pull the curtain back, man. Just take the first pick, okay?
All right.
Let's draft the weekend here.
All right. Believe it or not, I'm gonna take the Houston Astros today versus the Cincinnati Reds.
Not bad.
I want to see if they can get their first win in Cincinnati since moving over to the AL.
Yeah, dude, I saw that earlier. Was it McTaggart who tweeted that? And I was just like, what?
Yeah.
Because it makes sense to some degree. You're not playing the Reds in the same way that when you were in the NL, clearly.
But still.
Right? And this is not just playing the Reds and winning. It's playing the Reds in Cincinnati at Great American Ballpark and winning. But even still, man.
He swept you every time.
Right?
Yeah.
And they've been good. Right? Like, you know what the Astros have been
what
since
has
they
it
got
been?
there?
14 years now?
Man,
Something like that?
It's been a good long time. How has this not happened? It would be weird if you go through what this dynasty has been, and then it's the tail end where you're like, fine, we got you, Reds.
Can't beat the Reds.
We did it. We got you. It only took this.
Yeah.
Mike Burrow's on the mound for the Astros. I'm excited to see because oddly enough, he's had success versus this current roster. I think I said 38.5% strikeout percentage when it comes to this roster of Reds. So we'll see if maybe that shows up. All right, John.
Yeah, look, been a pretty good already postseason of NBA basketball. The best series right now is Timberwolves and Spurs, and they play tonight. Be nice. This is one of those later games that you actually like because you don't have to worry about the next morning and all that stuff. You're just kind of taking the game in. Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch Spurs and Timberwolves tonight.
That's a great call. It's a tied series, and it's been fun because the Timberwolves stole Game 1, and usually the team that steals Game 1, they come back and they get absolutely obliterated, and that did happen. The Spurs did what they were supposed to do. So this series, I mean, it's a split, so obviously I think that's advantageous to the Timberwolves, but because of the way Game 2 went, Game 3 will be really telling on where the footing actually is in this series. I think that this is going to be a real fun one. That's a good selection. I'm going to be a weirdo, don't you?
Are you going to go WNBA?
You know I'm going to be a sicko.
WNBA season starting?
Season opener tonight.
You're just giving away picks now.
Buddy, I want to see what the Connecticut Sun got against the New York Liberty, the soon-to-be Houston Comets. I want to see what them girls is on. I want to see what them ladies got. Tonight, 6:30, Ion Television, if you want to join me. We are talking right now. What you need to say?
We talk a lot, actually.
We talk way too much, in fact.
We need to talk about that.
We need to talk less. We will. On Monday, I'll let you know how they did.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
We'll do a full Connecticut Sun recap.
That's not what I meant.
No, I'm very interested in what that team looks like.
Yeah.
And, of course, I'm not going to pick them every time, but I am interested to see, like, hey, what are we looking at on the start here and how they stand up against a really good team.
Yeah.
But, should I have gone with the Gamblers against Orlando on Sunday?
You got other basketball.
There's other basketball, I guess.
You got other basketball going on.
I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
That's all right.
I mean, what? You want me to go Knicks, Sixers?
That's right. Lakers don't play, right? Lakers and OKC?
They play on Saturday.
Saturday. There you go. I see
Wemby play tonight, don't he?
Yeah,
that's what
John
I
just picked down. That's my favorite series right now. I'm very excited about that one. Right? Like, am I supposed to go Pistons Cavs so I can see James Harden do it again?
Yeah.
I can see Jim do it again.
Rubbernecking about James Harden.
You want to see Amen Thompson's brother play?
Yeah.
It has been fun watching Amen Thompson watch his brother. They've been he's been having fun watching Asar have a good time out there. But yeah, should be a fun weekend of sports. And what should he also be fun is tapping in with the 1500th show of the best damn afternoon sports drive show in all of Houston, The Drive. Appreciation to DNM Autolease for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how you living?
Not bad, boy. He sure got the short end on the stick on the twins' names, didn't he?
Oh, Asar?
Yeah, man. It's all right until you get him in, man. That's like he do that. If somebody had a chance to be all NBA, it was going to be a men.
Speaking of brothers, hey, John, you've been around for a long time. I'm just not wired in a way to emotionally feel this way. I wonder how much of Houston and how much of the Houston Rockets fan base watches what's going on in San Antonio and it sickens them.
Of course.
Because
100%.
John, what they're doing is I mean, look, I don't know if they're going to win a championship or not, but that damn stadium, that damn atmosphere that they've created down there.
Yeah.
I mean, it fills up my Twitter line when they play a home game, man. When they put the T-shirts out there. I mean, it is the talk of the NBA when it comes to look at these cats jumping on the scene, man. That's I know.
And in their seats.
Yes. They're definitely in their seats and in coordination. But just to watch that from a distance, boy, I sure wish that was the damn Rockets that was getting that kind of. I mean, obviously playing that well and giving everybody a reason to fill it up like that. But man, that I'll be honest with you, I'm not even wired that way, and I'm still a little bit jealous.
Yeah, of course, I think that's across the board. I mean, Reggie was talking about it 3 days ago, about just the atmosphere there and FOMO, as they say.
Yeah, man. Some of it you could say, all right, it's the only game in town, but that's clearly not all of it. Like that's clearly not out of it. They lean in a way that's different, and maybe you could say they went from David Robinson to Tim Duncan to now Victor Wembanyama, where you could go, all right, maybe that does a little, but it's not like we haven't had a history of some great players here. So yeah, I'm with you. It is a little there's a little FOMO involved watching the way that the Spurs fans go on.
Lopez, you work with Lopez, so you know I'm probably out of pocket saying this, but I don't buy the only show in town. I think you could put a Major League Baseball team in San Antonio. You could put an NFL team in San Antonio. I think they'd show up just now. Not if you're the worst team in the league.
Well, sure.
But when you got some promise and you got some players and you're playing well and you got a chance in the playoffs, I think San Antonio is just a passionate place and supports their team. In that, I think that's real. I mean, John, would you agree or
it's
disagree?
Ownership. They tend to take ownership of everything San Antonio much more, and I think I don't know if that's just because the Spurs were the first major league team there, and they can they're taking ownership. They don't want to lose them, all that stuff, and it's just so passionate about it. But I'm with you. I think baseball probably would be a reach, but an NFL team. You can thank Jerry Jones and the McNairs for not having one there, because that whole area with Austin and San Antonio, basically one city now, that would support it. And San Antonio would be very, very prideful there.
They love their Spurs.
They love their Spurs.
My uncle San Antonio loved his Spurs.
Yeah.
Fellas, anything that you could tell us, anything special that we got coming up on this big occasion for the drive?
I mean, it's just 1,500. You know,
one of 1,500.
Nah, we not doing one of 162
Just act
on
like
the
you've
show.
been there before, man. Act
Come
like you've
on
been there
now,
Every
you
time,
got to give the
man.
people something special, brother.
Act like you've been there.
Yeah, keep on poking that bear. You're gonna mess around, piss OT Mill off in there. Hey, look here, when he hits that mic right there, Reg. Hey, if he steps off in the deep end, you're gonna have to produce us the rest until he finds his replacement.
All right, I'm gonna head back into the city. I'm gonna go right to the building.
Don't be poking that bear. You're gonna be buying drinks for a month.
Hey, real quick, I never heard what Reggie's story was about the time he pissed off his mom.
It's about what you thought it was.
I heard what you pushed and what you thought it would be. Well, I was out studying too late, and the good fault that you say at a job interview. I heard that. I never heard what a story was.
Yeah, mom basically swore me off when I got on academic probation, wasting her money in college.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was fiery, but ultimately it's still school related.
Hey,
so
look, with your old well-versed ass, with that vocabulary you got, this old gibberish I'm speaking over here, ain't never been on no academic probation, Chief.
Hey now.
I don't doubt it.
It's gibberish.
I know if everybody, you did a poll out there, old Dirty Red would end up at the bottom grade-wise, but I hate to break it to y'all, your boy was at 3.0 and was never on probation.
Yeah.
So, Reg, take that vocabulary and shove it all up in you.
Ass.
Look, I'll hold that, man. I did that. So I'm actually very happy to hear that about you, big dog.
Hey, come on, man. I didn't have nobody taking no test from me neither now.
Look,
sure
I am
wow.
positive. Absolutely.
Like that?
That damn 3.0 was everything old Dirty. It's the best Dirty had, man. I had some tutors now. I had some tutors, but I took my own damn test now. That is all if I'd have had somebody taking tests from me, I'd have gave you a 3, 5, or a 4 now.
That's right. That's right.
When I drove through that garage, that was the worst. That was the worst.
You drove through a garage?
Almost, yeah, man.
You was sipping on something, huh?
No, no.
Trying to drive with 2 feet?
Trying to drive with 2 feet. I was convinced. That's how you drive. I had my permit.
Oh, no.
I was convinced that stopped me. Been driving with 1 foot ever since.
No.
Oh, man, she came out.
They teach you to drive with 1 foot. You teach yourself?
She was, I don't know. Something happened. She was smoking hot, and then she didn't talk to me for the rest of the day and night. That just had me up the entire time thinking, boy, she is really in there pissed.
Yeah, because she was.
She was. Then she made me get up and drive to church the very next day on the highway, first time.
Damn.
She said, if you wreck it, you're not getting your driver's license.
You got both hands.
Pressure.
You were 10 and 2. You were 10 and 2.
Pressure, boy. Yeah, that's the most angry I've ever seen Teresa get at me.
Yeah.
The bricks came down. I drove through, boy. I did. That was a bad time, boy.
All right, fellas, I'm excited. Even though y'all wouldn't give me anything special, I'm excited for the 1500th edition of The Drive. John Lopez, been a fun week.
Sure has, man.
I'll catch you next week. I know you're going to go watch some golf here in a second.
Yeah, this is really cool.
It really is. Appreciation to D&M Lisa for cross-talking with the fellas, and you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and it is 1,500 shows here for The Drive with myself, Clint, Tyler Milner, 1,500 shows. As Clint said yesterday or the other day, whenever that was, boy, I didn't know if we'd make it.
Oh, I didn't. We all three.
All three of us. All three of us didn't know we'd make it. But damn it, we're here. We're here on a Friday. 1,500 to fall on a Friday. So, good. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to you, Tyler.
I appreciate it, man.
Congratulations to you, Clint, for hanging in there.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations to you, Ron.
You're damn right. Waiting for somebody to say it.
Hey,
say it to myself.
1,500 episodes of The Drive in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I guess some of those were Clint Stoerner in the show.
Yeah, we switch names up. We never know, man. We may switch up again here in a couple months. May never know. But 1,500 shows in the bucket. Big shout out to T Mill behind the glass. I know you hear him. He cracks that mic all the damn time, and we love when he does it. He's a big part of the show, so it's not like he's truly behind the scenes. But T Mill, greatly appreciate you. 1,500 ain't no punk behind that glass. Now me and Ron get to sit over here and do all this jibber jabbering.
I ain't never been a punk,
but we appreciate that. In H-Town, we greatly appreciate y'all for listening.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
Supporting, showing up, and showing out when we do our live broadcast, man. We love what we do, and it's even better when we show up and we realize that the folks that are listening love what we do. So big shout out to everybody that not only listens but interacts in the many ways that you can. We greatly appreciate it, and wouldn't be here without you, man. 1,500 is a big number, baby.
It is. It is. We've had a lot of craziness, a lot of fun, a lot of stuff to happen on the show, a lot of memorable things to happen in them 1,500 episodes. But no, man, it's been fun. Hopefully we get another 1,500 in.
Hey.
Hell yeah. Well said, boys.
Yeah. I don't know if I got 1,500 more in me, boys.
I know, man.
They were trying to total up all the number of episodes John Lopez has done within the loop.
Oh, man.
They were guessing somewhere over 4,000.
I was about to say, yeah, he's had 3 or 4 different types of in the loops.
The OG.
yeah, that's why they call him the damn OG boy.
He's been the only one in the loop the whole time.
Yeah,
everybody else keeps stepping out the loop.
Yeah.
Lopez has remained within the loop.
Hey, that's it, man. Got staying power.
yeah, man. No, it is crazy. Yeah, people are texting in things that they remember from over the 1,500 Mad Dog Mondays. Yeah, that was. I got aggressive on a couple of those Mad Dog Mondays. There was at one time I just tipped one up over, and that's
exactly where my mind went.
Yeah, that had me for about 3 or 4 more segments right there. I just took that on down real fast.
Yeah, man.
That was rough, but it's good times, man. Good times. By the way, Tyler, went to go see Devil Wears Prada by myself before the show today.
Oh, really? I thought you were about to say you went to the doctor.
No. I got taken care of that. I've gone to too many doctors.
How was it? The movie?
It wasn't bad. I was in there. Got in there about the 10:15 showing right over here. First time I've been over to the theater across the street.
Oh, the old Regal.
The old Regal.
Oh, you was right here, huh?
Slid right on over there, baby.
How'd that go? What'd you get on the way in?
I got my popcorn in my.
Hell yeah!
I brought my peanut M&Ms in my pocket. But
see there.
What? I brought my peanut M&Ms in my pocket. Got my large popcorn.
I mean, they sell M&Ms right. They sell M&Ms right there.
They also sell them at the gas station. And I got a king. I got king size for much cheaper than that little box that they were going to give in. And they probably, when you open up the box, there's a lot less M&Ms in there. Nah, man, you can do all you want to, and all the rest of you can judge me all you want to. That is a way to do it. You have them in your pocket.
I mean,
they ain't stretching.
Hey, the Kentucky Derby infield, I get it. A college football, basketball game in the boot, I get it.
Went in there and got my little energy drink at the gas station, slipped in me some M&Ms, and let's rock and roll.
You just slide them in your pocket and don't ever.
Just kept them right here, man.
What do you do if they catch you? What would you do?
I'd give them up. I mean,
is that what they do? They take them from.
I don't know. I've never been caught.
Yeah.
And also I've never been wanded or patted down for M&Ms or for other things.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a suable offense these days.
Try it.
Man, I've gotten patted down at the airport a couple times. It's so uncomfortable.
Oh, I get it. I get it every time.
I got a pair of shorts, the drawstrings, the tips are metal.
Yeah.
So when I go through that thing, if I forget to tuck them like in my waistline or something. Right on the old Johnson, man. They got to get down there. Got a man over there, back of his hand. You mind, sir? Back of the hand.
Before I got that TSA.
You had one. You had an experience.
I was getting them every time.
Well, you had one experience where
the lady in Cleveland told me the reason why I get pulled over so often is because of my penis size.
They can see that in the X-ray.
That is exactly. Parker, our boss, was right there listening to her. She said, "You must make your wife happy, but that gives you. It's a problem here. This is why I said I get stopped every single time. I have to get it.
I'm glad I ain't got that problem. Get to the airport quicker.
But now I got TSA. I don't have to. I got that problem. Let me roll right on through.
I wish I'd have thought about that. I got to blame it on the metal tip.
I'll be honest.
Just the tip of my drawstring.
I'll be honest. I thought it was a sweat thing. She said no. She said yeah. Rather
when there's a bulge between your thighs, there's probably they got to check it to make sure it's not a.
I said, well, ma'am,
you're not Some kind of exotic sausage that you're smuggling?
Exotic sausage.
I thought Parker was going to just absolutely, he turned red immediately. And that started laughing so hard. He was right.
Oh, look, you're just glad he heard it. I mean, that's one of those deals where I'd call you a liar.
Yeah.
If the boss didn't hear it, I'd call you a liar. But the boss is like, nah, that's what he said. That's what she said. Oh, boy, I tell you what. There you go.
It's the most perfect start of the Drive's 1500 show ever.
Text line coming through with your show. Movie snacks are ridiculous. Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I bought the popcorn.
It's because you couldn't fit it in your pocket.
I mean, if I wanted to get aggressive, I think I could have done something. But no, I bought the popcorn, and I like to put my candies in the popcorn. I like to put my M&Ms in there, just like you get in there and get a little chocolate
and the M&Ms are soft.
Yeah,
you do peanut M&Ms in your popcorn?
I did the peanuts. Yeah.
I think it's a poor decision. What did you drink?
It's not a poor decision. Hell, that's what I want.
What you didn't like it though? You wish you did a normal M&Ms.
No, I didn't.
Chocolate
I had the choice of buying. I don't. You wish I had a normal
chocolate.
M&M. I had the choice of buying what I wanted.
Peanut M&Ms in popcorn. That doesn't make sense.
It does.
Chocolate.
It
normal
literally
chocolates
makes sense.
do.
I'd eat it.
Well, I don't doubt you ate it.
Yeah,
it was good. You bought
I chose it. I chose it.
All
right.
I'm just telling. What'd you drink?
I had a Coke Zero.
Coke Zero.
Solid choice.
Would you sneak it in your pocket? Or
I
did you
wish
get
I
that there?
did. I wish I'd have brought one of those cans that.
You should, and then refilled it yourself.
Zero,
I guess refills are free at the movie.
I don't need a refill. I almost did get the Coke Zero, but I knew the popcorn just by the principle of the price. But I knew the popcorn and the chocolate was going.
How many people was in that movie with you?
It's a great weather day for this.
4 people.
Maybe a 4 spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was good though. Good, solid rom-com.
What was the name of it?
Check it out.
Devil Wears Prada 2. Meryl Streep, Anne Hathaway.
That's all.
That's all.
That's all.
Well, Meryl, boy, she a trip, boy. Act like she ain't never seen that lady in her life.
I gotta watch it.
Hey, I'm trying right now, show.
What?
I'm trying to not judge you.
Judge me for what?
I mean, you're a 40-year-old grown-ass man.
42-year-old.
You're a 42-year-old grown-ass man went and watched a rom-com at 11 o'clock in the morning.
That's right.
With Meryl
I sure
Streep
did.
in that joint.
With a full tank of gas that got me there.
Well played.
An expensive one.
With a full tank of gas.
Hey, you can judge me. That's okay. I know y'all judge me for that. You dirty.
But don't put my age to it.
Yeah.
Don't put my age to it. You're
42
You're
rom-com.
47 and run out of gas.
48.
Still.
48, cuz.
I'm trying to help you. Trying to help you. Hell yeah.
I mean,
I like what I like, damn it.
I'm just telling you.
All right. I enjoyed it. Was that the only gentleman in there? Yes. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
He was in there with about 3 other old gray-headed white women.
One gray-headed white woman.
You counted them?
I saw her. She was the only one on the aisle with me down at the other end. I chose my seat far away from her. There it is.
There it is,
the
right
movie,
there.
Right there. God, it's a good one.
Fallen, and I can't.
I should have gotten Tyler one.
Gotten me one what?
A ticket to the movie.
Yeah, I should have had you sitting right there next to me.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were going to go check it out together, but here we are.
You didn't.
I thought you made it clear that you wanted to, Tyler.
I did, right?
Well, and I thought
That's what I
made it
put.
clear.
That's
I just wanted a little alone time. Just wanted to go in
That's
there by
right.
myself.
That's fair.
That's
Put
cool,
my
man.
feet up.
That's cool. I'll go
That's
check
fair.
it out at some point. I'll see it.
Try it, man, by yourself. It'll be great.
Oh, I love going. I haven't done it in forever, but that is a
good
it's a nice
matinee
experience. Yeah.
Yeah. It's ridiculous though, man. Them $4 drinks. You got to be kidding me. This almost had to make me get the. I tried to get them. Is there some sort of popcorn drink combo here or something we can get through here to make this? They do that at AMC's. All right. By the way, real quick, it's not only our 1500th show, but it is rookie minicamp. D'Amico spoke. We'll get some of that a little bit later on. But your boy, the number 2 overall, or the number 2 pick, the second-round pick for the Texans, Caden McDonald out of Ohio State, Tyler, he set his goals this year. Walked right up to that podium. His goals, win a Super Bowl, Rookie of the Year, All-Pro first year. These are realistic for me, is what Caden McDonald said.
Damn.
What are y'all laughing at?
I mean, this fella's shooting for the
I would have been good. I would have been good till he said these are realistic.
Yeah, that's what got me.
I wrote this down. I'm blessed to be here, and I got a chance. Caden McDonald.
In all honesty, I love it, but That's some.
Yeah, you write down
there.
goals. These are realistic for me. I think the best one he has a chance to touch is the winner Super Bowl.
You think so?
I think of the three,
I'd take it.
What are they three? The Super Bowl,
win the Super Bowl, Rookie of the Year, All Pro first year.
There's aggressive. That's steep. That's aggressive. I was going to try to create something. I was going to try to push back a little bit on you, but I don't know.
Hey man, you remember that time?
Rookie of the Year. I think you get Rookie of the Year.
I love it, man, but those are lofty.
I think you get Rookie of the Year.
You think
of those three? I think
those three. You think him an interior defensive tackle, he's got a better chance of winning Rookie of the Year than the Texans have winning the Super Bowl?
Yes.
713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line. YouTube and Twitch, jump in on this. Of Caden McDonald's goals, win a Super Bowl, Rookie of the Year, All-Pro, and I just want to reiterate, he said these are realistic for me. Which one do you think is the one that he has the best chance to achieve? I do. I think it is definitely win the Super Bowl. I think that is the best opportunity. Interior lineman, I mean, you remember, what did they – did they initially not vote Danielle Hunter into the Pro Bowl last year?
No Pro Bowl, yeah.
15 sacks.
I think injury will take a couple of the top rookies out. Okay. I think it was a bad quarterback draft. So you're
well, he just has to win Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. Some of those guys. There was a linebacker in Dallas going to get a lot of love. Safety in Dallas is going to get a lot of love. There's a couple linebackers that are going to get a lot of love. A couple of edge rushers that are going. Look, I think if he goes up there and he throws up a big number in sacks, if he just kind of stumbles into it, if he has one of them Sheldon Rankin years where he stumbles into some sacks and ends up with 2 touchdowns, yeah, he can get it.
Yeah.
I mean, Sheldon Rankin has done it.
That's all.
If he stumbles into
all of them are unlikely.
One of those Sheldon Rankins.
Look,
multiple touchdown seasons like J.J. Watt got.
Simple as that.
Hey, I'm just telling you, all of it's unlikely. We just watched Sheldon Rankins go get multiple touchdowns. I'm just telling you,
it's got to be win the Super Bowl. It's got to be. It's got to be that.
That depends on too much. That means Nick Caley got to get it right. That means that. Hell, everybody on offense got to stay healthy, including Nico.
Speaking of somebody who's going to get it right, I think we talk about draft picks, and this guy was in the position of Caden McDonald. He was the second-round pick for the Texans. This dude, Kamari Lasser, Tyler, I heard this, and this is football Hornyville for Clint Stoerner all day. You missed what Kamari had to say on Texans All Access. You'll hear it coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, check it out, y'all. Look, if you've got a hair loss issue, if you've got a receding hairline, you've got some thinning.
It's 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through for McDonald. Pro Bowl, Defensive Player of the Year. It's extremely difficult for one technique. Super Bowl, everything else is a pipe dream. Who's the last interior D lineman to win Rookie of the Year? I will say Jalen Carter was leading it the entire way, and I think Will Anderson tracked him down in the second half of the season. So Jalen Carter was an interior defensive lineman that year with the Eagles that Will won it, and I think he was the leader in the clubhouse most of the way until Will tracked him down late, which shows like guys that are getting sacks, outside pass rushers that are getting sacks, and it's a number of positions.
Look, I mean, I would ask you this. I mean, they're all extremely unlikely. I mean, let's be honest here. So that's where we start the conversation. We're not talking about something that's likely to happen, right? So, but if we are, how often is an interior defensive lineman that is viewed as the best defensive interior lineman, if not the best, at least one of the top two in a draft? How often do they get drafted by a defense that's viewed as one of the top three defenses in football? You mentioned Jalen Carter, who slid in the draft
to 10, yeah.
To 10. I guess he didn't slide far, did he? But they thought he was going to be number one overall.
At least the first defensive player taken.
And went to a team with a really, really good defense, and he had a shot. Now, I'm not saying it's hell even remotely likely to happen, but in this defense, could you see a defensive lineman stumble into an abnormal amount of sacks or fall on an abnormal amount of fumbles that these defensive ends are knocking out, swatting out of a quarterback's hands? Yeah, I mean, I think that's unlikely, but it wouldn't shock me if all of a sudden this kid stumbled into a handful of sacks and some turnovers and maybe even fell into the end zone a time or two. We've seen it. The Super Bowl is just going to take. Well, that takes a lot of starting.
Yeah.
And that's more than just one guy being a really good player with a really good defense and putting some numbers up. That's 20-plus weeks of being the best in the game. Well, that's a different animal. So
yeah.
I'm going to stick with it. By the way, I think it was all pro, not Pro Bowl, right?
All pro. Yeah, he went further than that. Yeah, he went on up, man.
Yeah, it wasn't even Pro Bowl. It was, so I'm gonna go with rookie. I'm gonna go rookie.
Elder Rankin scored 2 touchdowns last year. Didn't get a Pro Bowl vote.
That's right.
Let alone all pro.
That's right. He wasn't no rookie, bro.
No, he wasn't.
He old man, old fella. Who else you got? I mean, you got them top. You got the two kids out of Miami, obviously.
Yeah, Reuben Bain, but then Mansour Delane is the corner.
Yep.
In Kansas City, and then the Jets drafted 2. They drafted
Arvell Reese.
No, they drafted the kid from Tech. The pass rusher from Tech. Forgot. Then Arvell Reese went 5. Sonny Styles, the linebacker, as well, is up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a few. There's a few up there.
Hey, you stumble into a couple things. You know what I mean?
Go, man. Let's have some things go down.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, Tommy Togiai scored a touchdown, man. You kidding me? Mm-hmm. Didn't he? Didn't Tommy Togiai score a touchdown?
I think Tommy did get in there.
I think he did. I think they tried. They tried. That was part of their goal line plan last year. By the way, remember they tried to hand him one.
Yeah, and then he got one in anyway.
He got it anyway.
Tommy Togiai.
There he is. Well done, T. Well done.
All right, Tyler. I want to hear this because as soon as I heard this, as Kamari Lasser was on Texans All Access, and speaking of goals, he was talking about his individual goals for next season, and I know for sure. As soon as I heard this, I thought this is the kind of stuff that gets Clint going. This is the kind of stuff that gets him horned up in a football perspective, and fits everything that gets him going about a player like a Kamari Lasser. This was him speaking about his goals and where he sees himself for next season with the Texans.
I feel like I wanna be a good leader on our team, for one. I feel like we have really good leaders on our team, and I've seen the leadership, whether it's from guys like Petrie, who don't talk a lot, even Sting, who doesn't talk a lot, whether it's guys like Will and Aziz, who are more vocal, even CJ, like, just guys who I want to be like a good leader on our team. I feel like, year 1 and year 2, those are like your younger years. Once you get into year 3, you got to go ahead and make that transition. So I feel like that's something that I really want to work on. And then on the field, I feel like I just want the ball. I want the ball. I want more ball production.
There it is right there, man. Coming right out the gates with that leader. And he does, and you could tell he feels a sense of, all right, those first 2 years were the first 2 years. Now, like, there is some ownership that he has taken. I'll be honest with you, I felt like he was doing it in the middle of year 1, to be frank with you. But it looks like he is moving from Clint just being a tone setter to being a tone setter and one of the other leaders. And he's looking at the other one, seeing them around. Like, he wants to take that next step to take control of this locker room as well.
Yeah, look, I just the play is enough to warrant being a leader on the football field. All right, I mean, just the way he plays the game, regardless of what position he plays, the way he plays the game, simply before he ever says a word, before you ever know anything about his personality, before you ever know anything about Kamari Lasser, watch the tape. And that guy, because of how he plays the game, is going to be someone that is going to make people around him better on a daily basis. Like, you don't hang out around Kamari Lasser from a football perspective and not be better at football. You're either intimidated and you walk off, or you hang around him and it's contagious and it becomes part of how you approach and you attack the game as well. So that part alone is high-level leadership qualities. But what we've come to realize, or what I've come to realize, I want to speak for everybody, is that it is genuine and sincere as it can possibly be. It's authentically him. The game is the man. I mean, the way he plays the game is exactly the type of person he is in how he speaks and how he walks and how he talks. It's ridiculously authentic, and I think that right there puts him in a position to where on top of the play, all of a sudden now he has leadership abilities and leadership qualities that most people just don't have. And so, I think he is, without a doubt, a guy that is a leader, not just on the defensive side of the football, but at NRG Stadium. I think he walks into a room with coaches. I think he talks when he's around the owners and management. I think he is just by nature, authentically just a leader of people and a leader of things, and I think it's starting to show. You knew he was a hell of a player, and you knew he did football things in a way that people was going to respect. But this dude's different. He's wired different.
He sounds calmer.
Mm-hmm.
I remember we've had him on, but I thought he's maybe it's the off season, but I thought he was about to just go through the phone on us. He just seems like he is more comfortable in his skin and in his self and in his space on this team right now, and you can hear that out. He looks like he is about to follow right with Aziz and Will, and they may be like the big three of leadership.
Well, when you talk about, like, when I hear guys talk about what they can do and what they will do and what they want to do, to me personally, a lot of times it comes across as, man, you're just blowing smoke. Right? Or it comes across as, boy, you're an arrogant POS. You think real highly of yourself, man. You might want to worry about the team a little bit more. And then you got guys like this, Will Anderson you mentioned. I mean, these are guys that when they talk about their goals, I mean, I don't take it for anything other than this guy just has these goals, and they're literally on his mirror in his locker. They're on the ceiling above his bed. Every morning he gets up and brushes his teeth. He's looking at this thing. I don't think any of it's for show. I just think it is authentic and real, and boy, that's powerful when you get that dynamic.
All right, this is a huge stretch. The Astros are back on the field. They're on the road in Cincy this weekend. But this is a huge stretch for the Astros, and we'll tell you exactly why and what it could mean over the next couple of weeks. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, all my athletic directors, my head coaches, my superintendents out there, board members, booster clubs, GCs, general contractors, architects, and engineers, parks and rec directors, and private sports organizations. If you are in a decision-making position in the sports construction world, in other words, if you are flipping if you're building any kind of sports complex, or if you're flipping a field from natural turf to artificial turf, or if you've got a bunch of natural fields and you want to reside those fields.
Today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
1,500 shows of the drive. And I'm sure there's somebody out there who has heard a piece of all 1,500 of them. Probably Bill. He's probably out there.
Champ Slice.
Champ.
All 15?
I wonder if Champ was in there early, though.
You're
I
right.
wonder if Champ was there at the
Hell,
beginning.
Ron, we ain't even heard all 1,500.
Well, I think I've been a part of most of them. I definitely ain't heard the ones when I've been on vacation. I've not heard all of those.
I was thinking, say, man, if you was in Aruba listening to this right here, boy, you are committed.
Checking in on you, man. Yeah, man. I got to get me some 5 o'clock fire in Aruba.
Hey, I always had to be careful when I'm checking in. Last time I checked in, you was taking shots of vodka when the Astros decided to score 10 runs.
What the hell, man?
I turned that thing on. I turned that thing on. I left that golf tournament that day. I was playing that Texans golf tournament. I just left the old Texans president. Breaking bread. Greg Grissom. What's good, baby?
Ginger Nation.
Yeah, that's right. I flipped that old. I said, man, let me see what my boy's talking about a little bit, man. It was right at that 5 o'clock. No, it wasn't quite 5 o'clock. Because it was right after y'all.
No, I remember it was a 3 o'clock hour.
Well, no, but it had.
If I remember, it was a 2 o'clock hour.
Well, what I heard, I don't think you remember what time it was. Hey, I just know I flipped that thing on and Ron was getting it. And Ron's got a great radio voice anyway. So, it's one that catches you. And
the guy is drunk.
He caught me, and I've been around those shows.
You could tell when I've turned the corner.
Ain't no doubt. I've been around those shows long enough.
You could tell.
I said, this ain't your average everyday show right here. Wait, what am I missing? What the hell what's going on here?
Shot.
That's right. And then all of a sudden that song right there played, and I went, oh, hell. And y'all came back from break, and Ryan said, well, let me tell everybody what's going on here.
What were y'all taking a shot for? It was like every run scored.
If you remember, the Astros were struggling to score runs.
Yes, and that day
because I remember that's where you got the ain't no bitches around here. Right? Because I came in, everybody. It was the Minnesota Twins, and the series was tied at 1, and it was the funeral was being set by everybody around here. Oh man, I don't know what they're gonna be like. You're the Astros. What are you talking about? And then I said, all right, this is what we're going to do, Brandon. I forgot, man, and Brandon, shout out to B. Scott, the diabetic. I think Brandon had to go to the shot here in the middle of the show. His blood sugar maybe took a dart. But I just said,
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Here it is. I said, but we're going to take a shot. I found a bottle of vodka hanging around. I said, we got a couple of shot glasses. Here we go. Let's do it. And the one I felt like one of the one times Jose Abreu said, you know what, man, I'm bringing it today. It was him. We said anytime they scored a run, we'd take a shot. And I'll be damned if they didn't either load the bases in the first inning, whatever it was a bases clearing double or triple from Jose Abreu, and we had to take them back to back. It was like they got out to like a 4-0. 3 or 4-0 lead in the first.
Runs were not a problem.
No, I mean it was game 3, I believe. They had to have scored 9 runs or something in that game. We were in here just.
It was good. It was great. I mean, I don't.
Boss came back and said maybe we go like hot wings.
I don't know. That thing say I don't know how good it is to make it to 1,500 shows to do that too often. But I'm gonna tell you, when I was listening on the other end, boy, you had me hooked. I was like, I mean, it didn't matter what the next topic was. I'm listening to just, and I ain't watching. I'm driving. I don't even know. I'm watching. I'm listening for damn sure.
There was a method to it.
Well, it worked.
It was just, damn man, what can we do to make people say, well, we got to check over there. I know the playoff game is on the others. But what can we do? I said, this will do it. Next thing you know, we just got people every time they scored a run running to see shoot.
Shot.
Tyler can't take them, so he's back there just
watching y'all get
enjoying it. Come on, like every time, like Tyler wanted him to score runs, obviously anyway, but he is in there in need, and they score runs, and he has that laugh. Oh man, just pour them up, man.
Y'all would be like mid-segment in middle talking about the Texans, and I'd be like, oh, shots. Another run, shots.
And the text line is flooding. Like, oh, go! You got to take another.
They're trying to get you up out of here.
Try to take another.
That was a good one.
All right. Speaking of the Astros not scoring runs, this is a huge stretch for them, and the reason why I think this is a big stretch, Clint, is
You mean stretch of games?
A stretch of games.
I've been trying to figure this one out. I'll be honest. I've been trying to figure this one out.
What?
I thought you meant like a huge stretch, like somebody saying that they were going to be relevant.
No. Sorry.
So
it's a huge stretch of games coming up for the Astros.
Got it.
Because they've got the Reds in a series on the road. They'll come back for 4 with the Mariners. Right, and so this is a stretch, and then I can't remember who it is they face after. They got another 3-game series after that. But this is a stretch of games, Clint, where if they are going to, and me and Tyler were talking about this yesterday, the American League gives you a shot to think you're not out of it. Like nobody thinks they're out of it. But for them to have a chance, they've got to do something to where it matters when Hunter Brown and Josh Hader and Pena come back. They've got to put themselves in a position where it matters. If they're 15 games under 500 when they come back, like the reinforcements are coming, but it won't. You can't put yourself in a hole. They've got to start like now to put themselves in a position to where it even matters. That Hunter Brown and Pena and Hader, you could throw Diaz and you could throw Jake, although I think their center fielder is there. Like you got to do something to make it matter when they come back. They've got to stop losing and getting further and further down record wise and behind the A's and the top of the division because it won't matter. Or Clint, if this thing continues to go south the way it has. Like I think this is a time frame where you could really see a significant move being made, especially to the manager. That's why I just think this is a big run here coming up.
Yeah,
in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, it's a huge run, right? You've dug a nice little hole for yourself. 15-23, 4.5 games out in the division. Luckily, the American League's a mess, and luckily your division is being led right now by the Athletics. Where they are residing, it's the Athletics. So. You can catch them. As you just said, the Seattle Mariners. I mean, look, you're 3 games back the Mariners. You got a 4-game set right around the corner with them. You can make some noise right there. But you're right. This is a huge stretch. Let's call it the next month of baseball is a huge stretch. I mean, you don't want to dig a hole that's so deep to where, like you said, the manager's gone, the general manager's on the hot seat. You're going to potentially trade whatever promising pieces that you have. Pick 2 or 3 of them, and you're probably going to trade those guys. The organization starts over, or you win some games, you right the ship, you at least hold, within 5 games in the division, within 4, 5, 6 games of the wild card, whatever that looks like. Give yourself a chance where when the cavalry gets here, you can make a run. I mean, that's probably obviously a better way, more sensible way of looking at this thing. Other than boy, the Astros went to 7 or 8. What was it? 7 or 8 straight ALCSs. Tyler 7. Yeah, I mean, so I think you're right. I think that's probably the better way to look at it. Ron is
times.
That's right. I didn't know there was one after that. Verlander, don't yell at me. But yeah, So I think if you can hold on with the bats that you have in this lineup. And at least the potential that you have in a starting rotation or the top of that rotation, given what you're watching from Spencer Arrighetti, what Hunter Brown can bring to the table, if you can just hang on, I think you got a shot. Again, a shot to make noise in this bad division.
Yeah,
right?
Give yourself a shot that you can compete. I mean, if they keep playing the way they've been playing. I mean, it won't matter when they come back.
Ron, they're 3 games out of the wild card.
Yeah, probably 4.5, 5 out of the division.
4.5 out of the division, 3 out of the wild card. Now the problem is the rest of the American League is also ahead of you. So it is literally a traffic jam, obviously, because there's nobody in the American League that's more than 3 games outside of the wild card at this point. And look, I know it's just a bar, right? I know it's early in the season. What the hell are we talking about? It's just a bar to let you know where the Astros stand right now. And I'm never ever boy. It's a long season. A lot of baseball, a lot of basketball left to be played. I mean, I'd like to see you maybe risk something to make a move here and make a run, win some games, rattle off 6-7 games would be nice. But it is you're wherever it's at in the season. 3 games out of the wild card, that's touchable.
Yeah, but if they get to a space where they start losing all of these series coming up, then you could feel a decision being made somewhere. You could feel a change being made there. By the way, I got that box score, Tyler. 4-0. 4-0. Right off the bat in the first inning. 4-0 in that game.
Oh, the Vikings game?
That's hilarious because it felt like so much more. It felt like so much more runs.
It was 4 in the first. In the first inning alone, it was 4-0.
Just alone in the first. That makes
then
more
they
sense.
gave. Then they
what
gave
time
us
did that game tip?
That was. Oh, it was right around our show. It had to be right around 2.
Yeah, it had to have been after
3 shots of vodka in the first hour before our show.
2:07.
I mean, you might have a hangover before you hang up.
And then they did give us a break. As they score another in the 5th. They didn't score again. They scored another in the 5th. Then they scored another in the 6th. And then we had to battle in the 9th because they scored 3 runs in the 9th. That's where it was late, too. It was early and it was late that we had to.
I chimed in that. I must have chimed in that late window when you went 1-1. Whatever. 3.
And if I remember, they just kept coming in bunches. Like we had to take the shot and then pour it back and take the shot. And then because
a bushel of runs and shots.
Yeah, especially Abreu hit the big shot where he drove in like 3 of them at once. And we had to just keep pounding them.
That's when you knew it was going to be a weird day with a lot of shots coming.
I believe the boss said we could have done Theater of the Mind. Just had like water.
Had water.
What kind of fun would that be? Theater of the Mind.
I'll tell you, you cannot pull that off.
Nah,
I mean, I don't know that any of us can when you take 4 up in the first inning, but there is no chance you can't fool. With that one, you can't fool me.
No, and I wouldn't want to. I want to be absolutely blitzed. If I'm going to say I'm going to be blitzed, I want to be absolutely blitzed. All right, coming up, year 2 of Nick Caley. Year 2 of Nick Caley. How confident are you that he is going to be able to take the steps with this offense in year 2? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, do you have a little cost anxiety, especially when it comes to your electric bill? Do you know how much your electric bill is? And I mean the bill, not just your final amount.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive on a Friday. It is our 1500 show. This is about a good 6-year run we've got rolling. Is this our your seventh NFL season?
I think it's my eighth. I think it's my eighth. Still don't know how to turn on my mic.
I think it's my sixth.
Yeah. Wow. Man.
6, 7, 8.
Bridget got one of yours.
7.
Yeah. Old Bridget. Someone on the text line I was just talking to was asking where she's at now.
What is old Bridge up to?
Insurance, ain't she?
She was. I know she's in that sales world, yeah. Recently got married. Shout out to Bridget.
Shout out.
Gig 'em.
Yeah.
She married an Aggie?
Actually, she married a Longhorn.
Wow.
I can relate. I
see that.
Saw some photos of them at the Aggie Texas game together.
Boy, could Clint tick her off.
Who?
Yeah. Him and Armin.
Me?
Well, could you tick her off?
I never knew I ticked her off.
Oh, yeah. Similar ways you tick Tyler off. You know your tone.
Well, at least Tyler told me about it a year later.
Don't worry. She told me about it.
How come you didn't ever tell me about it?
Because
I could have been better.
No.
I could have tried and been better.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have.
Had I known.
I feel like that's probably a conversation you two. Yeah. Yeah. You know, sometimes you have to be the go-between.
I did an old podcast with Bridget back in those
You did
days.
do it. Yeah, you did. You were plotting on taking her job a while ago.
Oh, come on.
Yes, exactly. Got in there, got that podcast, slid in there. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Get out of here.
No, man, we appreciate you. See a lot of people sending stuff in to us on the Base Power text line.
Then he quit her podcast, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Quit her podcast.
Took her job and then quit the podcast.
She quit the podcast when I took her job.
He did enough. He did enough. He got in there and got what he needed to get done. And here we go.
I got a text from her like the day after I got this job with y'all working here on the drive. And it was like, hey, so I think I'm going to be stopping doing the podcast.
Yeah, I bet.
It's like, I get
that's cool. I'm busy too.
It'd probably be awkward.
Busy taking your job. That's what I'm busy doing. Hold the fort.
Every other man in your world's hunting something else. But I'm hunting your job, sister.
Let me upgrade.
And when they were hunting that, heavy, cool, easy breeze for me to slide in. Gotcha.
Good time.
Gotcha. All right. But again, we appreciate all the love and some of the hate too. Our haters, we thrive under, especially myself.
Quenches my thirst.
I know it does. All right. Please don't do that. All right, Clint, we've talked about this offense. We talked about the red zone a lot yesterday and their offensive line. And this is year 2. And I think that was the excitement coming out of year 1 of Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. Is year 2, the thought is, boy, now they know the offense. Now they're not installing and learning the offense. Now they are coming in with it and picking up where they left off and adding weapons. And the excitement was this thing can only get better in year 2 of the offense. And that is the thought here as well. And the hope is that year 2, this offense improves. And I guess I want to kick it off with, how confident are you in terms of your belief that Nick Caley can take this offense to the level it needs to get to in year 2? Because now, Clint, he's got, and I'm assuming he was, for the style of offense he wants to run, he got more of the offensive line in the fashion that he would want it.
Yeah.
I think they've got maybe the running back more in the fashion that he would want it. And then obviously you got everybody else surrounding in year 2. You've got young receivers coming in year 2. You've got CJ coming in year 2. And now they've even brought in coaches that know the system as well as he does, that have worked in that system and moved on from some coaches that don't and that didn't grow up in that system. So a lot of things are going their way. Real quick, they were 18th in total offense, 14th passing, 22nd running, 23rd in terms of third down percentage. And then the thing they were really good at offensively is they were second in terms of fewest turnovers in the National Football League. But how confident are you in year 2 that Nick Caley can take this offense to the next level?
Not very.
Really?
Yeah, not very. I mean, if next level, we're talking about next level for a 12-2 football team. We're not talking about next level for a rebuilding football team, right? I mean, that's not what we're talking about here. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything that Nick Caley has shown in year 1 that I think shows, boy, the future with this creative mind or this unique builder of roster or this he has this knack for using specialty weapons and getting guys the ball in creative ways or there's I saw little to none of that, right? And so being just an observer from the outside, I don't think that there's a lot of improvement to be had without some kind of scheme change, which I don't think they're going to do, or some kind of infusing some kind of explosion and speed and twitch into this offense from a player perspective, which I don't think they did. So. Yeah, no, look, I think they'll improve to some degree just because they got a better offensive line and they're going to run the football better. But the level of improvement that takes a team that can't get beyond the second round of the playoffs, and be honest with you, has been embarrassed in the second round of the playoffs more times than not, and puts them over the hump to where they can make that run. I don't think I have not seen anything in Nick Caley's offense that leads me to believe, yeah, man, this weapon on the sideline, this offensive play caller is on a different level. No, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen that. The hope is that you've got a lot of similar parts or a lot of parts that may be upgrades, especially comparative to what you want to do coming back. And that maybe they get more comfortable in the offense, and maybe the buy-in is better in the offense from some. Because I wouldn't be surprised if CJ wasn't the only one who didn't completely buy into everything with the offense. Now, I don't know if he will completely buy in this year. That's going to be a big thing we could see. But that is just, to me, what the hope would be is everybody year 2 more comfortable in the system and – now more parts that maybe fits where it is. I'm with you. I don't know that we could ever and we will ever look at Nick Caley and until we get new evidence, look at Nick Caley and say, like, this guy is going to creatively be a weapon.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be the parts that are in there.
Well, I think there's a couple of things working here, right? I think, one, I don't think Nick Caserio has set this offense up in a way to where Nick Caley's calling the shots. He's the dude. The staff is working for him, and it's gonna start and stop with Nick Caley. I think the structure, at least on the offensive side of the football, is what we keep hearing about is a collective group, a collective effort of several guys working together and building game plans and deciding what it's going to look like week to week kind of deal. And so I think that probably limits Nick Caley from doing some of the things that he wants to do, or maybe that would allow him to get outside that box a bit, number one. And I think, number two, as I said yesterday, I think there's certain things in an offense, Ron, that when an offense struggles with it, I do think it's you're either coaching it or you're allowing it. It's either part of it's either in your DNA or it's not. And when you look at the offensive minds in the NFL in 2026, and if you're an offensive mind and you're not using shifts, motions, formations to your advantage. Like if that's not something you stick your chest out and talk about, and everybody that watches your games knows that, if you don't have an extensive creative quicks package to where your quarterback doesn't have to hold the ball, he doesn't have to take a 5-step or a 7-step or catch it and gun and take a 3 and hold the ball forever to get, like, you make it easy on your quarterback. If you're not doing those things, I think you leave a lot to be desired. And I don't think you just roll over one offseason and go, oh boy, well I'm all of a sudden we're going to be a good motion team and a good quick game team. And I don't think you roll over and do that. And I think in those areas, I think Nick Caley left a lot to be desired last year. Like, I'm not joking when I say I don't care what the stats say about how often they went in motion, right? You got to define what you're talking about when you say, oh, well, we used motion 60%, whatever the percentage is, right? If you're jogging across the line of scrimmage, that's not motion. If you're lining up wide and you're just kind of trotting in 2 or 3, that's not motion, man. I mean, if you're just randomly doing things and it's not setting up, like, you're not using those pieces of offensive football to your advantage. And so, I don't think you just roll over. You either do that, and that's part of your initial install. Like right now, if you hire somebody like Mike McDaniel, I guarantee you he's running the legs off them cats. Where would he land in L.A.?
In L.A., yeah, with the Chargers.
He's running the legs off them cats, right? If they go in motion, they may not go in motion, but 20% of the time.
It's just a natural part of their offense.
But when they do, that dude is going in motion, right? The change of direction stuff. I mean, it just you don't see that. You didn't see it in year one, and I don't think it's because guys weren't able to do it. Every one of these guys were doing it in college. I don't think the guys can't do it. So I just think that this offense, they leave a lot to be desired before the ball's ever snapped, and I don't know that all of a sudden Nick Caley's going to become that dude overnight. I don't know that being a first-year play caller, if he has the ability, or even the hell, to be honest with you, I don't even know if he has the interest to be that. But then you look at his positioning, like I was talking about with Nick Caserio. I don't know if he's in a position to walk in there and go, all right, hey, guys, here's what we got to do. Guys, we've got to be better with our motions. We have got to use –
I wonder how much control he actually has to be able to –
Right. I think it's a sit down and like, hey, guys, what do y'all think about this? Hey, guys, do y'all think we can – instead of this is – and hold your coaches accountable. I do wonder if that's the structure of offense over there. So I say all that to say I don't know that – Nick Caley's going to fully, even if he wanted to do all those things, I don't know if he's going to fully come into his own here.
Yeah, and I wonder what his own is, or maybe we're seeing it. And maybe we're seeing it. Maybe we're seeing. I
think we're seeing it. I think, by the way, we're seeing it, Ron. I think. Again, I don't know if it's Nick Caserio saying, "Hey, man, we're gonna do more of what you did in New England and less of what you did in L.A. with the Rams," because the Rams are clearly, I mean, when you look at how they use Puka Nacua, I mean, that's not even
not what they're doing.
That's not what they're doing. Like, you would think if he said, "All right," this is why it gets on my nerves when we're having this conversation and people chime in and talk about, "Oh, well, he was in L.A. This is L.A.'s offense." No, it's not. I mean, he don't even he has more of a reason to use Nico Collins the same way that Sean McVay uses Puka Nacua than any other offense in football. It's where he came from. It's Nico and then a few others, a bunch of young guys that may not be ready, right? In an offense that, as we've talked about multiple times, couldn't run the football. As we've talked about multiple times 2 years ago, couldn't protect the quarterback, right? He's got more of a reason to take what we watch every week in L.A. with Puka Nacua and bring it here, right? And he never did it. So that tells you one thing. What did he do? They went back and watched Brady film. They went back and watched the New England Patriots film, and that's what we see them doing. A lot of stagnant, a lot of jogging motion, a lot of keep it simple, execute type stuff. So it's.
I do think it will be better because I think they are more equipped to do what they want to do, and I think they're going to be committed to doing what they're doing. Now, that's barring injuries, right? Yeah. Especially in the backfield. So I think they are more equipped. And then if CJ can just kind of be at least more comfortable in it, I think it improves a bit there. Now, the question is, will that be enough to get to where they want to get to. I think they can improve. Like, I think they won't be the 22nd best rushing attack.
Yeah.
I think they'll improve upon those things because they know the system better. He understands a little bit better of what he has, and they're more equipped to execute what they want to. It's just how much better.
Yeah. Well, we talk a lot about C.J. Stroud, too. I do. I talk a lot about C.J. Stroud and this not being a good fit. Let me be clear. Like, I think C.J. Stroud will embrace this offense for a year with no contract. I think he's shown the ability to go out there and not turn the football over. And the few times that he has to put the cape on, he has the ability. At least you got a chance when he does that, at the very least. I think CJ's going to be fine. CJ's going to have a good year. CJ's going to help them get better offensively, right? I think he'll play within the system. The CJ embracing the system thing is ultimately you can take this to the bank. Is CJ Stroud okay with his offense being more ball control and more focused on not turning the ball over and letting the defense steal the show every Sunday and winning that way and being the quarterback that way? Or would he prefer to be in a system where you got 3 or 4 weapons at the wide receiver position, you got running backs that can catch it and run it, you got an exotic play caller?
I know what he would prefer.
Right. That's the embrace piece of this thing. This is not oh, boy, the wheels are going to come off because CJ's not going to commit. Well, CJ showed last year, hey, man, I'm a team guy. I'll buy in and I'll play your brand of ball. But does he go home every night going, damn, we ought to be stretching the field? Damn, if we were more aggressive, I could have done this. I'm sorry, I don't want to make it – this is not a selfish point. You go home at night and, yeah, you may have won, but you scored 13 points. And everybody's talking about how this offense can't score points, ain't worth the damn in the red zone. Do you go home at night and you're like, damn, man, we should have done this, and that? Well, that's what CJ's up against. I say all that to say, Ron, I think CJ will be fine in this offense. I think he's shown the ability to not turn the ball over. Hell, he's done it 2 of his 3 years.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was under 10 interceptions in the time, except for the playoff game.
Yeah,
the 2 playoff games were different. Yeah. We'll see. Like I said, I think they will be better. It's just now how much better and how much, and then also kind of like the Rockets thing, how much better will teams around them get? Also, this year.
Right.
That's the other thing. Like, I don't know if all those other offenses are going to stay where they were last year. How much better will those get? All right, the Astros lineup is out as they're going to be played a little earlier as they're a little East Coast time zone there with the Cincinnati Reds. But there's some important decisions that need to be made. Just got to realize who they need to be made by. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts.
Thoughts on the game immediately after the final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Hey, gentlemen, show and Clinton show. I love your show. You guys are great.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just don't know why you put Jim in there.
He's been part of the 1,500 episodes, man.
Well,
big part at the beginning.
He ain't been a part of about 1,000. It feels like here.
We took that fishing trip.
His batting average has gone down the last couple now.
Last time we heard, he was in Colorado.
R.I.P.
Listening.
In Colorado for the summer.
Listening
Escaping
in Colorado. Hadn't heard from him.
Didn't he even say something that day when he called us like, I'm going up on this fishing trip, blah, blah, blah. I just hope I get back all right and everything. I feel like I'm coming to the end of it, boys. Something like that.
The best was when he hit us with the old retired and damn near expired.
That was some good stuff.
I am retired.
There it is. I knew you had it.
Damn near expired.
And I'm afraid old Jim is now, but R.I.P.
I mean, right? He has to be at this point, right? I mean, there's just no chance.
I think he's
every time I see old Jerome come up on there.
There's a chance you pissed him off, Ron. There's a chance that you ran him off.
We've put out a few APBs on old Jim.
I think we called some obituaries as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, I forgot. I had Cheryl get on that. R.I.P. Jerome Henson.
Damn it. Yeah, that's a tough one. Starting lineup tonight as they go to Cincinnati to take on the Reds. Free swing and Jose Altuve's back in the leadoff spot. I cannot get that swing out of my mind. It is hard for me to get out of my mind right now. Yordan Alvarez is back as the DH. Behind him, Paredes at third, Christian Walker at first, Cam Smith in right field, Bryce Matthews in center, Zach DeZenzo is in left field again, Christian Vasquez, and then Nick Allen is at short tonight, and pitching Mike Burrows there for the Astros. That is the starting lineup tonight as they will take on the Cincinnati Reds on the road. And like we said earlier, they got to starting to get rolling here. We've been saying that, but they really are starting to get up against this, where this thing is completely getting away from them, where they might dig themselves a hole they cannot dig out. And Clint, if that continues to roll that way, and I don't even know if it matters, if it does or not. One of the things that would really concern me if I'm an Astros fan is Dana Brown, making decisions.
Yep.
And I'm talking about, all right, are they buyers? Are they sellers? Whatever they are, I'm going to assume that the Astros are going to be potentially in the business of making deals some way, form, or fashion.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Well, that's what scares me, Dana, is you keeping it real. And when you start keeping it real, somebody may need to keep it real with Dana that you may not be here after this. And if this thing keeps going south, he definitely isn't going to be here. And, I mean, they're on pace to lose 100 games right now. And you just don't want him making any kind of major decisions because, Clint, you know what his mindset is. His mindset is, I mean, I got to keep my job. I got to try to keep this job. I got to try to get us back competitive. And he may make some decisions that may not be the best decisions for the organization, but decisions on trying to keep his job. And, Clint, let's just be honest, the roster construction with this team, now I don't know what kind of budget he has been given, but the roster construction with this team has not been good, and that guy who's going to pitch next week for him, Imai, sticks out like a sore thumb on decisions being made there. So, it's a battle there for the Astros on how much they allow Dana Brown to do.
Yeah, look, I think that's any struggling franchise at this point in time where you're coming off of an unbelievable run. Things seem to be going the wrong direction. I mean, I do wonder, is Dana Brown under more pressure, or is this new training staff that we have, are they under more pressure? Because the rate in which guys are getting hurt is unacceptable as well. So, yeah, I mean, I think there. You mentioned earlier how important the next month of baseball games are. I think it's important for every part of the brass that's last name in Crane. I think everybody involved is the next month of baseball, I think, is going to determine whether they can keep a gig or not.
Yeah,
I mean, all of them. It's not just Dana, but I do. The point is well taken.
Yeah, because Dana can make some decisions. Like we're starting to hear. Like I heard Ken Rosenthal. I know the fellows on Area 45 had Bob Nightingale on last night, and there's no way in hell they're talking about. I've heard, obviously Yordan go to hell potentially in trade thoughts. I damn sure don't want him making that call. And then you're hearing Paredes. You've heard Christian Walker. To me, I just, like right now, I don't know how I would feel comfortable about Dana making those decisions because it is hard for the thought of let's let a guy make decisions that may not be here.
Right. Yeah.
Like major decisions like that. And so that is going to be something that we got to watch. Text line coming in. Very good chance Ron ran him off, to be honest. No, I did not run anybody off. And I'm not running Dana off. Dana's running himself
Yeah,
off.
Dana don't need no help. I don't doubt that Ron would have a foot in the middle of his back if he could, but I think
Tyler would try to beat me to the punch with that foot.
Yeah, I think a lot of people probably would.
I'm over Dana, man.
I mean, Dana's got one of them personalities, and even just the way he communicates, the way his delivery is, boy, if you're not winning, boy, it gets old quick. Your stick gets old real quick unless you are top dog now.
Yeah, it feels like he's always looking down at everybody.
Could you just imagine if you come through a breaking news sounder and they've traded Isaac Paredes? You're like, oh my God, the hell did you get back, Dana?
Exactly.
Who the hell made that, allowed that to roll through? Man, make the decisions. It's just weird. The way this thing is rolling, I don't know how Dana continues to keep his job. So, man, Dana, we'll just keep everybody here, man. Just let the next guy come in here and kind of do the things he wants. Maybe you can trade a Zach DeZenzo. No offense, Zach. Maybe around that range.
These nuts.
I don't know if I want him making any major decisions with this group. Who is that? Is that Brandon Becky? Oh no, that's the guy.
The sound?
That Gotti with these nuts. Who is that?
Oh, it's from like a viral video that was out there years and years ago.
I forgot why we started using that on Zach DeZenzo.
Because D's Nuts DeZenzo.
Oh, D's Nuts.
That's his nickname.
Right, boy. Zach, I'm sorry. Zach has not played in so long. I forgot about D's Nuts.
Forgot about the injury. Forgot about the nicknames.
I can't. I never remember what injury he was recovering from.
Old D's Nuts DeZenzo.
D's Nuts DeZenzo. That's right. I feel like an idiot now. There it is. I generally am. Someone is asking for a return for Rom-Com Fridays. Hell, I could have done it today.
You could have.
I could have done
Devil Wears Prada too.
I could have given that to you, man.
I mean, we could put Ron on that. We could put you on that. It's got to be new ones. You go to the movies every Friday before the show. We'll make it a deal.
Now. Stanley
Tucci.
Tucci, man, he's aged on us.
Which one is he?
He's a bald guy. He's been in a bunch of movies.
Yeah,
a bunch of movies. He's aged on us a little bit. Emily Blunt, solid.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, Tiger.
Oh yeah. Attaboy, Jim.
How about that? Yeah, Jim did scoop that up, didn't he?
Hell yeah, he did.
Jim Carrey?
No, Jim's the character name of this actor from The Office.
What's it? His real name is? What is his? John. John's his name.
Yeah, John Krasinski.
Yeah, for The Office. Yeah. Pam and Jim. Yeah, he scooped up old Emily Blunt.
Good
They've been going
couple.
pretty strong. Yeah, yeah, make some good kids.
Mm-hmm.
One of Tyler's favorite people to see fail, and he is failing big time in the NBA playoffs. He is the reason why turds were invented on this show. And I'll be honest, I think James Harden's been treated unfairly.
Oh my!
I will explain on the other side. I legitimately do. And I legitimately, just like you didn't think it would make sense about my $34.04, and you came around to understanding. I feel like James Harden has a spectacular record that he is rolling through the first couple of games of this series, which is ridiculous. But I think he's getting I don't think it's fair how people are coming at him. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I got to actually learn how to play basketball.
Turd Ferguson. Just when you think it can't get worse for the Astros after a freak bat. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Jets extended Breece Hall 3 years, 42.7.
Oh, no, it's 45.
Is it 45? 45.7.
15.2 something.
Yeah,
per.
15.2 per, 45.75, 29 plus in guarantees. Makes him third highest paid running back in football behind Saquon Barkley and Christian McCaffrey.
Said it brought him to tears.
Ooh, yeah.
That's some strong company, man.
That's I don't know, man.
Saquon and Christian?
Yeah, I think he's a very talented back. It's just weird to me. I think about all the issues the Jets have, and how long this gets into Tyler's running back theory. How long running backs, are in their prime, and when the Jets are good, like how fast are the Jets going to be good again? I mean, we've been talking about how quick are the Jets going to be good again for about, 20 years?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they drafted. People are really happy with their draft, getting Bailey from Tech and Sadiq, who I know you coveted. And then they got the kid Cooper from Indiana as well. So maybe they could turn it around quick. But putting that much on the running back position, and it feels like at least a 2-year build.
Yeah.
And then where is he going to be in 2 years? Like, is he still going to be a big-time piece? I don't know.
Well, the interesting thing about that, too, is hadn't he been somewhat disgruntled? I mean, I don't know that he's been way over the top, but I think he's been disgruntled. It's not like he's embraced this rebuild or this restructure and this new head coach and kind of the trials and tribulations that come with being part of a dysfunctional organization. It's not like he's embraced that and been like, yeah, let's build around me. I mean, there's been some disgruntled. There's been some I think some outspoken issues with him. So it's interesting that in the end it ends up working out as we're going to give you 15 per right now.
Yeah.
And hope that we can rebuild this thing around you. Because if you say that, you're ultimately, I mean, look, I think quarterback, he's a placeholder. I think unless they do what Washington did a couple years ago and what the Texans did a couple of years ago and just all of a sudden make that huge jump, which they could, doubt it, but they could. Unless they do that, boy, like you said, that could be. I mean, he could be up for another contract before you do any significant winning.
Yeah, text line, Ron, the Jets ain't been good since 1969. That's not true. They made it to a couple of AFC championship games.
Well, Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, Mark Sanchez. They beat Brady a couple of times. Yeah, bad.
Vinny Favre made a little noise with him, didn't he?
Vinny took him to an AFC championship game. They lost to the Broncos. Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
It ain't been that long. He won a Super Bowl since then.
Nobody Mark Sanchez is stabbing folks and stuff.
Yeah.
Come a long way.
Back alleys, delivery trucks.
That really got away from him, didn't it?
Have we heard the results of that?
There was some update, like I think a couple months ago. I can't remember, but it wasn't getting any better for old Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, last update I saw, he had some. I think he had a pretty significant amount of something in his system.
Oh yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, he was under the influence of several substances. From what I remember.
Yeah. That was damn sure the thing. All right.
But fumble ruined his life.
Speaking of turds, James Harden has.
Well done. You're a pro.
He is eating it and getting crushed. And, I mean, his numbers are awful. He's got more turnovers than he has made field goals in the series. They've played 2 games against the Pistons. He's got 9 field goals made. He's got 11 turnovers last night in a game. They tried to really get back 36 minutes, 10 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 of 13 with 4 turnovers. And just fought it.
And damn, Barkley's talking about it should never happen in a game, and here it is happening in a whole series.
Right here, whole series. Yeah. And here is the reason why I feel like it's getting a little strong on Jim. It's like we got to remember, like James is like the third and should be like the third or fourth option on this team, right? Like this is like I just don't even think that James should be judged in the manner that he was judged the years when he was with the Rockets and he was spiraling to doing nothing in the playoffs, or even the Nets, or even the Sixers, where I think James was still thought of to be one of the best players. Definitely here. He was an MVP caliber and won the MVP. James is 36, and Donovan Mitchell is clearly the best player on that team. Evan Mobley, who should be the two. Evan Mobley had 9 points and 1 rebound, the 7-footer yesterday, in his 35 minutes. Like that, he's the one who should be getting crushed because he is the second best player on their team. And then the guy that you always win bets with, Tyler, the old Longhorn. What is that boy's name?
Who now? Longhorn.
You always win bets with. Big fro. I can't remember his name.
Jared Allen.
Yeah, Jared Allen. Jared Allen. He had 22 last night. He's a big piece to this team. I just think it's to me it's unfair to continue to treat James like he's the Houston James. Or he's the Sixers James. That's all I mean. It's awful. I mean, it's god awful. But I mean, I don't. He's
but
not.
It's. I think you are viewing it through a NBA fan's lens. I think, from a casual Rockets fan lens, it's just more of the same. It's the notch, and I don't know. Maybe nationally, that you're talking about them beating him up nationally. For here, it's just the not showing up in the biggest moments, and not even not showing up and just like not getting it done, but totally just like some wild stat, like not taking shots in critical moments, like turning it over more shots than you make. Like I think that's probably the part that is hard to let go, even though he is a little bit older, and even though the guys you mentioned should probably be carrying more of the load. I think that's the part that, in Houston at least, that you look at and you go, you just kind of look up and see the box score, or you see the topic, the highlight, and you're like, yep, that's James.
Yeah, just like to me, and I get that part of it. I think obviously his history and him being James is who he is what pushes this a lot. I'm just saying, like, this is just not the same dude that you should have those expectations for. Like, if Luka were playing in this series, and Austin Reeves had been playing, and they were all healthy the way they were playing, like, we shouldn't be looking at LeBron to put up the numbers if he was the best player on the team like he would normally do. Right? Like, he had 4 turnovers last night, James. This wasn't like the 9 that Durant had. He had 4 turnovers last night. He's just, like, he's struggling like he has, but, I mean, it's not a deal where this offense is running through James.
Yeah.
And James is like, this offense is running through Donovan Mitchell, and that's who they're trying to get to.
You think James still kicking in them streets?
Absolutely. I don't know what he did in Detroit, but I'm sure he found something.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, hell, he's been playing long enough. I mean, you got something in every city.
I felt like Detroit might be the stop city.
I think he may tread carefully, but I think he's all right.
City. Maybe the rest city.
I don't know. I mean, Northern Michigan gal said Detroit's changed game, man. Great city.
Detroit has, the downtown is nice. I don't know if Jim is rolling the court. That Netflix show, he had him a lady.
Who did?
James. He had a lady he was exclusive with.
Oh, really?
That Netflix show. That's season 2.
Where'd he find her?
I don't know.
Shake?
I don't know.
Treasures.
I don't know. I'm not going to put that on that young lady. I don't know where he found her now. It's
a good job.
Do I believe by her build?
Pays well.
Do I believe by her build she could be capable of getting a dance on? Yeah, I do.
Shaking a little ass.
You think she can make a little money?
Make a little money in a shake? If that is what she wanted to do. Again, I don't know, what I think Beyonce could make some money in the shake, but that's not what she wants to do. I don't know what this young lady wants to do or where he found her. I don't remember that backstory. Yeah. Again, man, it's just.
You think it's in church?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No chance. Yeah. I just gotta calm down on it. By the way, have you been watching this? The Thunder, they have become the new Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, the officiating blaming. And listen, if you know, obviously you know I'm pulling for in that series. I'm pulling for LeBron and the Lakers. And I understand JJ is doing what coaches have done, and you go in between games and you say LeBron James is the worst officiated star I've ever seen, and you say all these things. But they had a meeting at half court, the Lakers and the officials. Like, they weren't allowing them to get off the floor. They had a meeting for about, I don't know, it felt like a minute. And Austin Reeves is just going off and losing. And that's been the focus of conversation, and it's been building with kind of the flops from the Thunder, in particular Shea, their best player. It is got a real Kansas City Chief vibe. Because all I would like to say to the Lakers, and again, you know I'm pulling for it. Guys, what opened the game is you had a 5-point lead. Shea went out with his 4th foul. They proceeded to go on a 20-4 run without Shea on the court. Mind you, their second best player is injured too. He's not even played in the series yet.
The Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
Like, come on, man. Like there were some calls, but I mean, come on, man. 20-4 run without, you had a 5-point lead when Shea went to the bench. And then they started to blow you out before he even entered again. Like, that's like, I mean, you had 21 turnovers. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that is, like, let's look at some other things. There are a few calls here, but let's chill.
Well, I thought it was interesting that they're showing that highlight all over TV now. I thought it was interesting, and I'll be honest with you, I thought it was refreshing to see, as you mentioned, the referees didn't run off and cold shoulder and run from it. I think there was 2 refs standing there talking to.
Have you ever seen anything?
I've never seen anything like it. But I appreciate it. I mean, I don't know if Austin was just like he had a legit point. Sounded like he had a legit point. Half of his team was huddled around wanting to listen to what he was saying, and they were all intently listening. The refs appeared to both be looking him in the eye and listening to what he was saying. He said what he needed to say. He turned around, walked off. Everybody broke up and went their direction. It was a bunch of adults, a bunch of mature adults. It seemed like, handling a little bit of adversity in a good way. So it was refreshing to watch that it wasn't just a bunch of, I mean, not that I'm opposed to dog cussing, but it wasn't one group walking away, the other group dog cussing. It looked like it was a good, mature conversation, and maybe something come of it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the next game.
Yep.
But, yeah, you got to go back and check Chet. Chet took a dive.
Did he?
Oh, it was a good one. It was the one that pissed everybody off on Ayton. He took a dive, man. It was a real good one. What you got coming up?
All right, Kamari Lasser, man. He's quickly becoming one of my favorite Texans, and I would imagine he's doing the same with most of you guys. He's been making a little media rounds here, and some of the biggest questions that I've had about Kamari Lasser. What happened with that 40 at the combine or pro day, whatever the hell it was? What? How did you become the dog that you actually are? And should D'Amico Ryans ever let him out of Houston? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop.
Which of the newest additions will actually have the biggest immediate impact?
I think short term, it's a very obvious one. It's going to be Keelan Rutledge for me.
If he can.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
For whatever reason, Clint, you just have this swag about you, brother. There is just something there that any person of any color, of any demographic, of anything can relate to.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, getting them ostrich this weekend, y'all. Going to that hill country, picking up my boots. Boy, I may wear them next week for you, Ron.
You don't have them yet?
I ain't got them yet. I'm going this weekend.
Well, you better. We better not hear. We better not hear it next week.
I'm gonna send you a pic. I'm gonna post a pic for you, man. I'll tag you. Don't worry about it. Getting them ostrich. I gotta buy me a belt that matches. That's gonna be so clean. Come on now, stop it, Clint. Stop it. All right, today's Dirty Daily is powered by. I made a quick switch here. I was gonna give it to Chipotle for not charging me for extra beans, by the way, which takes your Chipotle burrito or your burrito bowl to a whole nother level.
You got to go in face to face to do that.
Oh yeah,
they'll
extra
get
beans.
you if you.
Yeah, no, extra beans. You talk sweet to that lady. Now you get over that meat. You try to double up on that meat. They're going to charge you. No, you ain't doing that. But I was going to go with Chipotle. Give them a shout out anyway. But I'm actually going to give Dirty's Daily today to the NFL and the NFL Referees Association. Ron, one of the silliest things in all of pro sports is the fact that there was a chance this year there was going to be a work stoppage with the referees at the NFL level, and you're going to have replacement refs. All because the NFL, one of the it's the wealthiest sports organization I would think in the game, and we can't get full-time refs and pay them well enough and take care of them to keep them happy. But no worries. According to Adam Schefter, the NFL Referee Association has ratified. They're ratifying a new 7-year collective bargaining agreement Friday with the NFL, concluding a multi-year negotiation and eliminating the possibility of a work stoppage. I don't know how official that is, but if Adam Schefter's tweeted, he's got to feel pretty damn good about it. So for all my NFL fans out there, it'd be hard to tarnish that product for me. But I'm going to be honest with you. If you roll a bunch of guys out there that are the second-tier referees, that would bother me. That would bother me
because it was bad the one time, or at least the last time we saw it.
Right. Yeah, that would bother. So good for them. Seven more years. We don't have to worry about that going on. I appreciate the NFL and the NFL Referees Association for powering Dirty's Daily today. And you want to talk about audio that gets your boy right here good and football horny? There's always D'Amico. There's always some offensive mind when they get to talking the game, the X's and O's. There's always a Will Anderson. There's a handful of players that can really get me rolling. Kamari Lasser may be at the top of that list, boys. And Kamari Lasseter's been making his media rounds. I don't know if he just decided this week to meet with some folks, but he was on Texans All Access, as well as he was on with Ross Tucker, I believe, is where I heard it and where I gathered my information here. But Ron, just off the jump here, there's no doubt about it, right? I mean, I'm going to explain why with some audio from him, but there's no doubt about it. Kamari Lasseter is one of the top leaders, not just on the defense, but overall in the Texans locker room. And there is no way on God's green earth. There is no way on God's green earth that a D'Amico Ryans coach football team is ever going to let Kamari Lasseter out of this building. Definitely not after this first rookie contract. I mean, Kamari Lasseter is getting another contract. You better believe it. And I think obviously his play on the field shows it. I think fans, since he stepped on the field, have seen exactly what this guy brings to the table, whether he's picking balls off out of the air or he's setting the edge on the defense or sniffing out a screen and getting a running back on the ground. The dude flashes all over the field. I think he is just one of D'Amico's guys that's not just a good player but wired the way that he wants them. But I got to be honest, this was my worst miss.
Yeah.
This is my.
We were both very, I think, fairly at the time concerned about the speed and the ability to play outside.
Well, this was my worst miss on in terms of Texans. A lot of folks will bring up the Nico Collins thing. I think a lot of folks missed on Nico. We watched him for 2-3 years and heard people talking about what he could and couldn't do, and it just wasn't coming to fruition. And then what he does is goes out there and plays like one of the most well-rounded receivers in football. That was not what everybody thought he was going to be. So I can't eat that one. I got to take the Kamari one, boys. I got to take Kamari Lasser.
I'll let you have it.
But Kamari talking, has got me thinking. 4.640 when he was coming out caused him, at least reportedly, caused him to slip in the draft a bit. Thank the Lord, because the Texans were able to get their hands on him. 4.640. I don't give a damn who you are. If you know football and you draft a corner that is plug and play, you got the job the minute that the media sees the team that year. You're on the field with the starting unit, and you ran a 4.640. Anybody that wasn't concerned is lying through their damn teeth. And then I watched a guy that appears to be stiff in the hips, and I thought, nah, this right here, this is inside corner. This ain't no outside corner. Well, I was wrong. I ate it. I took it like a man. What did Dana Brown say? Like the true professional that I am. I did. I took it. Well, Kamari was asked about the 40-yard dash that reportedly, again, made him slide in the draft a little bit. And this makes me feel better about my take here, Ron. To think that the 4.6 may have never been true. It may have all been made up. It may have all been just bull jive. They got me. They did get me, but it makes me feel better about where I was at. Here is Kamari Lasser explaining kind of what he went through with that 40-yard dash that was reported to be a 4.65 that had a lot of people questioning.
I don't know the truth, but I know that you've never seen me get ran by. No one's ever ran by me. No one's ever.
What 40 did you run? What did you run in the 40?
What I was told, I ran the 4.46. Whenever I got done running my 40, I went over to my family. I hugged my parents. They were like, "Dang, you just ran good. You ran a 4.46." Now then, whenever I got done, I didn't do the workout, and I got done with a meeting or something with a team, and then I got on my phone, and there was just all this Twitter buzz about me running a 4.6, a 4.65 to be exact. And I had never ran a 4.65 all of training, and so I was like, okay, I didn't really care. Like I wasn't too much tripping about it. I mean, I wanted to go first round, but I feel like God put me in the position that I'm in right now for a reason.
It worked out well for you. I mean, you're talking a blessing in disguise. But they got me. They got me. I look, if I would have heard Kamari Lasser say, no, man, I ran a 4.46 or 4.47 or whatever it was, and then that was just one of the several clocks that may have gotten me wrong, and somebody reported it, and it took off like wildfire. Okay. Well, when I hear 4.65, and maybe I should have done more due diligence. Maybe I should have looked a little harder. I know that 4.65 wasn't dying. I know it was still around come training camp time. No. And then I saw a little stiffness, and I thought, hey, come on, man, this could be a problem. Well, as I've done before, I want to own that moment. I was wrong, and clearly, and Kamari Lasser still a tad bit stiff, but a hell of a corner. And it makes more sense to know that he ran a 4.46 or whatever it was. That adds up because he is right, Ron. We've said it multiple times with Kamari Lasser. Man, I mean, boy, just when you think he got ran by, he catches up with the guy. Or just when you think there's a guy that can run by him consistently out there, you watch 4 quarters of football and it never happens. Or when it does happen, the quarterback overthrows it because he's getting hit in the chin, right? So there's no denying that Kamari Lasser is not a 4.640 guy. And that evaluation was wrong, and I was
well, I mean, in fairness, the Texans, they were aggressive from the start with him and knew.
Yeah.
Like they put him right out there.
Immediately.
With other guys that were higher draft picks than him in the past, they put him out there first day of camp.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And part of that, right, clearly the 40 didn't matter. But I think what you're talking about, the reason that they put him out there immediately is because there's there's a high IQ football player. There's a guy that genuinely and sincerely loves the game, loves to compete. There's a guy that is authentic as you could imagine as a person and as a player, which they were obviously privy to at the time. We were not because we weren't in the meetings, right? But then there's also a level of dog. We know it now because we've watched him play. The getting up, beating his helmet, which at times I've said, hey, man, you need to chill out a little bit. We need you to be healthy instead of the playing like Ray Lewis. But that dog is something I think you've responded to me asking him to settle down multiple times, like you said, Clint. I don't think he can. I just don't.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Well, you're right. You're right. Here's how Kamari the dog came about, if you will. Tyler, let's start with Mama. Tyler, let's start with Mama on this because I got to Mother's Day's right around the corner. I got a relationship with my mama like this, and to see him give his mama a little bit of love about the kind of player that he is. Not only is it a great story, but to know that's where it all originated is pretty cool. Here's Kamari Lasser talking about where that dog came from.
I grew up playing the physical brand of football, so I just feel like
you're from Georgia?
I'm from Georgia.
Where?
Savannah, Georgia.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I just feel like that's just how I play, and that's how we grew up playing. That's all we know is physical football. Like my mom used to tell me when I was a little kid, big hits all day. That's all. Like that's what we know.
Your mom told you that?
What? Of course.
Big hits all day?
Yeah, big hits all day.
Oh my gosh.
Big hits all day in a world where, and I'm not knocking anybody at all, but in a world where most mamas are worried about their little ones getting hurt, Mama Kamari is out there going, hey, man, big hits all day. Yeah. And he plays like it, doesn't he?
Similar upbringing.
Teresa told you, don't come home unless you knock somebody's helmet off.
I will never forget Little League as us playing for the Raytown Vikings. We were against the Raytown Dolphins. And she pulled me to the fence and said, if you don't hit somebody, I'm going to hit you. That's what she told me. I guess there was a running back that dove over the top, and I was playing outside, like end, just let him dive over the top, went down, touched him when he came down. Oh, she was not happy.
She gave it to you.
She came from the stands to the fence right there, and told me to come here.
Teresa,
when you hear your mama calling you.
Oh yeah.
Like the hell?
Yeah.
I thought something was wrong.
Oh, Big Earn was on the field a lot of times. He'd be like, oh hell.
Thank God that fence. Thank God that fence. But I feel it. I feel that, man.
Well, he went from Mama in Savannah, Georgia, to obviously a great, some may say unhealthily competitive coach in Kirby Smart. I happen to love it. Again, in a world where most coaches had to handle kids and players with kid gloves, it doesn't sound like Kirby Smart does that. Here is Kamari Lasser, Houston Texans corner, talking about how Kirby Smart helped him come into his own as well.
Have you just always been like that, or was that did Georgia and Kirby, they get the dog in you?
No, I was always like that. But being in Georgia definitely helped me just grow as a player, as a person. Being around Kirby, he's crazy, for one, and he pushes you past what you think is your limit. And he definitely did that with me. My first 2 years, he was on me bad. I mean, I remember just being at practice, and I'd just be getting cussed out. And he's on the microphone, so, like, we have 2 or 3 practice fields, and you don't know where he is, and he's just cussing me out. Kamari, you need to go hard, you need to do this. And then I'm like, dang, like, he's just always on my back. Like, he's just always on my tail. But, man, I appreciate Kirby.
So he's crazy? Tell me how he's crazy.
He's just crazy. Like, he's obsessed with football. Like, he has an obsession with football, and he loves winning, So he expects his players and the people that he brings into the program to be obsessed just like he is, and which, for the most part, most of them are, but he's actually crazy, like you can tell.
Oh, Ross Tucker's laugh right there is good, too. But, yeah, I mean, does it surprise anybody that his mama was telling him big hits all day, and then Kirby Smart, obviously, if that's his mentality, does it surprise anybody that that's the player that he helped develop and then we get to watch here in Houston? Kamari Lasser, y'all, one of my favorite, obviously one of my biggest misses, if not the biggest as a Texan, but quickly becoming one of my favorite Texans out there. And again, like I said, when I started the segment, I will be shocked. I will be shocked if D'Amico Ryans doesn't go to whatever expense, wherever he needs to keep Kamari Lasser in Houston. It's going to be a big number. It's going to be a big number.
That is going to be an interesting.
No, ain't nothing interesting about it.
It is. I mean, I'm with you. I feel like the decision is made because the way he talks just like those other guys that got all the ones that easily got deals when it was their time.
Yep.
Aziz, Will. But it does mean if he is here, somebody else of importance won't be.
Yep.
Maybe that's the other corner. Maybe that's the quarterback that's currently here. Maybe that's a receiver that's here.
Boy, that's interesting.
There's somebody is not going to be here.
That's interesting. That's a good point. I mean, I think it's a quarterback, and until things change, I think it's a quarterback. But it is interesting because I do think one name that most people would be scared to put on the table, you just mentioned, is the other corner. I think you're spot on. I think D'Amico Ryans, if you're a defensive-minded head coach and you've got Will Anderson in your D-line room, you got Azeez Al-Shaair at the second level in your linebacker room, and you've got Kamari Lasser in your defensive back room, those are not just great players. Those are identities of those individual position groups. I think that far outweighs the difference between Kamari and Stingley, because let's not get it twisted here. Stingley is on a different level physically than Kamari Lassiter, but I think when you look at the total package and how you impact those around you, I think there's a conversation there to be had. Hopefully they don't come to that. I think they keep the defense together no matter what, but you make a great point of you wonder when that time comes, do you have to choose between corners?
Yeah, they've already given the middle linebacker almost 20 a year, and that will run into him because, remember, they don't have a fifth-year option thing with Kamari because it's a second-round pick. So
it's got to happen after next year, right?
Yeah.
It's got to, or he becomes a free agent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to happen next year.
Tag or
it's
something.
Got to kick in 28, right?
Yes.
No. Yeah, it would kick in. It would kick in 28, which would where does that put Stingley's contract?
Probably coming towards the end of it, maybe towards the end of it. I have two guys making 30-plus at the corner spot.
Hey, I know as a fan, if they do, it'll be sexy as hell.
You're going to have two guys making 30-plus million at the corner spot with the third highest paid inside linebacker and the highest paid non-quarterback in football? All right,
a lot of money, Chief.
Coming up, I listen, the Astros, they're getting set to play in Cincinnati, and there's a lot on the plate of Joe Espada. There is one request that I would like to throw out there to Joe and Dana and whoever else is making decisions on a day-to-day basis with this team. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Ron is on the floor.
George with no draws.
That's it.
Just goes to the drawer and says, you know what? To hell with it.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, that's back in the archives right there, digging them up, Tyler.
Oh, yeah. I just came across a few things from years ago on this show that had me almost crying.
Yeah.
Good times.
We've had some moments. 1,500 episodes. This is our 1,500th show. And we appreciate all the love throughout. Those of you on the base power text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we're feeling the love from guys that have been. You know what? Champ Slice said he's been listening since COVID. So that's when we started.
That's when I took Bridget's job for sure.
Around the COVID, there was the early stage.
Bridget taking strays.
Yes, yes. We started this. Kind of started it before it really all came down. Where the COVID thing all came down.
It was right when it came down.
Yeah, the show started.
I remember thinking that I sounded halfway decent until after hitting that COVID stretch, coming back, and you and I were working together. Coming back and thinking I sounded halfway decent, and then listening back and going, good God, I sound like I'm on my deathbed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Well, made it through and made it to show 1,500. So shout out to everybody who's played a part into that. Listen, the Astros, the lineup is out, and we'll let you know that here at 5 o'clock fire. One of the cats in the lineup is in center field, and that is somebody I'd like to see there a lot more. Bryce Matthews. Bryce Matthews is getting a start.
That up.
He's getting a start in center field, and as I said, man, I know a lot's going on with Joe. Joe's got a lot on his plate. It seems like somebody gets hurt every day, and he's having to deal with that and juggle the lineup and juggle where people are playing. He's got to figure out all kinds of stuff. I just would hope that they just put Bryce in center field, and they have been, but exclusively just put him in center field, especially right now while Jake is out, and just stick him there and let him go, because maybe he's naturally a second baseman, but we're seeing him pick up the position pretty well and make some plays, and his bat has a real chance. I mean, as small as he is, he has some really good natural power. And I think his bat's just always going to be better. If he gets every day at bats in the future, he's going to be a better bat than Jake Myers. And we're already seeing him be able to maneuver in the outfield. There's a lot going on. I hope that is a place that the Astros go with him in center field.
Well, look, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I'm right there with you. I damn sure want to see more of it. The catch off the wall, I guess, the other night, it just showed some range, and. Look, I mean, I think. I mean, I know it's a long season, y'all. I know it's early. I know there's a lot of things that people roll their eyes at. I'm telling you, youth making plays like that, getting on base, working the night late in the game, working a walk in a critical situation, the ability to if he does get walked or if he gets a hit, to steal second base and be in scoring position and win a game in the ninth. All of that stuff is a big part of baseball, but when you talk about a struggling baseball team that's having a hard time getting things going, that kind of thing from a young player could be a boost of energy, could be a big momentum swinger, a big momentum builder, if you will. And so, yeah, I'm with you 100%, man. I would like to see more Bryce in center field. Now, I don't know that I necessarily want him leading off, but I do want to see more of him in center field more consistently.
Yeah, it's just because once you get out there and you see he can play the position and he can handle the position, you got somebody out there who maybe right now isn't ranging to maybe what Jake can do from defensively and really just the experience and knowing what kind of jumps you need to get in center field, which he's just going to gain with more experience. But he can actually throw the ball, and I just think that if that guy is in the lineup consistently getting at bats,
that's the piece.
You got a chance to get some. And this team, I'm not saying they're hard up for offense. We've talked about it, how good their offense has been at the beginning, but what we have talked about is their outfield being without Yordan in it is kind of a struggle. Cam is starting to come on a bit this year. If you can get that from Bryce in center field, that would be a solution to one of the issues and a big addition.
Well, I think you said it. The piece of he needs to be in the lineup consistently.
Yeah.
I mean, the other alternative to him being your center fielder is, him. When Altuve needs a break. Well, when Pena or whoever's playing shortstop needs a break, whenever Paredes needs a break at third, let's rotate somebody through it in left field when Yordan can't do it or one of these other guys aren't it. Let's play center now. And like that, all of that jive. It's great for some of these guys that would be in Sugarland otherwise, but I just think Bryce needs to be playing every single day. And to your point, I think the best spot right now for him would be center field. But in the lineup every single day is the key. Find a way to get him in the lineup every day. Get him run and see what comes of it.
And the Jake injury gives you an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, have we heard anything about him? Is he close?
I haven't heard a damn thing.
I haven't heard a thing about Jake.
Was it oblique?
Is that what it was?
I screwed it up.
Oblique or back, one of the two. It was low back, it was oblique. Remember he checked that swing and grabbed his side?
Oh, that's right. And then
left
again,
him in there?
and let him swing like they did Lance?
Yep.
What's up with that, guys?
I think they came back with a lower back, but I think it looked like an oblique originally.
Khakis.
Yeah, that guy right there in Nebraska.
Yeah. Hey, and we talked about this a bit, man. This stretch of games is really important for them. Right?
Who's them?
The Astros and Joe Espada. I think, honest to God, I think over the next couple of weeks, Joe's job could be on the line.
100%.
We have off air. We have talked to multiple people that either cover the team, watch the team, know them, and I've said to multiple people, "Hey, you think Joe finishes the season as a manager?" No. I mean, multiple people just quit right up. No. And I think if they see, you've talked about it. Hunter Brown, Josh Hader, Pena, Diaz, Jake. They have injured players that can come back and make a major impact. But it won't matter a damn thing if they are 15, 16 games under 500.
That's right.
It won't matter a damn thing if they continue to be on track to lose 100 ball games. Again, where's Hunter Brown? Is he's playing catch now? Where's Hunter Brown? Is he
playing catch? He's a month out.
He's a good month out. Hader may be closer. He threw in Sugarland.
He got beyond his first outing in spring training.
Yeah, they're gonna have an EMI problem. Come on, who are we kidding, guys? He's gonna suck when he comes back up here, right? Like EMI.
He'd be all right.
I mean, he hadn't found the damn strike zone yet, so I think so.
I think he's gonna at least suck at that portion of it. I'm sorry. I don't expect him to come up here and have struggled with AA and then AAA and then come up here and start throwing strikes to the Mariners. I don't feel that. I don't feel that's coming. But they have got to stem the tide so those reinforcements, when they do return, they're returning to potentially do something that matters.
Right. We need Hunter Brown back, man, in a bad way.
But if you get Hunter Brown back, Tyler, and you're 9 back of the A's, and you're who gives a damn at that point?
Yeah. It's a long season, man.
Not who gives a damn, but I mean, you dug yourself a hell of a hole that you may not need to get out. They have got to pull it together right now.
It's a long season, y'all.
It is a long season, Joe, but the season is in need right now for you to do something to show some signs of life, so it matters when your big guns come back.
I agree. I mean, that's the next month of baseball is critical. It's not even about gaining ground. It's just about holding them off. You're 3 out of the wild card right now. You're 4.5 out of the lead in the division. A lot of baseball left to be played, but to your point, you got to at least hold steady until the reinforcements get here. I mean, you just continue a slow death, and then in a month when guys come back, like you said, you're buried too deep to where they can't. Even if they do come back, it ain't enough. You miss by a game, you miss by 2 games. So yeah, next month the baseball's big, man.
Yeah, it is. It is. All right. As we continue here on show 1500. Next year is big for another member, another coach in Houston. And can year 2 be a difference? Can he push himself to the next level in his team in year 2? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Mokaram Injury Law. You're talking about 1,500 shows. I bet.
Company.com/610.
Clint, did you get some ass last night? Come on,
did not expect that.
Listen, and get that leg up in the air.
Come on.
And get in there and step into that.
Yeah.
Did you get some ass last night?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of my favorite things of this show is 1,500 shows. Clinton Tyler is, and this is late, but being able to make Colin feel uncomfortable.
That is fun.
It's one of the real treasures of being here.
I love when Seabass gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, his nipples start to shake a little bit.
He just said, "I don't get uncomfortable."
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
That'll get him there.
The way he just said that was uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's all uncomfortable. He's a beautiful young man. He's coming along. I mean,
handsome as hell.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, he's growing into it. That orange looks good on him. I wish he'd come down one more button.
Is he in there right now?
Oh, you're damn right. He
you
is.
can see him. I think so. Y'all talking about him like he's right there, but he is.
There
I
he
can't
is.
see him.
There he is.
Big C, what's up, Bob?
One of those real uncomfortable waves and thumbs up.
Seabass here. He's got to get ready for that Area 45.
Oh, yeah.
What did he say? That booty? What did he say? What did you say? He
was playing. He sits at home and plays Call of Booty.
Wasn't you over there? Nasty. Playing that Call of Booty.
Up there calling them Sam Houston softball games, playing Call of Booty. I know what's going
Call
on.
of Booty. I know what you.
I know what's going on.
Yo, Call of Booty ass.
Them Bearcats are dirty.
Yeah, I know what he's doing.
Right. Watching him his draws. What he does.
Talking about
Nasty
ESPN.
ass.
Talking about ESPN. I know what game you're playing, Chief.
Yeah.
Seabass got some dirty in him, I can tell.
He doesn't, man.
Some nasty.
Not an inch of it. Not an inch.
It's just buried, but it's in there.
It may get there. Somebody, there's going to be somebody out there that could rip it out.
Hey,
somebody got to go.
How old is Big C in there?
What are you, 25?
No, he's in.
No,
25.
25 liners on my dress. Yes,
God, that makes me feel old. I'm a decade older than this fool.
Yeah,
up yours.
How about your boy in here?
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Y'all are pretty damn old.
Shoot, man. Jackie Robinson over here, man.
I got 23 years on OC.
Man, you was putting it on him while he was still getting thought of.
Yeah, just
23. Where were you at 23?
Where was I at 23? Dallas. Putting it on him, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, that boy.
There it was. Glory hole.
That's right, Jerry.
Is.
Me and Jerry multiple times.
Yeah. I was out there at old Blue Springs High School trying to make it work.
At 23 years old?
No, he was 23. I was 17.
Damn, Ron.
I was 17 trying to make it work, baby.
He got held back a few times.
A few times. Out there trying to make it work. Yep. When he was 23, I was a different age. Yeah, man.
How old was I? How much older than me are you, Clint? How old are you?
I'm 48.
So I was.
Get there. Land it.
I didn't go to A&M for math.
I mean, 25 years ago, where were you, T?
I was 10.
Stephen F. Austin?
When you were 23, I was 10.
Stephen F. Austin?
Yeah, them Gators down in Baytown. Stephen F. Austin, shout out.
I know where you at, Chief.
They just dug up our little time capsule recently.
That's right.
Good for them. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Stephen F. Austin, the elementary school. I got you. Not the
Texas legend of a man, too.
I don't know you said Stephen F. Austin. All right, 713-572-4610, Base Power text line. Jump in on this YouTube and Twitch. Where are you at right now? All right, when you think about things, hey, man, it's year 2. Everybody is more comfortable in a system. You know the players as the coach, and you know better what those players can do and what they can't do. You've got some young receivers that are coming in, at least 2 that were rookies last year that maybe got better as the season went on. You got Tank Dell that's coming back with his lower half. We'll see what he is, but that's an added weapon you didn't have. Dalton Schultz coming off the best year of his career in terms of his Texans career and one of the best years that he's had in the NFL. Coming back next year, you've added some weapons. You have changed this offensive line to fit more of what you want. What is your confidence level that year 2 for Nick Caley with the way this offense has now shifted to where they want it to be and more experience at the quarterback position, receiver position, everywhere. Better back that fits what they want to do. Even Woody in year 2, maybe a better role for him. Do you get the sense, do you feel confidence that Nick Caley will be able to take this offense to the levels that they need to get to in year 2, knowing his system and implementing his system and having everybody know? Do you feel confident and comfortable with that?
Do I feel confident and comfortable that he's going
to be able to take this offense to that level that they need to get to?
No, I'm not. I'm confident that Nick Caley can do what Nick Caserio wants him to do, which is really be a one of 4 or 5 guys that are calling the shots on the offense. Install and call an offense that puts a ton of responsibility on the quarterback, and install and call an offense that's fairly stagnant, relatively speaking, and really focuses on not turning the football over, and making the smart play, the right play, and minimizing penalties. I think he can do those. I'm confident that he can do those things. Am I confident that a Nick Caley offense is going to be enough to allow this team with this great defense get beyond the second round of the playoffs? The answer is no. The answer is my confidence level is low. Now it's 1 year, but if you're putting me on the spot and I got to answer the question, the answer is it's very low, and no, I do not. I'm not confident that it's going to happen. I think. Look, when you watch, there's 2 things that are working against Nick Caley, in my opinion. One, I don't think Nick Caley's in a position to where he can look at the Texans and even pull from his experience with Sean McVay and say, hey, I want to do some things that we were doing in L.A. with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and company and Stafford. I don't think he's in a position to do that. I think he's plugged in. He's one of 4 or 5 guys that are collectively, collaboratively making decisions and installing an offense. And I don't think I think he's just a figurehead. I don't think he is you guys work for me, do what the hell I'm telling you we're going to do, and here's what we're going to do. So
you think he's closer to Matt Burke?
Yes.
At least the previous years of Matt Burke, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think, look, Matt's running D'Amico's defense right now, and he's on the 1s and 2s, but D'Amico's running that thing really. I mean, I just think that offensively what Nick Caserio wants is a collective bunch that is installing and calling that old New England offense. And I think Nick Caley can do that. I think he is a part of a collective group that's making decisions. I don't think he is the end all, be all and calling the shots offensively. Number one, that's number one. And then number 2, if you just look schematically at what they do here in Houston, I think it leaves a lot to be desired. I think you put an unbelievable amount of pressure on your quarterback to sit back and react to everything the defense does consistently. Which requires a ton of processing, which requires a ton of communication, which requires an unbelievably high football IQ from your quarterback to your center. It's asking a lot of your quarterback, and I think they leave a lot to be desired from the things that should help you win pre-snap, your motions, your shift, your exotics, your creative formations and things of that nature. I think they leave a lot to be desired, and those are all things that I don't think you wake up in year 2 and go, okay, we're ready to do it now.
Yeah.
Right? I think his offense is going to be stagnant. I think their motions are going to be slow. I think they're going to be very easy to read, and they're just going to bank on the quarterback making the right decision and not turning the ball over and all that. And I think they can do those things, but I don't think it's enough.
I guess your experience, do you feel though year 2 of a system, I'm certain you've run into a year 2 of a system before. You've seen that from the players, the experience, and the coaching staff. Do you see an uptick? Is there generally a jump or an improvement in that they should have?
Yeah, I think there is. But the question is it if we were talking about a 4, 5, 6, even an 8-win team going to 10 or 12, then that you can experience your way to a couple more wins, right? You can run the football more effectively and to the tune of a couple of more wins if you're an 7-8 win team, right? When you get to 10 or 12 wins in the regular, you're there. Now it's about who are the difference makers? Is it your play caller? Is it your quarterback? Is it your skill set? Is it your power run game? What is the difference maker? They're there. You know, we talk about these guys, and I hear people talk about these guys like they're an 8 or 9 win team still trying to arrive. You're there. I mean, you're right there on the doorstep, and so I just don't believe that you can run the football with Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, and some guys. I don't think we're going to commit more to the run to getting beyond the second round of the playoffs. I think the offensive coordinator, the offense has to do some different things and take advantage of all the things that most good offenses take advantage of, right? All the pre-snap stuff we talked about. Creative quicks. Get your quarterback opportunities and your playmakers opportunities right now. Great screen game. Great quick game. Have the ability to no matter what the defense is doing, get the ball to 12, right? If Jalen Noel is your guy and he's your creative guy that can do some things in space, find creative ways, not 4 weeks into the season when all of a sudden your offense is sputtering. Do it from day one as part of your identity, right? And then, you know, and if it don't work week one, don't go away from it, right? I mean, there's nothing worse, and when we do it in our business, but there's nothing worse than going out there watching a game and you know, they throw 4 screens, and because the team can't execute screens, everybody wants them to quit throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage. That's the silliest stuff I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Right? Like, no, you've told us for 5 years now that your wide receivers can block. Teach them how to block in the screen game. Right? You got wide receivers that you travel into the backfield and lead up on safeties in the A and B gap. Why can't they? Why would that same team that specializes in that with their wide receivers, why would you not be a badass screen team? It doesn't add up.
Yeah.
It's because it's not part of your offense. So that to me, yes, you can run the football to be better. Yes, you can get maybe more commitment from your quarterback and be better. Right? But you've got to have playmakers that you highlight, that you specialize in. You got to have a play caller that commits to all of the things I just talked about, because when you get there and the game's on the line, it's like the Texans last year, Ron, in the playoffs. Right, we hear a lot of talk about C.J. Stroud and what he went through. The quarterback, the offensive coordinator shouldn't have kept calling drop back passes. Right, that's a perfect time. It would have been great to have just a laundry list of screens that you could go to. Right, it would have been great to go to hey, we're going to commit to this 3-step quick game. All these creatives. If it ain't there, throw it away. Right, but you're not going to hold the football.
Yeah.
No, we did. You ain't got it. It's not part of your offense. You can't wait until you have to have it to lean into it. You got to do it from jump. It's got to be part of what you do, and I don't know that we're going to see that out of Nick Caley.
All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for the Astros as they're going to get going here coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes. Also, we heard from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as rookie minicamp started today, and we'll hear what he had to say. Big news out of the NFL that is going to affect everybody, and we'll look at the playoffs as well. Much, much more right here live on The Drive. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up.
In the Loop.
Which of the newest additions will actually have the biggest impact?
Still to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
One of the Dirty Bay's best, man.
Damn, Brian Johnson out in Philly. All right. Oh.
What?
That's Baytown Lee, man. Don't be trying to.
I said Dirty Bay.
Damn, he separated y'all from you. All right, coming up.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. Those are the same people. And here's the latest. The latest is this is show 1,500 of The Drive. We have done this 1,500 times. And we are happy to share this with you because you all have made this as possible as anybody else, and we appreciate you. And we appreciate the love you have given us on YouTube and Twitch and on the Base Power text line. Again, appreciate it so much. And the latest here, the Astros, they're about to get going here soon, Clint, as they're going to take on the Reds. They were off yesterday. And they'll go to Cincinnati for a 3-game set. Mike Burrows gets the ball tonight. Clint in the lineup in front of him. Jose Altuve at second. Yordan Alvarez is the DH. Paredes at third base. I think Paredes now probably knows where he's going every day now. He can slide over to that third base. He knows where he's going. Maybe mixing a little first base if they want to get Christian Walker a break. But he'll be at third base. Christian Walker right behind him in his 9 home runs. Cam Smith in right. And in center field, Bryce Matthews. Zach DeZenzo is in left field. Christian Vasquez is the catcher, and Nick Allen is. And I'm wondering if Nick's going to be pretty much the everyday shortstop until Pena comes back. But Nick Allen is at short, and as I said, Mike Burrows is pitching. What are you looking for tonight tonight and this weekend series?
Well, it's always going to start with the pitcher. Mike Burrows has got to be a guy that I believe at this point factors into whether we can make a run or not and at least stay relevant until the big guns get back and see if we can make a little noise. Mike Burrows is one that's going to need to help Spencer Arrighetti and old Peter, what's his last name? Langston? Old Peter?
Cottontail?
Peter, whatever the hell his name is.
What is Pete's last name? You did said Langford and something else that made me forget.
Langston? Peter Langston?
No, it's not Langston.
Okay.
Lambert,
yeah. There you go. One of the males. But, Spencer Arrighetti and Peter ain't going to be able to hold on to this thing. I mean, they're going to need a little bit of help. And, Mike Burrows is going to have to be one that's depended upon. I mean, it just ain't going to go down at all if he can't hang on. And I'm not saying he has to be great, dang it, but he has to be a contributing factor to how we take some of the pressure and strain off of the bullpen. He's got to be at one time or another one of the guys that goes out there and gives us a quality start and helps us keep that thing tight enough so this lineup can win a game down the stretch. So it always starts with Mike Burrows on the bump. If it's somebody if it's a bullpen game, don't care. If it's somebody that's not going to be around once Hunter Brown gets back, really don't care. But this guy's going to have to be a part of it. So it starts there. Mike Burrows is every time out. We're watching him closely. Then secondly, we talked about it a little earlier, man. Bryce Matthews, local kid, local product. Him in center field is sexy. It's a reason to watch. The super utility guy that he has the ability to be, second, short, third, left, center, that's fine. To be Mauricio Dubon's replacement, that's cute. But right now, I think he needs to be in the lineup every day. He's swinging the bat well as the speed on the base pass. And then what he can do in the outfield, I just think is it's got a real chance, man. So I agree with you on that. I think Bryce Matthews is at the top of the list of guys that much. And then you got your everydays that are always good to watch, Altuve and Yordan and Paredes and that group. So Christian Walker again this year. So we'll see, man. But that's where I'm starting is Bryce Matthews and Mike Burrows. Those two guys right there. I like to see them do some good things tonight.
They're letting Omar Lopez get the pregame interview. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's how it starts right there. That's what happened right there. That's what Tyler started doing pregame interviews and stuff when Bridget still had that gig.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Pre-show production, yeah.
Pre-show production, just in there. Hey, can I help out a little?
Yeah.
Can I sit and watch?
Next thing you know,
free?
Julia Morales was interviewing him. Next thing you know, he's hot micing this thing.
Next thing you know, he's making cuts, sliding her out, gone.
Come on, man. I was not doing that. I'm a good dude. I did not do that.
You are a good dude.
You think you're right. You're right, man. I'm talking about a little pre-show prep, little pre-prep, little. Hey man, y'all, hey, look at these cuts I've been making. I'm trimming that fat now. I ain't leaving that bull jive on the front and the back. I'm cleaning all the dead spaces. Y'all know, on top of all this, I mean, I can fill in back there behind that glass. You know that.
I'm just here. I'm here.
Just letting you know, man.
I'm willing to learn.
Or if someone doesn't show up.
Here we are 1500 shows later.
I do want to see if this pitching kind of holds up, right? Lance got blown up, and they, I mean, it struggled.
Broke fingernail, man. Broken nail, bro.
Yeah, and then that game was just over at 6-1, and they, I mean, hell, they ended up throwing Salazar out there. He gave up a home run, but of late, the Red Sox series and the Dodgers series, with the exception of that game, and Weiss, his ass, who got sit down.
It's Weiss, but yeah, you got it.
I'm going to keep doing it that way. I'm going both.
You should, man.
I'm going Weiss and Weiss.
I think you should.
But they pitched pretty well. Like, I'm going to assume we'll see Brian Abreu again in this series, who has really turned it around. 3 outings that have gotten better and better. The bullpen has been pretty decent, with the exception of Weiss and Weiss. I want to see if their pitching continues to do what it's done.
Well, I think the whole world's watching that, right? I mean, I think the
Houston.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt Houston is, but I think all the baseball is watching to see. Boy, the Astros, that lineup is nasty. I mean, it's no secret, right? One of the best lineups in baseball, and the absolute worst pitching we may have seen in the last 20 years when it comes to injuries and performance. So. I mean, I got to believe it's on a national radar here of look out for it. Can the starting pitching? Can the pitching in Houston get any better at any level?
Yeah. All right. So that is the latest there. Astros getting started here soon. We'll keep you updated on what's happening in Cincinnati as they try to get off to a good start on this weekend series with the Reds.
Flip on this bird.
5 o'clock fire.
Stop swinging at bad pitches. All right, D'Amico Ryans and his rookies started today. Rookie minicamp, first day of that, started today. And D'Amico spoke, and you could have heard that right here live. You could have heard that right here live on In the Loop. He spoke earlier today around noon after practice. And by the way, the rookie minicamp, we'll hear from D'Amico, but we heard some really interesting things from some of the rookies, including Caden McDonald, the pick who they drafted into the second round, who has got, some aggressive goals. I mean, absolutely lofty, aggressive goals. He said his goals are to win the Super Bowl, Rookie of the Year, and be an All-Pro all in his first year. He said those feel like they're realistic to him. Keelan Rutledge on playing center for the Texans. He said, I'm very confident in playing anywhere up there. Wherever they need me to play, I'll play. He said Coach Key at Georgia Tech prepared him well for the position during practice. So those are the top 2 guys they drafted. Here is D'Amico speaking about the first day of rookie minicamp.
I want them to feel that sense of urgency, and I want them to just also understand and learn the guys that they're working with. So, ask them to sit with someone different each day, communicate with someone different, learn something about, their teammates. The quicker we can earn that connection and get that connection and buy in, I think it helps them along this process of a long rookie season.
All right, that is D'Amico opening up rookie minicamp, and all of these, as I know you believe, are all important. Obviously, it's rookies, and it's not as not pads that are not going and hitting. But one thing that stuck out that he said in today's press conference, again, like I said, if you want to hear it all, this is about 4 or 5 minutes. You can hear him on as he spoke on In the Loop. Is they're already behind the veterans. And they need to get themselves caught up to the veterans when they get in here, and they have more mandatory mini camps or OTAs, and they're ready to go and not behind. So that's why this is a big moment for them to kind of get themselves from a mental perspective going.
Well, look, it's one of those to me where I love the way that D'Amico started is operate with a sense of urgency. communicate with people that you typically wouldn't communicate with, learn something new every day, the sense of urgency to learn something new, to learn and grow. That is just a in that building, that's the way they all operate. It's the way the coaching staff operates. It's the way the defense operates. Everybody operates that way with a sense of urgency, and that's why you're looking at a team that's been to the second round of the playoffs 3 straight years, and why DeMeco Ryans has had so much success. They demand guys to operate and execute everything they do with a sense of urgency, and you can't help but get better when that's the case. So good. It's great to hear from DeMeco Ryans. We'll see which one of these rookies can really soak up this NFL thing sooner rather than later. Can Keelan Rutledge? I'm glad he feels like his college coach helped him learn all the positions and preparing for this.
You're really not thrilled about that, are you?
Well, I just don't. I mean, the center position is a different animal. This ain't so and so prepared me for it. I mean, you're wired in a way to approach the game like a quarterback, or you're wired in a way to approach the game like an offensive lineman, right? If it's both, then they struck gold. We'll see. We'll see how good he is there. And then Caden McDonald, obviously, with the lofty goals. I'm okay with it, man. Go shoot for the moon. If you miss, you can hang with them stars, baby.
What a phrase!
That's Jerry Jones right there, boy.
Oh my God, I can hear him saying it.
I almost said F you. I really I almost said F you for that. Guys, if you're wondering what do the Astros do their first 2 batters, Jose Altuve swings at the first pitch and grounds out to shortstop. And then Yordan Alvarez gets a base hit. So
over 1.5 bases,
Altuve
baby.
damn near legged that thing out, baby.
I guess.
Some wheels now.
I guess.
Maybe should have reviewed it.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
I hear
5 o'clock fire.
I hear you, Jerry.
All right, the NFL has it sounds like this is being announced. I seen Adam Schefter. I saw Ian Rappaport also on this, that the NFL, they have ratified the 7-year CBA with the Referees Association to avoid any kind of a work stoppage. This is I don't even understand. I'm not saying I don't understand, but it's a good thing that this didn't get to where replacement refs or backup refs had to come in like they've had to do before. Because listen, this is the most popular sport in this country, and this is the sport that everybody is making money on, and this is the sport that a lot of people are depending on, and you can't have no backup referees out here. Can't do it. Can't even be that. It can't even be a possibility. It's
crazy to think that the NFL, as much money as they're juggling around over there, that they can't figure out a way to keep this from happening. But look, I get it. We got 7 years of confidence that we're going to be able to play with the top refs that the country has to offer, and I'll take it. I just hate that they let it get to a point where we have to even entertain replacement refs, and knowing what would be on the line with that.
Yeah. Last time it was ugly, but they got that finished. We're not going to be seeing any backup referees out there. We'll still get to see Big John Hussey out there as he officiates these games.
What'd you call her?
Big John Hussey.
Oh.
I mean, we complain enough about the real ones. Good God. Well, you get the bad ones in there, boy.
Boys take a beating, wouldn't they?
Tell you, man. You can imagine Tyler lose a bet on pass interference that was BS from a replacement ref. Oh, hell.
Wouldn't be happy. I'd really grind my gears.
I bet it would.
5 o'clock fire.
A couple of NFL moves, with one being a free agent signing and the other an extension. I know there was interest, at least from the fan base, on both of these players. And I know for you in particular, Juwan Jennings, he goes to the Vikings, former 49er. He goes to the Vikings on a 1-year deal that can be worth up to $13 million. So he goes there where they already have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and he's going to be the second or third receiver there. And I know he was somebody you were definitely potentially interested in, as you talk about another weapon, interested in because you really like the fit that he can have with the Texans.
Yeah, look, he doesn't do a whole lot for me as just an explosive wide receiver or playmaking wide receiver. Good player, but doesn't really move the needle to me for that, what the Texans necessarily need. But I just look, DeMeco's got a history with him. He plays the wide receiver position like a defensive player. He's super physical. He's known for being violent. He's actually known for being damn near borderline dirty a lot of times, blocking guys completely out of bounds. And you look at what they want their receivers to do here offensively, I thought it was a perfect fit. So I'd be shocked to find out the Texans weren't at least entertaining that. But he ends up in Minnesota, similar offense to Shanahan and McVay and all that group on the West Coast. And like you said, man, you talk just a unique piece that you put in there with two really, really good receivers. Obviously, one of the best that the league has to offer in Justin Jefferson, and Addison's not too shabby of a Robin to that Batman. And you add Juwan Jennings to the mix. They got Big Hawkinson at tight end. Pretty formidable group over there.
Yeah. The other move, Breece Hall gets a 3-year extension with the Jets. $45.75 million, gets $29 guaranteed, makes him the third highest paid running back in football. We talked about that earlier. Interesting decision there for where the Jets are. A team that is really rebuilding and needing a ton, but then going after a running back and paying a running back like that when it feels like they're in a lot of areas they need to build.
Well, you talk about a team that's going to be, at least offensively, going to be better. I mean, the quarterback, obviously, Geno Smith. They just re-upped Breece Hall for $15 per for the next 3. Garrett Wilson is obviously still there as a wide receiver when he's healthy, one of the best. Omar Cooper Jr. out of Indiana. Adonai Mitchell is there. Kenyon Sadiq, a first-round tight end this year out of Oregon, and then tight end Mason Taylor. I believe that is Jason Taylor's son, I believe, out of LSU a couple years ago.
Joy's nephew, Tyler.
Yeah, that's right. Look, I don't know.
Joy's nephew.
I don't know what they've got as in terms of O-line and kind of scheme and all that kind of job, all the stuff that goes into it, but they damn sure got some weapons.
Yeah. We'll see what they do. We'll see who is. I don't even know who's running that ship on the offense. I know they fired their offensive coordinator. He had a weird name. No, that's not Nathaniel. No, Nathaniel's somewhere else. I can't remember who's running that offense. We'll see. But
Nathaniel's in Arizona.
Arizona, that's right. Yeah, he clawed for him. Won't it, Nathaniel? All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bet. First time in the red in 6 or 7 days yesterday, and it was close to. Just that OKC game just coming down to the end. They just could not get it. Just another basket. If another basket was made, that's the crazy part. It was an 18-point game. I believe you had a 16.5. Another basket made, and Tyler would have been in the green. So he is close. So he is still, I believe, hot. 8 of 12 on the week. You got a chance to be a big winner. T-Mill's best bet's coming up. And you want to get football horny like Clint? What do you hear what Kamari Lasser had to say? We'll do that coming up next. Oh, my God, Tyler.
Good hell.
Oh, my God.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played one of
with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the game immediately after the final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Oh, show, Clint. I love the show, man.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros and Reds are underway. We'll keep you updated here on a Friday evening. 1,500 shows here for The Drive. And Monday will be 15:01, and we'll start anew in this.
We sure will.
In this piece. By the way, Astros, Mike Burrows worked around a one-out double by De La Cruz and got out of there, and it is still 0-0 here as the Reds and the Astros are underway at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. So we'll keep you updated on that as well. T-Mill's best bets, try to finish off the week well. 1 day in the red, the only day in the red all week. Still 8 of 12. Still 8 of 12 on the week, which is above 60%. And if he finishes this thing off going back to last Monday, he's currently 21 of 27, just shy of 80%. So
that sounds so good when you say it.
That's putting money in the pocket there, right there. So
Damn right.
Be ready for those coming up. And I don't think it's fade time now, guys. I think it's time to make a little cash with him. So T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just 1 second. All right. There are a lot of times where me and Tyler come across things, and I think we can spot when there is some kind of sports horny that gets underneath the skin and the nails of Clint Stoerner. I think we can hear it, and I think we know it.
After 1,500,
I ain't hard to please, boys, and after 1,500, y'all better know it.
Yeah. We can all hear something. That's something that'll get Clint going there. And Kamari Lasser, he was on Texans All Access, which you should be listening to after us every night. He was on Texans All Access the other night, and I heard this, and I thought, well, this right here, this will get Clint turned right on. I think he likes the player a lot, and I think we have a feel of what type of dude he is, and I think when you hear what he had to say, I think you look at it and you're like, ooh, this will be something that gets Clint going big time. And here was Kamari Lasser just talking about his individual goals. Listen to what he had to say.
I feel like I want to be a good leader on our team, for one. I feel like we have really good leaders on our team, and I've seen the leadership, whether it's from guys like Petrie, who don't talk a lot, even Sting, who doesn't talk a lot, whether it's guys like Will and Aziz, who are more vocal, even CJ, just guys who I want to be like a good leader on our team. I feel like, year 1 and year 2, those are like your younger years. Once you get into year 3, you got to go ahead and make that transition. So I feel like that's something that I really want to work on. And then on the field, I feel like I just want the ball. I want the ball. I want more ball production.
Yeah, I heard that, and you can hear, even for him, you can hear a player maturing. You can hear a player starting to come into his own. You can hear a player that is trying to get to the next level, and he has been impressive since he got here, to be honest with you. But you can hear everything about the leadership. He has fallen right into exactly what they look for, and really what you would look for on this team. He is right in the Aziz, Will Anderson mode at the cornerback spot.
Yeah, look, I think you look at this team, and you've got Will in the D-line room, you got Aziz in the linebacker room at the second level, and then you've got Kamari Lasser in the DB room at that third level, and I really believe that's ideal. And DeMeco Ryans probably thanks his lucky stars every single day that he's been able to find those guys, that caliber leader. Because the reality of it is yes, great player, no question about it. Unique player in the sense that you don't find many corners that play the game as physical as he does, whether it's sniffing out screens or setting the edge in the run game or just coming downhill and laying a hit. You just don't see it very often from that position. And so I think he's unique, he's rare, and then you get to, I think, probably the most impressive part is the reality is he's genuine, he's sincere, it's authentic. Everything you see, the play, the attitude, the personality, it's all authentic, and it plays really effectively in team sports and definitely in football. And so I just think he is that caliber leader. I think there's a lot of guys fake it, a lot of guys are arrogant, a lot of guys if they got to tell you they're a leader, they're not. He's one of those guys that is just it's in him naturally, and I guarantee you, I haven't seen it myself, I hadn't been in the cafeteria with him, but I guarantee you that he's one of those guys that people just gravitate to.
And it like he even sounds like he's feeling more comfortable in himself than we. Like you said it earlier, there used to be times you're like, man, you got to reel this dude in.
Yeah,
you got to reel this dude in. Now I don't think he's going to stop just pounding his head after he makes plays. I think that's probably going to continue to be a thing for him. But it just, like, you listen to him, it almost feels like, man, it's coming together. This is a contract year for him. What kind of season is he going to do? Like, what kind of position is Kamari Lasser going to put the Texans in terms of what they got to do to pay him?
Yeah.
I think you're probably right. I think he may be, and listening to that is just another example. He may be entering the space of gotta keep. Guys, we gotta keep understanding how much it is. He plays a premium position, one of the more expensive positions, but he may be entering that.
I don't think there is a chance on God's green earth that he exits the building. I think he is a Texan at least through a second contract.
Really?
I don't think there is any chance, any way that DeMeco Ryans lets that guy out of the building. You're talking again, not quite. I'm not ready to go, man. He's Will Anderson, who I've already put on the J.J. Watt level. Like, and I'm obviously a great player, but I'm just talking about the way that you impact the locker room, the pillar that you build around type deal. I'm not saying he's quite where Will is right now, but he's close. I'm not saying that he is Azeez Al-Shaair from the ability to lead both with your actions and verbally, but he's close. And when you get those guys in the building, I just think between Nick and DeMeco and how they value those guys, I just don't think there's any chance. They will let a more talented player go. Now, not a significantly more. They will they will measure, let's call it that.
Yeah.
They will measure, hey, how much better does another corner, Derek Stingley, have to be for us to go, man, we're going to part ways with Kamari Lasser. Right? I mean, and that sounds crazy, but I think it's real. That's the kind of value that a guy like Kamari brings to the team.
Yeah. And like we said, when they signed Will and they signed Azeez, they signed those guys.
Mm-hmm. Because they're wired a certain way.
Yep. They signed those guys. And not just signed, they're gonna give him like fair market value.
Mm-hmm.
They signed those dudes. And Kamari sounds like those dudes, and he sounds like he is ready to take his game and leadership level to a whole another place.
The Kamari thing is going to be fun to watch, man. I mean, I hate it because there's a chance, an outside chance, but there is a chance that you just flat out can't afford him along with everybody else. I don't think that's going to be the case. As I said, I don't think there's a chance they let him out of the building.
Yeah.
But when you look at the makeup, Ron, when you look at the way he plays, every defensive coordinator in America wants him on their team. And then when they hear him talk and they realize the kind of leaders, how mature he is, how emotionally and mentally mature he is, they're going to want him even more. And then when you take into account just that dude that will set the edge, that will rush the passer, that's just rare.
Yeah, there's probably some still stuff that we haven't seen them unlock with him or try with him that's there.
Well, I wonder what value's going to put on him, because it's going to be so different in the league, because you got guys like Derek Stingley that can truly shadow the best wide receiver that week and potentially take him out of the box score. I don't think he's one of those guys, but I think he is. I think he is going to be viewed as every bit as valuable as those guys when it comes time for somebody to write a check.
Oh yeah. If he becomes available to the market, he will sign up. He will sign a big deal.
Yeah.
And to that, I think that the Texans, he means more to them than maybe other spaces. All right, T Mill's best bets. If you need to take a look at him, he's got him posted at T Mill Real Deal on Twitter. He has been hot, 21 of 27 since last Monday. First day in the red yesterday. See if he can get himself back in the green and finish off the week well. What you got tonight?
Rolling with NBA once again. 3 more picks around the NBA playoffs. The conference semis underway. 2 games in action. First bet tonight, 76ers money line. Philly to win it tonight as they host the Knicks up in Philly. I like that one a lot. I know that there's pushback, and rightfully so, because the Knicks have been balling out since the playoffs started, but I like the 76ers win. Second bet, in the second game, T-Wolves plus the points, 6.5 of them, as they host the San Antonio Spurs in that alien Wemby today. And then within that game, a player prop for you, Anthony Edwards. Over 22.5 points for him tonight, and the T-Wolves. I like it. Let's roll. Get back on track. Green Day coming.
I think these are all really strong bets.
Girls, I love when you say that. It
they are.
Makes me, I guess, bet horny.
Well, okay. Yeah, OG.
Wagerwood.
He is okay. OG Anunoby. He is out of this game, and he's been arguably their most productive player in the playoffs with that hamstring issue. So he is out of this game. And Joel Embiid, it seems like he's going to try to give it a go. And yes, the Spurs beat the hell out of the Timberwolves in Game 2, but they also lost in Game 1. And this feels like this is going to be a back and forth series. And then they go back to Minnesota. And I'm with you. I think Ant has been just kind of slowly getting himself back. He was coming off the bench from that knee injury. I think this is a night where Ant goes off. I like these bets. These are strong bets.
I like that you like them. How many games did Ant play in that first round? I couldn't remember.
He missed the last 2.5 games.
That's right.
So he missed game 6, 5, and then came out of the first half of game 4. So
gotcha.
Yeah, he had that knee thing, but yeah, he is a guy that kind of rises to the occasion. And this is a big one. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll keep you updated on the Astros and what's going on there as they are in Cincinnati. And we finish this thing off on a fantastic Friday right here live on The Drive.
You're gonna get hard.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Trimfaya. Visit trimfaya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros out to an early 2-0 lead, Clint, and Mike Burrows is so far so good, as he has made it through 2 innings and not giving up any runs. Gave up a double earlier, but he's got 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 K, no walks. But
hey, easy. Tyler, what happened last time he did this?
I mean, I'm not. I'm just merely
48 less than 48 hours ago. What happened, Tyler?
It wasn't good.
We rehashed that Red Sox series, and who's the other one? Dodgers?
Yeah.
Everybody done it. Now look here. Look at Lance. Lance is rolling, and then all of a sudden he broke a nail.
I'm just saying.
Third inning, broke a nail.
I'm just reading and letting the folks know what has happened.
We need to treat this like a no-hitter. We ain't talking about Mike. We ain't going to mention Mike's name.
We're not doing it, Mike. By the way, they're up 2-0. 2 of the young guys, Clint, back-to-back extra base hits. That man Bryce, man, for that body, he just has power. That opposite field, he goes oppo field triple and bangs it right off the wall. And he got to third. He ran. That was easy. And then These nuts. There you go. Zach DeZenzo goes deep right behind him, and they lead 2-0 in Cincinnati.
Got him!
There it is, trying to get this thing right. There you go. Zach had pushing them right buttons, Joe. Got Bryce and Zach in there.
Oh, yeah. Pushing them right buttons.
Just crushing it, man.
A bunch of guys got to play because everybody's hurting.
Hey, man. But he had to pick those guys.
Yeah.
Could have been DJ.
Yeah, because there's full of ballers down there in Sugarland still, isn't it?
I know it, man. He's sitting there doing that. All right, man. Could have been Zach Cole out there.
He hit a bomb, too.
Oh.
Not today.
Oh, boy.
I'm just saying in general.
You better not drop that. Jose Altuve, there it is. Yordan came up and just hit a missile. Just luckily they were positioned right up the middle for him to get out. But that is what's happening right now, 2-0 as the Astros are leading in Cincinnati. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. They're going to give you a little sights and sounds from today's start of rookie minicamp. So stay tuned for that. And then Area 45 live and local until 11 o'clock. They'll pick things up after the fellas get down, and they'll have you ready for a little post-game as well as the Astros and the Reds are get going. They'll let us know what happens there. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Colin, Uncomfortable Colin, in the building as they will take things over coming up at 7 o'clock.
How many innings you need that old Mike Burrows to feel good about it? How many innings you need?
To feel good? 5.
Oh, yeah. 5? 5 innings?
Feel good? 6.
All right.
Feel good, 6.
You need 6. Feel good, right?
Good.
Burrows gives you 6 against Cincinnati in Cincinnati.
To feel good. Feel good.
Yep,
yeah.
Feel good. Not just level, but feel actually good. Like move emotions to good, not just taste. Okay.
I'd press the button for 5 right now.
Press the button for 5. You'll feel good for 6. Look, yeah. I mean, he need about 10 outs. He can get through 6, bub. About 10 outs, he can get through 6.
Okay. Now, you up here warning me. Like you haven't sit up here that, hey, man, 10 outs. 10 outs, Tyler.
I wasn't the one. I wasn't the one that jinxed him last time.
I didn't jinx him.
I'm not the one that talked about.
Jinxed him?
I mean, literally to the pitch. You were talking about Lance McCullers, and all of a sudden his nail broke, and he started wild pitching everybody and hitting and giving up bombs.
Hey, man,
100%.
I just said, hey, man, I just said exactly what was happening.
9 outs, Chief.
1,500 shows of the drive and 1,500 shows to deal with the show curse.
There is no such thing as a show curse.
I mean, that's
this is a big out for you because if something goes awry here right, with 2 outs in the third, boy,
this won't be on. No, it's not going to be on me when Mike Burrows has been pitching like this all season.
You're right. It ain't going to be on we.
Tap the helmet.
Yeah, no, it ain't.
Tap the helmet.
Don't
that was
tap
a strike.
The helmet. It wasn't.
Quezzy.
But this guy goes deep on him. Oh, it's the top of the line.
I mean, that guy ain't much bigger. That guy ain't much bigger now, too, If he goes deep on him, I quit.
He's pretty good. Ryan Friel.
Is he?
Yeah.
Good. See what kind of trot he's got back over towards the dugout right here. Yeah. Come on, Mike.
I hope they're not wearing these when we get into the dead of summer.
Hey, yeah, those they're clean though, ain't they? Hey, can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
No.
Well, he brought up the jerseys, the Reds jerseys.
Yeah.
Well, at what part of team sports, where in team sports did we decide that the belt is not part of a uniform? These jackasses, one of them's got a red belt on, one of them's got a white belt on, one of them's got a black belt on.
It's optional. Optional.
No,
that is stupid.
I mean, cleats, you do whatever you want with. I get it, man. That's your feet. You got to be comfortable. Some guys, whatever. I would prefer you make them all wear black or white shoes on whatever day.
Belts like the T-shirt underneath.
Shoes and cleats are always, I'm with you. Those can be changed around and mixed around.
T-shirt.
Tyler, I was going to let it go. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous that Abreu walked his ass out there with a neon belt on back before the wheels came off on him early in the season, by the way.
I had not noticed this.
No, it was a first or second outing. It was neon yellow in an Astros uniform.
What are we doing? That's part of your uniform. You're a team.
But these guys, I look at their first baseman's got a white belt on that sticks out like a sore thumb. That cat that just struck out, by the way, Burrows sent his ass back to the dugout. He's got a good little, you're right, he was good. Got a good little trot back to the dugout.
Go sit down, jackass.
He had a red belt on, and their pitcher has a black belt on. At what point?
It's not a good look.
At what point do we decide we're just going to say, hey, guys, all you got to do is put the same britches and the same jersey on. Everything else? Hey, man, the cat in, in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
That dude don't even wear the hat in center field. He just got a wave
that
cap
one's
on.
over that one's over the top. All right.
Was a guy not wearing a hat for the
O'Neal
Pirates?
Cruz.
I think he threw it off though, didn't he?
I think he would maybe.
But before it was a pop fly out there, and I think he threw it off because he wears it underneath his. It's more like a wave cap.
I think he went on to the next pitch without it. I don't think he had his hat on.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what manager in Major League Baseball says, yeah, you guys can wear 3 different color belts out there, and damn sure Joe Espada ain't got a lick of sense in that.
Joe got a lot on his mind.
Come on, man.
Them damn belts.
Hey, this was early on. This was before Joe knew that it was gonna get this bad, man. What the hell are we doing with these belts, man? Put on the same color belt, man.
Let me tell you something. Joe done had a lot on his mind from the start. Right from the beginning.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. Spencer Arrighetti wasn't even in the rotation. You're right.
Rotation, he wasn't even on the team.
He went on the team. That's good. Fair. Yeah, you're right. Hader was nowhere to be found.
I will never, ever understand Spencer Goes Tomorrow, how they all came together and said, yep, he's now one of the best 5.
It has not worked out for him. We need to make. Let's do this.
It's not even close. It's not even. That's 5. It's not even. It's ridiculous.
They done interviewed. Putting
the camera on him a lot.
They interviewed WBC. Now he's standing on the top step with his spot. He better be careful.
I think he's going to take somebody out himself.
Hey, so the spot is going to end up like Bridget in the insurance business.
Is that you think where he would go? Would he go to the insurance business?
Jesus.
Nah, he'll go back to the bench. He'd be all right.
He'll go. You think Joe switch and be his bench coach?
I think no. I think him and Okor are going to take a little vacation somewhere.
Yeah.
And they'll end up coaching together next year somewhere.
Yeah, those belts really got to you, man. But
I just don't understand it.
I do think their pitcher is versed in martial arts, and I think that's why he wears the black belt.
I mean, that's cute. That'd be really cute if you knew what you were talking about.
He is that guy.
Shiny.
He is great in martial arts, and he maintains his black belt.
I'm gonna tell you that long lefty right there. Whatever moves he's got,
that's why he's wearing it.
Hey, whatever moves he's got, you can see him come from a mile away. I mean, you can hit that sucker 3 times before he karate chops you.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that ball. Though.
The one specialty he's got.
He's unfolding himself, and that nobody can see that ball until it comes out the very end. Lefties, he's got to be hell on lefties.
The one specialty he's got is what he's doing right there.
I tell you, man, his roundhouse is something else.
That sucker ain't fought through nothing in his time.